In a frozen land covered in snow all year round, the ice snow field rose as the heart of a brutal world, where terrifying beasts hid amidst the freezing snow. A giant white dragon constantly flicked its long, snake-like tongue, swallowing massive icebergs whole. Nearby, a polar bear growled, its razor-sharp teeth glinting beneath the dim moonlight as if challenging the entire world. A giant grizzly bear appeared, its every step shaking the ground like an earthquake. A giant rat, vile and treacherous, quietly defiled the frozen ocean with its very presence. Suddenly, a king emerged from the cold fog, his face pale with horror and his sunken eyes carrying memories that could never be erased. An emperor who had once returned alive from the ice snow field had declared in a trembling voice, "The most terrifying thing here isn't the monsters." Those words felt like a curse, haunting anyone who set foot in this land. And somewhere in the dark, a mysterious figure quietly observed, making the air feel even heavier. The ice snow field suddenly trembled from a horrifying noise, sounding like nature itself screaming out. A girl, without a second thought, charged forward and leaped onto a giant black crab crawling beneath the thick layer of snow. In a fraction of a second, a violent explosion echoed, shaking the entire region. From under the snow, a giant hand reached out, clamping down tightly on the black crab's claw. The owner of that hand was none other than Greta, his eyes burning with determination, as if nothing in this world could stop him. Greta poured all his strength into using his sharp blade to bring down the monster before him. Suddenly, a figure appeared right in front of his eyes. That presence made the black crab tremble, as if sensing impending death. Greta's hand tightened around his weapon, and with a single strike, Ketil finished off the beast with deadly precision. He stood there silently, his eyes cold as ice, but inside him raged an uncontrollable storm of emotions. Greta cheerfully held up his trophy, walking with pride. But the scene before him left him stunned, making him blurt out, "Barbarians really wear their ignorance like a badge of honor." Ketil, standing behind him, watched silently and muttered in complete exhaustion, "How much longer do I have to put up with these blockheads?" Those harsh words accidentally caught the ear of a nearby girl, instantly ratcheting up the tension. The girl, with eyes full of curiosity mixed with innocence, asked, "What is ignorance? Can you eat it?" Ketil could only shake his head helplessly, trying to brush off his embarrassment. But right after that, the girl dove in, happily devouring the black crab as if it were the most precious prize. Greta, refusing to be outdone, joined right in and started wolfing it down beside her. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through their actions, "I clearly told you guys that eating that would kill you." Ketil stood there with a grave expression, his eyes sharp as knives. He emphasized, his deep voice carrying heavy authority, "It hasn't even been a week and you've already devoured it all?" The girl, panicked, stammered back, "You're just..." But right after, a delighted smile bloomed back on her face, as if she had just conquered a proud challenge. "That was truly an admirable challenge," she said, her eyes sparkling with joy. Those words left Ketil stunned. He questioned her in a voice full of doubt, "You call that a compliment?" But right then, Greta suddenly clutched his chest, his face turning pale and his eyes rolling back in horror. He foamed at the mouth and collapsed, his body convulsing in pain. The girl beside him screamed in panic, "Greta, what's wrong with you? Mylina, wake up!" Ketil's face grew darker and darker, as if he had already predicted this outcome. Meanwhile, the girl kept screaming in agony, "Wake up! Greta, get up right now!" But Ketil just quietly turned his back and walked away without looking back once. As he left, he muttered bitterly, "This isn't what I wanted." Memories came flooding back from Ketil's very first days stepping out into the outside world, carrying a burning desire to reach a fantasy realm filled with magic and wonders. He had quit his job, wandered everywhere, climbed the highest mountain, watched the brilliant sunset, reached the core of the earth, and stood beneath the bright moonlight at the southernmost point of the world. Every night, he prayed to wake up in a magical world, but reality offered nothing but unforgiving harshness. Then one day, his prayers were answered. Across the frozen land, a group trudged forward silently. An annoyed voice blurted out, "It's so damn cold." The owner of that voice was a blonde guy, the party leader, carrying an imposing aura. He barked, "If you don't want to die, put on another fur coat." The long-haired guy next to him quickly replied, his face twisted in misery, "I already did." Suddenly, a short-haired young guy chimed in, his voice full of discontent, "Captain, no matter how good the reward is, this is practically suicide. Crossing the ice snow field? You're crazy." The captain spoke firmly, "Get real." Everyone agreed to this. His words flustered the short-haired guy, who mumbled, "We had no idea it was gonna be this bad. Damn it, it's so cold." Suddenly, the white-haired man on the carriage made a soft noise, then spoke solemnly, "Are you all right, milady?" The girl across from him, Myelina of the Cassie family replied with a bright smile, I'm fine. Suddenly, a sharp scream drowned out her words, damn it, I'm freezing to death. The white-haired man yelled out, you crude fools. Myelina, with calm eyes, spoke up, don't be so harsh, they're the only ones who agreed to protect us across the ice snow field. But her voice suddenly softened as her gaze shifted to a shivering figure outside. Still, shouldn't we bring her inside right now? She's completely frozen. The blizzard howled, carrying with it the deep exhaustion etched on everyone's faces. The white-haired man waved his hand dismissively. We can't, you know what's out there on the ice snow field. The white-haired man waved his hand dismissively. We can't, you know what's out there on the ice snow field. She brought up the legend of an ancient emperor who had once led an army to conquer the ice snow field. But when he returned, he was the only one left, gaunt and out of his mind. There are monsters on the ice snow field, he had once said. But the most terrifying thing isn't the monsters. The image of Ketil suddenly surfaced in Mylina's mind like a haunting phantom. The white-haired man comforted her. That's probably just a legend. But Mylina shook her head. The emperor's words weren't groundless. Most of the creatures he described were later discovered. The man laughed. True, but nobody's ever said they saw a barbarian. She nodded along. Suddenly, a sharp, cold voice echoed out, stopping the whole party in their tracks. Halt, everyone. The captain, his face grim, looked up ahead. There's something over there. The long-haired guy panicked. What is it? The captain frowned. Then suddenly, he blurted out, I've got good news and bad news. The good news is that thing is small, but the bad news is, the dark shadow ahead is coming straight for us. The atmosphere turned tense as Mylina raised her head, looking dazed. The captain gripped his sword tightly, his voice full of unease. It's moving toward us. Out from the snowy fog, a tall figure emerged. Ketil's silver-white hair blew in the wind, his solid frame radiating an overwhelming pressure. He stood tall and proud, his sharp gaze sweeping across the group. I couldn't stand the sight of those other barbarians, so I came out for a walk. Those words made the whole party sigh in relief. Ah, thank goodness. Ketil flashed a smirk, didn't expect to run into outsiders in the middle of the ice snow field. Nice to meet you all. Ketil of the Mandi Asen tribe. His gaze suddenly landed on the cargo crates. Are you guys merchants? The captain replied, yes. Ketil pried further. Looks like you guys are mercenaries escorting a caravan, huh? The captain nodded with a forced expression. Ketil said in a cold voice, I'd advise you all to turn back, though I doubt you'll listen. His words made the captain shudder. He asked, is your employer inside that carriage? Mylina, inside the carriage, widened her eyes in terror. Ketil smiled. I'd like to be hired too. The captain shouted, what? Ketil said calmly, was I not clear? I want to help you cross the ice snow field. The captain was flustered. So, you don't mean us any harm? Ketil replied sarcastically, if I did, you'd all be dead already. Silence fell over the area. The captain signaled to Mylina, did you hear that? She replied, I heard. The white-haired man said nervously, what's going on? The captain explained, he wants to be hired as a mercenary. What do you want to do? Mylina paused in thought, then said, I see. Tell him we accept. The captain turned back and announced, you're hired. Ketil let out a satisfied smile, but right after, his voice turned ice-cold. Now that's great news. That smile sent a shiver through the whole group. The captain demanded, what? Ketil replied mockingly, no need to be scared, you're just foot soldiers. I need to speak directly with the employer. He stepped past the captain and walked toward the carriage. The long-haired guy stammered, Captain, is it really okay to let him meet her? The captain replied, our employer already agreed to it. Inside the carriage, the white-haired man panicked, Milady, what are you doing? Mylina said calmly, calm down. Suddenly, Ketil's voice called out, may I come in? Mylina, with a strained look on her face, replied, please, come in. Outside the carriage, Ketil stood tall and proud. Outside the carriage, Ketil stood tall and proud. Snow and wind howled around him, but his sharp gaze seemed to pierce through everything, exuding complete confidence despite the biting cold of the ice snow field. Meanwhile, the butler of the Akasa family trembled, not just from the cold, but from the oppressive presence of Ketil, a man he couldn't bring himself to trust. Ketil crossed his arms over his chest, looking relaxed yet commanding. He turned to reassure his employer, his voice deep and steady, you two take it easy. Even as both Mylina and the butler continued to stare at him with suspicion, Ketil stated firmly, his voice unwavering, I have no intention of harming either of you. The butler, his face pale, roared, don't lie, you monster. But Mylina, standing inside the carriage, simply watched in silence, her heart pounding as she realized the legendary barbarian stood right before her eyes, a figure both terrifying and strangely fascinating. She took a deep breath, trying to stay polite with a forced smile. Nice to meet you. Keetle replied, his tone smooth with a hint of sarcasm. Nice to meet you too. He glanced out the window where pure white snow covered everything, then looked back, comparing it to the temperature inside. Pretty warm in here, huh? Even inside a carriage, keeping this kind of heat up in the ice snow field can't be easy. Mylina, her eyes bright with intelligence, explained, that's thanks to magic. Keetle raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise, though inside he knew better than anyone. Oh, magic, is it? He said knowingly. You know, this world. I don't joke around with anyone, so take this as a warning. He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over Mylina and the butler. As you both know, this place is insanely dangerous. Even with mercenaries escorting you, the chances of making it across safely are slim to none. His words hit like a cold blade, instantly weighing down the air inside the carriage. He continued, his voice deep and persuasive, that's why I'm going to protect you too. Mylina listened intently, every single word Keetle spoke etching itself into her mind. But then he added with a knowing smirk, however, I have one condition. The butler stood there bewildered, sweat breaking out despite the freezing weather. Mylina frowned, her voice trembling slightly. A condition? What do you want? Keetle didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Knowledge from outside the ice snow field. You're smart. The information you two have is exactly what I want. His words made Mylina freeze in her tracks, as if turned to ice on the spot. Knowledge from outside the ice snow field? She repeated, her voice dripping with doubt. Keetle smiled, confidence shining in his eyes. Yeah. It's not like you two have anything to lose. Mylina felt helpless, her heart heavy as she realized they had no choice to begin with. It's not like we had a choice from the start anyway, she muttered under her breath, then sighed, I understand. The butler, standing beside her, looked completely paralyzed by Keetle's composure. Keetle nodded in satisfaction, very good. So, what's your name? Mylina, regaining her composure, introduced herself. I am Mylina of the Akasa family. Keetle's face lit up, as if he had just found a ray of light in the dark. I'm Keetle. Pleasure working with you. Deep inside, an old memory flooded back, his fierce passion for gaming, his dreams of a fantasy world filled with magic and wonders. But then, waking up one day, Keetle was shocked to realize he had become a barbarian in the middle of the harsh ice snow field. With no time to figure out why, all he could do was face the biting cold and endless ferocious monsters. He had led a tribe across the snow plains, hunting just to survive, gritting his teeth through every single day. As the years passed, Keetle never stopped fighting, putting everything he had into escaping this dead land. In a fit of rage, he once slammed his fist into the ground, wanting to unleash all his helplessness. Suddenly, a mysterious system appeared right before his eyes. Quest incomplete. You may leave the ice snow field once the quest is completed. Mylina's group, outsiders from the world beyond, had reignited his hope of survival. Yet an invisible force still blocked him from leaving. I don't get why anyone would willingly step foot into this hellhole, Keetle muttered, his eyes filled with skepticism. But every now and then, people from the outside world would still show up, bringing stories he craved to hear. Keetle was still in awe. He imagined a fantasy world beyond the ice snow field, a world of magic and wonders he had always dreamed of. From then on, he didn't just fight to survive, but to complete every assigned quest. Quest 295, Hunt Lizards Within the Time Limit, the system announced. Keetle went all out, slaughtering monsters and clearing quests one by one, hoping that one day he would break free from this place. Quest 295 completed, the system chimed, and he pinned all his hopes on Mylina's answer. Since I can't leave this damn snow field, news from outsiders is beyond precious, Keetle thought to himself, feelings surging as he recalled his dark past. Most people he met either panicked and drew their swords, or were half-driven mad. This time, someone's finally willing to talk to me, he cheered inwardly. How long has it been since I last talked to a civilized person? I've been stuck with uneducated barbarians this whole time. So talking to a civilized person feels like pure mental therapy. Keetle asked directly, you guys are transporting weapons, aren't you? Mylina was startled, but still answered truthfully, yes. How did you know? He smiled, I heard the clanking of steel inside the carriages. Hard to miss. Mylina nodded, no longer questioning it, I see. Keetle continued guessing, is there a war going on outside? Her face darkened, yes. The Empire and the Kingdom are at war. Keetle nodded, unfazed, got it. So the outside world isn't exactly peaceful either, huh? Mylina spoke up on behalf of those fighting. Hardly. The Empire is pushing hard with overwhelming numbers, but the kingdom won't back down easily. The swordsmen and heroes guarding the borderlands. Ketil asked curiously, heroes and swordsmen, what kind of power do they even use? Surprised by such a basic question, Mylina asked, have you really never heard of mystery arts? Ketil shook his head, sounding utterly helpless. I've never been out of this place before, Mylina explained, her voice careful. I don't know the exact details either. But from what I understand, a force known as mystery arts exists in this world. Only a select few can sense or use this power, and they are granted one of 5 power tiers. First is Tier 3, those who can merely sense the power of mystery arts. She continued, moving up to Tier 2, they can actually harness and wield the power of mystery arts. Tier 1 consists of those who can convert mystery arts into mana or aura, typically knights, mages, or spirits. She gave a concrete example. Beyond that, all tiers become meaningless. That is the transcendent tier, those who can control mystery arts at will, powerful enough to tear the heavens and earth apart. Sword masters belong to this tier. Mylina couldn't hide her admiration. And finally, heroes, monsters far beyond merely controlling mystery arts, capable of influencing the entire world itself. A hero is a living legend in their own right. She spoke with a measured tone. In fact, the very fact that their power is classified and named is proof of its sheer might. Even a Tier 3 individual is considered a powerhouse in a small territory. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Ketil's eyes. I want to meet them. Mylina froze, not knowing how to respond. Ketil gazed outside, his eyes distant, as if seeing the sunlight right before him yet unable to reach it. I can't even remember how long I've been stuck here, he muttered, his voice dripping with despair. All I know is that the frosting glacier lies in the middle of a realm of wonder, and I can't escape. Outside is the realm of wonder itself. I really, desperately want to get out of here, he said, a rare smile appearing on his lips. Mylina looked at him and asked gently, Ketil, you're a barbarian, aren't you? He replied, keeping a calm demeanor, you could say that. He continued, looking at the expressions on your faces, I take it you guys know about my existence? Mylina nodded, yes, it's a legend. Ketil frowned, a legend about me? She was bewildered. You didn't know? Ketil burst out laughing, recalling a memory, so that's how it is. That old emperor, was that guy really an emperor? I thought he was just some nutjob. He advised her, don't worry about it, that legend is true. That happened a really long time ago. Mylina was taken aback, is that so? Ketil looked at the carriage convoy, his eyes sharp. Judging by the number of carriages, it looks like you're transporting a large quantity of weapons. Why cross the frosting glacier? Mylina hesitated, not daring to reveal the whole truth. We need a lot of money. Ketil frowned, not catching her drift. Mylina sighed and laid out the whole truth. Our family has been in business for generations. We accumulated quite a bit of wealth, but due to sabotage from jealous rivals, we're now buried in debt. This expedition is to keep our family from collapsing. Ketil nodded, all his questions vanishing. A journey to settle your debts, I see. So you plan to sell weapons to the kingdom currently at war with the Empire. Got it. Before Mylina could explain further, Ketil continued, you mentioned earlier that the Empire is pushing hard thanks to overwhelming numbers. That means the Empire isn't running short on weapons. If it's not the Empire, then the kingdom is the one in desperate need of them. When supply is scarce and demand is high, prices naturally skyrocket. I don't know the going rates out there, but with a haul this size, it must be worth a fortune enough to risk crossing the frosting glacier. He spoke with pinpoint accuracy without even glancing at a map. It seems you had no choice but to push through the frosting glacier because there was no other route to the kingdom that bypassed this place. Am I right? Your territory borders the Empire, doesn't it? Mylina nodded, completely sold on his logic. Spot on. She looked at him with wide, astonished eyes. Rumor had it that the legendary barbarian was just an uneducated savage. Who are you really? Are you actually a barbarian? Suddenly, the carriage wheels rolled rapidly across the snowy path, making a loud noise. The butler panicked, completely clueless about what was happening outside. Ketil, with his sharp senses, picked up on the anomaly. Looks like we've got some uninvited guests coming to visit. Snow fell heavily outside, blanketing the frosting glacier in a frigid mist, as if the entire world were drowning in isolation. Suddenly, from the filthy sludge beneath the snow, a monster rose, its glowing red eyes filled with malice and bloodlust. The mercenaries froze, paralyzed by the horrific sight. Even the captain, seasoned as he was, trembled uncontrollably, stuttering as fear gripped his heart. Inside the carriage, Mylina turned deathly pale, her eyes filled with terror as she peeked at the monster through the door gap. Ketel, on the other hand, remained strangely composed. Resting his chin on his hand, he observed the monster with cold eyes and muttered under his breath, "A black slime? Is that what it's called?" Shivering violently, Mylina tried to keep her voice steady. "Yeah, that's the monster documented in the archives." Ketel raised an eyebrow, a spark of curiosity in his eyes. "The archives?" She took a deep breath, trying to compose herself to explain. "Many powerful adventurers have challenged the frosting glacier over the years, but very few live to tell the tale," Mylina said, her voice shaking yet determined. "Those who survived left records of the creatures they encountered. And among them, the black slime showed up most frequently. But do you actually know what it is, Ketel?" Ketel smirked, confidence radiating from his every move. "Of course. They're persistent, work great as a snack, and taste pretty good too." His words left Mylina stunned, her eyes wide with total disbelief. She froze in place. "Wait. You actually ate one?" Ketel laughed heartily, his tone completely genuine. "Wanna try some? Let me go catch a few." Mylina quickly shook her head, stammering in fear, "And no, we." Before she could finish her sentence, a loud noise rang out, slicing through the air. Outside, the black slime roared, its terrifying screech tearing through the night. The captain, paralyzed by fear, stood rooted to the spot, not knowing what to do. Realizing something was wrong, Mylina cried out in panic, "Ketel!" He remained silent, observing the situation with sharp eyes without replying, making her even more anxious. "Ketel," she called out again, her voice trembling. After a brief pause, Ketel finally spoke up, his voice as calm and heavy as a frozen lake. "I made a pact with you guys." He closed his eyes, looking completely relaxed as if there weren't a monster lurking right outside. "I promised to protect your lives, so I won't step in unless there's actual danger." Mylina's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him. "Huh? What do you mean?" Ketel casually glanced at the roaring black slime outside. "That thing? You could handle it easily yourself. Besides, I need to gauge this team's strength for myself." The black slime's earth-shattering roar finally snapped the mercenaries out of their panic. Grasping their weapons tightly, determination returned to their eyes. The captain bellowed, "Raise your shields." A nearby subordinate immediately obeyed. "Sir, yes sir." But just as the shield was raised, the black slime lunged forward, its terrifying impact blowing the soldier back and sending him sliding across the snow. The monster didn't stop, casually tossing him around like a toy. Seizing the opportunity, another mercenary leapt onto the monster's back, swinging his axe with all his might. A deafening metallic clang resounded, but he was thrown off as well, crashing into the snow and coughing up blood. The dropped axe was still radiating dark, eerie energy. He roared in anger, "Damn it, what kind of freakish monster is this?" The black slime grew even more frenzied, screeching wildly as if ready to devour everything in sight. Regaining his composure, the captain shouted, "The black slime can only move in a straight line, spread out and coordinate." The men shouted in unison, "Got it." They sprang into action, scattering like shadows in the snowstorm. The man in the blue cloak charged straight at the monster, drawing his sword with lightning speed. A sharp slash sliced into the black slime's body, but that only infuriated it further. Swirling dark energy began gathering around it, like a storm about to explode. Another mercenary put all his strength into hurling a spear straight at the monster. In the blink of an eye, the spear pierced right through the black slime's body, making it shriek in agony. Taking advantage of the moment, the captain rallied the crew, "Don't stop, keep pressing the attack." Another sword slash struck the monster's body, spraying black blood across the white snow. The captain yelled, "Standard attacks won't work, aim for the core. It's hidden inside." The whole team responded together, understood. Working in seamless harmony, they relentlessly targeted the monster's weak point. Finally, the captain raised his sword high, poured all his strength into it, and drove it down hard. A loud explosion echoed as the black slime's red mana core shattered into pieces. The black slime squirmed on the ground, groaning in pain before finally collapsing dead. The team watched tensely, then breathed a collective sigh of relief. Cheering in celebration, "We brought it down." From inside the carriage, Mylina watched the scene, her heart surging with emotion. "They actually beat it." From inside the carriage, Mylina watched the scene, her heart surging with emotion. "They actually beat it." The convoy pushed forward, but before they could get very far, they ran into a giant snow wolf. "Halt!" the captain bellowed. The entire squad immediately drew their weapons and locked onto the monster. Sharp slashes flew consecutively, glints of steel flashing through the veil of snow. The white wolf howled, its roar shaking the very ground beneath them. After a fierce battle, they finally brought it down, the wolf crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Despite their lingering shock, the team couldn't hide their joy. So this is the frosting glacier? Not that impressive. One soldier laughed out loud. Captain, I reckon those rumors were blown way out of proportion. But the captain took on a stern tone, don't let your guard down, we haven't even covered half the distance yet. A disgruntled mercenary cast a side glance toward the carriage. Still, are we sure that barbarian guy is actually strong? I mean, monster or not, isn't he just some character from the Emperor's legends? Keetle remained standing there, totally oblivious to the fact that he was the topic of conversation. Another person chimed in, supposedly, he's at the top of the food chain in the frosting glacier, yet here he is clinging to us for protection? At the very least, shouldn't we test his strength? The captain frowned, lost in thought as if weighing the idea. Rapid footsteps suddenly approached. Mylina was taken aback, confused about what was happening. Keetle kept quiet, his gaze cold. The young man in the green hat stepped forward and said gravely, my lady, I have something to say to you. Mylina was bewildered, huh? Verify what? He remained calm, we staked our lives to take on this mission. As mercenaries, we signed a contract with you. That's just what we do. Mylina nodded, her voice filled with gratitude, yeah. And I'm truly thankful that you accepted this job. I've always appreciated it. Deep down, she thought to herself, an escort mission through the frosting glacier. Everyone else ran for the hills when they heard the details. Without them, I wouldn't have even been able to set off. But the young man in the green hat continued with a stern tone, however, there's one thing bugging me. That barbarian hasn't fought a single time, has he? Mylina hesitated, caught off guard by the question. Well, that's... He cut her off, stating bluntly, so, we want to confirm if that barbarian is truly worthy of the special treatment he's getting. Mylina hesitated, avoiding their eyes. Confirm how? The captain stepped forward, feeling apologetic. I tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen. Hearing that he was being doubted, Keetle wasn't angry at all. He spoke up nonchalantly, so you guys want to test my strength, huh? Fine by me. But then he added, his tone laced with hidden meaning, however, now is not the time. The whole team was surprised, huh? Keetle looked up ahead, his gaze sharpening, we've got guests up ahead. The soldiers questioned him, what nonsense are you spewing? Suddenly, a dark voice echoed from behind, as icy as the freezing wind, the weak mortals from the outside have arrived. It's been a long time since I had a good meal. Terror-stricken, the squad quickly drew their weapons and turned around with wary eyes, ready to face this new threat. A gigantic serpent emerged, opening its maw to reveal razor-sharp teeth, its growl dripping with menace. Struggle all you want, it only adds to the flavor of my meal. Heavy snow fell, painting the frosting glacier in a stark white shroud, yet the air felt suffocating due to the black serpent's presence. In a total panic, Mylina couldn't stop screaming, her voice trembling as if strangled by the cold and terror. Heavy snow fell, painting the frosting glacier in a stark white shroud, yet the air felt suffocating due to the black serpent's presence. In a total panic, Mylina couldn't stop screaming, her voice trembling as if strangled by the cold and terror. Keetle, on the other hand, stood there with a cold demeanor, his brows tightly furrowed. Locking eyes with the black serpent, his voice was deep yet commanding, stop. They're my guests, go back. The massive white serpent, its eyes flashing with surprise, stared at Keetle as if unable to believe its ears. Why are you here? The white serpent roared, its voice filled with disdain. Have you forgotten the laws of the frosting glacier? Once you leave your tribe's territory, Keetle cut in, his voice as cold as ice, that's none of your business. Enraged, the white serpent hissed, ridiculous. I am the white serpent, you savage barbarian. Its rage shook the air, as if the land itself were trembling before the wrath of an ancient deity. How dare you command me, the one promised permanence? The white serpent bellowed. Unfazed, Keetle stepped forward, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Are you itching for a beating? Taking a step to build momentum, he threw a powerful punch that landed square on the white serpent's colossal body. The monster shrieked in agony, its rage turning into swirling tornadoes that surged forward, sweeping up snow and ice. Gritting their teeth, the mercenaries tried their best to withstand the blizzard summoned by the white serpent, their eyes filled with tension as they refused to look away from the battle. The white serpent's power kept swelling, each of its roars seeming to shake the entire frosting glacier. Shielding herself with her hands inside the carriage, Mylina tried to block the flying ice fragments, her face pale with worry. My lady, a mercenary yelled out, his voice laced with anxiety. Sensing the chaos, anger flashed in Ketel's eyes. You're the type that needs a beating before you listen, he roared, his voice overflowing with murderous intent. Collapsing to her knees, Mylana called out desperately, Ketel! Ketel! But he didn't look back, his eyes resolute like an unquenchable flame. I'll finish this up right away, won't take long, Ketel said, his voice low but dripping with confidence. His footsteps were heavy and firm, each step seeming to rattle the ground beneath him. He charged straight at the white serpent, his fist cocked and ready. A blinding flash of light burst forth, as if the sky above the frosting glacier itself had been torn wide open. The battle raged fiercely, the brilliant light illuminating the frozen land and leaving everyone stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. As the light faded, Ketel stood tall while the white serpent had been brought down, its massive body lying motionless beneath the snow. Not yet over their shock, the mercenaries quickly apologized. I have committed a grave sin, please forgive me. Showing no resentment, Ketel replied nonchalantly, it's fine, trusting a complete stranger isn't an easy thing to do. His forgiveness eased the tension in the air, yet their eyes remained filled with deep awe at the terrifying display of power they had just witnessed. The convoy resumed its journey, pushing forward through the icy realm. The bone-chilling cold made the butler shiver relentlessly, his dry coughing echoing and catching Ketel's attention. Turning to Mylana, Ketel asked in a serious tone, thinking back, I have a question. Surprised, she asked, what is it? Ketel looked straight at her, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce right through her soul. Looking at your clothes and the way you talk, you don't seem like a run-of-the-mill representative of your family. Why did you personally take part in such a dangerous expedition? Mylana let out a long sigh, as if lifting a heavy burden off her shoulders. I am the eldest daughter of Vi, a concubine of Lord Akasa. Ketel frowned in surprise, a concubine? You mean a secondary wife? She nodded, hiding nothing. Yes. Her voice lowered as she recounted her past. My mother came here for a political marriage, but she was eventually abandoned. She was a pitted mother with no real power. Ketel nodded, his tone filled with empathy. I see. Mylana clenched her hands, her eyes tinged with sorrow. My mother and I were family only in name. In reality, we were nothing. We were treated like servants. She lowered her head, her voice lacking confidence. I didn't mean to blab this much. A moment later, she continued, I volunteered for this expedition. Ketel was caught off guard. Really? Mylana nodded, her eyes steadfast despite her trembling. Yeah. Even though it's a dangerous journey, someone had to step up and lead by example. Ketel smirked, a meaningful smile gracing his face. Got it. You're pretty sharp. Mylana looked bewildered. Huh? He continued, you've also got grand ambitions. You're quite greedy, aren't you? She hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from outside, making Ketel instantly look up. Mylana caught it right away as well, her voice anxious. Are they here? Outside, the mercenaries gasped in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. That's Grass, someone blurted out, unable to believe his eyes. The butler bowed his head in gratitude to Ketel. Thank you so much. He turned to Mylana and asked, how will you be heading back? She thought for a moment. We'll be passing through the Empire, then. Ketel nodded, pointing out, since you've sold the weapons, you won't be carrying contraband anymore. Crossing the border shouldn't be too difficult. Mylana looked up at him, softly calling out, Ketel. She paused, then continued, you said I was sharp and ambitious. What did you mean by that? Ketel looked at her, his eyes deep and unreadable. Literally what I said. You're smart, and at the same time, incredibly ambitious. He carefully explained, your family used to be highly respected, but now it's in total chaos due to a lack of funds. Even if you're just a concubine's daughter, if you personally step up to carve out a path to salvage a family on the brink of ruin, who do you think the subordinates will trust and follow? His question silenced Mylana, her eyes filled with deep thought. Ketel asked dubiously, did I get it wrong? She shook her head, inwardly marveling, a flawless answer. But she didn't dare look him straight in the eyes, her voice soft. Yeah, it's pretty typical for a concubine's child to take on a dangerous ordeal just to inherit the family estate. Ketel smiled, thinking to himself, a spot-on response. Mylana looked at Ketel with newfound respect and admiration. This barbarian was genuinely smart. He wasn't like those half-baked fools who just thought highly of themselves. His sheer strength, especially the way he defeated the white serpent completely unscathed, left her utterly amazed. If this power belonged to my forces... She suddenly spoke up, her voice filled with hope. Ketil, if you're planning to leave the frosting glacier, why don't you come with me? Ketil shook his head, flatly turning her down. I'll have to pass for now. I still have a few things to take care of. Mylina nodded, her voice gentle. I understand. She clenched her hands tightly, then pulled out a necklace and held it out toward him. Will you accept this? She added, her eyes sincere. If you ever make it outside and look for the Akasa family, show them this piece. Ketil burst out laughing, completely relaxed. If it's a gift, I'll happily take it. Before leaving, the butler said, thank you so much, Ketil. I hope we meet again someday. He nodded, his voice firm. Definitely. Ketil stood there, his eyes tracking the convoy as it gradually faded into the veil of snow. Time passed, and on one fateful day, the mysterious system materialized before Ketil once more, its mechanical voice sounding off. 784th mission complete. Rewards have been distributed. Conditions met. You may now leave the frosting glacier. Conditions met. You may now leave the frosting glacier. Finally, my first step, he muttered, his heart surging with longing for the magical world he had always dreamed of. Ketil immersed himself in nature, his face full of pure enjoyment. The fresh scent of flora blended with the deep forest breeze, bringing a sense of tranquility he had never experienced before. The crisp air, the lively sounds of wild beasts, and the nearby river carried a refreshing aroma. The crisp air, the lively sounds of wild beasts, and the nearby river carried a refreshing aroma. Ketil closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the world of difference compared to the biting cold and harshness of the frosting glacier. Man, this is great, so refreshing, he muttered, his tone dripping with delight. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, his attention drawn to a massive ice tower peeking through the trees. Ketil gasped in total shock, holy shit, where the hell did the frosting glacier go? No fucking way I'm going back there. Where on earth am I? Surrounding him was a lush mountain wilderness, bright golden sunlight filtering through the canopy like a living painting. This really is the realm of wonder, the world I've always dreamed of, he told himself, his heart pounding with excitement. A world full of mystery and wonder that I thought I'd never reach. Even if the start was rough, I managed to survive, right? A bold thought sparked inside Ketil, so from now on, I'm gonna enjoy life here to the fullest. Magic, swordsmanship. He smiled, his eyes lighting up as he imagined it. Dragons and elves, now this is a realm of wonder. He stepped forward with firm, steady strides, thinking, if it weren't for my burning passion, I probably would have died long ago. The frosting glacier, a place where neither sheer intellect nor raw strength alone was enough to survive, was finally in the past. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in front of him, sparking Ketil's curiosity. He observed closely, noticing currents of life energy gathering as if a living presence were forming. Must be a village, he concluded after a moment of thought. A smile spread across his lips. I'm finally seeing a civilized town in this world. Before his eyes stood a girl with snow-white hair, shivering in the cold snow, next to a man named Geta. Ketil paused, reminiscing. I used to try teaching those barbarians back in the frosting glacier how to build shelters, but they just stared blankly and dug holes in the snow to sleep in. He closed his eyes, his expression turning serious. I still clearly remember humanity's sturdy shelters. Now, how should I introduce myself? Should I just say hi, or ask straight up where I am? Walking through the green forest, Ketil told himself, either way, I've gotta act polite. The dazzling sunlight pierced through the ancient trees, illuminating the field ahead. Right at that moment, a hand was raised, and an elder appeared, his expression stern. His voice echoed powerfully, listen up, everyone. From today on, this place will be our new home. The crowd gathered, their faces beaming with vibrant smiles. Standing on high ground, the elder continued, go explore, everyone. A young man stepped forward and called out, Elder? He glanced over, what is it? The young man asked timidly, is this place really safe? The elder nodded, his voice firm, extremely safe. This is a remote, desolate area, humans can't reach this place. The young man nodded along, but worry lingered, yeah, I know. But the frosting glacier is right next door. The elder adopted a stern tone. Are you worried monsters from the frosting glacier will pop up? The youth scratched his head, his voice dropping, it's just because it's so close. This year. On top of that, we've set up a barrier. Holding up 3 maps, his eyes gleamed with confidence. Concealment magic hides our presence, making this place look like an ordinary forest. It took us months to cast it, relying on ancient elven arts that we painstakingly recovered. As long as the barrier holds, No outsider or monster will ever find their way here. Holding up 3 maps, his eyes gleamed with confidence. Concealment magic hides our presence, making this place look like an ordinary forest. It took us months to cast it, relying on ancient elven arts that we painstakingly recovered. As long as the barrier holds, no outsider or monster will ever find their way here. Not a single monster from the frosting glacier can lay a finger on us. Right at that moment, Keetle strolled up and accidentally pushed his hand right through a thin, invisible barrier. He paused, muttering to himself, "Did I just tear through something? Was there something here?" He kept walking, thinking to himself, "Man, how much further do I gotta walk?" Suddenly, Keetle froze, his eyes widening, as he spotted a little blonde girl in a small green dress, standing in the middle of the woods. "Ah, an elf," he gasped in amazement. "A real elf." He smirked proudly, didn't expect to run into one this early. Thank goodness, surviving through all that was totally worth it. Panicking, the little girl clenched her hands, her eyes scanning her surroundings. "I'm so scared. Where am I? I'm so lost." Suddenly, she looked up, her sparkling eyes meeting Keetle's. But instantly, that look turned into sheer, unadulterated terror. To her, his rugged, battle-hardened look of a warrior straight out of the frosting glacier made him look like a terrifying demon. "Hey kiddo," Keetle called out, trying to sound friendly. But the little girl went rigid, her face turning deathly pale. Before her knees buckled in terror. Caught completely off guard, Keetle quickly caught the fainting girl. He froze in place when he saw her foaming at the mouth. She passed out before I could even talk to her properly. Should I bring her back to the village? He thought to himself. In myths, elves are usually peace-loving, hospitable, and kind. If I return this kid, they'll probably give me a super warm and friendly welcome. Keetle rubbed his nose, feeling proud. Man, I can't wait. Gathering the little girl into his arms, he prepared to carry her back to the village. But before he could get very far, a sharp scream rang out. "No way! Why is there a human here?" A group of fierce, weapon-wielding people rushed forward. "Who are you? How did you break the barrier?" A woman burst into tears. "My child." Witnessing this scene, the elder was completely stunned. "How is this possible? This location is impenetrable. Humans shouldn't be able to get here. Where is the barrier? How on earth?" Someone nearby spoke up. "Elder, there's a hole in the barrier." He remained firm. "Impossible, Her Majesty the Queen cast it." The other person replied. The Queen briefly stepped out to scout the terrain. The crowd shouted aggressively at Keetle. "If you don't return that child, we will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." His eyes filled with fear, the elder thought to himself. The barrier was created with ancient magic. Cold sweat breaking out, Keetle's eyes went wide. "Do they think I'm a kidnapper?" Glancing at the little girl in his arms, he quickly blurted out. "I'm not an enemy." He set the little girl down, his tone gentle. "Go on, head back to your people." Trembling with tears streaming down her face, the little girl glanced back at him. But in her eyes, Keetle's reflection still looked like a terrifying demon. She screamed and dashed straight into her parents' arms. Keetle was completely shocked, wondering to himself, "Shit, is my face really that terrifying?" Stunned to his core, he realized with a painful sting, "And here I thought I looked pretty decent back in the frosting glacier." He forced an awkward wave. "Anyway, I gave the kid back, you elves. As you can see, I'm not an enemy." But the elder shouted at the top of his lungs, "The hostage is free. Everyone, attack." They drew their bows, arrows aimed dead at Keetle. Stunned, he thought to himself, "Are they not even listening to a word I'm saying?" Keetle's face darkened as he thought, "These elves are way more barbaric than I thought." In myths, he had always pictured elves as a gentle, righteous race that loved nature and craved peace. But in reality, they were fierce and extremely hyper-vigilant, ready to attack without a second thought. Well, elves do live in nature, he told himself, but nature is inherently a survival of the fittest. It's not peaceful at all. Their savagery actually makes sense from that angle. Keetle stood still, letting the arrows rain down on him like a storm, his tone nonchalant. "So this is reality, huh?" Not a single scratch appeared on his body, leaving the elves shouting in complete shock. What kind of magical artifact is he wearing? He's gotta have a limit. "Keep attacking," someone yelled, his voice laced with panic. Stepping forward, Keetle casually waved his hand, swatting away the volley of arrows as if they were nothing more than falling leaves. Getting serious, he summoned a dark source of power that surged like a black tempest. That energy exploded, triggering a horrifying blast that shook the entire forest. The elves fell into utter panic, one young elf was so stunned by the raw power that he couldn't even open his eyes. Deploy defensive magic, they screamed, but Ketel's power was far too overwhelming, shattering every attempt at resistance. Debris flew everywhere as the elves were swept up by the gale, tumbling in the vortex of energy. The force converged into a massive magic circle, looking ready to unleash its full power. Hands trembling on his staff, the elder backed away, his voice filled with terror. What on earth is this? This power, impossible. Standing in the center of the crater created by the blast, Ketel spoke clearly, I am not your enemy. He let out a tired sigh, thinking to himself, damn, did I underestimate my own strength a bit? He called out softly, hey, elves, but before he could finish his sentence, a flaming arrow flew out of nowhere, striking him straight in the head. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the area, leaving the elder and the others completely stunned. From above, a figure materialized, braided hair, slender legs landing gracefully on a rock. It was Marsyria Hashian Karusha, queen of the Leaf Tribe. The elves called out in unison, Your Highness, Queen Marsyria Hashian Karusha. Standing tall and proud, her voice was calm and steady. What happened here? The elder quickly reported, a human has attacked us. Marsyria's face darkened, her eyes cold and sharp, so the time has finally come. Looking at the crowd, her tone turned grave, even this place isn't safe anymore. Stepping out from the dust cloud, Ketel casually scratched his head, hold on, I just want you guys to hear me out. Marsyria froze, unable to believe her eyes. The elder gasped in shock, no way. He took a direct hit from the queen and he's still standing? Looking down from above, Marsyria Hashian Karusha raised her voice, Are you a formidable enemy who came here to harm us? She frowned, her eyes filled with deep contempt, humans truly are a vile species. Drawing her bow, Marsyria formally introduced herself, I am the queen of the Leaf Tribe, where the leaves change colors with the seasons. She glanced at Ketel, her voice icy, human. You will pay a heavy price for daring to trespass upon our land. Ketel looked bewildered, thinking to himself, can we not even talk this out? We clearly speak the same language, so is she intentionally ignoring me? Or is the relationship between humans and elves really that bad? After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth, a resolute look in his eyes, guess there's no other choice. He told himself, one thing I learned from the Frosting Glacier, if they won't listen, just beat them until they do. Marsyria drew her bow, the arrow blowing like a fierce beast as it shot straight toward Ketel. Focused, her sharp gaze tracked the arrow's trajectory. Completely unfazed, Ketel clenched his fist and charged forward. He threw a punch, clashing head-on with the arrow. Two powerful forces collided, creating a destructive vortex that dissolved Marsyria's energy. She stood stunned, so utterly amazed that she couldn't utter a single word. Ketel froze. Realizing the problem, he shouted out loud. Marsyria had collapsed to her knees by now. He thought to himself, maybe I should have held back a little bit. Marsyria, her face pale with shock, thought to herself, after just a brief clash, I can already tell, this opponent is strong, at least transcendental rank. Why is someone like him here? She spoke softly, her voice trembling, everyone, leave this place right now. The elves replied in surprise, Your Highness. But Marsyria shouted loudly, go right now. Everyone run. They scrambled to flee, not daring to hesitate for a second. Ketel, unbothered, replied, no, I just wanted to talk. How did everything turn into such a mess? Marsyria closed her eyes, focusing on the summoning. She muttered, he who burns the deepest dark, manifest yourself. Horned soul, embrace the purest flame. She thrust her hand toward the sky, and a miraculous creature appeared. Pyrofury, radiating intense heat, its horns blazing like hellfire. Ketel looked at Pyrofury, unable to hide his astonishment. Damn, a summons. The creatures in the glacial plains are all terrifying and deformed, but this one. He observed it, thinking to himself, some look like mythical beasts, but way uglier. He looked at Pyrofury and remarked, a bull with flaming horns. Now that's a classic fantasy spirit. Marsyria ordered in a cold voice, Pyrofury, destroy the enemy before you. Pyrofury looked at Ketel and muttered, summoning contracts are such a pain, they bring nothing but trouble. Marsyria, enraged, barked, shut up. She looked at Pyrofury with pride, he who holds fire within his horns, the stronger the spirit, the prouder it is. She thought to herself, normally, I could never summon a creature of this rank. Thanks to the aid of another race, I managed to reluctantly forge a contract. I never expected I'd have to summon it like this. She said seriously, fulfill the contract. Pyrofury stepped forward, its sharp eyes fixed on Ketel. Is the contract to kill this human before me? It observed him, muttering, "Is this thing actually human?" A majestic divine bull, its entire body ablaze with vibrant, sun-like orange-gold flames that exploded outward, the fire not only engulfing its muscular frame but radiating brightly around it to create a scene both mysterious and terrifying. Standing a short distance away, a young man stared at the sight before him, his hands clasped together, his eyes wide, and his mouth slightly agape in utter astonishment, not daring to blink for fear that the scene would vanish if he looked away for even a second. Awesome, an actual summoned spirit beast, now this is a real fantasy world. Before his awe could fade, a deep, cold voice echoed from a distance, "A human has trespassed upon our domain." His entire body froze, hands still clasped against his chest. While his mind was flooded with doubts, the spirit beast's eyes glowed like liquid gold, its mysterious runes bursting into light as small embers floated around its body, and it lowered its head, speaking with majesty and raw contempt. "Does a lowly human dare to dream of nature's noble race? I have decided, I will incinerate you until not even ash remains." He stood there paralyzed, eyes wide and face clueless like he had just been thrown onto a theater stage without reading the script, looking equal parts bewildered and hilarious. The spirit beast's eyes glowed bright red like living coals amidst a firestorm, as the flames surrounding its body surged violently, rolling over its horns and back down through its four legs like swirling lava. Its massive body lifted off the ground, leaving scorched, cracked marks on the earth where it had just stood, and from high above, it spun amidst fire and thunder, creating a violent fiery tornado. Its massive body lifted off the ground, leaving scorched, cracked marks on the earth where it had just stood, and from high above, it spun amidst fire and thunder, creating a violent fiery tornado. Amidst the blinding light, the young man stood dazed, a bit shocked by the spectacle unfolding before his eyes. The collision shook the entire land, sending fire and rocks flying everywhere while dense dust rose and explosions threatened to erase every trace, reducing everything to ashes. A violent surge of power felt as if it would tear Marsyria apart, so by natural reflex, she raised her arms to cover her face, her hair blown back wild, the hem of her clothes fluttering wildly, and her skin straining against the pressure. The girl's breathing slowly stabilized after the shockwave, her hands gradually lowered, and she slowly raised her head, opening her eyes amidst the thick cloud of dust to look straight toward the center of the recent explosion. Through the lingering smoke and dust, the figures of the two combatants slowly became clear. The young man was still standing right there, completely unbothered, unharmed, holding the spirit beast's blazing horn firmly with just one hand. Its body was completely halted and its horn pinned tight, as if staked to the ground, unable to advance or retreat. The spirit beast's glowing golden eyes widened in shock, while he tilted his head and smiled faintly. "Actually, it being a beast is even better." As soon as those words left his mouth, his gaze shifted, the air pressure around his body vibrated slightly, his other hand clenched tight, the muscles under his shirt shifted as veins popped out for a brief moment, and he immediately swung that fist toward it. "I don't mind beating it to death with my bare hands." Marsyria's eyes went wide, a look of sheer shock flashing across her face for a moment. Unable to say anything as pure astonishment took over her features. Witnessing his decisive, sudden, and devastating counterattack firsthand, the punch connected straight onto the spirit beast's head, the force sending a shockwave tearing through the air and blowing away the surrounding earth and rock. A pillar of fire erupted like a volcanic explosion, its bright red streak swallowing everything in sight. From the point of impact, a wave of force expanded violently, roaring like a firestorm across heaven and earth, the power of the punch stretching for thousands of yards. The entire forest behind them was ripped apart as a colossal pillar of light pierced the sky and detonated deep within the earth like an angry deity, the shockwave spreading in a mushroom shape that swallowed both ocean and sky. An earth-shattering explosion echoed, accompanied by a rising sea of flames as if the sun had just fallen to earth, blowing trees and boulders away in utter chaos and turning everything around into a burning mess. Marsyria raised her hands in panic to cover her face, her eyes filled with terror as if she had just watched the entire world collapse before her eyes, her screams sounding like the background score to a newly arrived disaster. Keel's eyes burned bright purple in the darkness as if piercing right through the enemy's soul, his robe fluttering as a dense wave of murderous intent surged around him. She slumped onto the ground, her back hunched, her body covered in dust and ash, her shoulders trembling slightly as her hands propped her up on the still violently shaking ground. What? Before her lay a stretch of complete ruin, the ground cracked open, and the spirit beast gone without a trace, leaving only swirling thick dust as if it had never existed. Yet in the middle of all that chaos, he still stood tall, prompting her to gasp, "No way." He started walking closer, his heavy yet steady footsteps echoing across the ruined landscape while she remained sitting on the ground, staring blankly through the smoke, unable to tell reality from a dream. She lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, her voice hoarse from exhaustion yet unable to hide her sincerity. "Please." She bowed deeply, her hair falling forward to cover her dirt-smudged face, her voice trembling. "Please spare my people. He stopped right in front of her, his gaze casting down like a dark shadow pressing on the space. A moment of silence passed, and then his voice resonated deep and clear. I am not your enemy. In that moment, her entire body froze, her shoulders trembled slightly, and her eyes suddenly widened in complete shock. She raised her head slightly, as if unable to believe what she had just heard. What? After a long debate, she finally accepted the truth, feeling startled and self-critical that he really wasn't an enemy. Marsyria clutched her chest, her eyes casting down with a look full of guilt. I am sorry, human, we were far too quick to judge. She held her chest tightly, her fingers digging in as if to suppress the rising guilt, keeping her face lowered, not daring to look up at him. With just a single glance, misjudging the person who saved our tribe's child as a kidnapper is truly far too rude. She raised her head a little bit, her eyes still cautious but clearly showing curiosity and confusion, her voice quiet and hoarse yet distinct. Are you really not one of those people hunting us down? He looked at her, his expression not cold but filled with genuine curiosity, and as a gentle breeze blew by making his cloak flutter, he answered in a calm, steady tone, this is my first time meeting an elf. There are no elves in the snowy wastes. He looked at her, his expression not cold but filled with genuine curiosity, and as a gentle breeze blew by making his cloak flutter, he answered in a calm, steady tone, this is my first time meeting an elf. There are no elves in the snowy wastes. Then remembering something, she asked next, the ash-gray barbarian of the snowy wastes. He paused slightly upon hearing those words, then replied nonchalantly, that's the name those outsiders gave me. She straightened her back, her hands clenched tightly, her face showing pure disbelief. That's impossible, we always thought no human could survive in that place. Then she lowered her head, her voice filled with worry. If you can leave the snowy wastes, does that mean those other things can get out too? He stood still for a moment, his sturdy legs unmoving on the cracked ground, letting out a soft sigh that almost merged with the wind before his voice rang out deep and solid. Who knows? But I don't think so, not just anyone can leave like that. Keetle sank into thought, knowing the snowy wastes had their own rules that even powerful creatures like the snake couldn't break. For some reason, I was granted an exit through what is called a quest. He stood silently, his contemplative gaze fixed on the open space ahead, as if looking right through the dust cloud in his own memories. I'm pretty sure I'm an extremely rare exception. She let out a soft sigh of relief, her tense shoulders gradually relaxing amid the ruins and thick dust, her voice sounding as light as the wind. Then that's a relief. When suddenly remembering something, he asked, oh, by the way, is your spirit beast okay? A look of brief embarrassment flashed across his face as he raised a hand to scratch his cheek, chuckling awkwardly after realizing he had gone a bit overboard. That fireball, I ended up slicing it in half. She propped herself up slowly, dust falling off her as she gradually stood up. Don't worry, spirit beasts are creatures of nature. When defeated, they simply return to the spirit realm. The young man muttered quietly as if asking, while she seemed to speak to herself, a spirit beast, huh? Having stood up straight with the dignified posture of a warrior who had regained her pride after battle, her deep eyes looked straight at him without hesitation, leaving only clear sincerity in every word. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused. If there is anything you want, as long as it's within my power, I will grant it. He didn't seem fully focused, as if chasing his own train of thought. A spirit beast, huh? He rested his hand on his chin, his gaze half attentive and half distant, tilting his head slightly as if considering something. So can someone who isn't an elf form a contract with a spirit beast? She froze slightly, her eyes wavering before quickly dodging his gaze, and though her voice maintained a calm composure, there was something unsaid lingering within it. That's almost impossible. At least, that's what I think. She placed her hand on her chin, her eyes narrowing slightly as if weighing what she had just denied, and after a moment of silence passed, her voice rang out, of course, if a human develops a deep bond with nature, it might be possible to form a contract with a spirit beast. Hearing that, he simply concluded calmly, so the chances are still pretty low. She placed her hand on her chin, her eyes narrowing slightly as if weighing what she had just denied, and after a moment of silence passed, her voice rang out, of course, if a human develops a deep bond with nature, it might be possible to form a contract with a spirit beast. Hearing that, he simply concluded calmly, so the chances are still pretty low. Her eyes no longer avoided his but met them quietly, her voice dropping lower with a touch of deliberation and a sliver of cautious hope. If you truly want to form a contract with a spirit beast, try going to Elfo Sagrado. He immediately asked back, where is Elfo Sagrado? She lowered her eyes slightly, her voice slow and carrying deep reverence. It is where the god of the elves resides, the most sacred sanctuary of the elf race. The sanctuary of the elves. She paused briefly before continuing, over there, you might stand a chance. He suddenly got excited like a kid hearing about an adventure, his eyes lighting up and his lips curling into a thrilled smile as he pointed at himself and asked with a hint of disbelief, Can someone like me, a human, actually step foot in there? She reached her hand out toward him in a slow, deliberate movement, as if every gesture carried the weight of a major decision, her voice dropping low to echo softly through the dust-filled air. Normally no, but with a recommendation from me, you can. I'll give you a map, so keep it strictly to yourself. Then she raised her hand, slowly turning her palm forward as streams of energy glowed softly, sparkling like moonlight before gathering and swirling into a small ribbon of light. While she lost herself in thought, the sacred elf sanctuary of Elfo Sagrado is a place every elf scholar dreams of. Before hesitating for a moment, but for humans, approaching that place is extremely dangerous. To protect a place prized more than life itself, elves have never revealed its location to outsiders. A crystal slowly formed in the palm of her hand, radiating a brilliant yet non-dazzling light as if holding a fire within, its surface smooth with tiny reddish-orange sparks swirling inside like living, endlessly dancing flames. As she silently told herself, even so, I still want to trust you. Marsyria quietly extended her arm, opening her palm toward him. Take this. He gently reached out, his fingers lightly brushing her palm where the crystal glowed, accepting it. Thank you. Her voice turned stern with a formal and warning tone. Of course, even if you manage to reach it, our God will definitely test you. In her mind flashed a blurry image of the supreme deity, a majestic figure draped in a cloak woven from deep forest light, with eyes that seemed to see right through one's soul, and she smiled softly, her expression softening as she spoke sincerely. But for you, I don't think that will be a problem. I wish you luck. He replied briefly, thanks. Right then, the wind suddenly kicked up, blowing through the ruined trees and sweeping through her hair, causing her long locks to flutter like a quiet silk ribbon amidst the wasteland. As she formally introduced herself, I am the queen of the leaf tribe, those that turn brown when autumn comes, Marsyria Marsyria. And what is your name? He smiled faintly, an expression not of arrogance but of simple, straightforward honesty. I am Ketil the Barbarian of the snowy wastes. After their brief farewell, the space went quiet as if swallowing all unspoken words, when suddenly a dry sound echoed as his foot slammed hard against the ground, his body crouching slightly before abruptly launching forward in a ready stance like an arrow notched on a bowstring. Right after that, he shot forward, his figure slicing through the wind with a sharp, cold gaze. Ahead of him was a dense, dark forest so gloomy it almost swallowed all light, its thick canopy intertwined like a massive dome. He bounded powerfully off the ground, his body shooting like a wind-cleaving arrow through the canopy, leaving behind only fleeting shadows between the sunlight and the leaves, gliding as light as the wind yet decisive and full of power. At the border of the Barkan region in the kingdom of Genhen, shouts of alarm echoed through the peaceful morning. What is that? What's going on? A panicked guard gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes glued to the violently swaying forest as he yelled in a trembling voice, I don't know, something is coming. The guard captain of the Barkan region immediately stepped out and barked grandly, ring the bell and assemble all the guards right now. Toward the forest, only thick clouds of dust could be seen rolling up in waves like crashing surf as something hurtled forward at a terrifying speed. No one could clearly make out its shape, only feeling the blast of wind tearing through space, the surging dust, and the thundering thuds of footsteps pounding the ground, making the air feel compressed and suffocating. Out of that thick cloud of smoke, a figure gradually emerged, walking at a slow yet firm pace, each heavy step landing on the ground to create a deep sound that echoed through the tense air. Piercing through the dust layer revealed a familiar silhouette, a man with messy light silver hair, his sharp, cold eyes gleaming through the smoke like a blade. The guards almost simultaneously froze, their hands gripping their weapons suddenly trembling as cold sweat ran down their backs, their eyes locked on the figure approaching in heavy silence, none daring to step forward or give an order, until one of them felt his throat choke up and struggled to force out a raspy, "You." Ketil enthusiastically greeted the guards. Are you guys the guards here? Pleased to meet you. The guards remained in their defensive stances just as when he first appeared, staring intently at Ketil while whispering to each other in trembling voices. Was that loud noise caused by this guy? A guard looked at him while muttering under his breath, ash-gray hair, a scar on his chest. No way. After suddenly realizing the identity of the person in front of him, the guard blurted out, the ash-gray barbarian. Right as those words ended, Ketil took slow steps toward the guards. Seeing this, the guards immediately shouted, halt right there. Take one more step and we will attack. Ketil calmly spoke to them in a serious tone, I'd really appreciate it if you all calmed down. I'm not your enemy. The leader kept his spear pointed at him, then asked hesitantly, what do you want from us? Right after finishing his sentence, Ketil slowly raised his right hand, and then pointed toward Ironclad City looming ahead of him. Seeing this, the guards couldn't help but feel surprised. Turning their eyes toward Ironclad City behind them, they said suspiciously, Ironclad City? At this moment, Ketil spoke to them clearly and loudly, I want to enter your territory. Hearing the stranger's words out, the guards couldn't hide their surprise. Keetle then rested his hand on his chin and said to the guard, "Enter your territory? Just passing through? If possible, I'd like to stay for a while, though I'm not sure for how long." As soon as he finished speaking, the guard immediately asked for more information about him. "So you plan to stay for a bit? What's your name?" He replied succinctly, "I'm Keetle." The guard asked him back suspiciously, "Then do you have a guarantor or any identification documents?" Hearing that, Keetle shook his head, "I don't have anything like that." Saying that, he suddenly remembered Lady Mylina's advice from before. "Thank you, Keetle. If you ever leave in the future, please present this token if you wish to find House Akasha." Keetle then pulled the token from his pocket and placed it on the table, saying to the guard, "Then how about using this as verification?" Keetle then pulled the token from his pocket and placed it on the table, saying to the guard, "Then how about using this as verification?" Keetle immediately answered him, "It's the family crest of House Akasha. I received it from someone of that bloodline." Hearing that, the guard asked him hesitantly, "That merchant family from the kingdom of Danayan, right?" While examining the family crest, he said to him, "That family came to the snowy wastes a few years ago." "You know them?" "They've been rising in popularity lately. Ever since the new head took over a few years ago, they've expanded rapidly." Hearing this, Keetle asked the guard back, "So can I use this as documentation?" Right after he finished speaking, the guard lowered his voice, "It doesn't look fake, but it's still hard to verify, which means you don't belong to this kingdom. This is the kingdom of Genhen." He set the crest back down on the table and slowly continued, "Even if it can't be fully verified, it's still useful." "Fine, you may enter, but under one condition." Hearing that, Keetle repeated his words, "A condition?" The guard leaned his hands on the table and replied in a stern voice, "We need verification. We must make sure you're not dangerous. Right now, there are 3 others also applying to enter the territory, and the condition is that you must team up with them to clear out a nearby dungeon." Hearing this, Keetle nodded in understanding. "Forming a party is the condition? That's easier than I thought." Saying that, he happily accepted the request. "Alright, I accept. But there was another condition." As the guard immediately told him, "After clearing the dungeon, I want you all to report in detail everything that happens inside." As soon as he finished, Keetle laughed out loud and exposed the guard's plan. "I get it. It seems you don't fully know their identities either, so you want them to keep an eye on each other, to filter out suspects while you have the chance. Not a bad plan. Actually, it's pretty smart." The guard asked him again suspiciously, "That's not all. Are you really a barbarian?" Right after he finished speaking, Keetle immediately answered him with supreme confidence, "That's right, I am a barbarian." Hearing that, the guard fell into deep thought. "I always thought barbarians were a foolish breed. You're the first barbarian to make me rethink that." Afterwards, he said to him, "Alright, that's enough talk for now. Let's go." The paladin let out a soft sigh and grumbled loudly, "Even if it's the law, having to enter a dungeon with pickpockets who act like sewer rats." He continued, his voice laced with annoyance, "What a pain." Self-proclaimed paladin Alexander Tiranu. On the bench next to him, the thief Kazan Hark barked back, "What's your problem? Is the old man trying to pick a fight with me because he lost all his money to a thief?" As soon as he finished speaking, the paladin immediately shouted loudly, "How dare a brat like you insult a paladin?" Kazan responded to his reaction with a sarcastic tone, "Paladin my ass, do paladins nowadays even wear armor like that? If you were a real paladin, you wouldn't have dragged your face here. You're just a self-proclaimed wandering paladin, aren't you?" Saying that, the thief Kazan mocked him, "You're just a drifter like me. Where did you dig up that ridiculous name anyway?" The paladin couldn't hold back anymore and drew his sword, threatening to slash him. "You bastard." Seeing that, Kazan scoffed and challenged him, "Wanna try me? Did you think those ragged pieces of armor could withstand my strike?" Right after that, both of them plunged into an endless battle of combat. After a long while, it became hard for the old paladin to match Kazan's youthful energy, so his sword arm began to tremble. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the match, "I really hope you two would stop." Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, both men engaged in the sword fight instantly froze and looked at the person who had just appeared. Before them stood a girl named Hayes, bowing her head and not daring to look directly at them. "Do I really have to clear a dungeon with this bunch? Is this really going to be okay?" Hayes of Kolosha. Hayes looked around once and thought to herself, "Wait, the dungeon requires at least 4 people, so someone else will come." Fearing the worst, she looked down at the floor and waited for the final member to show up. Suddenly, a noise jolted Hayes awake from the anxiety in her heart. The guard announced loudly to everyone in the waiting room, "The final member has arrived." Seeing this, Kazan laughed out loud. "I hope it's an actual normal person this time, see for yourself." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ketil stepped into the waiting room. Upon seeing him, everyone in the waiting room couldn't help but be shocked by his massive physique. Ketil looked around the room once and shouted loudly in a cheerful voice, "Is that you guys? The ones in my party?" The old paladin secretly marveled, "He's huge." Hayes couldn't help but be amazed seeing this. Is that really a human? Meanwhile, the thief Kazan grimaced as he looked back at him. What is this pressure? What is this pressure? The guard continued, "All right, introduce yourselves." "I'll be right back," he shouted cheerfully, "then let's start the introductions. I am Ketil, Barbarian." Having said that, Ketil asked the young thief standing near him, "How about you?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, he stammered in response, Kazan Hark, I'm a thief." "A thief, huh?" At this point, the paladin spoke in a stern voice, "I am a paladin, Alexander Tirana, a paladin." Seeing that, Ketil asked him back, "Can you use holy power?" Hearing that, the old man stammered a reply in an embarrassed manner, "Normally yes, but I'm a special case actually, I can't use it." He replied hesitantly, "I see." As soon as he spoke, Hayes timidly introduced herself, "I worship the god of deceit and forgery. I am Hayes, a priestess of Kolosha." Seeing this, Ketil replied warmly, "You're a priestess? Pleased to meet you." Saying that, he asked Hayes back, "Even though you're a priestess, is your identity still unclear?" Hearing that, she explained to him in a timid voice, "The god I worship is Kolosha, the god of trickery and illusions. My god doesn't have a very good reputation." Ketil replied gently, "I see." Apologizing, the guard suddenly returned to the waiting room to the astonishment of everyone inside. He shouted loudly, "If you're ready, let me take you there." Hearing that, both Ketil and the paladin fell into quiet thought about what was to come. On the other side, the faces of Hayes and Kazan showed a bit of worry. After traveling for a while, the guard signaled to the group behind him, "We've arrived." Witnessing the scene before his eyes, Ketil was a bit surprised. He continued, "A 3-floor dungeon, will be facing undead monsters." Upon hearing the mission requirements, Ketil's face clearly showed confidence. "Clear the dungeon and bring back the badge." He stammered a reply, "Mr. Ketil." And hearing that, Ketil immediately interrupted, "You can drop the honorifics, aren't we traveling companions?" He stammered a reply, "Mr. Ketil." And hearing that, Ketil immediately interrupted, "You can drop the honorifics, aren't we traveling companions?" Kazan rubbed his chin, thought for a bit, and then continued. Right after that, he proposed a strategy to everyone. "Ketil and the knight will take the lead and form the front line while I look for traps, and the priestess will stay in the rear using divine power to support the battle. How's that sound?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ketil responded right away, "I see, I understand." Saying that, he shouted out loudly, "Then let me lead the way." All 4 of them slowly ventured deeper into the dungeon, staying on guard against their surroundings as they walked. Witnessing the gloominess of the dungeon, Hayes worried secretly, "It's so dark, I can't see anything." Kazan thought to himself, "There aren't any mechanisms or ordinary traps, it looks way too normal, almost like." When suddenly Kazan remembered something. He said to Ketil, "Hold on a second, there are monsters." Seeing that, he replied, "I don't see anything." But Kazan pointed to the ground and said to everyone, "Do you see those bones scattered on the floor over there? Those are bone soldiers. If we take another step, they will stand up and attack." Saying that, he secretly cursed the guard, as expected. That bastard guard captain knew everything all along. This dungeon wasn't meant to test our sincerity, but was a convenient tool to eliminate annoying outsiders right from the start. At this moment, Ketil was still contemplating carefully. Bone soldiers. Kazan continued analyzing the situation. Bone soldiers aren't weak monsters. Even if their bodies are damaged or their limbs are severed, they still move as usual. He continued to tell everyone, furthermore, being made of bone, their defense is anything but ordinary. The difficulty of this dungeon is much higher than I thought. Saying that, Kazan reminded Hayes, "Hey priestess, get your divine power ready." Then he spoke to the other 2, "Old man, get your shield ready. Ketil, you prepare yourself well too, while I aim for openings during the fight." Kazan continued discussing the bone soldiers. "Even if their bodies are destroyed, they still move, so we have to target their weak point, the neck. Also, because they're so tough, it takes multiple hits to bring them down." Hearing that, Ketil immediately praised him, "A good leader indeed." "Got it. Well then, Ketil took a step forward just as the dry skeleton beneath his feet immediately stirred. Seeing this, his face showed a bit of surprise. The moment they saw the bone soldier move, everyone except Ketil assumed an offensive stance. However, just as they were about to charge, Ketil instantly signaled for them to hold their ground. The bone soldier from earlier quickly rushed over to attack the party, even as its loose skeletal frame seemed ready to fall apart. Ketil didn't say a word, throwing a direct, powerful punch straight at the bone soldier's head. After striking the enemy barehanded, Ketil held his attack stance with a look of clear surprise on his face. After taking the full force of the punch, the bone soldier turned into dust beneath Ketil's feet. Witnessing that scene, the remaining three were visibly horrified. He said joyfully to Kazan, "You were right, just smash their heads and they stop moving." Hearing that, Kazan silently protested, "That's not what I meant at all. Bone soldiers are creatures formed from bone, and their bones are an extremely hard and unusual material. Even for a veteran swordsman, without precise control, it's almost impossible to cut a bone in half with a single sword strike, let alone when bone soldiers are reinforced by dungeon magic. The only way to destroy them is to bombard their necks, like felling a tree to snap their cervical vertebrae. It's truly impossible to just blow off the head and grind it into ash like that." Witnessing Ketil's power firsthand, Kazan marveled inwardly. "From the moment I met him, I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent." He asked himself in a doubtful tone, "Is he really human? Right, let's keep going." Hearing that, the other three answered in unison, "Yes, sir." He replied cheerfully, "There's no need to rush like that." Kazan hastily responded, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Hayes and the paladin silently wept inside. "I don't want to die here." Venturing deeper into the dungeon, Ketil encountered more bone soldiers. The dry skeletons still lay motionlessly on the cold ground. A voice called out his name, "Ketil," right after which the group of bone soldiers began to move one after another. Seeing this, Hayes immediately gasped, "Bone soldiers." She shouted again, "This time it's for real." Everyone's face turned serious, they were coming. Suddenly Ketil whispered to everyone, "Can I ask you guys for a favor?" All three answered in unison right away, "Yes." Ketil proposed to them in a firm voice, "Let me handle these bones myself. There are a few things I want to test out." Kazan responded right away, "Sure, do as you wish." Hayes immediately agreed with him, "I agree too." As soon as they finished speaking, he replied succinctly, "Thanks." Immediately after, he stepped up to the front of a bone soldier that was slowly raising its sword. The other three in the group watched Ketil nervously. What is he planning to do? He looked at the bone soldier and spoke out loud with excitement, "How interesting, what kind of structure is this?" Right as he finished speaking, the bone soldier swung its sword aiming to take Ketil's life. While snapping the blade, Ketil pressed it. "Now what are you gonna do?" Right after that, the bone soldier immediately backed away. Then it suddenly leapt onto a nearby high stone slab and assumed a defensive stance. Finally, the bone soldier built up momentum and lunged forward aiming to chop off Ketil's head. Despite its elaborate preparation, Ketil easily dodged its attack. Afterwards, he grabbed the bone soldier's arm bone firmly. The moment he grabbed the enemy's arm bone, his face couldn't hide its excitement. Ketil pressed the bone soldier in a challenging voice, "How are you gonna handle this?" Right as he spoke, the bone soldier's arm bone suddenly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ketil was taken aback as he looked down at his hand. The bone soldier looked back blankly at its lost arm bone, and then glared wide-eyed at Ketil. Right after, the bone soldier immediately reclaimed its sword using its remaining arm bone. Seeing this, Ketil said to it cheerfully, "Turns out you can switch hands?" Right after he spoke, the bone soldier immediately lunged forward to attack him. Right away, Ketil quickly grabbed the bone soldier's remaining arm bone tightly. Then, he yanked the remaining arm bone clean off the bone soldier's body. Having its arm bone ripped off, the bone soldier backed away. After that, it desperately charged toward Ketil. Even though the bone soldier closed in on him, Ketil showed no sign of fear whatsoever. Right after, he firmly grabbed its arm bone and lowered his voice sarcastically, "You can even shift its position, your intelligence really isn't low, huh?" Witnessing the scene before her eyes, Hayes was so terrified she couldn't utter a word. The other two began to tremble. Witnessing Ketil's overwhelming combat power, the rest couldn't help but be amazed. A true barbarian indeed. Ketil's eyes lit up, his mouth curling into a terrifying smile, making Kazan turn pale with fright at the sight. The gruesome skull was slammed onto the ground while tiny specks of light still hovered around it. Ketil opened his wide, beast-like glowing eyes, intently tracking every movement of his prey. Before long, he raised one foot. "The target is clearly the skull, so you can still move with just the head?" The atmosphere sank into silence, broken only by Keitel's drawn-out voice. Interesting. After finishing up, Keitel turned toward everyone with a smile. Did you guys wait long? Sorry to keep you waiting. Kazan startled, immediately replying tensely, "Yes sir, you can do whatever you want." Although Keitel didn't quite understand, he still stammered, "Thanks." He quickly turned his feet around. Keitel cheerfully took the lead to leave, "Then let me lead the way." The three didn't dare say a word, hastily replying, "Yes, sir." Not knowing how long they had been walking, Keitel's footsteps suddenly ground to a halt. All four stopped and advanced no further. Kazan opened his mouth. "Is this?" Keitel also looked down at the stairs extending to the lower level, following up on his words, "The second floor." After another long while, the space remained quiet, everyone following closely behind each other's footsteps. Kazan suddenly removed the cloth covering half his face and let out a sigh. Turning around, he stammered to Keitel, "Maybe how about we rest for a bit?" He thought for a moment, rubbing his chin. "You're right, taking a brief rest sounds nice." Kazan immediately bowed his head in deep gratitude. "Thank you." Shifting scenes to a moment later, Keitel sat with his arms crossed, silently closing his eyes to rest in place. The three, Kazan, Hayes, and Paladin Alexander Tiranu, sat opposite him, all awkwardly keeping silent. Suddenly Keitel spoke up, breaking the quiet atmosphere. "I have a few questions about this dungeon." Hayes was slightly dazed, answering him, "Huh?" Keitel smiled amiably, turning to look at her. "It's pretty embarrassing, but I actually don't know much." Hayes rushed to answer, slightly flustered, Wanting to learn is a noble attitude." "I don't know much either, but..." he replied politely, "Thanks." Opening her eyes wide, she looked at Keitel with curiosity. "What are you curious about?" He rubbed his chin, thinking about the locals living nearby and wondering, this dungeon is quite close to the territory. So won't there be any issues with the dungeon and the monsters? Hayes explained, basically, monsters inside the dungeon won't spill outside. Of course, there are exceptions, but those cases are controlled and handled in advance. Kazan let out a soft cough. She continued, "Dungeons are naturally occurring phenomena. Sometimes they're caves, sometimes towers, but most dungeons spawn near heavily populated areas." Based on their explanation, Keitel put the pieces together, so that's why this dungeon is here. Hayes pressed on with her breakdown. When a dungeon pops up, the territory assesses its threat level. After that, we outsiders, mercenaries, or guards deal with it. Hearing this, Keitel suddenly let out an "oh" and broke into a grin. He pushed further with another question, "Meaning there aren't any dungeons inside the territory proper?" Hayes didn't keep him waiting and answered right away. "Yeah, dungeons only spawn at a certain distance, far away from residential areas." Keitel nodded in understanding. "I see." His face lit up with excitement. "If it's a dungeon, there's gotta be loot after clearing it, right?" She rested her chin on her hand, picturing the skeletons and treasure. "Pretty much. Usually, there's a boss on the final floor. If you beat the boss, you get all kinds of rewards. A dungeon of this size should drop some pretty decent stuff." Shadows draped over half of Keitel's face, leaving only a smirk visible on his lips. "Just like a video game." Hayes looked at him, puzzled. "A game?" Realizing he'd slipped up, Keitel replied, just thinking out loud. He quickly changed the subject. "I've got one more question." She hesitated slightly. "Sure, go ahead." He quickly changed the subject. "I've got one more question." She hesitated slightly. "Sure, go ahead." She looked at him, completely lost as to why Keitel would even ask something like that. Dungeons just spawn naturally, nobody creates them. Keitel felt like something was off here, as if a puppet master was pulling all the strings behind the scenes. Too many things don't add up. First off, they always spawn near populated areas, almost as if someone's intentionally setting them up for us to clear out. The image of a snake coiling tightly around a red apple flashed in his mind, and he added silently to himself, "They spawn near crowds, enticing people with massive rewards." Keitel looked at everyone with a serious expression. "To me, this feels way more like something artificial than a natural phenomenon." Hearing that, Hayes gasped in surprise. "Come to think of it, you might actually be onto something." She rubbed her chin, lost in thought, thinking to herself, "I never really questioned it because I just took it for granted." Even Kazan fell silent, doubting himself. "I honestly never gave it a second thought. I didn't even doubt it for a second, since it was always common knowledge and absolute truth." Is this barbarian really questioning a fundamental law of the world? He stole a subtle glance downward. Barbarians have always been ignorant, bloodthirsty savages. A terrifying figure like a beast eyeing its prey with a single cold, ruthless eye. That brutal truth has never changed. That terrifying appearance alone was enough to build up a wall of suspicion inside Kaizen's mind. If what I know is true, is this barbarian really just a run-of-the-mill savage? While thoughts were racing through his head, Keitel's voice suddenly cut through his train of thought. Now this is getting interesting. He nodded with a smile, looking around at everyone. You guys rested up enough? The three of them snapped to attention and jumped to their feet. Yes, sir. Keitel happily took the lead, waving his hand for them to follow. Then let's keep moving. Kaizen quickly chimed in, right behind you. After walking for a while longer, the four of them pressed forward while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Keitel calmly led the way. Kaizen and Alexander Jotana covered a flank each, while Hayes trailed closely behind them. Suddenly, Keitel paused, his eyes narrowing as if he caught sight of something. He spotted a locked chest. What's that over there? Kaizen immediately explained, that's a treasure chest, one of the maze's rewards. If you can pick it open, the loot is yours. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, easier said than done. Opening a high-tier chest like this takes a veteran rogue with top-notch lockpicking skills. But if someone was that skilled, they wouldn't be risking their neck in a dungeon like this. What a waste, looks like we'll have to skip this chest. But Keitel's voice snapped him right back out of his head. Kaizen, go ahead and open it. Kaizen's face went completely blank, unable to believe his own ears. What the actual hell? He looked at the locked chest. That's a treasure chest, man. You're the rogue, aren't you? Kaizen turned pale, letting out a forced, hesitant laugh. Well, yeah, but... Keitel didn't seem to notice his panic. His face beamed with excitement. Isn't opening treasure chests literally a rogue's job? That's why I'm asking you. I want to see a rogue's skills in action with my own eyes. Kaizen closed his eyes, screaming internally. He's not wrong, but there's a huge problem here. Stiff as a rock, he thought, if I could pick locks, why the hell would I be stuck here? Kaizen stood there jaw-dropped. How's a bottom-tier rogue who isn't even recognized by a guild supposed to have lockpicking skills? His mouth was open, but the words stuck in his throat. I can't just tell him the truth. Looking at Keitel's hyped, expectant face made it impossible to speak up. That look was dripping with anticipation. If I come clean, that hype is instantly gonna turn into massive disappointment. The mental picture of Keitel doing a total 180 and glaring down at him with cold eyes flashed in his mind. You call yourself a rogue and you can't even pick a lock? Useless. Remembering how Keitel had crushed a skull under his boot moments ago, Kaizen froze up completely, screaming his head off on the inside. He scratched his head with a nervous laugh, trying to play it cool. Alright, I'll give it a shot. A little while later, Keitel stood behind Kaizen with sparkling eyes, watching his every move with pure excitement. You pick locks with a tool like that? Man, that's cool. Meanwhile, Kaizen was gloomily predicting his own funeral. He's staring right at the back of my neck. If I mess this up, I'm a dead man. Kaizen's expression turned grim. He tried desperately to dig through his old memories. Think. Remember the skills you saw back when you were working as a porter for that guy? Keitel was standing there like a monster, oozing a dark, ominous purple aura. Standing behind him, watching Kaizen's every movement, he remembered how the guy was sweating buckets as if sitting on pins and needles, betting his very life on using his rogue skills. Kaizen took a deep breath, his trembling hands reaching for the lock as Keitel's gaze burned holes into his back, yet a desperate scream echoed deep within his soul. A sudden flash of purple light behind him made Keitel's expression shift slightly. His eyes widened, his gaze freezing for a split second. Keitel's eyes widened in sheer astonishment, his shoulders trembling slightly beneath his thick fur cloak, his heart practically pounding against his chest as he stared at the unexpected sight before him. Kaizen's eyes were half closed, his cheeks flushed red, tears shimmering at the corners of his eyes. The corners of his mouth curved up into a bittersweet smile of relief. He shouted out, "Hey! I actually opened it!" Kaizen's eyes were half closed, his cheeks flushed red, tears shimmering at the corners of his eyes. The corners of his mouth curved up into a bittersweet smile of relief. He shouted out, "Hey! I actually opened it!" Keitel's eyes lit up with excitement, pumping his fist in the air as if trying to share the overwhelming joy surging through his chest. Seriously? Nice work! Kaizen stammered back, wait, really? Yeah. Glancing to the side, his face darkened slightly. Kazan let out a soft laugh, trying to mask the chaotic confusion inside him. His eyes flickered with self-doubt. Kazan asked himself, wait, that was supposed to be impossible, right? What the hell? I just pulled off a miracle on the first try? He turned his gaze away, falling into deep thought. Kazan had always taken pride in his survival skills. But right now, for the first time in his life, he was questioning his entire existence. Have I really been trying my hardest all this time? He turned his gaze away, falling into deep thought. Kazan had always taken pride in his survival skills. But right now, for the first time in his life, he was questioning his entire existence. Have I really been trying my hardest all this time? Kazan remained seated in the corner, the utter bewilderment still plastered across his face. Ketil flashed a confident smile, replying as if he understood completely. I see, loud and clear. Ketil's voice snapped Kazan out of his daze. Kazan, you handle sorting through the loot? He quickly replied, yes, sir. A hand reached down, lowering a silver cup toward the gold as if to scoop some up. Kazan paused, lifting the silver cup in his hand to inspect it closely, a look of utter panic and dread washing over his face. Someone called out, Kazan. His eyes widened in sheer panic, cold sweat pouring down his pale face, his hair blowing wild in the wind. Ketil asked softly, need a hand with that? Kazan didn't answer, instead letting out a massive sigh of relief. Finding it strange, Ketil added, you hurt? Kazan snapped out loud, sir, I didn't do anything, catching all three of them off guard. Heavy, confident footsteps marched forward step by step. All three of them maintained stone-cold expressions. Nobody said a word, their eyes locked straight ahead, until someone suddenly called out a warning. Hold on, skeleton soldiers. The four of them halted before a pile of dry bones scattered across the stone floor. Ketil counted the skulls lying on the ground and muttered under his breath, looks like 4 of them based on the heads. He added, I'll take 3. The other 3 were terrified, trembling uncontrollably from head to toe, yet they desperately tried to keep a straight face. Ketil's eyes flared with a brilliant purple light as a wicked grin broke across his face, his razor-sharp glare feeling like it could pierce straight through his enemies. I'll leave the last one to you guys. Kazan thought to himself, this is the real deal now, and quickly answered, got it. Paladin Alexander Jotanu and Hayes chimed in together, understood. Ketil's feet slowly closed the distance toward the skeletal remains. The skull lying on the ground suddenly made a noise, its jaw clacking slightly as a creepy blue glow flared inside its eye sockets. Kazan felt a wave of tension. No matter how many times I see these bones assemble themselves, it's still creepy as hell. The 4 skeletal remains rapidly pieced themselves back together, moving around just like living people. They sat straight up, faint blue sparks crackling around them, leaving the 4 party members stunned. The 4 skeletons lunged forward as if to attack them, screeching and baring their teeth to intimidate the party. The 4 skeletons lunged forward as if to attack them, screeching and baring their teeth to intimidate the party. Hayes rapidly muttered a few incantations, and Kazan braced himself seriously for the incoming clash. Ketil roared as the 4 skeletons charged straight at them. Kazan stepped up to block their path, thin wisps of gray smoke swirling around him. He whipped his arm around, unleashing a golden arc of sword light that grazed right past a skeleton's face. The skeletons in the back exchanged clueless looks, while another took a heavy blow to the face, looking completely disoriented. Ketil scooped 3 of the skeletons tightly into his arms and whispered, Now, a scene like this is super rare, don't go ruining it. He leaned down and murmured to the 3 skeletons, I'll take good care of you boys. A skinny skeleton off to the side raised its sword high, preparing to strike. It swung its blade down, unleashing a beam of white light straight at Paladin Alexander Jotanu, but the old paladin was quick to throw up his shield to block the blow. The sword slammed heavily against the shield, making it tough even for Paladin Alexander Jotanu to hold his ground. His expression hardened, his eyes turning sharp as bullets, as something shot up from the ground with explosive momentum. Kazan leaped with immense force, launching a surprise attack from behind. He lunged with a sharp dagger in hand, but the loud noise tipped off the skeleton just in time. He flailed his arms and legs, knocking the skeleton flat on its back mid-air. She raised her hand, enveloped in a swirl of reddish gold light, and shouted out, Shadow Illusion. The impact sent Paladin Alexander Jotanu stumbling, looking like he was about to faceplant onto the ground. He dropped to one knee, his hand still gripping his sword tightly as it radiated a trail of bright white light. The skeleton crumpled to the ground along with him. Smoke billowed around its body as cracks began spreading all across the skeleton's frame, slowly creeping across its entire body. Once again, the skeleton braced itself, wrapped in a cloud of eerie green smoke. Ketel let out a satisfied chuckle of relief. Ha ha, he stood there laughing in midair, feet planted right on top of two skeleton heads while smugly gripping two skulls in his hands. Didn't expect to see a textbook party composition in action. Ketel let out a satisfied chuckle of relief. Ha ha, he added, man, this really is a rare sight. His powerful fist shattered the air itself. Ketel held out his hand to catch the air fragments, smirking, now that the hassle's taken care of, time to enjoy the ride. A golden light flashed as the blade swung wildly, tearing through the air. The sharp slash ripped straight into the skeleton, sending a harsh metallic clatter echoing through the gloomy room. Kazan pondered, there's no doubt about it. This barbarian. Hayes and Paladin Alexander Jotano exchanged complex glances, sweat dripping down their cheeks. He's testing us. The skeleton's face turned hilariously goofy, its eyes and mouth forming wide circles. Kneeling on the ground while hugging one of its knees, looking completely lost. Everyone's eyes burned bright red, some chanting spells under their breath, others swinging daggers and slashing swords at the skeleton, terrified that showing even a moment of weakness meant, we die. Beams of light sliced through the pitch-black darkness one after another. The skull lay motionless on the stone floor, faint traces of blue-white light still flickering around it. Ketel plopped heavily onto the ground with a loud thud. The other three sat down beside him in utter silence. In an instant, the atmosphere turned suffocatingly heavy. Ketel fell into silent reflection. No doubt about it. The folks back in the frozen plains are actually pretty decent. Skeletons popped up once again, grinning creepy, horrifying smiles. The third-floor monsters are skeleton soldiers too, and their numbers went up, but thanks to Ketel leading the charge, we pushed through without running into any real trouble. And finally, Ketel charged at them like a bolt of lightning, landing a devastating blow right on target. Hayes stared straight ahead, her eyes filled with admiration as she lightly balled her hands against her chest, filled with newfound determination. Kazan stood facing Ketel, giving him a cold, hard look with a dead serious expression. The silhouette of a dark-armored knight sat motionlessly in the middle of the cold mist, hand gripping the hilt of his sword, looking like a guardian watching over a secret buried deep in the dark dungeon, the deepest chamber of the dungeon. On the icy steps, the black-armored knight sat still on his throne, faint firelight reflecting off his scuffed armor, while the intruders stood quietly at the foot of the stairs, barely daring to breathe. A skeleton knight. Hayes trembled slightly, panicking, no way. How the hell is something like that here? Ketel asked in confusion, is it different from the ones earlier? She stressed, yeah, it's strong, like, insanely strong. Glowing crimson eyes flared inside the hollow skull as the skeleton knight stood amidst a swirling vortex of purple demonic energy, his icy blade held tight against his chest. Hayes' eyes widened in sheer horror, her breath catching in her throat, a skeleton knight swinging a broadsword that effortlessly, if you aren't on the level of a knight yourself, you don't stand a chance against it. This isn't a monster we can handle. She added, what if we can't defeat it and have to fall back? There'll be an investigation. If they see a valid reason, we won't get into any trouble. A wide, excited grin spread across Ketel's face. Hayes called out nervously, Ketel. He replied, fair point. The skeleton knight slowly floated upward into the air. His crimson eyes glowed intensely as he cast a sinister glare down at them with a wicked smile. Ketel stood his ground, a flash of purple light in his eyes, looking ready to face the final challenge of this dungeon. Parallel to him, Ketel muttered under his breath, a skeleton that can hold its form like that? Now that's interesting. Hearing that, the skeleton knight raised his sword high, hunching over as he lunged forward. Hayes froze for a second, a mix of confusion and anxiety washing over her face as if sensing something was wrong. A sharp look of danger flashed in her eyes. She yelled out, casting a spell to create a barrier to block the skeleton knight's incoming strike. Watch out! Cracks spread across her golden barrier as the knight's magic power slowly started to fade. Hayes grimaced in pain, gasping for air, her golden eyes burning with grit amidst the thick dust and heavy pressure weighing down on her body. The barrier shattered into countless tiny fragments. The skeleton knight's magic surged violently. Luckily, Paladin Alexander Jotana managed to throw his shield up just in time to catch the blade. Purple smoke drifted into the air from the shield as figures instinctively backed away, breathing heavily with tense eyes after witnessing the raw power that had just swept across the battlefield. Ketel turned his head back, marveling out loud, "Whoa!" Alexander Jotana was drenched in sweat, his nerves stretched to the limit. He asked himself, a single strike carried that much force? The skeleton knight's massive frame made his attacks terrifyingly destructive. Alexander Jotana feared the worst, he's way too strong. The knight's gaze turned mysterious and incomprehensibly deep. Standing on the ground, he let out a wicked, toothy grin. His cloak fluttered wildly in the wind, surrounded by an eerie aura of purple smoke that looked downright terrifying. Ketel remained quiet, squinting one eye as he stared straight at him, his gaze locked on, growing increasingly dangerous. The skeleton knight charged right in front of Ketel, who countered by throwing a devastating punch straight into him. He stumbled and staggered to the side, a look of complete utter bewilderment plastered across his face, looking downright terrifying. Witnessing the entire spectacle unfold, the other three stood there frozen in shock, eyes wide, jaws dropped, completely rendered speechless. Ketel clapped his hands together, dusting off the dirt and grime from his palms. He let out a light smirk and muttered softly, "That's it?" Ketel stood silently amid the freezing air, his eyes slightly narrowing and muscles coiling with high alert as he faced the overwhelmingly oppressive aura right before him. His eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise passing over his face as if he'd just witnessed something completely unexpected. Ketel suddenly called out, "Kazan." Hearing his name, Kazan snapped his head over and answered, "Why yes, sir." A gleaming treasure chest sat neatly on the stone step, secured firmly with a solid gold padlock. Ketel asked in a low voice, "Can you pick it?" Kazan frantically screamed back, "Man, no way in hell. It's protected by a high-tier lock. With my skill set, there's zero chance I'm popping that open." Ketel felt a bit let down, replying, "Is that so?" "Man, that sucks." Kazan solemnly replied, "Yeah, it really is a shame, but we gotta cut our losses and give up." Before he could even finish his sentence, Ketel channeled his raw strength and unleashed a devastating strike straight into it. Kazan's eyes bulged out of his head, his mouth agape in foolish disbelief as the wooden chest shattered into pieces, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Everyone watched in utter silence to see what was hidden inside the wooden chest. Two of them stood rooted to the spot like statues, eyes wide and jaws dropped, staring ahead in complete terror as if they had just witnessed something beyond human comprehension. Ketel flashed a confident grin, squeezing his fist tight as if the sheer power he had just unleashed filled him with absolute adrenaline. The chest was packed to the brim with silver coins. True, but the rewards can end up being massive. Kazan, clean this up. Kazan replied, "Right on it, sir." He walked slowly toward the shattered wooden chest, thinking to himself, opening a chest with brute force? First time in my entire life seeing something like this. Kazan's face went completely blank, resting his chin on his hand with a look of utter bafflement. He wondered, if he could just smash it open all along, why the hell did he order me to pick the lock in the first place? Right in front of the three of them appeared a massive archway, with a blinding light radiating outward from within. A few stray stone fragments rained down from the vaulted ceiling. Ketel turned his head to the right, letting out a confused sound, "Huh?" The boulder behind them began moving, causing the ground to shake as if hit by an earthquake. Kazan turned his head to the side, his eyes calm yet gleaming with vigilance, letting out a sigh as if confirming a long-held thought in his mind. Once a dungeon is cleared, it disappears, so there probably aren't any secret rooms left this time. Hearing that, Ketel immediately pressed him, "Secret rooms actually have stuff like that?" Kazan replied, "They're rare, but yeah, they exist." Ketel broke into a smile and replied, "Now that sounds like a blast." Kazan stood there utterly clueless as to what he meant, his eyes filled with pure bewilderment. The captain of the guard leaned one hand heavily against the desk while resting the other, a look of pure astonishment plastered across his face. He asked in a low voice, "Say what? It's cleared already?" Sunlight poured down onto the deserted city walls, and a faint cough echoed out, shattering the quiet atmosphere of the sultry summer afternoon. Ahem. He hesitated for a second before probing further. "So, how was the dungeon?" Ketel flashed a thumbs up, answering enthusiastically, "It was an absolute blast." The captain looked like all the energy had just been sucked right out of him, stammering back, I see." He gestured with his hand and called out a reminder. "In that case, let's move forward with the entry procedures. Everyone follow me one by one." Hayes froze for a moment, a flicker of confusion mixed with anxiety passing over her face. "There weren't any major issues, sir." The captain pressed further, "So you honestly think that Barbarian can just be allowed to hang around inside our territory?" She rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. After a long silence, she hesitantly replied, "I think it should be fine." The captain mused, "Whenever it comes to that Barbarian, she always beats around the bush." He knitted his brows in deep thought. Clearing the dungeon isn't the real issue here, it's the process. The actual goal is to weed out any high-risk individuals. Kazan chimed in with absolute confidence. He's really not the type of guy to go around causing trouble. The captain met privately with Paladin Alexander Jotana to grill him for details. Crossing his arms, he reflected, he's as strong as a wild beast, yet he wouldn't hurt a fly. He really is nothing like your average barbarian. Ketel crossed his arms, heaping praise. Kazan did an incredible job out there. As a rogue, he disarmed traps and tried his hand at picking chests. Alexander was a beast on the front lines too, and Hayes's prayers gave us huge support. Kazan thought to himself, so that's how it is. He wondered, that's strange. Normally, when total strangers are forced into a temporary party to clear a dungeon, they don't go around showering each other with endless praise like this. A single drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as he continued, very well, you're cleared to enter. The captain didn't forget to offer a stern warning, even though you've been granted entry, if you step out of line, you'll be thrown out immediately. Watch your step. Ketel answered, got it. Someone handed over a cloth pouch. Here's your reward for clearing the dungeon. Everyone split it among themselves. Ketel thought to himself, usually, guards would just pocket the rewards for themselves. He grabbed the cloth pouch and spoke up, thanks a bunch. Though it seems like they didn't even touch a single coin this time. Ketel turned back toward the party and offered, alright, let's split this evenly. Kazan blurted out, All three of them immediately turned down the reward. No, that really won't be necessary. Same here, I'm good. Ketel kept pushing, the whole squad put in the work together. So we gotta split the loot evenly, no taking no for an answer. Kazan scratched his head and gave in, alright then. Ketel kept egging them on, then let's go grab a drink to celebrate. Let's see if there's a tavern nearby. The three of them blurted out in unison again, Say what? The three of them burst out laughing together. The tense air lifted completely following his sequence of friendly banter and casual invites. Celebrate? Yeah, sure. All three of them stood there in dead silence with tears welling up in their eyes, overwhelmed by a flood of uncontrollable emotions. Dear Mom, I just want to go home. Ketel strode forward cheerfully toward the opening gates, leaving behind the somber shadows drowning in pure despair. The captain stood there watching their retreating backs, pondering, a barbarian who can one-shot a skeleton knight, a guy who's as strong as a bloody beast. Standing right there was a tall, imposing man wielding a sword, facing the back of a powerful young man, someone at least as strong as a knight, definitely no ordinary barbarian, but a legendary one, an absolute anomaly. His feet came to a sudden halt. He issued an order with annoyance, a dark look of resentment flashing in his eyes. I'm going to report this directly to the Lord. You guys watch the gate. The men behind him replied, understood, sir. A grand, towering castle loomed ahead, its interior lavishly decorated with opulent furnishings. The captain stood by the door, placing a hand over his chest in a respectful salute, gentle claw. Lord Luke Barkan spoke up, enter. The captain stood by the door with his hand over his chest, gentle claw. I have a report for you, my lord. Barkan asked, his face remaining completely stoic, what is it? Lord of the Barkan region in the kingdom of Gihen, Luke Barkan. The captain's eyes were sharp enough to pierce right through a man, his voice deep and steady yet unable to hide a high state of vigilance. The captain of the 1st Security Squad reported to the Lord, a barbarian has entered our territory. The captain's eyes were sharp enough to pierce right through a man, his voice deep and steady yet unable to hide a high state of vigilance. The captain of the 1st Security Squad reported to the Lord, a barbarian has entered our territory. Yet it was the ridiculously extravagant decor inside that truly left people breathless with awe. Luke Barkan suddenly spoke up, and you granted him permission? The captain of the guard confirmed, that is correct, my lord. It shouldn't be a major issue. He couldn't quite grasp what the captain was driving at. Then what is the problem? He had no choice but to voice his true assessment. He's too powerful, my lord is strong enough to become a massive problem on his own. Luke Barkan wasn't the type to trust anyone easily. Just how strong are we talking? He couldn't sit still as he listened to the captain of the guard's report. They claim he took down a skeleton knight with a single punch. Luke Barkan grew so tense his eyebrows practically stood on end. A skeleton knight? He pictured the creature's terrifying silhouette in his mind. That kind of monster that you can't even deal with unless you're at the level of a high knight? And he took it down in just one blow? Deep down, Luke Barkan had always automatically assumed barbarians were simple-minded, uneducated savages who relied purely on brute force to solve all their problems. Cold sweat broke out across his forehead. So, is he a top-tier fighter then? The captain didn't dare say for sure. It's highly likely, my lord. Luke Barkan preferred to play it safe. He might be even stronger than that. The captain of the guard felt completely helpless. It's impossible to determine for certain, my lord. He was at a total loss as to how to navigate this situation. A warrior of that caliber, and a barbarian on top of that. A race that believed power was the ultimate truth. This was turning into a massive headache. Luke Barkan had a different way of handling things. For now, summon him. The captain panicked at the order. Will you be all right, my lord? Luke Barkan had already run the numbers in his head. Leaving a powerhouse like that roaming freely in my territory is a gamble in itself. I'll probably feel better once I size him up face to face. The captain of the guard remained anxious. It could be dangerous, sir. Luke Barkan had full confidence in his ironclad security. I have my personal knight. The captain flinched slightly upon hearing the lord's declaration. He turned to ask his knight's opinion. What do you think? The knight offered a purely subjective evaluation. He's strong, sure, but at the end of the day, he's still just a barbarian. A muscle-headed brute without a shred of intellect. The lord's knight possessed immense confidence in his own martial prowess. Against my swordsmanship, trained directly under the sword saint himself, he's simply not on my level. Luke Barkan gave a subtle nod, agreeing with his reassurance. He ordered the captain of the guard, summon the barbarian. I'll speak with him in person. The dining table was packed with an array of mouth-watering dishes. Ketel devoured a chicken leg with absolute relish, leaving only a few drops of sauce smudged on the corner of his lips. Everyone couldn't help but stare in sheer utter shock at Ketel's terrifying appetite. A heavy silence fell over the table as Alexander, Kazan, and Hayes were left completely speechless. He slammed his water glass down onto the table. Now that the meal's wrapped up, time to drop some compliments. This food was amazing, top-tier spot. I really dig the quiet vibe here too. Today's on me, so eat up and enjoy yourselves. Hayes burst out laughing to break the thick tension in the room. Ketel turned to ask Alexander, you're a paladin, right? He calmly answered, yes, I am. Ketel grew curious about the paladin's powers. What kind of holy power do you use anyway? I didn't see you unleash any during the dungeon raid. He stammered out an awkward explanation. I'm still in training, so my holy power hasn't awakened yet. Ketel put on a look of sheer surprise. Oh man, that sucks. Alexander was so embarrassed he couldn't bring himself to say another word. Yeah. Ketel instantly pivoted the conversation. You mentioned the god you serve is named Kalosha, right? Is there a shrine around here? Hayes scrambled to pull a random excuse out of thin air to decline. Sir, I don't think there is one. He isn't exactly a welcome deity around here. She knew the whole truth all too well, which was precisely why she kept her mouth shut. Kalosha, the god of lies and deceit, was utterly despised and shunned by everyone. Hayes hesitated, unsure whether she should ask or not. Mr. Ketel. Ketel was still busy shoveling food into his mouth. HM? What's up? Her question sent a jolt right through Alexander and Kazan. Just how strong are you really? Ketel was still completely lost in his own food paradise, unable to quantify his own abilities. As for rankings, I'm not really sure myself. It hasn't been that long since I left the frozen plains, so I was actually pretty curious myself. Just how strong is a skeleton knight supposed to be? Hayes' estimate was fairly spot on. You'd need to be at least second rank to deal with a guy like that. And if you're first rank, you could take him down just like Mr. Ketel did. Ketel stayed humble. Then I guess I'm probably second rank. The shopkeeper's voice trembled nervously. Excuse me, hoping the customers would understand his situation. Our shop is actually preparing to close for the night. Ketel urged everyone to hit the road. My bad. Let me catch the bill, and let's get moving. Ketel checked in on their plans. Do you guys have any plans or schedules lined up next? Hayes and Alexander practically screamed at the top of their lungs, yes. We definitely do. Kazan also chimed in with absolute certainty, yes. I'm crazy busy myself. Ketel's eyes turned bright and sparkling. I get it. What a shame. Guess this is where we part ways then. Catch you guys around another day. But all three of them shared the exact same thought: let's never meet again. Bye forever. Keatle stretched his feet out onto the soft, plush bed. He flashed a blissful smile. Man, this is amazing. Is this seriously the first time I've gotten to lie on a real bed since coming to this world? Keatle left the innkeeper completely paralyzed in shock. I'm just glad I managed to crash at it, and thanks to the dungeon rewards without running into any major hassle. He felt more in love with life than ever before. Compared to the frozen plains, this place is literal paradise. Keatle was still deep in thought, pondering his options. It's been quite a while since the day I woke up in the frozen plains until I finally stumbled upon civilization. So what do I do now? I want to experience more, feel more of this world. He voiced his deep desire. I want to go on an epic adventure to the holy land of Elfo Sagrado. Plans that Keatle had yet to carry out, the magic tower, and even the royal capital. He closed his eyes, letting his mind rest. Bright rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window. Keatle woke up, still half asleep and groggy. He hastily wiped away the trail of drool left over on his mouth. Bright and early in the morning, the captain of the guard rushed over to find him. Did I wake you? My apologies. Keatle wanted to know the reason for his sudden visit. Captain of the security squad, what brings you here? He cleared his throat with a quick cough to clear his raspy voice. The captain of the guard announced, Lord Luke Barkan wishes to meet with you in person. Keatle couldn't believe his own ears. Whoa! The Lord? The guy who rules over this whole region? The master of the entire territory? A high and mighty figure like that actually wanted to meet him? He didn't hesitate for even a single second, agreeing instantly, lead the way. Keatle wanted to freshen up before heading out. Should I head over right now? Let me throw on some clothes and we can bounce right away. The captain of the guard felt a bit skeptical. It's really that easy? Warm sunlight bathed every nook and cranny of the busy streets. Only now did Keatle get to take in the vibrant bustle of the marketplace. It was already dark when I first entered the territory, so I only got a quick glance. Keatle observed his surroundings, but taking it all in during the daytime is seriously impressive. He thought to himself that life around here seemed amazingly peaceful. Keatle even offered the captain a wide grin. If this is some kind of lucky fantasy setup, I'm down for it any time. The captain thought to himself, what the hell is wrong with this guy? He tried his best to endure it for the sake of his assigned mission. There's not much time left, so we need to get back as fast as possible. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the palace. I've brought the Barbarian, my lord. Luke Barkan instructed the guards stationed outside the door, let him in. Keatle stepped inside the main hall. Luke Barkan reached out to shake his hand. Pleasure to meet you, Barbarian. Luke Barkan gave a brief introduction. I am Luke Barkan, lord of these lands, the Barkan territory of the kingdom of Gihin. He maintained his manners upon meeting him. The pleasure is all mine, sovereign ruler of the Barkan territory. Keatle offered a slight bow to show his utmost respect. Luke Barkan's eyes nearly popped right out of his head at the sight of this gesture. He was rendered completely speechless from sheer astonishment. Thoughts raced wildly through his head. A barbarian, offering a handshake? He desperately tried to keep his composure. Barbarians never shake hands. To them, power is everything, no exceptions. Guess I've lived long enough to finally see it all. Luke Barkan pulled a complete 180 in his attitude right on the spot. It appears you've picked up some basic etiquette. Have a seat. Keatle sat across from him inside the luxurious room. The castle's interior decor was on a whole different level compared to the outside world, everything gleaming with a rich golden shine. He was blown away as he surveyed his surroundings. So this is what a lord's castle actually looks like. Keatle noticed something peculiar. Even in a fantasy world, a castle still looks straight out of the Middle Ages. Ha! His gaze shifted forward. Is that a knight guarding the lord over there? Keatle's wish came true. When I was a kid, I loved playing RPG games as a knight. I never thought I'd see a real knight in person one day. Awesome, just as I imagined. He noticed someone staring at him. The Lord's Knight overthought the situation, killing intent. He always viewed others with suspicion. That's definitely killing intent, no mistake about it. How dare he radiate that kind of malice right in front of the Lord? Without bothering to understand the situation, the Lord's Knight reached for his sword. You fool, you won't leave this place alive. Keatle listened as Luke Barkan finished speaking. My reason for calling you here is simple. He bore no ill will toward Keatle. I just want to verify a few things about you. He crossed his arms over his chest. Up to you. What do you want to verify? Luke Barkan didn't believe Ketil was an ordinary barbarian. Where do you come from? He gave a rambling, indirect answer. So that's what's important to you? I come from the coldest place in this world, a land covered in white snow. He gave a rambling, indirect answer. So that's what's important to you? I come from the coldest place in this world, a land covered in white snow. He was always cautious in his every thought. He truly is the legendary barbarian warrior, standing right before my eyes. He still harbored many doubts. Hard to believe, isn't it? Describe it. Ketil replied, it's a brutal place. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Luke wanted to gather more information. Then let me ask you something else. He grew even more tense than Ketil. How strong are you? Luke needed an answer to prepare proper precautions. What matters is just how terrifying his true power is, right? Ketil spoke the truth. Wrong question. I don't know what the standard for strength is out here. Luke was out of options. I see. He turned his head toward his knight. The knight understood the Lord's intent without needing to be asked. Luke used another method to test Ketil's power. Well then, would you like to spar with one of my knights? If you agree, I'll ensure you're handsomely rewarded. Ketil didn't quite grasp what was happening. A sparring match? Luke Barkan eagerly looked forward to his performance. Of course, it won't be a fight to the death. I trust you'll keep it within bounds. Ketil broke into a wide grin. I like the sound of that. His calm demeanor startled Luke. A duel against a knight. It was something he couldn't have wished for more, and now it was happening right in front of him. Not just any ordinary knight, but a fantasy knight clad in armor and mastering mysterious arts. A chance to witness real combat skills. I'm genuinely looking forward to this. Luke Barkan gripped the armrests of his chair, still holding onto his prejudice against Ketil. As expected, a barbarian is still a barbarian. No matter how polite he acts, his wild nature that craves battle and relishes the fight never changes. Both the Lord's Knight and Luke assumed he was radiating killing intent. The scene shifted to the arena. Luke sat waiting to see who would emerge victorious. The Lord's Knight and Ketil were already on the field. The knight took this match extremely seriously, while Ketil's expression was overflowing with energy. Luke couldn't wait a single second longer. Let us begin then. May no blood be spilled. The servant immediately rang the bell. The Lord's Knight opened his mouth, looking down on him. Consider it an honor to witness my swordsmanship, you lowly barbarian. Ketil didn't bother paying mind to those words. I'm actually pretty excited myself. The knight couldn't comprehend it. How can he be so relaxed? The knight couldn't comprehend it. How can he be so relaxed? The knight quickly lunged forward, demonstrating an overwhelming gap in skill. The Lord's Knight wanted to see Ketil's reaction. Now, let's see what you do, barbarian. 3 sword tips appeared in an instant. It turned out he was wielding a tri-bladed sword joined together. Ketil was slightly startled upon seeing it. The sword splits into 3 green blade tips thrust straight toward Ketil simultaneously, sparking his suspicion. An illusion? Ketil's face went blank, yet his body reflexively dodged as fast as lightning. No, this isn't an illusion. The knight launched continuous attacks without landing a single hit. As a thought flashed through Ketil's mind, all 3 blades were real. Is this swordsmanship? The opposing knight watched Ketil dodge with a blank face, and smirked triumphantly. You're struggling just to dodge my sword. Well, doing even that much is pretty impressive. Feeling victory was firmly in his hands, he wanted to end it immediately, believing the match didn't need to go on any longer. Suddenly, Ketil raised his lightly clenched hand forward. Without showing a single trace of emotion, he nonchalantly snapped his fingers with a gentle flick. The knight's sword instantly shattered into countless pieces. The unexpected turn of events left him unable to believe his own eyes. Ha! What? Ketil didn't give him a chance to compose himself. In a split second, he appeared right before the knight, stretching his palm out toward his chest. Ketil's hand gripped the front plate of the knight's armor, bulging veins warping the solid steel. Ketil hurled him violently, sending the chest plate shattering into tiny fragments. The knight's body flew far across the arena. Mouth agape, seemingly knocked unconscious. Luke Barkan sat wide-eyed and open-mouthed, shouting aloud, "What?" The armored gauntlet dropped limply onto the ground. The knight was sent flying a great distance, slumping against the wall, leaving behind a deeply rutted ground and a dented stone wall. Seeing his own knight defeated in a single blow, Luke Barkan couldn't believe what his eyes had just witnessed. Stunned to the core, he thought, in just one hit, a first-ranked knight was defeated. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Turning on a solid heel, Ketil offered a smile toward him. So, that wraps it up, right? Luke Barkhan didn't answer immediately, staring at him in stunned silence for a long moment. Regaining his composure, he spoke slowly. Yes. Luke Barkhan's mind remained haunted by Ketil's terrifying display. A barbarian who can take down a first-rank knight with one blow. That's monstrous power, at least transcendent rank, and that's just the bare minimum. The true depth of his power is simply unmeasurable. His expression grew increasingly grave. A barbarian possessing such power could shift the entire balance of the world. The silhouette of a heroic man wielding a sword alongside a dragon surfaced in his thoughts. If that's the case, I should inform him, one of the few individuals in this vast world bearing the title of Sword Saint. Luke Barkhan bowed his head slightly, muttering in deep thought, it's about time he showed up anyway. I wonder if he'll be interested. Just as he spoke, a voice suddenly echoed out, were you referring to me? Luke Barkhan jumped in surprise, instantly darting his eyes toward the source of the voice. The window stood open, letting in the sunlight and breeze, gently blowing the thin curtains aside. Standing right at the center was an old man clad in a blue cloak, calmly looking at him with his arms crossed. Luke Barkhan let out a long sigh, glancing at the man who had suddenly appeared. Your hobbies are as weird as ever. The old man calmly chuckled in response. Every human needs a little entertainment, don't they? The old man was none other than Sword Saint Cain. Crossing his arms, he spoke up, so, why don't you tell me about this interesting matter? Luke Barkhan leaned one hand against the desk, pushing himself up. He bowed slightly to greet the Sword Saint. It is an honor that you came despite my sudden notice. I pay my respects to the great Sword Saint, Master Cain. Cain didn't respond, merely staring intently at him. Luke Barkhan maintained his respectful posture. The scene shifted to a while later, focusing on the knight who had just lost to Ketil. The wooden door suddenly swung open. Luke Barkhan had been standing in the room all along. His sudden inquiry startled the knight. Is your body feeling any better? He hurriedly clutched his wounds, trying to sit up. I'll be fine in a few days. I am deeply sorry, my lord. Before Luke Barkhan could say anything, the person behind him cut in. You should be apologizing to me. Sword Saint Cain stood behind him with hands folded behind his back, looking at him. My foolish disciple defeated at the hands of some no-name barbarian. The knight panicked at his master's presence. Master. Luke Barkhan glanced down at the knight, who only had a torn cloth patch over his chest. Cain calmly stated the truth, not a single wound on him. Thinking about that barbarian man, he mused, before coming here, I saw the boy's armor completely destroyed. Looking at the state of that armor, it wouldn't have been surprising if he had died, yet his clothes are only lightly torn and his body is spotless without a scratch. Did that barbarian hold back? Cain rested his hand on his chin, looking at his disciple. He is no ordinary foolish barbarian. He is someone who can control his power with extreme precision. The knight hesitantly replied, I understand. Cain calmly evaluated, and his skill far surpasses that of a knight, to the point where he could comfortably hold back. Finally, Cain delivered a conclusion that left both Luke Barkhan and the knight wide-eyed with shock. At the very least, he's transcendent rank. Luke Barkhan hesitated to speak. He turned to look at Cain. Forgive my rudeness, but how does he compare to you, Master Cain? He went quiet for a moment before instantly replying, he's pretty strong, but I'm the Sword Saint. Even if he possesses transcendent rank strength, he still wouldn't be able to touch me. Luke Barkhan felt relieved. I see. Cain rubbed his chin in thought. However, I didn't see him use any aura, yet his strength reaches such a level. His words made Luke Barkhan stare in disbelief. That's impossible through conventional methods. Is this the power of a barbarian from the frozen plains? Ketil's figure appeared in his mind. Luke Barkhan sank deep into thought. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems he really does come from the frozen plains. Cain scoffed, pondering inwardly, a barbarian from the frozen plains. In his thoughts, Ketil's gaze was deeply terrifying, overlapping with the inner doubts Cain harbored and the legends of a man surviving the frozen plains. Is he human, or is he? Thinking up to this point, Cain stroked the beard on his chin, and suddenly blurted out an abrupt phrase, he's a variant. Along with his words, images of monstrous creatures flickered, reptilian lizards and giant bears. But Cain immediately shook his head to dispel those grim assumptions. No, that's not it. Luke Barkhan looked completely baffled, unable to understand what he meant. Horrifying images of variants filled Cain's mind. He explained, if he were truly a variant, he wouldn't have shown mercy to a human. I was mistaken, yet something still troubled Cain. But it's the frozen plains. Kane felt puzzled. Why that place, and why right now? Seeing his troubled expression, Luke Barkon asked in confusion, is something wrong? Kane brushed off the doubts in his mind. It's nothing, we can leave that for later. The Emperor is the same. Thinking of the armored soldiers before the snowy mountains, Kane felt a headache coming on, always demanding the strangest things. Kane snapped his head back toward Luke Barkon. No need to worry about that right now. Though slightly confused, he still answered, understood. Kane kept his eyes on Luke Barkon. Is that barbarian still inside the territory? He thought it a bit odd, but honestly replied, yes, he mentioned he would stay, so he probably is. Kane adjusted his stance, turning away with a stern look. I must verify it for myself. Outside the castle, a voice echoed out, what do you plan to do next? The Barkon guard captain was dripping with sweat, remaining silent. Keetle stood opposite him, speaking slowly, probably. He recalled the previous day when Lord Luke Barkon handed him a small pouch and said, this is the reward for the match. He calmly declared, from now on, I will not interfere with your actions within my territory. Returning to the present, Keetle stroked his chin and continued, I don't have any specific plans, but it would be nice if I could verify my identity. Having to clear a dungeon every time I enter a new territory is way too much hassle. Hearing that, the captain offered a suggestion. If you're worried about that, there is a way. You can ask a high-ranking individual to stand as your guarantor to verify your identity. Keetle wanted to hear another option. The captain quickly offered an alternative, or you could become a mercenary. He added details about the benefits. If you accumulate achievements and gain recognition from the guild, your identity will be recognized as well. He thought to himself, however, mercenaries are nothing more than errand boys. Unless he reaches a certain level, with this barbarian strength, finding a patron would be the easiest way. Hearing this, Keetle gasped in surprise. A mercenary. His eyes sparkled brightly as he asked softly, there's a way like that too? An image of a mercenary fighting off dangerous monsters in a forest filled his mind. Mercenaries were the very definition of fantasy romance. Keetle showed great excitement, then inquired, where do I need to go to become a mercenary? The captain hesitantly replied, well, there's a guild. Keetle's face lit up bright as sunshine as he said decisively, lead the way. The captain froze upon hearing this, staring wide-eyed as he stammered, all right then. Images of people walking along a journey appeared. Mercenaries, wanderers traveling far and wide to fulfill commissions. Some viewed them as symbols of romantic freedom. But in reality, mercenaries belonged to the lowest class of society, meant for those whose identities were unrecognized. A mercenary might run in panic from a terrifying monster he was supposed to face. Even strong mercenaries often perished in unexplored dungeons or served as sacrificial lambs for dirty work. As a result, the bottom-tier mercenaries were often rude, filthy, and rowdy. A guy in blue threw an angry punch at the person opposite him, roaring at the top of his lungs, you bastard, how dare you lay a hand on me? Inside the mercenary guild, the victim failed to block the punch, falling heavily backward. The man instantly bounced back up, shouting back, you wanna fight? The guy in blue flew into an even greater rage, hurling a provocation, come at me then. Two guild members standing nearby watched, giggling and placing bets, hey, I'm betting on the guy on the right. I've got the guy on the left. They clashed fiercely without giving an inch, full of bloodlust and refusing to back down. At that moment, the mercenary guild receptionist opened her mouth to ask, Rosa, how's this new batch of rookies looking? Rosa, the guild receptionist, let out a weary sigh, hopeless. They're all weirdos. Rosa recalled Alexander Jotanu, there's a crazy guy claiming to be a paladin. Then came Kazan, and a thief too. Finally, Hayes, the priestess of Kolosha looks decent, but the deity she serves isn't trustworthy at all. Rosa sighed in deep annoyance, while the pink-haired receptionist beside her chimed in, is that so? What a shame, she thought to herself in frustration, not a single decent person shows up, while these uneducated mercenaries do nothing but fight all day. Then she began daydreaming, if only a Prince Charming would show up and save me from this receptionist job, that would be amazing. Someone slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Rosa, lost in her thoughts and gloom, suddenly jumped in surprise. She looked up and saw an unfamiliar guest standing right before her. Keetle stepped into the guild, looking around with excited eyes, exclaiming, so this is a guild. The two men mid-brawl had to pause, their eyes darting over to the newcomer. No way, a barbarian? Everyone else in the guild froze as well, staring wide-eyed at Keetle. Yet Keetle appeared completely thrilled, without a single care in the world. He sat down at the table, crossed his arms, and stated clearly, I came here because I want to become a mercenary. Hearing this, Rosa was stunned, trembling slightly with a pale face as she stammered, you want to be a mercenary? May I ask your purpose? Ketil answered slowly, there are many reasons, but I heard that becoming a mercenary allows one's identity to be recognized. Rosa spoke calmly, that's true. However, to gain identity recognition through the mercenary path, you'll need to achieve quite a lot. Will that be all right? Ketil responded firmly, no problem. Rosa asked for his personal details, then I will register you as a mercenary for a fee of 5 silver coins. May I have your name and age? Ketil pulled out 5 silver coins, placed them on the table, and said slowly, I'm Ketil, and as for my age, I'm not really sure. She typed rapidly on the keyboard, speaking gently, then I'll just put down an approximate number. Shortly after, Rosa handed over a badge and announced, done, your mercenary registration is complete. Here is your mercenary badge. She didn't forget to remind him, this is the symbol of a mercenary, so make sure you don't lose it. Ketil stared at the badge in silence. He picked it up, gazing at it intently before saying with satisfaction, I'm accepted. He immediately asked Rosa, are there any active quests right now? I want to start right away. Rosa was slightly surprised, answering hesitantly, quests? Oh, right. She gently presented a quest board. Currently, these are the quests available for you to accept. Ketil picked it up to look, exclaiming in surprise, wait, that's all? On the board were low-tier quests, harvesting medicinal herbs, cleaning basements, clearing underground sewers, sweeping streets, and night patrols. Hearing that, Rosa could only offer an awkward smile, since you're currently just a low-rank mercenary, these are the only quests available to you. In her heart, she felt apprehensive. Barbarians are naturally arrogant. What if he suddenly flies into a rage? Should I call for help? She forced herself to speak, if you complete simple quests and accumulate achievements, you'll be able to take on harder ones. Ketil replied right away, I'll take this quest. Rosa stared wide-eyed at the quest board. It turned out Ketil had decided to take on the very first quest, harvesting medicinal herbs. She asked again, double-checking, are you sure? Ketil replied nonchalantly, this is work that needs to be done too, right? No problem. Rosa stammered, I understand. Filled with excitement, Ketil asked, so where are the herbs that need harvesting? Rosa produced a picture of the medicinal herb. You have to go outside the village. They look like this. Ketil quickly snatched it, speaking hurriedly, got it, I'll be back right away. She stuttered, yes. Seeing Ketil leave with the picture of the herb in hand, brimming with excitement, Rosa froze, thinking to herself, what? Why does he look so relaxed? He pushed open the door and left the guild to complete the herb harvesting quest. Rosa remained stunned, even the pink-haired receptionist next to her trying to spook her couldn't shake her out of it. Ketil arrived at the forest. Spotting a medicinal flower, he held up the slip of paper with the image to cross-reference it. Looking at it for a moment, Ketil wondered to himself, medicinal herbs have wound-healing properties? It looks a bit strange, doesn't it? He took off his fur coat and tossed it onto the lush green grass, dressing the part of a farmer harvesting herbs. Excited for this quest, I even prepared UV protective clothing in advance. He thought, time to start my first mercenary quest. UV rays are harmful even in another world. A rare piece of knowledge from Ketil. About an hour later, back at the mercenary guild, Rosa was stunned to see a massive sack filled with medicinal herbs placed right in front of her. Ketil asked nonchalantly, is this enough? Rosa stammered, that's way too much. In her head, she thought, is this guy a lunatic who wants to destroy the entire herb field or what? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Rosa looked at the sack of herbs Ketil had gathered and marveled, their condition is fantastic. Most mercenaries just yank them out carelessly, significantly ruining the herb's value. Hearing that, Ketil felt proud as well. Despite my appearance, I'm actually pretty confident in my attention to detail. Rosa agreed, indeed. She handed a silver coin to Ketil, thank you for your hard work. Here is the reward for the quest, 1 silver coin. Ketil thought of the fragrant loaves of bread he could buy with the money he earned. It was only enough to buy the cheapest meal. Even so, this is the first money I've earned through honest work. Ketil couldn't hold back his joy, I'm so moved. Clutching the silver coin, he spoke urgently, I'm very satisfied. Can you hand me the next quest right away? Rosa was stunned, huh? She stared wide-eyed at him, completely baffled inside, what is this? How could anyone be satisfied with a reward like this? This barbarian? Ketil was as giddy as a child receiving a gift, it's still daylight out, so I want to get as much work done as possible. Rosa couldn't help but wonder, why does he look so happy? In her heart, she wept silently, oh Lord, this new mercenary is just as weird as the rest. On the low-rank request board, there were quests like harvesting herbs, cleaning basements, and clearing sewers, which Keetle cleared in rapid succession. The remaining quests were sweeping streets, night patrol, and cleaning warehouses. Keetle pointed at the last quest slot, cleaning the warehouse, and decided, I'll pick this one this time. Hearing that, Rosa could only think to herself, after the herb harvesting quest, this is already the third cleaning quest. She looked at Keetle, whose eyes were shining as bright as sunlight turned toward her. Don't tell me barbarians actually love cleaning? Having nothing else to say, she stammered, well, please accept this quest slip. A moment later, Keetle pushed open the door and stepped into the warehouse to perform his quest. A girl wearing a white hat noticed someone walking in and turned her head to look. Brimming with excitement, Keetle announced loudly, I'm here to clean the warehouse. The red-haired girl panicked, clutching her broom tightly in fear as she stared at him. Keetle calmly asked, Are you the owner of this warehouse? She slowly answered, yes. But inside, she was thoroughly surprised. A barbarian starting his work, gently using both hands to lift a stack of crates at once. Cleaning a warehouse was simple enough, moving the items inside posed no issue at all. After that, Keetle swept all around with his broom, sending clouds of dust flying into the throat of a nearby young man, causing him to cough violently. The next quest was sweeping the streets. Keetle grabbed a broom and began sweeping. Initially, controlling his strength was a bit tricky, but he managed it without any major obstacles. While Keetle was performing his street sweeping quest, an old man was watching him through a pair of binoculars. The old man observed for a moment, thoroughly confused. What in the world is he doing? In his mind, he thought, he's clearly at least transcendent rank, someone strong enough to level an entire kingdom with just his fists. Thinking about Keetle hiding behind that gentle face, the old man grew even more baffled. In other words, as long as he displays his true power, he'd be honored anywhere. Yet here he is, doing mundane street sweeping work. The old man watched Keetle diligently sweeping back and forth, and he wasn't doing a half-hearted job either. Keetle worked with utmost dedication, sweeping every bit of dirt into the dustpan. Observing all of this, the old man marveled, he's actually taking this dead serious, good grief. He lowered his binoculars, staring at Keetle from afar, unable to hold back his curiosity. Just why? By then, Keetle had cleaned everything spotless without feeling tired, merely placing his hand against his forehead to wipe away a few beads of sweat. In high spirits, he softly let out, that feels so refreshing. Seeing him like that, the old man grew even more bewildered. Why does he look like he's actually enjoying this? The next morning, the bright sun had reached its peak in the sky. Keetle woke up, letting out a satisfying yawn and stretching to wake himself up. He set his feet onto the floor, when he suddenly noticed a fairly large pouch sitting on the table out of nowhere. The pouch looked heavy, its contents unknown. As it turned out, it was packed with numerous silver coins. A female voice called out, Your first day as a mercenary went smoothly. Lord Keetle, here is the reward for 15 quests. His eyes widened, staring intently at the pouch of money. Keetle picked up the pouch. Rosa, sitting opposite him, smiled gently, that is 15 silver coins. Unable to hide his joy, delight was written all over his face. Keetle smiled, thank you so much. I'll be back tomorrow. With a contented smile on his face, he began his second day in town. At that moment, a little girl was crying profusely, clinging tightly to her mother. The surrounding townsfolk froze, staring wide-eyed at Keetle. His powerful presence caused them to stare in stunned silence. As he was walking, Keetle suddenly halted his steps, as if spotting something, exclaiming, That's... In the distance stood an old building, beautifully and meticulously designed. A library. Keetle knocked on the door and stepped into the library. The librarian glanced over at the visitor, offering a greeting. The terrifying aura emanating from Keetle scared her into clutching her hands tightly, rendered speechless. He asked in a deep voice, May I read some books? Keetle walked through the bookshelves, browsing for a moment, pulled out a few volumes, and sat down at a table to read. He read intently, pure delight clear on his face. Sitting at the counter, the librarian watched him read so engrossed, finding it exceedingly strange. The old man continued tracking Keetle's every move. Seeing him buried in books, he was utterly shocked, thinking to himself, a barbarian reading books? I can't sense his presence, but without a doubt, do barbarians from the frozen plains have customs different from others? Keetle sat there, engrossed in his reading with a faint smile, or is this barbarian just a special case? A short while later, Keetle closed the history book, letting out a soft sigh. So the Empire won in the end. He pieced together a series of events. A few years ago, Mylina had visited the Frozen Plains, mentioning she would sell weapons to the Barkan Kingdom in their war against the Empire. Nevertheless, the Empire had triumphed. Banners of the Empire were raised as markers. Currently, the Empire was mighty, and the Barkan Kingdom had essentially become a vassal state. Ranks of imperial knights stood ever ready to initiate fierce conflicts. The Empire had swallowed half the human world and continued its conquest. They feared no opponent, striking without hesitation, as if intending to consume the entire world. Ketil rubbed his chin, gasping in admiration. World conquest. His eyes sparkled, filled with vivid curiosity about history. Alright, that's enough about humanity. Now let's look at something more interesting. He pulled out a book about non-humans to see what was written about other races. Turning the pages one by one, Ketil pondered, a comprehensive book on non-human creatures. The fantastical details inside the book. A magnificent cave filled with glittering crystals truly existed. The greatest cave in the world, teeming with rare ores akin to precious gems. The cave of the Mantiana dwarves, to the pristine Apia elf village, stunningly beautiful with greenery all around. To the cloud city of the Lar angel race, magnificent beyond compare, and the untouchable sanctuary, Elfo Sagrado. This place had been shrouded in mystery for years, with no one knowing its location. Even though powerful rulers had tried every method to locate it, they had all failed. Reading up to this point, Ketil grew intrigued. So many people have tried to find the sanctuary of Elfo Sagrado. Suddenly his eyes went wide, as if discovering something fascinating. Ketil brought the book close to his face, reading every word carefully. Wait, there are other regions similar to the Frozen Plains? Places riddled with terrifying horrors, demon domains that rejected human presence and overflowed with anomalies. Quite a few demon domains existed, but this world had 5 exceptionally vast ones. The Silent Forest, where everything fell into complete stillness. The Abyssal Deep, sowing evil throughout the world. The Deep Sea, where primate species breathed and survived. The Infinite Black Hole, where nothing existed. And the Frozen Plains, where snow fell year-round. The people inhabiting these places radiated an indescribable mystery. Inhabiting these demon domains were horrific monsters known as incarnations of destruction. However, those demon domains could not invade human territory. Ketil marveled, just how vast is this world? Rubbing his chin, he wondered, are there really more places like the Frozen Plains? A moment later, Ketil stood up, saying aloud, that's probably all the information available here. He looked at the librarian, saying gently, the information was really helpful, thank you. She was startled, nearly scared out of her wits, stammering back, why yes, of course. Ketil made his way back to the mercenary guild, stepping inside to meet Rosa, calling out, Rosa, what quests do we have today? She was surprised. Lord Ketil, you're here? His eyes shone brightly. Rosa smiled, here are today's quest request slips. The old man Kane continued to monitor Ketil's every action, thinking to himself, he really is strange. He turned to leave, muttering, perhaps I need to meet him in person. As it turned out, he was Sword Saint Kane, who had been shadowing Ketil on his second day. On a quiet evening with a clear moon and gentle breeze, the sound of clacking footsteps echoed down the street. Ketil smiled, his face beaming with excitement, thinking eagerly, cleared over a dozen more requests today. Thinking of the small pouch of money he earned strapped to his hip, he felt an overwhelming wave of satisfaction. Even small amounts added up turned out to be quite a bit. Outside was quiet and deserted, with not a soul in sight as Ketil walked along silently. The day I'm recognized as a true mercenary isn't far off now. Cheerful, he whistled loudly all along the path. In a small alley nearby, a man lay in wait, watching him. Seeing him, the man suddenly lunged out, giving Ketil quite a start. Kane had a stern, terrifying look on his face, clad in long robes with a large hood. As the two stood facing each other, the atmosphere grew awkwardly tense. Ketil asked bluntly and loudly, you've been tailing me all day. Hearing that, Kane was startled, thoroughly confused. Huh? Crossing his arms over his chest, Ketil continued to press, what do you want? Confronted with rapid questions, Kane thought in utter panic, he noticed me? His face turned pale, his mouth agape in disbelief, I completely erased my presence. No matter how sharp one's senses were, detecting him should have been impossible. Seeing Kane remain silent, Ketil began to worry, reaching down to protect his money pouch, don't tell me you're a mugger? He lowered his stance, ready to wrestle at a moment's notice. Seeing this, Kane was left even more dumbfounded. After a long pause with no movement, Ketil knitted his brows and growled, not answering? Then I must have guessed right. Even though security here seems decent, there are still muggers lurking around. Sweat poured down Kane's face as he stammered, unable to squeeze out a word. He thought, would he even believe me if I said I'm the Sword Saint? Seeing Ketel's rigid posture, the old man felt like he'd been struck by lightning, turning to mugging at this old age? The economy must be doing way worse than I thought. Suddenly, Ketel stroked his chin, lost in thought. His eyes lit up as an idea struck him. Taking you down and handing you in would make a great achievement. Kane jumped, thoroughly stunned. What? Seeing Ketel's meaningful smile, Kane was rendered speechless, weighing his options carefully. Actually, this might be a good opportunity. He thinks I'm a mugger. Kane clenched his fists, raising them forward, so engaging him in direct combat is probably the best way to evaluate his strength and identity. Suddenly, Ketel lifted his foot and stepped back. Kane looked up, and before he could even make a move, Ketel acted first. Ketel's entire body swayed as if weightless, and with a sudden whoosh, only a powerful gust of wind remained in the air. Kane was visibly startled, fear flashing in his eyes. Did he vanish? Out of nowhere, Ketel materialized right in front of him, looking menacing with glowing eyes, his body appearing 2 or 3 times larger than a moment ago. What is this? Ketel reached his hand out as if to grab him. Kane stomped his foot hard onto the ground, a surge of green aura erupting around his entire body. If I just stand here, he'll grab me by the neck. He swung his arms, dodging hastily to the side. Seeing Kane react, Ketel burst into a loud laugh. Baring his teeth, he stared intently at the old man. Not bad. Kane was bewildered, his eyes wide in sheer disbelief. No way, he almost caught me. Kane collapsed onto the ground, still shaken. If my reflexes were a second slower, I would have been nabbed. But even more astonishingly, he thought, I can't feel a single trace of aura from him at all. Crossing his arms, Ketel stood in place, laughing out loud. Interesting. Kane looked straight into his eyes, his mind reeling in shock. Did he move that fast purely with a human body? Pressing his lips tightly together, he swallowed hard. The probing is over, now it's for real. Kane pushed off his feet and leaped up, gritting his teeth as if transforming into a completely different person. I'm going all out. Ketel said nothing, his face darkening as he stood motionless. Suddenly, he vanished into thin air, darting past with only a strong gust of wind left behind. Lightning fast, Ketel circled around behind him, grabbing the old man firmly by one arm. Kane clenched his teeth, looking back in complete disbelief, to suffer a miserable defeat before we even got started. Ketel pushed his arms behind his back, escorting him like a criminal. Kane was utterly bewildered, his face completely frozen. This isn't just getting grabbed, it feels as if my arms are pinned to a solid boulder and my entire body is being dragged along. He shut his eyes tight and screamed out in sheer pain. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Clenching his jaw tightly, he endured the pressure. This isn't even a contest of strength. He flexed his body to break free, a surge of power radiating outward with increasing intensity. If that's the case, I'll go all out and unleash my full power. Seeing Kane gather his strength, Ketel was startled, his eyes widening. The grip holding the old man's wrists began to loosen, unable to maintain its hold in the end. A fierce, blinding burst of light shot forth. Kane broke free, sliding backward across the ground a considerable distance. Slightly perplexed, Ketel held his hand out before his eyes, a faint trace of the old man's blue aura still lingering on his palm. Kane knitted his brows, panting heavily and remaining on high alert, keeping his eyes glued to Ketel. Still baring his teeth in a bright smile, Ketel asked, do bandits nowadays really have all sorts of fancy moves? Hearing this, Kane was rendered completely speechless, thinking to himself, why does he keep calling me a bandit? His eyes lit up as he recalled that terrifying display of power. That manifestation of mana is at a level only the absolute elite can reach. He wrapped his entire body in it. He wondered in confusion, why would someone like him resort to banditry? Looking at Ketel's amazed expression, he thought, but he genuinely believes I'm a mugger. Kane lowered his head, letting out a weary sigh. He felt the abundant energy flowing within his body. I instinctively unleashed my mana just now. Mana capable of tearing solid steel to shreds with ease. He thought to himself, a normal human body should have been crushed into paste from mere contact. Yet he didn't suffer a single scratch. What kind of body can withstand raw mana with bare hands? Seeing Kane standing off in the corner, Ketel suddenly spoke up, I don't know what kind of trick you're using. He stepped closer, his voice dropping low, but I think it's about time we wrap this up. Sensing danger, Kane reached for the sword at his hip, preparing to receive the next strike. His eyes widened, unsure of what Ketel intended to do. Ketel leaned right into his face, giving a friendly smile as he used a single finger to push the sword back into its sheath. Kane looked up, trembling violently. From just that single gesture, he panicked, his eyes bulging like a frog's and his mouth agape as he let out a loud shout. He gritted his teeth, attempting to draw his sword once more, but found it impossible. Ketil was completely overpowering him using nothing more than an index finger. Suddenly, Ketil reached out a hand as if to grab him. Tears welled up in the corners of Kane's eyes, so old, yet acting like a total crybaby. Is it really over for me? Ketil's arm extended further, drawing closer and closer. Ketil's arm extended further, drawing closer and closer. Overcome with fear, Kane passed out with a loud thud. Ketil casually slung the old man over his shoulder as easily as flipping his palm, thinking to himself, so this is what passes for mugging in this fantasy world. The captain of the guard in the Barkan region suddenly froze, his jaw dropping in sheer disbelief at the sight before him. Barbarian, what in the world is going on here? Ketil extended his hand forward. Old Kane remained unconscious, yet to awaken, while Ketil maintained a earnest, poker face. He handed the old man over to the captain. The captain recognized Kane immediately, his mind falling into absolute chaos and confusion. What on earth is happening? Why is Sword Saint Kane here? Don't tell me this barbarian actually attacked Lord Kane? What am I supposed to do now? Seeing the captain flustered, Ketil spoke plainly, I've apprehended the mugger. Hearing those words, the captain felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his jaw hanging so low it nearly touched the ground. A mugger? Ketil's face beamed with excitement, hoping to earn some merit from the haul. If I hand him over to the guards, this counts toward my mercenary record, right? The captain couldn't comprehend a single word, falling straight into a state of utter despair. My brain has temporarily shut down. I'm standing here and none of this is registering. He scanned Ketil up and down, analyzing the situation. An individual who had reached the absolute apex of power, Sword Saint Kane, was now pinned effortlessly in Ketil's grasp in the most humiliating posture imaginable. Opening his mouth slightly, the captain slowly explained, that gentleman is not a mugger. Ketil was taken aback, instantly jumping to conclusions. You know him? So you're accomplices? The captain snapped to attention, bowing deeply in respect. To the sole sword saint in the Gihen kingdom, I pay my utmost respects to Lord Kane. It didn't look like he was lying. Ketil glanced down at the old man over his shoulder, thoroughly bewildered. Huh? Kane's face grew dark, drenching in cold sweat without uttering a single word. Suspicious, Ketil shook the old man vigorously, wondering aloud, a sword saint? For a grand title like that, how could he be mistaken for a mugger? Fixing the captain with a sharp glare, Ketil argued decisively, no way, this old guy is definitely a mugger. He attacked me to steal my silver coins. The captain explained exhaustively, he truly is the sword saint. I couldn't possibly mistake that face. Even if he were a mage using illusion magic, with power of that magnitude, he'd still be revered as a sword saint regardless. Ketil refused to give up. What if sword saint is just a fancy title for top-tier muggers? The captain furrowed his brows. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Caught completely off guard, Ketil asked again, so he really is a sword saint? The captain nodded, yes. Ketil froze, a wave of guilt washing over his face, his mind spinning as he tried to figure out how to resolve this. I'll have to report this matter to the Lord. Inside the room, the loud thud of a hand slamming against the desk echoed, followed by Luke Barkan's furious voice, what? Lord Kane is missing? Ketil bowed his head, offering a sincere apology. I'm sorry, I should have let him explain himself. Kane, standing beside him, chimed in, no, I am also at fault for remaining silent. Sitting opposite each other, the room fell into a heavy, tense, and awkward silence, neither daring to make eye contact. Luke Barkan rushed inside in a panic. What in the world happened? Seeing Kane sitting silently before him, he panted heavily, his mind racing. I figured Lord Kane would seek out the barbarian for a duel, but I never imagined he would lose. Lord Kane was defeated by this barbarian. I don't know the details, but that is the undeniable truth. Looking at Ketil, realization struck him, this barbarian is even stronger than a sword saint. Standing outside the doorway, the Lord was weighed down by complex thoughts. Of course, there are different tiers even among transcendent beings. Lord Kane only recently attained the title of sword saint, so he might be on the lower end of that scale. An image of a ferocious, terrifying Ketil flashed through his mind. Still, a sword saint is someone who holds an exalted title, and this barbarian defeated such a person. That makes him an entity that is completely uncontrollable. Pressing his lips together, he let out a heavy sigh. My head hurts so much. Luke Barkan stepped forward, speaking gently. It seems there has been a misunderstanding here, so I shall take my leave. You two should talk things through clearly. He paused, leaving his sentence unfinished. An awkward stillness settled over the room, devoid of any sound. Ketil stared intently at Kane, making the old man so nervous he didn't dare make a single move. Kane held his teacup with trembling hands, unable to force it down. How humiliating. Still, I can't refute it, it was a total defeat. My pride isn't just wounded, it's been shredded like a rag. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Kane set his cup down firmly. Allow me to introduce myself properly. Placing a hand over his chest, he declared, I am Sword Saint Kane. Ketel crossed his arms, interjecting, is Sword Saint your last name? Kane replied, once one reaches the realm of a Sword Saint, human surnames become meaningless. Ketel nodded along as if enlightened, I see. So that technique you showed earlier, was that a Sword Saint move? Kane stared wide-eyed, completely speech-bound. He opened his palm, channeling his energy until a blue aura materialized. Do you mean this? Ketel snapped upright, gasping in awe as if witnessing a rare phenomenon. He recalled the moment in greater detail. At first, I thought it was just some cheap mugger trick, so I didn't pay it much mind. But now that I know it's a technique used by a Sword Saint, I'm actually getting interested. Kane clenched his fist, dispersing the power. This is the manifestation of aura. Ketel gasped, aura, so that was aura all along. His eyes sparkled, overflowing with hope. How can I learn it? Kane made no attempt to hide it. Fundamentally, you must manifest it by controlling your aura. Ketel gazed at the energy swirling in the old man's hand, filled with admiration and envy. So is aura similar to mana? Kane explained, aura refers to the magic power itself. When you utilize it as aura, you are a swordsman. When you utilize it as mana, you are a mage. Ketel burst out laughing, nodding. So both swordsmen and mages utilize the same source of power called aura? He asked, would you be willing to teach me that technique? Kane froze, his eyes wide and mouth agape. What? Ketel stood up straight, bowing sincerely, ashamedly. I am still learning and lack knowledge. His eager face looked down at the old man almost like a threat. I beg of you, please teach me. Kane was spooked out of his wits, hastily agreeing, all right, but do you really need my guidance? Aren't you already stronger than me? Ketel sat back down, crossing his arms and speaking bluntly, I know nothing about aura or swordsmanship. Truth be told, I was just swinging wildly. Kane was left dumbfounded. Really? Closing his eyes, the old man weighed the situation carefully. That's right, I am a Sword Saint. Even though I lost, I haven't even drawn my blade yet. Fine then, I'll teach this barbarian a few things about the way of the sword and show him its true greatness. He envisioned a glorious scenario, swinging his blade, leaving Ketel wide-eyed in praise, and reclaiming his lost pride. Kane adopted a serious tone. Very well, I am a Sword Saint who wields a blade. Without a sword, I am merely half the man. Ketel tensed up, blurting out, I figured as much, no wonder you were so weak without a sword. Kane froze, his spirit taking a direct hit. Ketel stammered, I mean, to be called a Sword Saint at that level, I felt something was off. Kane wanted to curse under his breath, but Ketel continued, if you had used a sword, you might have one. Kane broke out into a cold sweat. Could I really win just by using a sword? Ketel said eagerly, I'm really looking forward to it. However, this opened up a series of troubling days for Kane. He thought, will I really get my self-respect back? Or am I going to be crushed even more miserably? Ketel quietly recalled his past life, thinking, before my regression, I had learned swordsmanship. But this is true fantastical swordsmanship, a strange martial art that manipulates mysterious aura. He muttered to himself, this is what true fantasy swordsmanship is. At the same time, Kane stood opposite him holding a blade, asking solemnly, the defining characteristic of my swordsmanship is the merging of illusion and reality. When you fought my disciple, what did you see? Hearing the old man mention it, Ketel reminisced, that knight was your disciple? His sword strikes split into three, and all three were real attacks. He realized suddenly, so that's what you meant by merging. Ketel offered his perspective, that's a skill that relies more on technique than brute strength. Kane gave a faint nod. Precisely. He explained, swordsmanship is the art of fusing blade and aura to channel arcane arts, and those who reach the end of that path become sword saints. Kane channeled aura into his sword, demonstrating it before Ketel. Ketel cheered excitedly, whoa, so that's aura. Kane nodded, yes. He thought to himself, I still can't believe this is actually happening. Kane continued, I imagine merging illusion and reality sounds a bit abstract. He thought, I'm actually teaching swordsmanship to a barbarian. Assuming a sword stance, he said, therefore, I'll let you witness it with your own eyes. Kane's gaze turned razor-sharp, swinging his sword forward with tremendous force. His single slash split into 5 distinct trajectories driving forward. Ketel marveled, his sword strike split into 5? A few seconds later, Kane's strike left a massive crater in the wall. Sheathing his sword, the old man spoke, there are many techniques that create illusions with aura. However, making those illusions tangible is something only my swordsmanship can achieve. Ketil spoke up softly, the move you just used? Kane said proudly, yes, a true Supreme Arcana technique. What do you think? Ketil replied nonchalantly, I feel like I could do that too. Kane flinched, scolding him gently. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? He thought to himself, I dedicated my entire life to the sword, combining innate talent with grueling training to barely achieve this level of swordsmanship. There is no way someone could mimic it after seeing it just once. Seeing his skepticism, Ketil said, it'd be faster if I just showed you. Spotting the weapon in Ketil's hand, Kane was stunned. An axe? Ketil immediately dropped into a stance, hoisting the axe over his shoulder, gathering his strength, and hacking forward with explosive speed. Kane was flabbergasted. That sword move. He thought to himself, he's just using sheer, raw power to move at incredible speeds. Ketil unleashed 5 strikes carrying immense power, slamming into the wall and triggering a massive explosion. Kane was so shocked his mouth hung wide open. Ketil lowered his axe, giving a bright smile. There, what do you think? Kane was utterly dazed. It looks just like the merging of illusion and reality, even though it's actually just overwhelming strength and speed. It almost tricked me. He muttered softly, you're just swinging wildly without any real technique. Ketil countered, but isn't the result pretty much the same? Swordsmanship is meant for real combat, isn't it? As long as the outcome is identical, it works. Kane was speechbound. Ugh. He wept silently inside. He's not wrong, but my pride takes such a beating. A second later, the old man gathered his spirits and drew his blade once more. In that case, how about this? Kane executed another strike, creating multiple clones around himself. Ketil was astonished. His body split apart? Sword chi combined with aura flared outward, causing the ground to crack and shatter. As the dust cleared, a massive hole had opened up in the floor beneath them. Kane panted heavily. This is the doppelganger technique, achieved through the absolute pinnacle of aura control. Turning to Ketil, he wiped away his sweat. Can you copy this one? Ketil stepped over to another corner, swinging his axe and slashing wildly in all directions, practically creating an illusion of his own. Violent gusts of wind gathered around his body, gradually coalescing into a rising whirlwind. Ketil smiled. What do you think? Kane collapsed onto his knees, crying aloud. My life's work, my swordsmanship techniques. The old man mumbled to himself, this can't be. Kane buried his face in his hands, utterly broken. Ketil crossed his arms, letting out a sigh. Humph, your mental fortitude is weaker than I thought. He stepped forward to offer some comfort. Your swordsmanship is truly exceptional. I'm just swinging my axe fast. That's hardly real swordsmanship. Ketil added, besides, what you just performed wasn't merely an afterimage, it was genuine swordsmanship. I can't reach the realm of true arcana. Kane thought to himself, that's right, my swordsmanship still holds immense value. Fusing illusion and reality into tangible form, I am the only one capable of achieving it. Regaining his resolve, the old man thought, there is nothing wrong with my techniques. Grimacing as he looked at Ketil, he thought, this barbarian is just a lunatic. What kind of madman moves so fast he turns into a blur without even using aura? That's simply not something a human can do. Ketil asked, can you teach me the true meaning behind your techniques? Kane paused, regaining his composure as he replied, my apologies. I let my emotions get the better of me. Ketil nodded, I understand. Kane cleared his throat. To utilize true techniques, you must first learn how to control aura. However, to command aura, you must first comprehend arcana. Kane elaborated, whether one is a mage, a swordsman, or a sorcerer, none can step into higher realms without awakening their arcana. Only those who place their faith in divine beings are the exception. Ketil inquired, so divine power is a completely separate entity? Kane answered, their miracles stem directly from the deity they worship, completely detached from their individual capabilities. Stroking his chin in wonder, Ketil let out a low gasp. Oh, Kane continued, arcana is the mysterious power residing deep within every individual. How one utilizes it determines everything. Ketil thought to himself, so whether one wishes to use aura, absorb mana, or command spirits, the foundation of all magical power begins with comprehending arcana. Kane explained, there are 5 stages to arcana. The most fundamental is arcana perception, the realm of recognizing, unlocking, and sensing arcana itself. Ketil asked in confusion, can't everyone feel arcana? Kane replied, without talent, one simply cannot feel it. Those who can perceive arcana are what we call third class. Kane clarified, the ability to manipulate arcana is divided into 5 ranks. Third class is merely the first. My Lina's words suddenly echoed in Ketel's memory. Normally, we divide them into third class, second class, first class, transcendent, and hero. Kane interjected, those are the 5 main classifications. Ketel thought to himself, so that's how it is. Kane continued, truth be told, that's just a categorization for convenience. Even within the same rank, massive power gaps exist, and the boundaries are blurry. It's enough just to know the concept exists. Ketel nodded, I get it. Kane signaled, then let's begin. Speaking solemnly, the old man stated, the very first step of arcana, sensing arcana. Kane spoke softly, sense everything around you. He instructed, comprehending arcana means awakening something within yourself that you've never known before. Expand your senses to their absolute limit. Kane continued, feel the breeze drifting past, the warmth rising from the earth, and recognize every subtle motion within the wind as it rustles. He guided him, and amidst all of that, seek out a distinct presence. Ketel sat attentively, focusing intensely to feel as Kane instructed. Just a few seconds later, he opened his eyes wide and whispered, I don't feel a single thing. Kane stood dazed, stammering, really? I assumed that with your strength, you'd feel it immediately. He thought to himself, it's not an absolute rule, but those who are exceptionally strong, even without mana, usually find it easier to comprehend arcana. Perhaps he's an anomaly. Stroking his beard, Kane asked suspiciously, could it be due to the strange nature of the frozen plains? Resting his chin in his hand, Ketel pondered, I'm not sure. No one around me has ever felt this thing called arcana before. The old man nodded, people from the wilderness are often like that. In truth, even for the majority, comprehending arcana is no easy task. Let me try channeling energy directly into you to open a pathway to arcana. Ketel perked up excitedly, you're going to channel aura into me? Kane nodded, something like that. Delighted, Ketel said, alright, I've prepared myself. Kane replied, very well. The old man stood up and approached Ketel, stepping behind his back to remind him, now relax your entire body, focus inward, and draw all your senses into yourself. Gently placing a hand on Ketel's back, Kane instructed, now, feel the mana I'm channeling into you. Suddenly, the old man's face turned pale as a terrifying thought struck him, this body. He wondered in utter disbelief, is he really human? Just how tightly packed is this muscle mass? Kane stood jaw-dropped, it's like touching a solid block of carved stone. Seeing the old man freeze, Ketel grew curious and turned his head. Kane gasped, my apologies, my mind drifted off for a second. Gathering his wits, he said, let's begin. Kane thought to himself, I'll initiate the flow of aura. The key is to awaken the arcana pathway within him. He reassured himself, finding it shouldn't be too difficult. But suddenly, Kane froze in his tracks. Baffled, he thought, what is this? A wave of shock washed over Kane. I can't find the arcana pathway inside his body at all. To be more precise, he thought, I can't even reach it. Kane turned pale as he stared at Ketel. No matter how far I extend my aura, it hits nothing and senses nothing. He felt a chill run down his spine. It's like swimming into a bottomless abyss. No, it's like being crushed by the sheer pressure of the ocean floor. Breaking into a cold sweat, Kane thought, this is bad. He cleared his throat loudly. Alarm flared in Ketel's eyes as he looked up. Ketel's expression darkened. What do you mean, this is bad? Are you saying I have no talent? Kane hesitated. No, it's not that. It's just that simply channeling aura into you isn't enough. He continued, to find arcana, you must locate the internal pathway yourself and awaken the dormant power within. Ketel murmured hesitantly, I know that. But, Kane cut him off, I am unable to locate the path leading to your arcana. Ketel stared wide-eyed. Are you saying I can't comprehend arcana at all? Kane spoke softly, not necessarily. I can't even verify whether it exists inside you or not. Suspicious, Ketel asked. What is that supposed to mean? Kane explained, your body is abnormal. To find arcana, aura must reach deep within, but your physical structure is far too dense. My aura simply cannot penetrate deeply enough. Kane worried internally, I've never seen anything like this. Can pure physical density actually block aura? Ketel slumped in disappointment, is even a sword saint completely helpless? Pouting slightly, he muttered, so I'll never be able to comprehend arcana? Kane answered, it's hard to say. I cannot give a definitive answer either way. I don't even know if that pathway exists inside you to begin with. Kane gently advised, you should seek out a sword saint who is far more versed in aura than I am, or perhaps a high-tier mage. Bowing his head in apology, he added, in any case, I am sorry. Ketel replied softly, it's fine. Resting his chin in his hand, he thought, there's still hope. and that's enough for today. Keetle stood up, expressing his gratitude cheerfully. Thanks to you, I've learned a great deal. I truly appreciate it. Kane remained silent, offering no reply. He thought to himself, all the barbarians I've met before were wild, uncontrollable, thieving, heavy-drinking savages who lived for violence, which is why society shunned them. Lost in thought, Kane asked, however, you are different. Have you ever considered joining this kingdom? Keetle asked back, what do you mean? Kane answered, I'm referring to swearing loyalty to the kingdom and receiving a noble rank. With your power, you would rise to immense heights. I would be more than willing to sponsor you. Keetle chuckled, that's an interesting offer. Bowing his head slightly, he declined, I'll pass. I have no desire to be bound down. Kane thought secretly, if we had him on our side, perhaps we could break free from the Empire's control. He asked, even so, does noble rank not tempt you at all? Is the treasury not enough? Keetle lowered his face and let out a heavy sigh, Then he broke into a bright smile, I choose to enjoy my own freedom. Flustered by the response, Kane stammered, is that so? I understand. Keetle raised a hand, bidding farewell cheerfully, thank you regardless, sir. I won't forget your kindness. Kane sat in deep thought, staying silent. A few minutes later, the old man left the room, wandering aimlessly down the corridor. Reprimanding himself, I was such a fool. Kane felt utterly dazed. To think I could control him, even for a brief moment, it's completely impossible. He brooded quietly, that barbarian acts solely on his own whim. He might cooperate, but only up to a point. Nothing exists inside his head except his own thoughts. Kane speculated, I have no idea what goes on in his mind. He might be even more unpredictable than other barbarians. Feeling weary, he sighed, a being from the demon domain, a barbarian from the frozen plains. Kane let out a dry laugh, haha. He muttered under his breath, invading the demon domain, what on earth is the Emperor plotting? Inside Luke Barkan's study, he asked with a grave expression, so the Emperor truly intends to launch a crusade against the demon domain? Kane answered, even as he lies dying, he calls it a reconnaissance mission. Luke Barkan asked doubtfully, are you serious? Kane sighed, without a doubt. Perhaps he fancies himself the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Kane added, in any case, that's still a matter for the future. We haven't even fully consolidated our hold over the human territories yet. Luke Barkan's face grew pale with exhaustion, it's only a matter of time. Kane reminded him, indeed, this land still belongs to the Empire. We could be summoned at any moment, so it's best we remain prepared. Luke Barkan nodded, thank you. Leaning back in his chair, Kane sighed heavily, the world is chaotic enough as it is, and now with the Emperor half sane and half mad, it's a massive headache. Luke Barkan suddenly snapped to attention, asking in a low voice, could the rumors actually be true? Kane confirmed, yes, the demons have already begun mobilizing their forces. Luke Barkan gasped, turning deathly pale. Kane continued, the dungeon outbreaks are highly unusual as well. Nothing is certain yet, but several sources claim that the corruption of the demon domain is leaking out. Kane thought to himself, something major is brewing, and whatever it is, it spells disaster for humanity. He suddenly remembered something, come to think of it, perhaps the stranger anomaly is already right among us. Luke Barkan nodded in agreement, indeed. Kane asked softly, what do you think of him? Luke Barkan hesitated, I do not know. Feeling tense, he added, at the very least, he isn't our enemy. Beyond that, there's nothing more I can say. Keetle quickly departed from Luke Barkan's residence, strolling merrily down the street. Suddenly he paused, glancing around. Whenever the townsfolk and children spotted him, they trembled and shrank back in fear. When Keetle looked forward, passers-by hastily hid behind walls, terrified out of their wits. Keetle pondered in confusion, resting his chin in his hand, he thought, are they afraid of me? Is it because of my clothes? He muttered to himself, or is it because I'm not wearing what they consider proper attire? A fur vest seems decent enough, he thought, though I suppose it doesn't make me look like a civilized person. They probably think I'm crazy and want nothing to do with me. Keetle had completely misunderstood the situation. Suddenly his eyes sparkled with determination. All right then. Clenching his fist happily, he declared, time to buy a few sets of civilized clothes. Inside an upscale tailor shop, the front door opened slightly. The shopkeeper was about to greet his customer when he froze mid-sentence. Welcome. His face turned deathly pale as if struck by lightning. Keetle strode in boisterously. I want to buy some clothes. The shopkeeper thought in terror, a barbarian? Bowing deeply with a trembling voice, he stammered, I deeply apologize, but I fear we have nothing that would fit your physique, sir. Keetle grunted softly, what a hassle. So there's no other way? The shopkeeper cowered. If you're willing to wait, we could custom make an outfit tailored specifically for you. Keetle brightened up. Oh, really? Then do that. Forcing himself to look up while trembling, the shopkeeper replied, why yes, of course. As soon as it's finished, we will contact you. He thought to himself in pure panic, if it's done and he doesn't like it. Imaging Keetle roaring at him, you call this clothes? The shopkeeper wept silently inside, terrified. Will I even make it out of this alive? On his way to the guild, Keetle suddenly came to a halt. Hoof, what's this? Beneath his feet lay a light blue gem. Keetle picked it up, inspecting it with curiosity. A gemstone? The gem radiated a gorgeous blue glow. Keetle narrowed his eyes, examining it as closely as he could. Hoof, he slipped it into his pouch. Alright, guess I'll go ask the guild about this. Back at the guild, Keetle pulled out the gem and asked softly, do you happen to know what this is? He placed the gem in Rosa's palm. I picked it up on my way here. Doesn't look like your average orb. Rosa glanced at it, appraising it carefully. The surface is remarkably smooth. Looks like it's been polished and carved. The surface is remarkably smooth. Looks like it's been polished and carved. The gem shimmered with a blue light, causing Rosa's eyes to drift into a daze. There are no marks or engravings on it at all. She muttered under her breath, why does this feel so valuable? Noticing her distraction, Keetle snapped his fingers loudly. Rosa snapped out of it, clutching the gem with a bewildered look on her face. Keetle asked, you okay? Rosa stumbled over her words, huh? What do you mean? Keetle replied, you look like you were completely spellbound by that gem. Rosa questioned, me? Keetle waved it off, never mind. Rosa took another look at the gem. Still, this thing is really hard to figure out. I'm picking up a strange surge of energy coming from it. Do you want me to have an appraiser look at it? Keetle chuckled. Thanks, but I'll look into it myself. Half the fun is in the digging, anyway. He asked, so, what kind of quests do you have for me today? Rosa perked up instantly, oh, right. Just a moment, let me grab the request board. She handed over the list, street sweeping, cleaning the sewers, pulling weeds, and digging up potatoes. Keetle cheerfully skimmed through the options. A few hours later, as night fell, Keetle made a bit of extra coin and set it on the table. He collapsed onto his bed, sprawling out lazily. Ha, another glorious day. He picked up the gem, gazing at it with a serious expression. What on earth are you? He mumbled to himself. Rosa looked like she was about to lose her mind over it. Does this thing actually do something? Keetle frowned, sensing something off. Hoof, a voice echoed directly from the gem. Keetle bolted upright in bed. Come to me? He wondered aloud, what the hell? Is it trying to guide me somewhere? In his mind's eye, a map suddenly materialized. Keetle shook his head helplessly. Some kind of mind control magic, maybe? The gem kept flashing its eerie blue light, calling out, come to me. Keetle let out a heavy, exasperated sigh. Hoof, looking out the window at the night sky, he said, fine, let's go then. The voice from the gem droned on, come to me. Keetle snapped, annoyed, I said I'm on my way, now shut the hell up. He followed the path laid out by the gem. Suddenly, he looked up. Hoof, standing before Keetle was a pitch-black cave entrance. He wondered, is this the place? A smirk played on Keetle's lips. Deep inside, a skeletal monster watched his every move. The gem kept repeating, come to me. Keetle called out, I'm here. Where's the guy behind this voice? In front of a mystical curtain of water, a deep, ominous voice echoed, another sacrifice stumbles in. The voice dripped with disdain, a foolish barbarian this time? Well, at least he's built big enough to make a decent offering. Sitting in the middle of a magic array, he muttered, as the skeletal monster whispered, that makes enough people. This must be a dream. Can resurrection really be done? The image of a sinister old man smirking wickedly appeared, his skeletal hands gesturing as if manipulating the entire world, his cold eyes radiating unhidden malice. During the catastrophic war that once engulfed entire kingdoms, countless realms crumbled to ash. Behind those chaotic years loomed the shadow of a dark mage, the puppet master pulling the strings of human destiny. With his dark sorcery, he manipulated the minds of countless kings, igniting bloody wars just to consolidate his power, but his atrocities eventually crossed the line for both gods and men. In a twist of poetic justice, he became the target of relentless heroes who swore to put an end to his tyrannical reign. Yet, on the very brink of death, he performed a forbidden ritual, transferring his soul into a vessel and turning himself into a lich, a creature that binds its soul inside a living host, remaining immortal until that host is utterly destroyed. In his new form, the dark mage who once made the whole world tremble quietly planned his resurrection, harboring ambitions to reclaim the realm through overwhelming power. To complete the resurrection ritual, he needed countless lives as sacrifices. Hiding in the shadows, he chose a remote land so peaceful that no one would ever suspect the presence of evil. From there, he spread whispers of death, quietly sowing chaos in the dark. Innocent lives were sacrificed, converted into the mana stones necessary to restore his strength. His plan was creeping closer and closer to success, but an inexplicable mystery suddenly surfaced, shaking the shadow manipulator's confidence to its core. A distant land, completely isolated from prying eyes, was the ideal place for him to secretly gather his power. Yet the presence of Ketil, a stray barbarian, made the lich deeply uneasy. Why was a barbarian showing up out here? As a sacrifice? Ketil stood there, looking around blankly, unwittingly entering the lich's sight. A barbarian in a remote place like this was abnormal, like an omen warning of an impending storm. He watched Ketil's every movement intently, his cold gaze sharp enough to pierce right through his soul. Creatures from the north must have traveled a long way, he thought to himself. Judging by Ketil's massive, powerful frame, he realized this man would make an absolutely perfect sacrifice. The lich's hands began gathering energy, and a blue orb hovered in midair, casting an enchanting glow. The gem was enchanted with a unique effect, designed to attract only those who had not yet awakened to magic, making it a flawless trap. The creatures lured in by the gem were all individuals untouched by magic, making them easy prey. In that fleeting moment, Ketil suddenly flashed a bright smile, as if he had spotted something amusing. So this barbarian is just a nobody with zero magic, the lich reassured himself, though Ketil's sheer confidence left him feeling suspicious. Was it really just dumb luck? He smirked arrogantly, utterly unaware that the prey in front of him was about to turn into the hunter. "Come forth, barbarian, and become the sacrifice for my glorious resurrection," the lich roared, his voice echoing as if rising straight from the underworld. Ketil, without a single second of hesitation, stepped through the doorway leading into the lich's lair. As a ghostly blue light flashed from the lich's eyes, Ketil's eyes widened in sheer astonishment at the horrific sight before him. A true lich, complete with a withered skeletal frame, clutching a power-infused staff tightly in its hand, stood tall and imposing, its icy glare locked directly onto him. Ketil immediately grasped the terrifying reality of the situation. A lich entity that only mages at the absolute pinnacle of magic could ever become, a supreme villain typically found only in high fantasy tales. He couldn't believe he was facing a real-life lich. But then, the lich furrowed his brow, his voice thick with suspicion. "What are you? Don't tell me you weren't drawn here by the gem." Hearing this, Ketil shot back instantly, a spark of confidence flashing in his eyes. "So that's the cheap trick you used to bait everyone down here." The answer left the lich stunned, making him question his entire existence. He couldn't sense a single drop of magic coming from Ketil. In other words, he was just an ordinary barbarian. So how on earth had he resisted the power of the gem? The lich narrowed his eyes, forming a hypothesis. "You have an artifact protecting your mind, don't you?" He thought to himself that only a high-grade artifact would have the power to resist his influence. But Ketil simply shrugged and gave a blunt reply. "A forbidden item? I don't have anything like that on me." Suddenly, the lich swung his staff, and streams of bluish-white aura were sucked into it, like the lingering souls of the dry skeletons scattered all across the cave floor. "Do you really think you can fool me?" he roared. "If you had just quietly accepted your fate, you could have died a painless death." Two dry skeletons suddenly rose to their feet, each gripping a razor-sharp sword. "Summon my minions," the lich commanded, and in an instant, one of the skeletons charged straight at Ketil with terrifying speed. But Ketil merely smirked, his smile dripping with provocation. A dungeon with an evil lich inside. "Yeah, I think I get what's going on here." As the skeleton leaped into the air, raising its sword high, Ketil casually flicked his wrist as if brushing away a mosquito, reducing the skeleton to a pile of dust. The lich gasped in horror, his eyes widening in disbelief, utterly unable to fathom what had just transpired. Ketil brushed the dust off his shirt and casually declared, "Weaker than I thought." The lich gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face like a waterfall. He swung his staff, summoning another horde of skeletons. "Let's see if you can keep running that mouth." With the slash of a blade echoing through the air, a wave of skeletons swarmed toward Ketil, but he merely let out a bored, heavy sigh, clenched his fist tightly, and delivered a seemingly basic swing that shattered the entire horde into fine sand. A single kick crushed the head of one skeleton to pieces, and the last remaining one was handled in the blink of an eye. The Lich's jaw dropped, completely unable to believe his own eyes. Looking at the pile of bones disintegrating on the ground, Ketil said slowly, "Kazin wasn't lying after all. If you smash their heads, they stay dead." He rubbed the back of his head, his eyes glinting with anticipation. "A real lich ought to be able to summon something a bit stronger than these rotting bones, right?" Ketil's words were like a dagger plunging straight into the lich's heart. "Are cheap skeletons really all you've got?" He pointed his staff directly at Ketil, and the green mana stone resting on top emitted a blinding light. A group of dry skeletons suddenly transformed, arming themselves in towering suits of armor and becoming skeletal knights. Ketil recognized them instantly, his eyes lighting up. "Skeletal knights, huh? Now that's interesting." The lich spread his arms wide as the surging aura grew larger and larger, bellowing, "Kill him!" The skeletal knight charged like a gale-force wind, its sword swinging down. Ketil showed no fear whatsoever. If anything, he looked thrilled. He threw a direct punch straight at the skeletal knight, sending it flying back several meters, slamming into the rock wall with a violent impact that triggered a massive, deafening explosion. Thick clouds of dust billowed out in every direction, yet the skeletal knight pulled itself back up, opening its jaws wide to vent a surge of blue energy. Ketil casually noted, "Oh, you're a lot tougher than the last guy." The lich roared, his eyes blazing furiously. "Unleash the full extent of your magic." The skeletal knight radiated a terrifying wave of energy, charging headlong toward Ketil, ready to obliterate anything standing in its path. Watching the skeletal knight charge toward him at a frantic pace, Ketil's eyes flickered with a mix of suspicion and genuine amusement. "What is this thing supposed to be now?" he asked himself, his deep voice heavy with thought. When the skeletal knight was just inches away from him, Ketil's hand suddenly clamped shut, snatching the skeletal frame of the knight created by the lich right out of the air. With lightning speed, he delivered a straight punch directly to its skull, hitting it like a crack of thunder. Another earth-shattering explosion rocked the chamber, sending rocks flying everywhere as a dense cloud of dust enveloped the entire space. Ketil stood his ground, his sharp eyes intently waiting to see the outcome. On the other side, the lich stood slack-jawed, his hollow eyes filled with pure terror. He couldn't comprehend how a guy like Ketil could effortlessly destroy his ultimate creation. As the dust cleared, every trace of the skeletal knight had completely vanished. Ketil stepped forward, stomping hard on the severed skeletal arm of the knight, causing a sickening crunch to echo through the cave. He raised his head and looked straight at the lich, his voice dripping with challenge. "Sure, that was a little different, but at the end of the day, it's pretty much the same thing. Is that really all you've got?" In that single moment, the lich's arrogance evaporated into thin air, his mouth hung open, unable to utter a single word. "Who on earth are you?" the lich roared, his voice trembling with sheer panic. Thousands of chaotic thoughts raced through his mind. He couldn't sense a single speck of magic from this barbarian. If Ketil had been using a magical artifact, he would have detected the mana instantly, but there was nothing, not a single trace. He scanned Ketil's rock-hard physique and arrived at a terrifying realization: then this must be his own pure physical strength. Did he really take down a skeletal knight using nothing but raw physical force? The lich could barely wrap his mind around it. "You truly are abnormal," he gasped out, his voice filled with shock. Suddenly, Ketil's eyes lit up, as if he had just noticed something interesting. He stared intently at the lich's staff, where swirling strands of dark blue aura were rapidly gathering, radiating an intimidating presence. "Fine then, I'll deal with you personally," the lich roared arrogantly. Countless streams of black aura rushed wildly toward Ketil as if trying to swallow him whole. "Consider this an honor." But instead of showing fear, Ketil looked strangely thrilled. His cheeks flushed pink and his mouth formed a wide, childlike O, looking like a kid who had just stumbled upon a brand new toy. Before long, he was completely enveloped by the darkness. Thinking Ketil was cowering in fear, the lich let out a contemptuous smirk. "Scared now? Good, tremble before me, you barbarian." He rambled on triumphantly. "You're going to pay for daring to set foot inside my sanctuary." With a look of utter confusion, Ketil suddenly spoke up. "Dude, I only came here because that damn gem was being fucking loud." His words left the lich completely speechless, cold sweat pouring down his face like a river. Ketil continued, "Didn't you set that gem up in the first place?" The lich stood there sulking as memories of Ketil flashed through his mind. That was right, everyone who set foot in this place had been lured in by the gem, and this barbarian was no exception. Mortified to the point of rage, the lich raised his staff high and barked furiously, "Shut your mouth, barbarian! I am a grand and mighty sorcerer who has brought down 5 kingdoms and fought hand in hand with legendary heroes Kalosha, Barkan, Danayan, Hayes, and Luke. Hearing the full list of names, Keetle suddenly remembered Queen Elfo Sagrado Hashian Karusha. He thought to himself, why does everyone in this world have a name longer than 2 whole lines of text? Blotches of dark aura wrapped around the lich, serving as the foundation for his resurrection ritual. You lowly barbarian, he shrieked. Before long, the jet-black aura formed a swirling vortex, shooting straight toward Keetle. He stood there completely unmoving, his eyes fixed intently on the strange phenomenon. Mirrored in his eyes was the image of a black vortex, a specialized form of mind control magic that amplified negative emotions, trapping its victims in absolute despair until their minds completely shattered. This unique spell, created by Kartos, was practically invincible due to its incredibly low mana cost. The lich chuckled triumphantly to himself. How could a barbarian with no knowledge of magic possibly withstand high-tier sorcery like this? He muttered, now, what should I do with him next? Keetle kept his head bowed with a completely blank expression, making the lich feel an unsettling chill. There's something off about this barbarian, he isn't even carrying a single magic artifact. Kartos snapped his fingers, issuing an order, just capture him for now so I can study him later. Drag him away. A skeletal minion was activated, dragging its heavy feet as it advanced toward Keetle. His body seemed to hover weightlessly in midair, when suddenly, a blinding purple spark flashed brightly in his eyes. With a lightning-fast kick, he made the minion vanish into dust. The lich panicked, his eyes widening in pure horror at this human's sheer power. Another explosion echoed, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere, the lich's jaw dropping so wide it looked ready to tear. Man, how can this be? He shrieked. I know my mind control spell worked flawlessly. Keetle reached his hand out toward him, his voice dripping with utter contempt. You're just standing there staring, are you planning to order those skeletal soldiers around again like last time? Pure boredom was written all over his face. His words were like a dagger plunging straight into Kartos's fragile heart. Humans are creatures governed by their emotions, the lich muttered under his breath, desperately trying to regain his composure. No matter how strong they are, everyone carries a spark of negative emotion, they can't possibly resist emotion manipulation magic. But Keetle, with a look of naive confusion, asked, don't you know how to use basic stuff like fireballs or magic missiles? The lich kept his head low and roared, how dare you compare my majestic sorcery to such low-class tricks? Suddenly, his eyes flashed brightly as he summoned a wave of dark torrents, pitch-black mist spreading in every direction. A magic circle created by Kartos swallowed everything in sight, plunging the mind into sheer chaos. Catching sight of this spectacle, Keetle's eyes lit up like high beams, thoroughly thrilled by the show. Intertwined currents of dark blue and white aura charged straight toward him, and thick clouds of dust erupted once more. Kartos opened his jaws wide and roared with overpowering force. He laughed like a maniac, spewing black mist from his mouth. Victory is mine, barbarian. Completely drained of mana, Kartos collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily for air. I went a bit overboard, my mana is totally depleted, with barely enough left to keep my physical form from unraveling. But with a hit like that, he must finally be. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, instantly shattering Kartos's fleeting moment of joy. Pretty impressive. Keetle stood tall without a single scratch on him, not dropping a single bead of sweat as he casually asked, you done already? Kartos was completely paralyzed with shock, utterly unable to believe that Keetle was still standing. Chaos raged inside his mind, I just used the strongest dark spell in my entire arsenal. Even if a legendary hero took a direct hit from that, their mind would have been shattered beyond repair. What on earth is he? Keetle stared blankly at the palm of his hand, letting out a casual compliment. It really was impressive, though I guess I didn't feel a thing. As Kartos stood there frozen in disbelief, Keetle declared in a grand, booming voice, if that was your whole performance. He gripped his sharp weapon tightly, his expression dead serious with not a hint of playfulness. Then I guess it's my turn to make a move. Kartos lowered his tone, whispering with an ominous air, I see. Hearing him speak, Keetle couldn't help but flinch, his eyes filled with sudden surprise mixed with suspicion. Ha! Keetle blurted out, while Kartos pressed on, his voice rasping as if echoing from the grave, you came all the way here even knowing who I was. Keetle shot back instantly, full of confidence, yeah, so that confirms it. Yet deep down inside, a storm of doubt brewed. What the hell is he blabbering about? Before he could process what was happening, Kartos suddenly burst out laughing, his hearty voice echoing through the entire cavern. Empire, are you really that terrified of me? I gotta say, your intelligence network is truly impressive to track me down this fast. He kept laughing triumphantly, his gaze flashing with supreme arrogance. But I will return, I will crush your swords and rule over the entire realm once more. All of a sudden, a powerful spin kick launched at terrifying speed by a long-haired figure caught Cardos completely off guard before he could even react. He muttered under his breath, as if recalling a memory, "I used to hear rumors that deep within the Empire lies a human breeding facility." Looking at the muscular man before him, wrapped in an erupting aura of purple and blue light, Cardos felt a mix of rage and dread. A place that churns out countless freaks, he thought to himself, this barbarian definitely came from there. A blade forged for the sole purpose of slaying me, an assassin dispatched by the Empire itself. Cartos's cloaked skull swung wide open as he shrieked in absolute fury. Even so, he proclaimed his grand ambition right in Ketel's face. "I am Cartos. I will slay you and overthrow the Empire." Watching him act so bizarrely, Ketel's face twisted into utter bewilderment. Is this guy out of his mind? He thought to himself. Out of nowhere, Cardos summoned an ancient jar from thin air, an eerie glow shimmering outward from it. Witnessing this mystical spectacle, Ketel couldn't hide his surprise, his eyes widening in astonishment. Cardos screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice trembling with manic excitement. "Gather, terror. Hand over your body to me." The moment those words left his mouth, a shimmering stream of liquid shot out from the ancient jar straight into Ketel's body. Instantly, his entire body fell into complete paralysis, as if bound by an invisible force. With a sinister smirk, Cardos plunged deep into Ketel's consciousness, intent on devouring his very soul. "Once I do this, unless I become a lich all over again, I'll be stuck living in this body forever," he told himself, his eyes burning with absolute determination. He let out a booming, triumphant laugh. "This body belongs to me now." But deep within Ketel's mind, Cardos suddenly froze, utterly stunned by the sight before his eyes. What on earth is this? Is this the barbarian's inner world? I've never seen anything like this before. An overwhelming sense of dread began to creep into his heart. Ketel's mind felt like an endless abyss, sending Cardos' psyche spiraling into chaotic breakdown. Something isn't right. Cardos clutched his head, his voice trembling. "Don't tell me the Empire." He screamed at the top of his lungs in agonizing pain. No, it's not the Empire. Even the Empire couldn't possibly create something like this. He shrieked in absolute horror, feeling his mind rapidly unraveling. The Lich Cardos' final words echoed in total despair. Huh? Watching this whole scene unfold, Ketel frowned, his face filled with utter confusion. What the hell? He just did something to himself and then suddenly collapsed. Right before Ketel's eyes, Cardos suddenly dropped to the ground, lying completely motionless. He muttered to himself, staring at the black vortex that had just vanished. That black vortex looked pretty cool, but that was pretty much it. He thought to himself, a lich, isn't that supposed to be the ultimate evolution of a mage? I was really curious to see what kind of magic he could pull off. Ketel clenched his fist, a glint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Turns out the liches in this world are nothing special after all. Oh well, I've cleared the dungeon, so time to claim my reward. Suddenly, Ketel bent down to pick up the staff rolling on the ground. This thing had glowed when Cardos cast his spell, radiating a mysterious power. He examined it closely, mumbling, "Does this help cast spells? If I hold on to this, can I use magic too?" As he spoke, Ketel accidentally knocked the magic stone loose from the staff. He quickly picked it up and shoved it into his pouch, chuckling to himself, "Better hide my loot." Ketel surveyed his surroundings, his eyes coming to a rest on the ancient jar. Since it used to belong to a lich, I wonder if this is a phylactery. He picked up the jar and muttered, "I should probably get Rosa to appraise this." After that, he scanned the dungeon vigilantly, telling himself, "I think I've gathered enough rewards." Suddenly, Ketel shifted his gaze forward, spotting a mysterious sigil floating quietly in the air. He gasped in surprise, "What's this? Is there a hidden room?" He gently touched the sigil with his hand. Instantly, thick black smoke billowed upward, and the sigil shattered into countless tiny fragments. As he stepped deeper into the rising smoke, a few faint figures gradually materialized, their dazed faces coming clearly into view. They stood in a circle surrounding Ketel, the secret sacrificial chamber of the Lich Cartos. Ketel gasped in genuine surprise, "So it actually exists?" He stepped closer to inspect the group of strangers. "Who are these people?" He waved his hand in front of a man standing completely still. "Hello?" Getting no response, he turned to another person. "Is anybody in there?" Nobody answered. Ketel rested his chin in his hand, mumbling, "What should I do about this?" Finally, he lowered his voice. "Alright, guess I'll head back to the domain for now." He thought to himself, "Once I report the situation, they'll probably send someone over to deal with this. Returning to the domain, Keatle immediately went looking for Rosa. He showed up at the reception area where Rosa was hard at work. The moment she spotted him, she welcomed him warmly. "Ah, Master Keatle. You're back pretty early today, aren't you?" Keatle smiled back. "Just had a few things to take care of." Rosa asked with curiosity, "What kind of things?" Keatle replied in a calm tone, "Well, it's about that orb I showed you yesterday." His answer put Rosa in a bit of an awkward spot. She hesitated. "Oh, come on, don't joke around like that." Keatle shot back bluntly and firmly, "I'm not joking." Hearing that, Rosa thought to herself in complete disbelief, "A lich? There are only 5 of them in the entire world, and one showed up in a remote place like this?" Keatle suddenly placed the ancient jar right in front of Rosa, catching her completely off guard. He continued in a serious tone, "I brought back a jar that looks like a lich's phylactery. Mind appraising it for me?" Rosa froze on the spot, her eyes wide with sheer shock. He's really not freaking joking? Total disbelief washed over Rosa's face as her eyes widened. What on earth is going on here? Keatle, on the other hand, remained as cool as a cucumber, warning her in a low voice, "Oh, right, there are also a few people inside." He went on to describe the group trapped near the ancient jar, his tone remaining flat. "I was gonna bring them out, but they've completely lost their minds, so I just left them there. It's probably best if the guild sends someone over to check it out." Before he could even finish his sentence, Rosa cut him off, her voice trembling. "Please excuse me," she thought to herself, fear creeping into every single thought. There have been several missing persons cases in the domain recently, but there was zero news about finding them. If a lich was behind all this. Suddenly, Rosa yelled out in sheer panic, "Wait right here. I'm gonna go call someone immediately." Just a moment later, a guard burst into the room, roaring, "What the hell happened? A lich? What are you talking about?" The moment he caught sight of Keatle, he froze as Keatle waved a friendly hello with a smile. "Oh, hey there." Keatle calmly told the guard, "Everything's been taken care of, nothing to worry about. It's no big deal." The guard fired back with a suspicious glare. "Hold on. What do you mean no big deal?" After listening to Keatle retell the entire story, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Kartos?" Keatle shrugged, replying casually, "Yeah, I think that was his name." Keatle asked with a curious look in his eyes, "You know him?" The guard blurted out frantically, "Of course I know him. Kartos, the sorcerer who turned the entire world upside down over a century ago, the mind behind emotion manipulation magic who sowed endless chaos. He drove kings insane and dragged 5 whole kingdoms to ruin. And you're telling me that guy showed up here as a lich?" He stared at Keatle with utter suspicion. "Are you being serious right now?" Keatle nodded, his voice calm. "Yeah, but he wasn't really all that impressive. He just moped around pulling weird tricks until he suddenly croaked." The guard stood there dumbfounded, muttering under his breath, "What the hell are you even talking about?" He thought to himself, that makes zero sense, of archmage like Kartos self-destructing? Then he demanded, "I need a proper explanation." Keatle shrugged, his tone remaining completely nonchalant. "Even if you say that, I don't really have anything else to tell you." The guard let out a helpless sigh and turned to leave. Before stepping out of the room, he instructed, "Wait here for a moment, I'm going to report this to the Lord." Upon hearing the news, Lord Luke Barkon cried out in sheer panic, "What in the blazes? A lich right next to my domain?" He questioned in disbelief, "Are you absolutely sure it was a lich? Could it have been some other kind of monster?" The guard replied respectfully, "Based on the accounts of the rescued people, it seems accurate, my lord. We even have clear physical evidence." After listening to the whole story, Luke Barkon mumbled to himself, "You mean a soul vessel?" He fell silent, his voice laced with anxiety. "A lich of that caliber hiding right under our noses without anyone knowing. The Empire might send inquisitors over at any moment." He scowled, looking thoroughly annoyed. What a massive headache. Finally, he issued an order, "Prepare a letter to be sent to the capital immediately." The guard bowed, "Understood, my lord." Luke Barkon added in a measured tone, "Still, I suppose we got lucky." The guard nodded in agreement, "Indeed. If that barbarian hadn't stumbled upon it, I fear we would have been his very first victims." Luke Barkon nodded slowly. "Kartos was probably in the middle of preparing his lich resurrection ritual, so there's a good chance." The guard chimed in, "Things were already far from normal." The Lord agreed with a firm tone, "Most likely." He then continued, "Even so, this is still a remarkable achievement. We must reward him properly." Gazing out the window, he whispered under his breath, "As long as it's within the domain's means, that is." The next morning, bright sunlight streamed through the manor windows. A servant's desperate cries echoed down the hallway, "My lord! My lord!" Luke Barkhan immediately got out of bed, threw on his robe, and said calmly, "I'm awake. Let them in." The large doors burst open, and the servant hastily reported, "My lord, the sun god's inquisitor, Lord Aquaz, has arrived in the domain." Shock washed over Luke Barkhan's face. "What?" In the waiting room, Inquisitor Aquaz gazed absent-mindedly at the morning scenery outside the window. Catching sight of her, with her snow-white hair, immaculate attire, and dignified posture, Luke Barkhan couldn't hide his utter astonishment. What is the meaning of this? Why is she here? An inquisitor of the sun god, sitting opposite each other in the guest parlor. The two remained silent for a long moment. Luke Barkhan broke the silence first, bowing respectfully. "It is an absolute honor to meet you. I am Luke Barkhan, the lord of this domain. Thank you for visiting, even if it is a bit sudden." Aquaz introduced herself politely. "I am Aquaz, an inquisitor of the sun god, who passes judgment on heresy in his holy name." The youngest individual ever appointed to the role. The one who had personally decapitated 7 mages who contracted with demons and single-handedly shattered a massive summoning ritual. Aquaz, the most powerful figure on the entire continent, commanded deep respect even from the Empire itself. She wielded power far exceeding that of a mere provincial lord, making Luke Barkhan secretly worry. Why would someone like her come here? Aquaz calmly said, "Things have been quite turbulent around this fiefdom lately." Luke Barkhan answered hesitantly, "There was a minor issue in the dungeon recently, but it's already been resolved." Aquaz gave a slight nod, yet pressed further, "Before we discuss the oracle, I want to hear a clearer account of what recently transpired in this territory." His voice faltered, not daring to meet her gaze directly. "Well, you see." After listening to the entire story, Aquaz asked again, her eyes sharp and cold, "A barbarian? You mean the one who destroyed the Lich?" Luke Barkhan replied timidly, "That's right, and it might have been Kartos." Surprised shock washed over Aquaz's face. "What? That guy is here?" To confirm it, Luke Barkhan placed an ancient jar onto the tea table and continued, "Here, Kazan's soul artifact." The moment she saw the jar, Aquaz's expression shifted drastically. She tightly clutched the sun emblem necklace on her chest, faltering, "This is..." A gloomy aura blanketed the room. Aquaz lowered her voice, asking tentatively, "That barbarian? Is he still within this fiefdom?" Luke Barkhan replied with a solemn face, "He is still in the territory." Aquaz, the noble woman sitting opposite him, probed in a sharp tone, "That barbarian defeated Ketas? Is that really possible?" Luke Barkhan affirmed firmly, "It's true, even Lord Cain was defeated by him." Astonishment flashed across Aquaz's face, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Every answer she got came with another question, as though trying to squeeze out more clues. "A new power has emerged. Which tribe does that barbarian belong to?" Luke Barkhan replied tensely, "He said he came from the ice and snow plains." Aquaz envisioned the burly Ketel, suspicion glinting in her eyes. "The ice and snow plains? You mean a barbarian from that desolate realm? How could a creature from a demonic zone appear on the outside?" She hesitated, her voice dropping. "Could it be?" Then she blurted out, full of doubt, "Maybe he's the very reason I was sent here." Luke Barkhan didn't quite get it and asked back, "What?" With determined eyes, Aquaz replied, "That barbarian, can I meet him in person?" In another room, candles set around a circle were suspended from the ceiling by chains, casting a dim glow. Beneath the table sat an ancient ceramic jar and cup. Holding a sparkling green gem with 3 fingers, Ketel wondered, "How on earth do you even use this thing?" Lying on the bed, he held the gem out in front of him, imagining it set into a crescent-shaped tray. "Looks like some kind of magic support artifact," he thought to himself. "Whatever, I'll just ask a mage later." Suddenly, Ketel's eyes flashed as if he had noticed something. "Brother?" He sat up abruptly, looked out the window, and muttered, "Speaking of which, looks like it's about time." The captain stepped in with a solemn voice, "The sun god's inquisitor has requested to meet you. The location is the chapel. When you meet her, please show your respect." Ketel gave a bright smile and replied, "Don't worry." The captain's gaze landed on the gauntlet strapped to Ketel's wrist. Whispering, "You're here," he hesitated, visibly nervous. Ketel threw on a sheepskin coat, crossed his arms, looking completely relaxed. "Let's go." The captain led him to the chapel, where a woman with long hair stood in the shadows, clad entirely in black and exuding an aura of mystery. Opening her palm, she held an object emitting a purple glow. "In this world, gods truly exist," she muttered. "They bestow direct power, and can even descend upon places where their followers gather." Inside the chapel, a solemn atmosphere filled the air. Ketel looked around blankly, thinking to himself, what makes the chapel in this world so different? The captain whispered, we're here. Ketil looked up and saw the sunflower emblem on the building's facade. His eyes lit up and his mouth agape, the chapel of the sun god. The captain led him to the front of the large doors and instructed, once inside, someone will guide you. Ketil replied cheerfully, appreciate it. Ketil's footsteps touched the tiled stone threshold, half of him still standing on the ground outside. He stepped inside, letting out an exclamation of awe. Before the goddess statue solemnly placed inside, behind which hung a glowing circle. Dazzling sunlight pierced through the door cracks, illuminating the space. 3 hooded individuals stepped forward and bowed. Welcome, Lord Ketil. A woman approached and said, Inquisitor Aquaz is expecting you. Please follow me. Ketil replied nervously, ah, right. Aquaz greeted him in a calm voice, it's a pleasure to meet you. She sat on a wooden chair carved with floral patterns, surrounded by delicate branches. I am Aquaz, an inquisitor of the sun god. Ketil sat across from her, arms crossed, and replied, nice to meet you. I'm Ketil the Barbarian. He thought to himself, eyes sparkling, so that's an inquisitor? She's so young, she must be really capable. Seeing his smile made Aquaz feel uncomfortable, making her wonder, he's smiling. What's that about? Ketil asked curiously, so, what's the reason you wanted to see me? Aquaz softly replied, about that. She bowed her head, her voice dropping low, it's regarding the recent dungeon incident. A man wrapped in a black cloak stood beside her, raising his hand to create a surge of brilliant blue electricity, his face hidden in shadows with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Aquaz, on the other hand, remained serene, her lowered eyes carrying a tinge of sadness. She explained, Katas, the one you claim to have defeated, once committed heinous crimes across the world. Midday light streamed through the window, spreading across the wooden floor. Ketil stared at her intently as silence fell between them. Aquaz continued, he turned himself into a lich, and only heroes could stand against him. An image of Katas surfaced in Ketil's mind, a skeleton draped in a purple cloak standing amidst a dark purple vortex, cold light reflecting off his skull mask as if he were laughing out loud. Ketil replied in a calm tone, I've heard about that, but the Katas I saw was just a lich struggling all alone before meeting his own demise. He leaned back in his chair, eyes slightly narrowed, his expression serious yet composed. You don't seem to believe me, but I can only speak to what I witnessed. In the sunlit room, Aquaz leaned forward, reaching one hand out as if explaining, then would you allow my god to directly witness this conversation? Ketil crossed his arms and asked back, witness? Aquaz tilted her head, her gaze calm yet stern, that's right. If you lie before him, the god will react. Ketil questioned, some kind of interrogation through divine power? Aquaz gave a slight nod, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek, though she maintained a calm composure. Even if he isn't a typical barbarian, he's still a barbarian. There's no way he'd agree to this. Of course, if it makes you uncomfortable, you can decline. Ketil burst out laughing, eyes full of excitement, why would I refuse? This is a prime opportunity to experience divine power firsthand. Are you sure? Of course, let's start right away. Caught off guard by his enthusiasm, Aquaz blurted out, what? He actually seems interested. She wondered aloud, doesn't this make you feel uneasy? Ketil asked back cheerfully, what do you mean? When a god is watching over you, why should I care? I have nothing to hide. He added a quick clarification, I haven't told a single lie. Aquaz let out a soft ah, closed her eyes, clasped her hands, and recited a prayer. Oh my god, the observer from the highest realm. The circular emblem with 4 wings glowed brightly as streaks of orange light appeared around it. Her mouth opened wide, her voice echoing, ruler of the sun itself. Please, through your gaze, expose all deceit in this place. 2 sharp beams of light collided, and a massive pillar of light poured down from the sky onto the chapel roof, producing a terrifying noise. Feeling the divine power touch his mind, Ketil blurted out, what is this? I can feel it. The golden circle radiated light, a presence beyond imagination. Aquaz turned into a brown divine statue, backed by a majestic white patterned ring that words couldn't begin to describe. Ketil stood there dazed, looking up, a wave of confusion washing over him as the light carved out intricate patterns. Sitting opposite each other, Aquaz clasped her hands in prayer while Ketil bowed his head to sense it. After a moment, Aquaz opened her eyes and silently gave thanks. Thank heavens, no reaction. Placing her hand on her chest, she said, then let's begin. Ketil's gaze grew tense, yet he smiled. From now on, within this pillar of light, no lie shall be permitted. He agreed immediately. Under the brilliant gaze of the sun god, Their conversation began in a quiet yet tense atmosphere. In a calm tone, he recounted his journey through the dungeon. Every detail uttered matched exactly what he had said before, without a single contradiction or trace of a lie. Every word he spoke radiated sincerity, as if the truth were carved into every sentence. Perhaps Kratos, once a mighty god, had been severely weakened while preparing for his resurrection. If Kratos had retained the peak of his magical power, then this barbarian, no matter how skilled, certainly wouldn't be sitting here calmly telling his story. Luck, or perhaps destiny, had been on his side. After a moment of contemplation, Ketil suddenly spoke up, his voice gentle yet enough to snap her out of her thoughts. Have all your doubts been cleared? Placing a hand lightly on her chest, she let out a long sigh as if a heavy weight had been lifted, nodding in response. Yes, thank you. Please forgive my disrespect. Ketil smiled, eyes sparkling with tolerance. It's fine, I found it pretty exciting myself. Tilting her head slightly, a glint of curiosity flashed in her eyes as she continued. In that case, lastly, may I ask you a personal question? Ketil nodded, still cheerful. Sure thing, ma'am. She fell silent for a moment, as though weighing every word. Then, in a cautious tone, she asked, Did you really come from the ice and snow plains? The sudden question caught Ketil off guard for a second, his eyes wavering briefly before returning to his usual composure. That's right, he answered in a firm yet unboastful voice. Hearing this, she frowned slightly, a look of doubt crossing her eyes. In her mind, a thought flickered. Could he be the Grey Barbarian from the Empire's legends? Not letting the mood sink, Ketil suddenly chimed in with a playful tone. Then let me ask you a question in return. Why did you come to this land? The question startled her, making her stammer. I have personal business to take care of here. Ketil crossed his arms, his sharp gaze seeming to peer right into her soul. Is that personal business to confirm whether I am an impure entity? His words felt like a blade strike, leaving her stunned. I don't know what you're talking about, she replied, but her voice couldn't hide her fluster. Ketil muttered softly, as if speaking to himself, the god's eye. I'm not sure, but a god personally looking down on this? That doesn't happen often, unless it's to expose a lie. She knit her brows slightly, emotions churning within her. She wanted to deny it, to say that wasn't the case, but under the gaze of the god's eye, all lies were exposed. After an internal struggle, she sighed, her voice dropping, You're right. Ketil smiled, a look that was both confident and full of meaning. So you were targeting me from the start, weren't you? She quickly shook her head. That's not it. Lowering her voice, she continued, there was a prophecy. When I came here, I thought you might be the person mentioned in it. But as a result, well, you see. She bowed her head slightly, hand on her chest, her voice filled with sincerity. I'm sorry for hiding my true intentions. Ketil didn't mind it. He waved his hand dismissively, his voice remaining gentle. It's fine, I found it interesting in its own way. So, let me ask one more thing. What did the prophecy say? The question caught Aquaz, the girl, by surprise. Inside her, an inner voice warned, normally, I shouldn't reveal this to someone I don't trust yet. But then, her hand tightened around her necklace, her voice trembling. The prophecy said that. She paused, as if the next words were too heavy to speak aloud. Ketil looked at her, his eyes patient yet determined, waiting. The conversation ended and Ketil left, leaving Aquaz standing quietly by the window, gazing into the distance with sorrowful eyes. She fell into deep thought, her mind a storm of chaotic feelings. From outside, the sound of footsteps echoed, breaking the quiet. She glanced over, her voice cold. A familiar figure appeared. My lord. Luke, the lord, approached her, his eyes studying her. You seem quite troubled today? Aquaz nodded, her voice low. I am. I met him, but it only tangled my thoughts even more. Luke frowned, curious. Who on earth is he? Aquaz replied firmly. He is definitely a barbarian from the ice and snow plains. Hearing that, Luke was taken aback. Is that really true? She nodded, her eyes filled with anxiety. Yes. We've had no news from the ice and snow plains, but it is the truth, and I have confirmed it. In her heart, a faint ray of hope that it was just a rumor had completely vanished. Truth, like a heavy stone, weighed down on her mind. Luke said in a low voice, if word of this gets out, the whole world will be shaken. So many people want to explore the ice and snow plains, especially the Emperor. If the Emperor takes action himself, just imagine the chaos that will ensue. Aquaz reassured him in a calm yet resolute tone. You don't need to worry. We will handle Kratos ourselves, and we will keep that barbarian's existence hidden from the public. Luke breathed a sigh of relief, yet couldn't hide his curiosity. That's a relief. Are all the barbarians in the ice and snow plains like him? Then he dismissed the thought himself, surely not. If all of them were like him, they would have left the ice and snow plains and conquered the world long ago. Aquaz gave a slight nod, but in her mind, a different thought emerged. What if those creatures of superior strength also possess intellect? As if reading her mind, Luke continued, come to think of it, I heard the barbarian king this time is different. He possesses both power and wisdom. Aquaz envisioned a faint shadow, her voice dropping, the king of all barbarians, do you mean him? She sighed, her eyes looking far off. I've only met him once, but indeed, he is entirely different from ordinary barbarians. Luke bowed his head, his voice somber. If those two ever met, it would surely be interesting. Aquaz shook her head, her voice cold. I don't think so. The relationship between barbarians and the servants of the gods has never been good throughout history. The fact that they're growing stronger isn't something we can just laugh off. Curiosity driving him, Luke pressed on. In the end, what did the prophecy say that made you have to meet him? Aquaz flinched slightly, replying, I needed to confirm a few things. Luke knit his brows. Confirm? What do you mean? She continued, to see whether he is a pure human, or something disguised as a human. Luke gasped, his voice trembling. Good heavens, what on earth was written in that prophecy? Aquaz answered, her voice as deep as an abyss. The prophecy said. But she stopped short again, her eyes clearly showing her unease. Following his conversation with Aquaz, Luke summoned Ketil. Standing before him, he spoke up in a friendly tone. How have you been? Ketil smiled, replying calmly, these past few days, I've been living quite well in the territory. He added, eyes glinting, so, why did you call me here again? Luke answered in a formal tone, in my capacity as the Lord, there's something I wish to say. He tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the chair, his eyes full of meaning. A servant walked in, carrying a large bag and placing it down in front of Ketil. Slightly surprised, he muttered, a leather bag? Luke smiled with a meaningful tone, it's no ordinary leather bag. Check it yourself. He picked up the bag, his eyes suddenly widening in shock. Luke offered an explanation. This is a dimensional storage bag. You can store as many items as you want inside, as long as there's room left. The space inside is roughly the size of a room. Seeing that, he looked inside the bag. At that moment, he saw an unbelievably vast space inside. He muttered to himself, a magical artifact? An item created through magic. This is the first time I've seen a real magical artifact with my own eyes. Luke continued, even if an item is larger than the bag's opening, you can still store as much as you want inside. Hearing that, Ketil immediately pulled out a massive axe, muttering, in that case, let me test it out with an item. From the outside, the axe looked far too big to fit, but the moment he brought it close to the opening of the bag, the axe was instantly sucked inside, taking Ketil by surprise. Luke spoke up, to retrieve an item, simply reach your hand in and picture the item you want. Ketil immediately followed the instructions. In the blink of an eye, he pulled the axe back out and gasped, wow, that's unbelievable. Luke added, this is my gift to you, to thank you for saving the fiefdom. I hope you like it. Ketil replied enthusiastically, like it? I absolutely love it. I'm going to use it as much as I can. Seeing his joyful reaction, Luke felt secretly satisfied and thought, seeing you this happy makes me happy too. Alright, that takes care of that. Now, all that's left is. Right then, he spoke up and asked, the prophecy, right? After listening to the prophecy, Cain's expression grew solemn. He said, what on earth is happening in this distant land? Creatures from the demon realm are pouring into the world. It seems like something significant is unfolding in this world. Hearing this, Luke thought to himself, perhaps it has something to do with this prophecy. The prophecy states that a demon will descend, a great demon. It will arrive and spread throughout the entire world. The Varkan territory and a network of countless villages maintained regular contact with one another. Then one day, communication with one of the villages was abruptly cut off. At first, no one paid much mind to it, but as days passed without any news, a nearby village dispatched people to investigate, and they never returned. Upon hearing this, the Lord sent guards, but they failed to return as well. It was only then that the Lord realized something serious was occurring. Turning to Rosa, Ketil stepped forward and asked, are there any requests today? She raised a finger and said, there's an urgent request today. Ketil asked curiously, what's it about? She continued, it's to inspect a village that has lost contact. A few days ago, a village stopped responding entirely. You just need to go there and assess the situation. It's a simple dispatch mission, but the reward is quite generous. Hearing that, Keatle let out an interested "oh." Stroking his chin, he said, I like jobs like that. I'll take this mission. Hearing his answer, Rosa let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, just as I expected. The scene shifts outside, where several mercenaries stood in silence, as if waiting for something. In a corner, Hayes leaned against a tree, her eyes cast downward as if lost in thought. Then from a distance, the sound of footsteps approached her spot, and a voice called out, Hayes. The call startled her, and she looked toward the sound. Seeing who it was, she gasped in surprise, Keatle. Keatle's lips curled into a smile. He appeared with a completely transformed look, appearing much more human. Seeing this, Hayes asked curiously, your clothes? Keatle raised his hand, looked at his new outfit, and exclaimed, oh, I just had this made. The old set I wore was totally tattered. She stepped closer and commented, the design looks pretty unique. Keatle replied, I had it custom made. Hayes responded, impressive. Then she got straight to the point, by the way, you took this mission too, right, Keatle? He nodded and said, of course. I couldn't pass up an exciting mission like this. Hearing that, Hayes frowned slightly, thinking to herself, just as I thought, he really is different. Then she asked, but why are you going alone? Aren't your party members coming with you? Hearing that, he recalled his two former party members from the dungeon raid and muttered, Casson and Alexandro aren't joining? She asked, they must have received the mission details. I suppose they declined to join, right? Hearing that, Keatle realized and nodded, I see. Then he gazed into the distance. At that moment, only 3 other people were joining this mission with him. He let out a light sigh and said, fewer people than I thought. Stroking his chin, he muttered to himself, this mission seems simple, and the reward is high. I thought more people would sign up. Yet there aren't even 10 people in total. Hayes interrupted him, this is definitely a dangerous mission. He turned to her and asked, so what? The mission itself seems simple enough. She began to explain, yes, it sounds simple, but the reward is abnormally high. Rumor has it that the guards sent there never came back. So in the end, this isn't exactly a simple mission. Hearing that, Keatle began to ponder, even so, the headcount is way too low. I thought there'd be at least 10 people. Right then, Hayes leaned in close and whispered, actually, there's a rumor spreading. Keatle asked curiously, what rumor? Instead of explaining directly, she forced an awkward smile and gestured forward with her hand. Keatle looked in the direction she was pointing. Over there, Aquaz, the Inquisitor of the Sun God, was walking over, leaving Keatle bewildered. Not many mercenaries would dare to work alongside an Inquisitor of the Sun God. Seeing Aquaz's solemn expression, Hayes pursed her lips and said, she's not going to split my head open, is she? Keatle reassured her, no way. She's a good person. Hayes cut in, startled, wait, you know Lady Aquaz? He replied, of course, she's my friend. That response completely shocked Hayes. Her eyes widened as she muttered to herself, an Inquisitor and a Barbarian, are friends? Seeing Aquaz approach, Keatle stepped up and greeted, great to see you. She replied, I don't recall us being friends. Undeterred, Keatle laughed aloud and said, ha, you hear that? Come on, we can be friends from now on. Faced with his somewhat naive words, Aquaz remained silent, her expression unreadable. Then she glanced at the people around them and said, by the way, your companion follows a different god, right? I mean Lady Calrosia. Keatle replied cheerfully, oh, so you're like her? Aquaz, slightly flustered, replied, that's right, but wait. You said she's a kind woman who follows Calrosia? Keatle asked curiously, is there a problem? She answered, no, it's just that, as far as I know, the followers of Lady Calrosia are currently in a period of seclusion. Only those of higher standing are permitted to act during this time. Don't tell me. She let out a soft sigh, and Hayes quickly chimed in, no, it's nothing. Aquaz continued, I can't know the details of every sect, so I might be mistaken. Then from a distance, someone approached and called out, you're here. The voice caught Keatle's attention. It was the guard captain. Looking at him, Keatle greeted, we meet again. The captain replied, I welcome everyone who took on this mission. Now that everyone is present, let's set out. The entire group began to move. Lady Aquaz's eyes darted around constantly, as if on guard against something. Keatle took a look around, muttering internally, all of us gathering like this feels like we're about to run a dungeon. Seeing Lady Aquaz standing still, gazing ahead, Keetle approached her and asked curiously, "Does taking action today mean the time has come?" The question startled Aquaz, snapping her out of her thoughts. She looked toward him and spoke, "I'm not certain about that either. God hasn't revealed the exact timing. It could simply be that we lost contact with the village, but that also means there's still a possibility." Recalling when she spoke of the prophecy, she continued, "God decreed that evil shall descend. The emergence of a great demon." Keetle muttered internally, "A great demon?" After traveling for a long time, the captain spoke up to everyone, "We've arrived." The scene before them took Keetle and Haze aback for a moment. In front of them was a village devoid of any villagers, looking utterly bleak. The captain spoke up to explain, "This is the entrance to the village." Then he turned to Aquaz and asked, "How does it feel?" She replied, "I don't sense any presence at all." The captain's expression fell slightly, then perhaps they've fled. Then he turned to address everyone, form teams to look for clues. The others responded half-heartedly. In contrast to them, Keetle spoke up cheerfully, "Got it. This village only has room for about 100 people. But even so, there's no way everyone vanished without leaving a trace. There must be some clue." The captain told everyone, "Start searching." At that moment, upon opening a room, the sight that revealed itself was a dining table laden with delicious, steaming hot food, making the blonde youth flinch briefly as he spoke up, "This is." Then he immediately ran outside and said to the captain, "There's food in here." The captain explained, "They might have left it behind while fleeing." The blonde guy explained, "No, that's not what I mean. It was just cooked, the food is still warm." Hearing this, the captain's expression stiffened as he spoke up, "What?" The captain went inside to check, looking at the plate of food still steaming, and wondered, "What is going on here? We lost contact with this village a few days ago. Since then, many people have been dispatched here, but no one has returned." Then he turned to ask the blonde guy, "Are there any traces?" The blonde guy replied, "There's no sign that they left the village or hid somewhere else." Hearing these words, the captain fell silent for a moment, then spoke up, "For now, let's search the surrounding area first." The blonde guy nodded and replied, "Understood." But thoughts kept swirling in the captain's mind. There are plenty of signs of daily living, but not a single soul in sight. How can this be? The captain walked over toward a swordsman who was observing from one side and asked, "How are things over there?" The swordsman turned around, scratched his head awkwardly, and replied, "Same thing here. I went inside the houses and found warm food in all of them. Clearly people were living here, yet there's nobody around. Not even footprints." The captain turned toward Aquaz and asked, "Do you know anything, my lady?" Aquaz bowed her head slightly and replied, "I don't know either." Then he turned to Keetle and asked, "Do you know anything?" Keetle replied, "I haven't found any significant clues yet either. And I can't sense any presence." Hearing that, the captain spoke up in frustration, "This is driving me crazy." Keetle immediately made a suggestion, "How about we try asking someone who might know?" Hearing that, the captain was startled, turned back to look at him, and spoke up, "What?" Keetle looked toward the interior of the village and spoke up, "Can't you still feel it? There's someone else here." Hearing that, the captain gasped out loud, "Wait, what did you just say? There's someone else?" In other words, this person wasn't here when they arrived at the village. Looking back now, who is that woman? When did she get here? A strikingly beautiful blonde woman had blended into Keetle's group at some point without the captain even realizing. She stepped forward, gently stroking her chin, and spoke up, "Interesting. I was disguised so perfectly, yet you still managed to spot me?" Keetle looked straight at her and spoke up, "A stranger suddenly shows up, of course we'd notice." She replied, "No, I'm not like that. Normally, others wouldn't notice at all." Then she turned to Aquaz and spoke up, "Not even the heresy inquisitor of the sun god noticed." She directed her gaze back to Keetle and spoke up, "It seems you haven't awakened any special abilities either." Then the corners of her lips curled into a meaningful smile as she asked, "Who are you?" "This is an unexpected harvest." Her words startled the captain, who shouted out loud, "Everyone, fall back immediately." Everyone in the team immediately pulled back, responding, "Yes, sir." The captain looked toward Aquaz and called out, "Aquaz," but she remained rooted to the spot, not moving at all. Thoughts swirled in her head, "I can't feel a thing. There's no presence whatsoever." Her words startled the captain and Haze beside her just as much. Not even a heresy inquisitor from the highest order couldn't detect her presence? If so, there were only two possibilities. First, she wasn't a demon. Second, she was a high-level demon to the point of being completely undetectable. The blonde woman put on a bored expression and spoke up, "It's over then. I wanted to observe you a bit longer before leading him into the abyss. But then she continued, I've made up my mind, you interesting barbarian. At that moment, her body began to undergo transformations, her face gradually melted away, her hands grew long claws, and a pair of ominous horns emerged on her head. In just a few seconds, her entire body had completely transformed into a true demon. She spoke up, you will become my slave and come down to hell with me. As soon as she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers. Instantly, a colossal magic orb appeared in her hand, radiating an immensely heavy pressure. She then floated up into the air, resembling a deity. Below, Ketel's group looked up with utter astonishment in their eyes. Seeing this, the captain beside them shouted loudly, everyone, run! Hurry, hurry! But as soon as the words left his mouth, it was already too late. All of them were enveloped by the magic orb's circular energy field. They pounded on the magical barrier with all their might, shouting frantically, no, no! Open up! Open this up! Looking down from above, she flashed a smug smile and spoke, this entire village is my domain. No one can escape, because you are all my prey. Hearing these words, the soldiers screamed aloud, a demon? No way! How could there be a demon here? Hearing that, Ketel spoke up in confusion, it's a demon? Hayes was trembling all over with fear, stammering, that's right, it's a named demon. Before she could even say its name, she clasped her hands together and pleaded, Lord Calrosia, please save me. Seeing her terrified state, Ketel clenched his fists tightly, then stepped forward, placed his hand on Hayes's head, and comforted her, calm down. I'm right here with you. Then he spoke up and asked, but what does a named demon mean? She bowed her head slightly and began to explain, you see, not everything called a demon in this world is strong, they're just called demons for convenience. In reality, most are merely fragments of malice and magic power. However, there are entities known as true demons. They are born from darkness, without a mother to give them birth, and they choose their own names through their own will. They are true demons. Even the weakest among them can shake an entire kingdom. Looking toward the demon in front of them, Ketel spoke up, then that one over there is definitely one of them, right? Hayes nodded beside him and replied, that's right, exactly. Judging by those horns, that's a Shishir, a demon that appeared hundreds of years ago. Why on earth would one appear in a remote place like this? Ketel then stepped forward, touched the magical wall with his hand, and asked curiously, so we can't break this thing? She replied, no, this place has become a demon domain. Unless the demon is slain, there's no way to break this seal. Touching the wall in front of him caused it to ripple slightly, which amused him greatly. Then his expression turned thoughtful for a few seconds. After that, he went back to playing with the wall like a child, thinking to himself, well, maybe I'll just stand by and watch a little longer, huh? Seeing his bizarre behavior, a question mark appeared over Hayes's head, and she spoke up to ask, what are you doing over there? He turned around and warmly replied, nothing at all. Hearing that, she gasped in response, I see. Back at Aqua's position, her lips pressed tightly together as she spoke in anger, is this some kind of demon joke? Ashishir stepped forward and spoke, so what, isn't it quite entertaining? Doesn't it make you want to investigate even more? A village vanishes, yet there are signs as if people were just living here. That's merely a trick played by a demon. Perhaps it just sees the people of this village as playthings. What a sick joke. In the middle of this somewhat dramatic verbal clash, Ketel pulled popcorn out of nowhere and devoured it while watching the show like he was in a movie theater. A named demon, huh? Summoning a demon like that requires a massive sacrifice. The population of a single village isn't nearly enough, and for an entire territory to be transformed without anyone noticing should have been impossible. So how on earth did it descend upon this world? Faced with this question, Ashishir coldly replied, do you really think I'm going to tell you? Aqua's eyes grew dead serious, flashing with a radiant aura. She clenched her fists tightly and spoke up, impure filth defiling this land. In response to these mocking words, Ashishir lightly ran her hand through her hair and laughed out loud, ha, filth? Unclean? Then she cast a cold gaze downward and spoke up, hey, dogs of God, do you really think your God is going to save you? Listen carefully, cracks are gradually appearing across this world. This world no longer belongs to you alone. Long ago, gods and humans fought against demons. The result was a victory for the gods and humanity. Demons were banished from this world. From the agonizing depths of hell, I've waited a very long time for this day. I am Ashishir, the demon of gravity. I will wash away the disgrace of the past and dye this world dark with malice. In front of her, Aqua's cursed, foul creature. This world belongs only to God and to us, so go back to where you came from, demon." She then raised her hand and began summoning her god's divine power. Instantly, a dazzling beam of radiance poured straight down onto her head from the sky, a terrifying display of power. Her entire body was encased in golden armor. In her hand, she now held a magical staff. Looking at the scene before him, Ketil marveled to himself, "Just as I thought, the demon won't attack while she's transforming, just like in a superhero movie, huh?" After just a few seconds, she had completely transformed, wrapped in a golden radiance surrounding her body. Holding a staff in one hand and a shield in the other, she looked like a deity of light. Looking at her new form, Ashishar laughed out loud. "Ha, interesting." She then raised her hand, forming a magic sphere. From that sphere, it transformed into a massive hammer. Resting the hammer on her shoulder, she looked toward Aquaz with a mocking face and spoke, "Ha, excellent. Then bring it on, dog of God." Outraged by this insult, Aquaz shouted furiously, "How arrogant!" With that, she stomped her foot hard against the ground and shot forward, charging straight at the demon to attack. As the two sides clashed, one with divine power and the other with demonic force, it generated violent shockwaves. This caused the surrounding space to shatter with a massive explosion. Watching this from the outside, Hayes clutched her head and screamed softly. Meanwhile, on the inside, the two of them remained hyper-focused, their eyes locked on each other with murderous intent. Ashishar lightly twirled her hammer and spoke mockingly, "A battle requires dignity. Don't the hunting dogs of God know that?" Hearing this provocation, Aquaz's eyes narrowed slightly, veins bulging on her face. She spoke in anger, "Are you done talking?" A massive golden armored boot slammed down onto the ground, creating a terrifying impact force that shattered the earth violently. The woman clad in golden armor unleashed a blazing strike at lightning speed. Ashishar stood opposite her calmly, surrounded by a thick aura of pitch-black energy. She moved so fast that she left behind faint, dark after images. Aquaz was stunned in disbelief at the sight before her, her pupils flashing with sheer astonishment. Suddenly, Ashishar appeared right behind her, teasing, "There you are." Ashishar swooped down from the air, delivering a powerful strike. Ashishar swooped down from the air, delivering a powerful strike. Aquaz raised her weapon in defense to counter, her voice echoing with resolve, "It won't be that easy." She flashed a wicked smile, exposing her razor-sharp teeth. The two collided violently. Their conflicting aura slammed together, generating powerful shockwaves that spread outward. The feet of the woman in golden armor were gradually pushed back, carving long cracks into the ground. Both maintained their stance, unleashing their opposing powers against one another, neither willing to yield. Above Aquaz's head, a purple-lit hand suddenly appeared, slamming down heavily and shattering her defense. She began reciting scripture, chapter 2, verse 12. A pair of glowing eyes appeared amidst the encompassing darkness, her voice echoing, "The light of glory shall never be defiled." Light exploded from Aquaz's body, shooting straight into the sky and knocking Ashishar far back. The winged female character was thrown back hard, landing on the ground and holding her footing to keep from flying further. She stared intently at the sight before her. Aquaz's entire body was now radiating a powerful aura, wrapped in a brilliant golden glow. Ashishar slowly stood up, mocking, "You can recite scriptures at your age?" She reached up to wipe a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth, her voice full of marvel, "Truly impressive." The woman in golden armor muttered softly, Karmanun, chapter 5, verse 59. She raised her weapon high. Thunder rumbled across the sky. Aquaz's voice echoed through the air, light exploded, a blazing aura shining bright amidst the dark night. An echoing voice spoke out, burning away all evil. The moment her words ended, Aquaz lunged forward, holding her shield and weapon high, leaving a streak of brilliant golden aura behind her. Ashishar's eyes flashed with a red glow as she watched her opponent vigilantly. Aquaz spun around, swinging her weapon from behind. Her hair flew wild with the motion. The swinging weapon left behind a long, gleaming slash that collided with the dark aura surrounding Ashishar. Ashishar laughed with amusement, quickly stepping back to dodge the direct hit. She immediately pulled out her weapon and slammed it straight down toward Aquaz. The attack was instantly blocked by the woman in golden armor. Aquaz redirected her power, pushing hard to knock the opponent's weapon sideways, forcing Ashishar back. Sweating profusely, Aquaz gritted her teeth and stared straight at Ashishar. Ashishar laughed with delight, her eyes glinting with malice. The two charged at each other once more. The sky changed color as thick dust filled the air. Their weapons collided, creating shockwaves that blew everything back in a powerful surge of energy. Two immensely powerful aura streams collided, triggering a terrifying explosion that violently shook space itself. Rocks and dirt shattered as the immense pressure spread outward, crushing everything in its path. Hit by the terrifying wave of force, Hazer squeezed her eyes shut and screamed at the top of her lungs. Nearby villagers panicked at the sight, some fleeing while others fell to the ground crying for help. Please save me. The two opposing aura streams continued to clash. Both fought with all their power, their eyes fierce and unyielding. The battle created series of mini explosions, shattering the ground and blowing away everything around them. Keetle stood tall as a spectator, watching with a smile while admiring. Impressive. Hayes approached Keetle and called out loudly, Keetle, Keetle. Can't you help Aquaz? He casually replied, I could. Hearing this, Hayes was taken aback and started to say, then. Before she could finish, Keetle cut her off, but why should I help? The sentence left Hayes frozen, staring at him in utter bewilderment. Keetle glanced toward the two engaged in battle and repeated, why should I step in and ruin that fight? She hesitated. What? Keetle glanced at the battle and said softly, of course I want to fight a demon myself someday, but right now, I just want to stand here and watch. Hayes stood there stunned, her expression indescribable, thinking to herself that this wasn't what she had hoped for. On the other side, both combatants struck simultaneously. The colliding energy unleashed a shockwave that swept away all obstacles. The two energy streams clashed violently, generating a massive tremor that knocked both of them backward. Ashishar was pushed back, digging her feet into the ground to keep from flying off. Aquaz did the exact same thing. Ashishar cursed under her breath in annoyance, fucking hunting dogs of God. But regardless, in terms of sheer raw power, she still held the upper hand. Before she could catch her breath, Aquaz appeared right in front of her, taking Ashishar by surprise. Finding herself at a disadvantage, Ashishar blocked the strike from the golden-armored woman, thinking to herself how terrible their elemental matchup was. In this world, magical entities couldn't withstand divine power. She swung her weapon, leaving a sharp slash that radiated purple light as she calculated her options. If this kept up, the battle would drag on. Ashishar flashed a sinister smile. Dark energy swirled around her as she prepared to launch a counterattack, thinking to herself, I'll have to tip the scales. With her thoughts settled, Ashishar dashed forward at top speed. The space around her began to warp. Aquaz looked at Ashishar's movement in surprise, her brows furrowing tight. Ashishar smiled triumphantly, pressing forward without hesitation. Aquaz calculated, humph, that direction? Seeing Ashishar heading toward the villagers, she panicked, look out! A sudden explosion erupted in a flash of light, shattering the surrounding ground. Aquaz appeared, blocking Ashishar's path. The two continued their fierce clash. The soldiers sat terrified on the ground, mouths agape as they watched them. Those who hadn't evacuated in time panicked, frozen in place and screaming. Aquaz looked behind her while trying to block Ashishar's incoming attacks. She swung her shield to the left, knocking Ashishar back. She knit her brows in anger, her voice low and tense, dirty creature. Hearing this, Ashishar covered her mouth with her sharp claws and burst out laughing. She flew down and probed, did you really think a demon would play fair? Outraged, Aquaz spoke up, reciting scripture, chapter 1, verse 1. Let the brilliant sacred domain of gold be opened. As soon as her words fell, a massive golden magic circle appeared up front. Aquaz turned around and shouted to everyone, get in here, quick. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately ran into the protective circle. The blonde guy in the back laughed out loud with joy. The young swordsman entered, frantically speaking up, thank you, Lady Aquaz. On the opposite side, Ashishar flashed a sly smile, hee hee. Then she spoke up, are you really going to waste such sacred scripture like that? Faced with her opponent's taunts, veins bulged all over Aquaz's face. She shouted furiously, shut your mouth. As soon as the words left her lips, she charged at her opponent, attacking once again. Opposite her, Ashishar flashed a confident smile. That's it, that's the reaction I wanted. Afterwards, the two rushed at each other like moths to a flame, hands gripping the hilts of their spears tightly. Aquaz swung her spear in a direct strike toward Ashishar. But Ashishar easily blocked the blow. Right after that, she flipped midair to Aquaz's utter astonishment. Ashishar began to lecture, death is just death. No one is going to care about your noble sacrifice. She wanted to whittle down Aquaz's resolve. But Aquaz maintained a clear mind, continuously launching attacks to fight back. However, none of these strikes managed to inflict any harm on Ashishar. Ashishar continued speaking, if this keeps up, you're going to lose and disgrace your god's honor. But if you defeat me and make it back alive, your reputation and your god's influence will soar. It's simple, just drop the sacred shield protecting them. How does that sound? Faced with her opponent's rosy proposal, Aquaz maintained her vigilance, replying sarcastically, "Are you trying to trick me?" Seeing that Aquaz wasn't falling for the trap, Ashishar covered her mouth with her hand, smiled, and continued, "Do you really want to die here?" Her hand still gripping her weapon tightly, Aquaz replied coldly, "There's nothing more worth listening to." Opposite her, Ashishar continued to smile, nodding in agreement, "Fine, then die like a martyr." The moment she finished speaking, she soared high into the air, then unleashed an extraordinarily powerful attack down upon the entire village, shattering the surrounding ground into pieces. Inside the protective circle, Aquaz had to brace herself to withstand the overwhelming pressure of this attack. Up above, Ashishar poured in even more power. Aquaz's eyes suddenly widened. She sensed a danger drawing dangerously close. Just as she realized it, Ashishar closed in right in front of her with terrifying speed. This caused Aquaz to gasp in surprise. "What?" As soon as the words left her mouth, a massive explosion erupted as the two collided. Fortunately, Aquaz was quick on her feet and leaped backward to dodge the direct hit. She slid a long distance across the ground before finally coming to a stop. She stared forward once again with astonishment in her eyes. Right then, Ashishar surged forward to attack, giving her no room to breathe. She unleashed countless rays of dark energy, shooting forward and enclosing Aquaz like a dense black net. Trapped inside, Aquaz looked around with utter amazement in her eyes, exclaiming, "Radiant domain, dispel the darkness." Before she could even finish her sentence, Ashishar struck once again. In a split second, she shot forward, grabbing Aquaz tightly by the head with one hand, growling, "Enough, I don't want to hear another word of scripture." With that, she slammed Aquaz's body violently onto the ground, causing her to cry out in pain. The earth beneath Aquaz's back shattered into pieces. Aquaz struggled desperately to break free from her grasp, but it was no easy task. With her other hand, Ashishar summoned a dark spear, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Just as the spear lunged forward, she quickly raised her arm to block the fatal strike. The collision caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. The air grew tense beyond belief. Against Ashishar's immense power, Aquaz struggled hard just to hold off the attack. Cracks appeared on her shield, starting to spread outward. Witnessing this, Ashishar let out a deeply mocking and thrilled smile. She then poured in even more power, shattering the shield in Aquaz's hand into pieces. Aquaz was thrown backward, groaning several times in pain. On the other side, Ashishar snapped her fingers once more, creating several swirling tendrils of dark energy around her body that shot straight toward Aquaz, wrapping tightly around her. As the dark power gained the upper hand, more cracks appeared on the protective barrier, expanding rapidly. Everyone on the outside stood stunned. Just a few seconds later, the protective barrier shattered completely. Witnessing this scene, the blonde young man stepped forward and screamed, "No way! At this rate, we're all going to die." Ashishar flashed a taunting smile, "I will savor you all as dessert. But first, I want to taste what a hound of God tastes like." She stuck out her tongue, resting her sharp teeth against Aquaz's fair neck. Just as she opened her mouth, preparing to enjoy her meal, a hand grabbed her shoulder from behind, stopping her. "Stop right there." This sudden action left Ashishar frozen for a few seconds. The person stopping her was none other than Ketil. He continued, "That's enough." At his completely nonchalant words, Aquaz's eyes widened, and she gasped, "What?" Looking at him, she muttered to herself, "When did he get here? How could I not feel his presence at all?" Just as she realized something, Ketil threw Ashishar high into the air like a walking lump of dirt. After reaching peak height, she plunged headfirst back to the ground, slamming down and shattering the earth around her into pieces. Handling everything effortlessly, Ketil stepped up to Aquaz, extending his hand and asking, "Are you okay?" Witnessing that spectacle, Aquaz stared at him in utter shock, thinking to herself, "Right, he's the one who defeated Sword Saint Cain, a superhuman tier warrior." But suddenly, several angry growls echoed from the side. It turned out Ashishar had regained her composure after that blow. She shouted furiously, "You arrogant fool, how dare you interfere with my meal?" Ketil crossed his arms and replied casually, "She's my friend, so I can't just let her die." These words infuriated Ashishar even further. She gritted her teeth. "Initially, I wanted to keep you around as a plaything." She was about to continue when Ketil interrupted her, "But I have no interest in becoming your plaything." This blunt rejection amused Ashishar even more. She continued, "Is that so?" She reached out to summon a sharp weapon, speaking up, "Then today, you die." As the tension mounted between the two during their exchange, Aquaz spoke up, "Fall back." She struggled to her feet, staring straight ahead, "You can't defeat a demon." But Ketil cut her off, "You know I'm pretty strong. Aqua shook her head, clarifying, no, this has nothing to do with strength. Only divinity can banish a demon from this world. No other power can accomplish that. This is a law set since the time gods and demons coexisted. Besides, this place is a demon domain, there's no room for luck here. Thus, only God can face a demon. Hearing this explanation, Ketil stroked his chin, thought for a few seconds, and then spoke up, even so. He glanced at Aquaz and remarked, you don't look like you're in any condition to fight. Her entire body was trembling violently, her breathing ragged. She replied, I must do it. I serve God, and I will stand against evil demons. Seeing her unyielding determination, Ketil thought to himself, is this the resolve of one who serves the gods? He then stepped up, patted her on the head, and praised, quite impressive. But leave it to me this time. With those words, he stepped straight forward under Aquaz's astonished gaze. He looked toward Ashishar and spoke, I've always wanted to fight a real demon. Facing his stubbornness, Ashishar mocked, do you truly not understand? I told you, you can't beat me. Ketil flashed a confident smile and proposed, want to give it a try? This unexpected offer greatly amused Ashishar. She licked her lips, I want to see your face twist in agony. The moment her words ended, she instantly vanished from her spot, then shot out from a spatial circle right in front of Ketil, startling him slightly. She charged forward with a face full of confidence. On the outside, Aquaz's eyes widened as she cried out helplessly, no. Ashishar wore a smug, confident smile. Meanwhile, Ketil lightly clenched his fist. Ashishar envisioned the scenario of taking him down in a single strike, growing immensely thrilled. But Ketil's punch shot straight toward her face. With just a casual strike, Ashishar's head easily shattered into pieces. Watching this scene from the outside, Aquaz froze completely, stiff as a statue. She thought to herself, crushing a demon's head with a single punch? Does he think he's One Punch Man? Hitting a demon's head barehanded? How could such a thing even be possible? Even Ketil was surprised by his own power. He looked at his small hands and marveled to himself, not bad at all. Meanwhile, Ashishar's body fell to the ground with a dry thud. But right after, something happened that caused Ketil's eyes to widen in astonishment. A fierce radiance suddenly erupted from that body, radiating a colossal surge of energy. Within a few seconds, her head was fully regenerated, good as new. This excited number one immensely as he spoke up, ho, so even if it's shattered to pieces, it can regenerate? She now had to look at him with terrified eyes, asking, who on earth are you? Faced with this question, he stammered, me? I'm just an ordinary barbarian. Seeing his completely clueless face infuriated Ashishar even further. She gritted her teeth tightly, stating, don't be ridiculous. What on earth is this bizarre feeling? I can't feel a shred of mystery from you at all. You're not an aura user nor a mage. If so, then, as she pondered, a flash of murderous intent glinted in her eyes. Right away, a spatial circle appeared behind Ketil's back, catching his attention. She continued thinking, I'll just have to test it out myself. She darted through the spatial circle, closing in on his position, swinging her scythe hard in an attack. Die, you bastard. Though this human form is a bit inconvenient, it'll have to do. Facing her incoming attack, Ketil remained as calm as if nothing was happening. The moment she closed in, he unleashed a punch that pierced straight through her chest, making her cry out in pain. Her eyes turned to utter shock, her smile growing goofy. Afterwards, he pulled his hand back and flung her far away, crashing hard into a nearby house. She let out a tragic scream of pain, then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She then fell to her knees, collapsing onto the ground, sinking into her own thoughts. Nonsense, absolute nonsense. Just a plain punch, unenhanced by aura or magic. Was it really just a pure physical punch? With an amused look still on his face, he spoke up, instant regeneration, huh? Their eyes met, sparks flying. Suddenly, he voiced his curiosity, how does that even work? As soon as he spoke, he stomped hard onto the ground, shattering the earth beneath him into pieces, charging straight forward at bullet speed, causing Ashishar opposite him to turn utterly pale with fear. Having no choice, she summoned another weapon once again, but before she could swing it to block, Ketil was already right in front of her with his fist clenched tight. The moment she realized his presence, she glanced to the side, only to instantly catch a direct punch to the cheek, shattering her jawbone and knocking out her teeth. The powerful downward punch slammed her head hard into the ground once again. She died yet another time, but right after, countless strands of dark magic emerged, wrapping around her body, leaving Ketil looking on with utter amazement. In just a few seconds, her body was regenerated once more, exciting Ketil even further. He spoke up, Looks like if your head gets smashed, a completely new one appears. Makes sense, a demon's got to have at least this much skill. So, is your core weakness in your head? Hearing this, sheer helplessness made Ashish's entire body tremble with rage. A flash of murderous intent glinted in her eyes as she thought to herself, how ridiculous, you think you can rely on raw physical strength to face me? Or are you saying you don't even need to go all out when fighting me? After pondering for a moment, she spoke out, listen up, you. I am Ashish, the demon of gravity. How dare you think you can continue to face me with nothing but raw strength? These words went completely over Ketel's head, as he didn't understand a single thing she was talking about. Yet he casually replied, you're pretty average, you don't seem like anything special. These words were like a bucket of cold water dumped over her head, leaving Ashish completely frozen. She shouted furiously, what? The demon's pride had been shattered into pieces. She screamed in rage, do you want to die? With that, she charged forward to attack once again. This time, she summoned a sledgehammer, aiming straight at him as she prepared to strike. She pulled the hammer back, then swung it straight toward his face. The immense pressure caused Ketel's hair to flutter in the wind. Yet he casually extended his hand, easily blocking the incoming attack. This caused Ashish's eyes to freeze up once again. He offered a word of praise, not bad, you've got a bit of skill, but this isn't going to cut it. The hammer trembled violently under his power. He casually squeezed his grip, instantly shattering it into pieces. Then once again, his fist of love aimed straight for her face, delivering another loving punch to her cheek. The result this time was the exact same as before, her head shattered into pieces once more. She thought to herself, this makes no damn sense. This time, the regeneration speed was even faster than before. She raged internally, I am the demon of gravity. At full power, I can pour the weight of an entire fortress wall into this hammer. Yet you not only blocked it barehanded, but smashed it to pieces? A mere barbarian who hasn't even mastered mystical power? Her entire body trembled with rage once again. That's absolutely impossible. She unleashed a massive burst of power, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. She screamed at the top of her lungs, die, you barbarian! Countless streams of dark demonic energy attacked, shooting straight toward his position. Meanwhile, he maintained his usual calm demeanor, fists clenched tight. He then unleashed another punch, effortlessly destroying the incoming attack. The immensely powerful strike continued onward, shattering the aura behind her, heading straight toward where Ashish stood. The powerful collision caused a massive explosion, kicking up thick clouds of dust. From a distance, witnessing this brutal beatdown, Aquaz thought to herself, what on earth am I watching? Ashish, an incredibly powerful demon who reportedly wiped out an entire kingdom by herself hundreds of years ago. A demon of that caliber is getting beaten to a pulp by simple punches? This is complete madness. Her body regenerated completely once again. He walked up, stepping on her face with one foot, speaking, you really don't die. That means this demon can't be killed through plain physical force alone. Even after taking a heavy beating, the cat Ashish still wore a smug, triumphantly proud grin. This is the first time I've ever felt pressure like this. He's strong, ridiculously, overwhelmingly strong. She suddenly burst out laughing, ha ha ha, what the hell even are you? He answered with the exact same line as before, I'm just a plain old barbarian. She snapped back in anger, stop giving me that bullshit. Still, I actually feel a bit better now. But I want to test something out. The moment the words left her mouth, countless streaks of dark energy surged up from the ground, shot past him, and zipped straight into the sky, gathering at a single point. Seeing this, both he and Aquaz looked up, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. Cracks rippled across the terrain as rocks and debris floated up into the air, pulled by a terrifyingly powerful gravitational force. A massive, swirling sphere of magic had now manifested in the sky. At the center of the sphere was Ashish herself, her wings fully spread as she radiated an insanely overwhelming pressure. She immediately summoned dozens of spears around her body, glared straight at him, and screamed, listen up, barbarian, I'm unleashing every single drop of my true power on you. The spears almost seemed alive as they moved along a precise orbit, spinning wildly in the sky before all locking onto him down below. To stand against this assault, he pulled his battle axe out of his subspace, swung it over his shoulder, and smiled, asking, the full power of a demon, huh? Standing on the sidelines and watching the clash unfold, Aquaz broke into a cold sweat. She thought to herself, this is bad. You can't fight a demon using brute force alone. Ashish flashed a confident grin and chanted, holy spears, pierce and destroy. As soon as she spoke, every spear in the sky shot toward him like arrows loosed from a bow. He kept his cool, unbothered expression as usual, making no move to react. But the instant the spears were just centimeters from his body, he swung his axe in a rapid blur, swatting every last one of them away. He deflected them effortlessly as if he were taking a casual stroll, without struggling in the slightest. The sight left Ashisher jaw-dropped on the other side, gasping, What the hell? How is this? Before she could even finish her sentence, he darted forward, closing the distance on her once again, her entire body drenched in cold sweat from pure terror. Right then, from the sidelines, Aquaz yelled at the top of her lungs, Karmanon, Chapter 3, line 58. May the light burn away all evil. The moment the chant ended, his black battle axe was coated in a layer of light that turned it brilliant gold. Looking at his weapon, he muttered softly to himself, What's this? Is this the power of a god? She shouted up from below, I've gathered enough divine power. Hurry up and strike that demon. His gaze suddenly shifted, turning dead cold as he spoke. I wanted to test things out a bit longer, but it looks like time's up. You were pretty fun, demon. With those final words, he swung his axe forward with immense force. The strike was so blindingly fast that Ashisher couldn't dodge in time and took the hit head-on, her eyes wide with shock. What? With a single cleave of his axe, he effortlessly sliced the demon clean in two. She wailed in sheer despair, I lost completely? She then let out an agonizing scream born of total helplessness. After drawing her final breath, her body slowly dissolved into the air, vanishing from this world. He walked over, sat down, and offered a word of comfort, Thanks. That was a fun fight. Even in defeat, Ashisher forced a smirk. What a shame to be banished back to hell like this. But it wasn't a total waste. At least I confirmed that someone like you actually exists on this land. Then she asked, What's your name? He replied, I'm Keetle. Off to the side, Aquaz didn't have time to stop him before he blurted out his name, causing her to yell out in horror, Don't say it. But he had already said it, so what could be done now? Realizing he had walked right into her trap, Ashisher's grin turned completely unhinged. All beings of hell, etch the name of this barbarian, Keetle, deep into your minds. Sensing the impending danger, Aquaz began to tremble uncontrollably. She could only stammer, completely speechless. Hearing the call, countless demons received the order, their faces twisting into expressions of wild excitement. She continued, Devour my memories and feel them for yourselves. The one known as Keetle. A swarm of demons appeared right before his eyes, leaving Keetle stunned for a brief moment. They flooded toward his body like a raging torrent. This only fueled Ashisher's maniacal joy. Barbarian, now you belong to us. The sea of demons poured right into his body. He was suddenly dragged into a mental realm, facing countless mesmerizing, hypnotic eyes staring right down at him. But as it turned out, he was completely immune to this kind of mind control. The horde of demons couldn't breach his mind at all. He reached out his hand to grab them, terrifying the demons so badly that they tried to turn around and flee instantly. Keetle slowly snapped back to his senses, his eyes opening bit by bit. And then, absolutely nothing happened. He turned to Ashisher and asked, What the hell was that? Felt like something just tried to slip inside me. His words infuriated Ashisher to her core. What do you mean? The darkness definitely ran straight from him into my body. Before she could utter another word, he stepped up and stomped down hard, sending her straight back to hell once again. This swift and casual execution left Aquaz standing there with her mouth wide open in utter disbelief. Even Hayes had her jaw dropped as she snapped a picture of that exact moment. He stretched his arms and softly hummed a tune after an exhausting battle. The dark, gloomy sky gradually cleared up, restoring the bright blue sky that belonged there. Breathing in the fresh air once again, Keetle let out a satisfied smile. Wonder if the mission is complete yet? Time passed like flowing water. The scene shifted to the kingdom of Gehent, specifically the Barkan territory. Right at this moment, news of the previous battle with Ashisher had spread far and wide. Extra! Extra! Read all about it! A young boy shouted as he tossed newspapers in every direction, and people quickly swarmed around to catch up on the news. Naturally, as the ruler of the domain, Lord Luke had received the news early on. After reading through the article, he slammed his hand onto the desk in a fit of rage and bellowed, another demon appearing right after Ashisher. What on earth is going on? Why must a catastrophe like this fall upon this tiny piece of land? Having said that, he slumped heavily into his chair, his mind a complete chaotic mess. A magical beast whose name was recorded in ancient texts, how could it appear here? Sitting across from him, a soldier spoke up to remind him, the rumors are spreading like wildfire throughout the entire territory, my lord. Hearing this, a bead of cold, anxious sweat dripped down Lord Luke's face. He thought to himself, the only stroke of luck in this disaster is that the sun god's heresy inquisitor managed to drive it off. With that thought, he gave a stern order in a low voice: "We must carefully consider our next moves." Meanwhile, in another scene, Ketil was resting inside Aqua's room. The entire territory seemed to be in a state of unrest. She said nonchalantly, "That girl Aquaz could only feel pity for Lord Luke." "Well, it makes sense, this is no minor incident, so the Lord must be having a massive headache over it." After speaking, she stretched her body as if getting ready to go somewhere. This piqued the main character's curiosity, and he reminded her, "Don't tell me you're planning to leave right now? Aren't you going to rest a bit longer before heading out?" In response, the white-haired girl gently shook her head. "I can't. I'm not allowed to delay. I must report this to the sanctuary as soon as possible." Hearing this, the big guy didn't bother stopping her anymore. "If that's what you want, then I won't stand in your way." Before taking her leave, Aquaz hesitated for a moment, then offered her thanks. "Hey Ketil, thanks for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I would have become that demon's plaything." She spoke with a voice full of gratitude. However, our male lead didn't pay it much mind. He waved his hand dismissively. "No need to thank me. I was just saving my friend." "Oh right, we're friends now, aren't we?" he said while scratching his cheek with a shy smile. Hearing this, Aquaz felt a bit flustered at the thought of a barbarian and a servant of the gods becoming friends. After a few seconds of silence to regain her composure, she finally asked, "A heresy inquisitor of the sun god? Even so, you still want to be friends with me?" Ketil replied frankly, "Is there any reason why I shouldn't?" The unexpected answer made Aquaz's eyes light up. She stammered in confusion, yeah," but before she could finish, Ketil cut in, "Then there's no problem with that, right?" Aquaz stayed quiet for a moment, but then let out a gentle smile and nodded. He did have a point. Setting that aside, the main character seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, I wanted to ask one more thing. Is it true that you shouldn't tell demons your real name?" At the mention of this, the white-haired girl's expression turned a bit more serious. "That's because a demon mark uses a name to engrave a dark brand upon a human soul, which is then used to summon evil spirits. Those who are branded will emit a scent that tempts all things evil. According to ancient tradition, anyone branded must receive baptism to be saved. Otherwise, they will be hunted down and destroyed by the dark forces." Hearing this, the big guy's face went completely blank as he pointed at himself and asked, "So, am I branded too?" Fortunately, Aquaz immediately denied it. "No, that's not it. You haven't been branded." Ketil breathed a sigh of relief. However, she continued, "Your name has likely become known to the entities of hell. But even so, there's no need to worry too much. Without the mark, they can't track your location. They only know your identity, but have no way of locating you. Unless you meet them face to face, everything should be fine," she explained gently. As for Ketil, even though he was somewhat wary of those small fry demons, he was still pretty surprised by their abilities. "So that's how it is. Pretty magical, honestly. I didn't expect I could only take care of it using raw physical force." To clarify, Aquaz started sharing what she knew, because that is the fundamental nature of demons. Since ancient times, the supreme gods created humanity. Humans were foolish and weak, acting purely on instinct. The gods did not directly intervene in the human world. Because of that, other worldly entities became intrigued by this realm. They crossed dimensional boundaries and slaughtered humans mercilessly. Eventually, the gods could no longer tolerate it. They descended upon the human world, stood by humanity's side, branded those entities as demons, and drove them out. From then on, humans built sanctuaries to honor the gods who saved them, continuing to flourish under divine guidance. But over time, for unknown reasons, demons slowly began reappearing and interfering in the human world once more. Thus, the gods chose faithful followers, bestowing power upon them to keep fighting against the demons. Demons are creatures that can only be destroyed using divine power. Thinking about this, Ketil's muscle-brained head slowly put it together. So that's how it works. They don't belong to this world, so they can't be killed by normal means. Aquaz nodded in agreement and added, "Exactly. From the very beginning, they were never creatures of this world." Across from her, Ketil furrowed his brows and mused, "I get it now. If those things pop up regularly, it really would be a total nightmare." Hearing that, the white-haired girl shook her head softly. "It's not that named demons can appear so easily. It seems that the demon realm, which should have been sealed away, is actively affecting our world. The dungeon birth cycles are becoming abnormal, and more dark entities are showing up in the human realm. It all started about a year ago." She spoke in a grave, serious tone. Even Ketil was struck like a bolt out of the blue upon hearing that piece of news. He thought to himself, a year ago. If it was a year ago, wasn't I out doing a mission in the frozen tundra back then? Setting this aside, Aquaz wanted to bring the conversation about demons to a close. We've been talking for quite a while. Thank you, Keetle. I must set off immediately. If you ever happen to visit us, you will definitely be warmly welcomed. Seeing this, Keetle didn't drag things out either and nodded, I look forward to it. A short while later, the horse-drawn carriage escorting Aquaz quickly departed toward the sanctuary. However, inside the carriage, worries about that named demon kept weighing heavily on her mind. Her body hadn't fully recovered, yet she couldn't delay any longer. She had to report this to the sanctuary right away. Still, throughout the entire journey, she couldn't help but wonder, why? Why has the sun god never granted an oracle regarding that barbarian? The more she pondered, the darker her expression became. Cut to the Archduke's mansion. At this moment, Cain was walking alone down a wide, grand hallway. As he walked, he let out a long sigh and spoke aloud. Meeting His Majesty always leaves me completely drained. As he moved along, a voice suddenly chimed in, sounds like you had a rough day. Hearing the voice made Cain turn his head toward where it came from. Right there, an impeccably dressed man appeared right before Cain's eyes. Seeing him, Cain paused in thought for a few seconds before reflecting to himself, the Grand Archmage of the Magic Tower. The gathering place of all mages and phantasms in this world. The Tower Master of the mighty Magic Tower. Looking at the man, he asked, so, what brings you here? The Tower Master replied casually, you know, just the usual periodic check-in. Then he asked back, and what are you here for? Cain glanced away and answered, I just came to report the results of the recent missions. The Tower Master inquired, you mean the reconnaissance missions into the demon realm? In the silent forest, where everything is swallowed in silence. Cain nodded in confirmation, that's the one. The Tower Master asked, so, how was it? It goes far beyond anything we currently understand about time. Cain bowed his head slightly and stammered out, it is a terrifying place in every sense of the word. True to its name, the silent forest, you can't hear a single sound. Even the phantasm-sensing magic acts up unpredictably. And no matter how loud I screamed, there wasn't even a hint of a vibration. Then, before we even realized it, our soldiers started vanishing one by one. It was an eerily quiet place. Extremely unsettling. What on earth is His Majesty trying to conquer the demon realm for anyway? The Tower Master explained, perhaps to rule the entire world. Who knows what crazy thoughts go through the minds of those in power, but I have to say, the demon realm sounds like a fascinating place. I'm actually getting a little curious myself. Contrary to his enthusiasm, Cain replied, well, I don't want anything to do with that place ever again. I'd much prefer a normal life. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Tower Master snapped his fingers lightly. Instantly, a magic circle materialized beneath Cain's feet, enveloping his body. In a fraction of a second, he was teleported away to some vast, unknown space. Without looking back at him, Cain thought to himself, teleportation magic. He then asked in confusion, what's going on? Why all of a sudden? The Tower Master explained with a smile, no need to be so formal. He stepped forward and continued, you've met someone very special, haven't you? Knowing what his companion was thinking, he gasped in shock, no way. On this side, the Tower Master put on an extremely friendly face, smiling warmly. Cain knitted his brows slightly and replied, damn it, that observation How long has he been spying on me? The Tower Master explained, ever since our last meeting. It's one of the few amusements this old man has left. Cain cursed in anger, go die, you bastard. If you've seen everything already, why bother asking? The Tower Master inquired, because I want to hear your thoughts. About the person I thought only existed in Ultimate Legends. About that barbarian from the snow-covered lands. Cain answered in a hesitating voice, I'm still not entirely sure. The Tower Master reminded him, think carefully about it. A barbarian strong enough to defeat a sword saint and wipe out the Lich Cardos like swatting mosquitoes, emerging from the depths of some snowy region. Doesn't that sound extremely suspicious? Hearing this, Cain gasped, wait a minute. Did you say he defeated Cartos? This left the Tower Master deeply puzzled as he asked back, what? You didn't know? Well, that makes sense, the news hasn't leaked out to the public yet, but rumors have already begun circulating inside the Magic Tower. Cartos, the mage who once shook the entire continent, rumor has it he tried to resurrect himself in the outskirts but failed. So I went there to pay my respects to him. One of the few liches who was a friend of mine has passed away. I felt a little sad about it. At this point, part of the Tower Master's body gradually transformed into a lich. Oh well, Kane muttered in response, raising a question. I didn't expect you were capable of feeling sad. The Tower Master replied, of course, friends are indispensable for someone who has lived as long as I have. However, it seems nobody found any relics in that lich's lair. This surprised Kane greatly as he asked, weren't all the relics collected when Cardos died? Tower Master, most of them were, yes, but the most valuable treasure was not. He stroked his chin and stated with confidence, I wonder where it is now. Anyway, let's put that matter aside for now. I want to hear your opinion. Do you really believe that Barbarian actually managed to defeat Cardos? He thought to himself, if it's that Barbarian. After pondering for a few seconds, he answered, I think it's possible. The Tower Master suddenly asked out of curiosity, speaking of which, you still haven't reported this to the Emperor, right? Those words made Kane clench his fists as he replied, why would I do that? He's throwing precious human lives into the demon realm like trash. If that crazy Emperor finds out about the existence of such a barbarian, there will definitely be a clash. A barbarian who acts purely as he pleases and an emperor who insists on holding the whole world in his hands. If that happens, the kingdom will undoubtedly be dragged into a vicious cycle. Hearing this thoroughly amused the Tower Master. Really? That sounds fascinating. Are you implying that Barbarian could take on the entire empire single-handedly? Kane hesitated before speaking up. I'm not certain, but I felt a sensation very similar to when I first laid eyes on you. Hearing this caused the Tower Master's eyes to flicker in surprise as he asked, don't tell me, hero rank? Kane explained, I am not qualified to make that judgment. The Tower Master stroked his chin thoughtfully, still, he is immensely valuable. Perhaps even more than that. Sensing his intentions, Kane's expression darkened as he spoke up, don't tell me you're planning to. Cut to the Barkan territory in the Kingdom of Gihent. At a bustling local market, townsfolk were busily shopping. Keetle was also strolling through the area. Suddenly, a girl walked straight toward him from up ahead, her cold gaze fixed on something off in the distance. She tripped over a rock beneath her feet, stumbling forward with a look of complete shock on her face. Just then, an arm reached out and caught her by the waist. He smiled and said, whoa there, you should be more careful. Are you all right? His polite gesture turned the whole moment unexpectedly romantic. Her eyes widened in surprise, likely due to his somewhat unusual appearance. Realizing this, his eyes went blank as he flinched and took a step back, thinking to himself, she's probably going to run away out of fear. But contrary to his expectations, the girl stepped back slightly, bowed her head, and said, thank you. She then calmly walked away without showing a hint of fear. The reaction left Keetle feeling completely bewildered. He looked around with flushed eyes, muttering under his breath, what is going on? What is this weird feeling? The other people in the market didn't seem bothered by his presence either. This made him freeze in place for a few seconds, lost in thought. He asked himself internally, why? Why isn't anyone staying away from me? Cut to Luke's mansion. 2 cups of tea were placed on the table. He looked across the table and asked, are you feeling all right? I heard you were almost branded by a demon. Sitting opposite him with crossed arms, he replied, I'm fine. Honestly, I don't even really know what a brand is. Upon hearing this, Luke's gaze softened slightly. He thought to himself, I knew you were strong, but even so, despite his inner thoughts, he said aloud, well, it seems like everything around you has changed. He immediately chimed in, you mean the locals? The people in the territory? Understanding what he meant, Luke said casually, it's probably because of the rumors. The surviving guards and mercenaries came back and caused a huge stir with their stories. They said that after Aquaz was defeated, everyone collapsed, leaving only one person standing. And when they woke up, Keetle's kite was glowing with holy light. Those who witnessed it believed Aquaz had bestowed divine power upon you. So they started spreading tales that you fought alongside Aquaz to defeat the demon. Hearing his explanation, he finally understood the situation. So that's how it is. Luke bowed his head slightly and spoke up, I'm sorry about that. By the time I intended to clear things up, the rumors had already spread too far. He stroked his chin, thought about it for a few seconds, and answered, it's fine. I guess that's why people aren't afraid of me anymore. Luke continued, that's likely why. They now view you as the one who stands against demons. Hearing this new title, he paused for a moment to mull it over before repeating it aloud. The one who stands against demons, huh? Guess I've got a reputation now. Cut to the Mercenary Guild. Rosa beamed with a smile and said, congratulations, Keetle. You've been promoted. You are now C rank. Not understanding what this rank meant, he asked back, C rank? Does that mean I just jumped 3 ranks at once? She explained, well, you accomplished something significant enough to earn a jump like that. Keetle nodded with interest, sounds good. Rosa continued, your mercenary badge will also be reissued. Since it will be a custom-designed badge just for you, it might take a little time. He chuckled excitedly, woohoo, even the badge gets a custom design for me? Rosa nodded in confirmation, that's right, from C rank onwards, you are considered an official mercenary recognized by the guild, so naturally you get treated accordingly, and at C rank or above, you gain access to almost all areas. You won't face obstacles entering most royal capitals and sanctuaries. Except for the imperial capital, of course. This didn't come as a surprise to him. He remarked, the empire really is strict. She lowered her voice and whispered, indeed, only those recognized by nobility can enter the imperial capital. Truth be told, nobody really knows anything about the imperial capital. We only hear unsettling rumors. Honestly, there's even less information about it than the demon realm. This caught Keetle by complete surprise. To that extent? Realizing her mouth had run a bit too far, Rosa cleared her throat softly and immediately switched the topic. Anyway, now that you're C rank, you can take on most available quests. You can even enter A-rank dungeons if you're in a party. This excited him greatly as he thought to himself, is that so? An A-rank dungeon? That means I'll get the chance to take on a wider variety of quests. Cut to the tavern. Upon hearing his story, Alexandro gasped in shock, spitting out a mouthful of beer, and blurted out, no way, that actually happened? He asked, is everything settled now? He replied, the demon was eliminated and the heresy inquisitor said it was fine, so I assume so. Hearing this, Alexandro let out a sigh of relief. That's a relief then. Cassin, sitting nearby, wondered aloud, still, the sun god's heresy inquisitor must have incredible magic. To think she could defeat a demon like that. These words made Hayes, who was right beside them, flinch nervously. She thought to herself, it's not like I wasn't conscious that day. That's precisely why I know just how absurdly strong he is. He completely overwhelmed a named demon. Which means, Aquaz basically just walked in and swooped in on a meal that had already been prepared. Cassin continued, now that you've reached C rank, what are your plans moving forward? He replied nonchalantly, nothing changes. I'll just keep taking on assigned quests as a C rank mercenary. Seeing his humble attitude, Cassin showed an expression of pure admiration. I see, fighting off a demon and still staying this humble. Damn, that's seriously cool. On the other hand, Hayes clenched her fists tightly, her face darkening as she screamed internally, don't be fooled. That guy isn't human. He then turned to ask the group, so what do you guys plan on doing next? Cassin answered timidly, we're only F ranks, so there's not much we can really do. He lowered his eyes slightly and admitted, to be honest, I used to just plan on scraping by day to day and dying like a parasite. But now, I want to live life to the fullest just like you, Keetle. Seeing his sudden burst of enthusiasm, Alexandro crossed his arms and let out a sigh. You're only thinking about that now? What a frog at the bottom of a well. Sparks flew between the two as they glared at each other. He pondered for a few seconds before asking, I see. So what do you plan to do next? Hayes cleared her throat softly and spoke up, as usual, I'll simply follow Lady Calrosia's sister's wishes. Hearing that, he stroked his chin and remarked, speaking of which, I think I heard something from Aquaz. Hearing that, he stroked his chin and remarked, speaking of which, I think I heard something from Aquaz. At those words, Hayes' entire body trembled uncontrollably with fear. She stammered out, what? She panicked and blurted out an explanation. Aquaz must have gotten it wrong. I'm just an ordinary priestess, really. Seeing her flustered state, he replied, is that so? If you say so, then I'll believe you. His gentle words only made Hayes spiral in her own thoughts. He clearly knows, doesn't he? Is he waiting for me to confess on my own? Or is he just messing with me? Her eyes went completely blank as cold sweat poured down her face. He's seriously terrifying. Night had fallen. Over at the Mercenary Guild, Rosa carefully organized a stack of papers, let out a sigh of relief, and said, phew, finally off the clock. Just as she was preparing to stand up and leave, a man walked into the guild from outside the entrance. Looking at the person who stepped inside, she gasped, screaming internally, no way. The man was fully covered in a cloak as he walked in, looked at her, and said, I have a request. Seeing this, her face darkened in utter despair as she thought, overtime again. She let out a heavy sigh and asked listlessly, all right, what kind of request is it? Seeing her lifeless expression, the man thought to himself, what on earth, her eyes look completely unfocused. He cleared his throat softly and presented his request. I need an escort for 2 people. Myself and a young girl. Rosa took down the information while typing it up. 2 people, and the destination? The man immediately replied, the Kingdom of Denian, the royal capital. Hearing that location made her freeze in her tracks for a few seconds. She thought to herself, an escort mission all the way to the Kingdom of Denian, from a remote region like this. She then paid attention to his attire, assessing him internally. Wearing a cloak like that, he's clearly trying to hide his identity. Refined speech paired with shabby clothes, extremely suspicious. After taking a few seconds to think it over, she confirmed, alright, I'll tentatively accept it. She then asked, do you have any form of identification on you? The man stroked his chin slightly, cleared his throat, and spoke up, is something needed to verify my identity? He then pulled out a silver badge and said, use this. Looking at the badge before her, Rosa was thoroughly taken aback, muttering internally, is this a mercenary guild badge? This isn't something easy to come by. As expected, his identity is no ordinary deal. After examining it, she handed the badge back and replied, verification complete. Now, I will proceed to collect the commission fee. He reached into his coat once more, pulled out a gold coin, held it forward, and said, I'll pay with this. Staring at the gold coin in front of her, she made an assessment, this is pure gold. With this amount, we can provide 1 person. Hearing that it only covered 1 person left the man completely puzzled. What, only 1 person? She explained, it is an escort request, after all. You'll be taking a mercenary along for the entire journey, and the risk is quite high. Furthermore, the Kingdom of Denian is pretty far from here. Depending on the circumstances, it could take nearly a month. So naturally, the fee is higher than standard cases. Realizing she had a point, he conceded, well, that is true, but isn't there any other way? Could you make it at least 2 people? She offered an alternative, that's possible, but in that case, the mercenaries would be of a lower rank. Would you be alright with 2 lower-ranked ones? If you want a reliable escort, it's best to choose a mercenary from D rank upwards. He pondered for a moment before making a decision, then please pick someone with the right skills for me. She continued, in that case, this amount of money is only enough for 1 person. There's really no other way. His face darkened, even so, is there really no other option? Seeing the look on his face, she thought to herself, seriously. Why make such a desperate face? After a brief pause, she spoke up, to be honest, in a remote region like this, finding even 1 person willing to take on an escort job is hard enough. I'll do my best, but finding 2 would be extremely difficult. Understanding the local situation, he let out a long sigh and said, I see. I understand. I'll leave it in your hands then. After he left, she examined the gold coin in her hand. It was small but made of pure gold, its surface heavily worn down, as if intentionally altered to conceal its origin. She swallowed hard and muttered, this is going to be a pain. After leaving the guild, the man returned to a small house in town. He walked up to the door and knocked a few times. A voice from inside asked, who is it? The man outside answered, it is your loyal subordinate. Hearing that, she came over, opened the door, and called out, Aaron. This girl was Eileen, her true identity still unknown. Looking at the man as he stepped inside, she asked, how did it go? He answered, they tentatively accepted our request. Hearing this, Eileen let out a sigh of relief, thank goodness. How many people did they say they could provide? At this point, his voice grew hesitant, well, only 1 person. Hearing that only 1 person could be provided, Eileen's eyes narrowed slightly. Aaron's expression darkened as he spoke, I'm sorry, we just don't have enough money left. Recognizing their current predicament, she spoke up, it's alright, you're not to blame. He spoke with a voice full of self-blame, if only I hadn't been foolish enough to be tricked. She spoke up to reassure him, it's alright, it couldn't be helped. Even if it were me, things likely wouldn't have been any different. After that came a silent moment. Tears welled up in both of their eyes. Then they stepped forward, embraced each other, and broke down in tears. Seeing them making such a racket, someone outside called out, keep it down in there. The 2 tried to suppress their emotions, swallowing their tears, and regained their composure. She turned to ask, by the way, Aaron, how long do you think it will take? He replied, I don't know. We're trying to find someone trustworthy, so it might take some time. Her eyes dimmed slightly as she spoke up, I see. So for now, all we can do is wait. It's late already, get some rest. You've done well. Though feeling a bit solemn, he still nodded and replied, yes. Another day passed. Seeing him return, she asked once more, still no luck? With a deeply sorrowful look on his face, he spoke up, I am truly ashamed. It seems finding a trustworthy person is extremely difficult. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she sighed, this is getting troublesome. Our rations are starting to run out as well. There's no other way, we'll have to go hungry for a while. At this, he blamed himself once more, it's all because of my incompetence. She reassured him again, no, it's not your fault, Aaron. Lowering his head, he spoke up, even so, telling the local lord about our situation. Before he could finish his sentence, she cut him off, we cannot do that. Her small hands clenched so tightly they began to tremble. She spoke with firm resolve, we can't trust anyone. Even hiring a bodyguard is already a huge gamble. We cannot risk it a second time. Her gaze became exceptionally determined. Aaron reminisced and spoke up, why did we have to abandon our kingdom and flee? We don't even know who is friend or foe anymore. Even though we've been hiding out for a while, there's still no news from back home. Even though the two of us managed to escape. He started blaming himself once again, I'm sorry, I've grown far too weak. She spoke up to remind him, by the way, are you certain the kingdom of Danayan is truly safe? He nodded in confirmation, yes, that place will protect you. The king of Danayan swore an oath when the princess was born, they might even help us take our revenge. That is why you must survive at all costs, Elin Mavrochi, our princess. If we lose you too, our kingdom will truly be destroyed. She hesitated for a few seconds before speaking up, but, can we really trust that mercenary? He stepped closer and assured her, there's no need to worry, because we paid in gold specifically to secure reliability. They will definitely recommend someone trustworthy. Seeing his determination, she too felt a ray of hope, I certainly hope so. She thought to herself, who will end up being our escort, I wonder, a mercenary. I hope it's someone handsome with the poise of a knight. Cut to Keel's side. Right now, he was sprawling on his bed, groaning in boredom, nothing to do, nothing to do. Then suddenly, he remembered something, speaking of which, how are those idiots doing over there, I wonder? They were the only ones who didn't stay away from me. They're probably still living their usual foolish lives as always. Ah, right, is the quest over? Ever since I woke up in the snowy land, that quest window has always been by my side. At first, I thought I was just dreaming. But the bone-chilling cold and those monsters made me realize everything was painfully real. Right, the very first quest was just to survive for a week. The next day, he headed to the mercenary guild. At this time, Rosa presented him with an offer, repeating, an escort request. She put on a thoroughly delighted expression, because you're the only one who can take on this quest. Keitel crossed his arms and waited. What are the details of the quest? Rosa pushed a quest description sheet toward him that matched its name. Just protect the client until you reach the destination. Keitel skimmed his eyes over the few short lines of text. Is that all? She replied, yes. But it will take at least a few days of travel. Preparing for the journey is also entirely the mercenary's responsibility. He didn't mind tough labor. Sounds like it's going to take a lot of work. Rosa framed the pay for this job as a major perk, as the reward was exceptionally generous. However, hearing this, Keitel widened his eyes in surprise. Still, she adopted a serious expression, there's something fishy about it. To be completely honest, this quest smells pretty foul, so you're free to decline. He stood up abruptly and retorted, you don't get it at all, Rosa. Keitel flashed an arrogant smirk. That's precisely what makes it good. Rosa was confused, pardon? He glanced back down at the quest sheet. An escort quest anyway, one woman, one old man, heading to the capital of Danayan, D-rank requirement. Keitel rubbed his chin, pondering for a long while. The kingdom of Danayan, feels like I've heard that name somewhere before. The image of Milena suddenly surfaced in his memory. Milena of the Akasa family. Keitel remembered very clearly their encounter in the snow-covered forest. That woman from the merchant family he met on the snow plateau. She had said she would welcome him if he ever had the chance to visit. He was particularly impressed by the bright pendant in her hand. Keitel placed the quest sheet back onto the desk. What a coincidence, I accept the quest. At that very moment, a flickering realm of blue light displayed the familiar system panel. He froze, his pupils involuntarily shrinking as the chair beneath him tipped backward. Keitel took half a step back before the blinding glare, and the text on the system panel finally materialized. Quest number 785, escort the targets and travel to the kingdom of Danayan. His face went practically pale with fear. No, why is this appearing here? Noticing Keitel's strange reaction, she called out in concern, Mr. Keitel. Meanwhile, back with Aaron. The old man was walking as fast as a gust of wind. Eileen felt a bit uneasy hearing the hurried knocking on the door. Even so, she decided to open it. Aaron stood there, panting heavily. Eileen widened her eyes in surprise. Aaron? She peeked around cautiously. What happened? Don't tell me it's pursuers. He caught his breath and announced in a heavy voice, the quest has been accepted. Eileen was taken aback and asked again, what? Aaron suddenly felt immensely honored. The only C-rank mercenary in this entire territory has accepted our quest. It was as if a torch of hope had been lit inside her heart. A C-rank mercenary? Is that really true? He confirmed joyfully, yes, we've arranged to meet tomorrow morning, so please rest comfortably today, my lady. Eileen was thrilled, yes. Over on Keitel's side, his facial muscles were completely frozen as he stared at the blindingly reflective blue system panel showing a few lines of text. Quest number 785, escort the targets and travel to the kingdom of Danian. Keitel still had a perplexing question as to why it was showing up now. After remaining silent for a long while, he lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Keitel suddenly realized something and posed a huge question to himself. Could it be that this isn't something exclusive to the snowy plateau? Keitel's eyes narrowed slightly. Could something be going on? At the guild, thunder roared through the sky as Rosa organized a thick stack of documents. Eileen suddenly felt a wave of nervousness as she and Aaron sat opposite Rosa. The atmosphere was dead quiet. Eileen was lost in thought. What kind of person would they be? She was so curious that she started imagining an ideal image in her mind. Since he's a mercenary, he probably has a sharp look or is covered in scars, which somehow sounds pretty cool. Keitel's heavy footsteps stomped forcefully onto the rain puddles. He pushed the guild door open with a loud creak. Even though she knew him well, Rosa greeted him politely, you've arrived. Keitel's head was taller than the doorway. Eileen turned around abruptly to look and satisfy her curiosity. In the end, he stepped inside with an imposing, towering physique. His intimidating presence caused her to freeze stone cold the second their eyes met. Both master and servant looked at Keitel in absolute shock. He took heavy steps toward them. Eileen's eyes rolled back in terror. Don't tell me. Keitel exhaled a puff of visible vapor. Nice to meet you. Tears of pure horror welled up in her eyes. Mr. Mercenary. Eileen finally slumped her arms and fainted on the spot. Aaron quickly caught her. He shouted angrily at him, you're not Lady Eileen's. Who on earth are you? Keitel's dull gray pupils flickered with a dangerous glint. It really has been a long time since anyone was this wary of me. In this territory, ever since I defeated the demon, the locals stopped avoiding me. Ignoring them, he turned to Rosa. Rosa, are these people my clients? She answered concisely, that's right. Rosa held the stack of papers neatly with both hands. Allow me to introduce him. She calmly announced that this was the person who would be in charge of escorting them, Mr. Keitel, a barbarian. Hearing those last three words, Aaron found it hard to accept. What? He erupted in fury, protesting, a barbarian? What kind of absurdity is this? I demand to swap for another mercenary immediately, Rosa. Rosa calmly spoke up, so what you're saying right now is, her face suddenly darkened. Are you questioning our mercenary guild's decision? Aaron immediately denied it. No, that's not what I meant. Rosa took on a stern tone. If you question the mercenary guild's judgment, she bluntly scrapped the deal, then this transaction shall be treated as if it never happened. We will refund your deposit. He stammered, unable to form words. That's not what I meant. Even Keitel, standing on the sidelines, broke into a sweat, feeling as though he had just turned into a walking bomb. The moment Eileen woke up, she immediately agreed to the deal. I accept. She propped herself up with her hands and sat up. Aaron tried his best to dissuade Lady Eileen, but he was truly surprised by this outcome. Eileen extended her hand toward Keitel, looking forward to working with you. She seemed to have overcome her momentary fear from earlier. My name is Eileen. Soft footsteps moved forward. Following behind were Aaron and Eileen. Keitel paused as if realizing something. He turned around and said to them suspiciously, isn't this a bit too far? Keitel looked at the two of them walking way back in the distance and offered, I think we should walk a bit closer. Aaron and Eileen both flusteredly declined. No, we're fine. They assumed for the time being that there were no signs of anyone around. He went along with it. What's wrong? I don't really get it. but if you're comfortable with that, then fine. After that, Ketil resumed walking. Looking at the back of the man walking ahead, Aaron and Eileen could only watch silently. They remained fully on guard against him. Eileen thought to herself in an awkward dilemma, how on earth did it end up like this? Last night at the Mercenary Guild, Ketil had happily shaken her hand and introduced himself, looking forward to working with you. I'm Ketil. Eileen pursed her lips, looking at the massive hand in front of her. Is this really going to be okay? Ketil's eyes beamed with excitement as he looked at her. Just trust me and leave it all to me. As long as I'm escorting you, I guarantee your safety. Eileen forced a strained smile and replied, yes, sir. Internally, she wept. Is this really the best choice we had? Ketil's voice suddenly snapped Eileen back to reality. First off, we'll spend the night here today. He saw her jump in surprise and asked, are you alright? Eileen started, asking Ketil back, yes? He had no choice but to explain again, as you can see, it's getting dark, so it's hard to see the road. That's because we set off in the evening per your request. Hearing this, she complied right away, yes, let's do that. Observing Eileen's reaction, Ketil thought to himself, seems like she's much more afraid of barbarians than I thought. Looks like this trip is going to take a while. After thinking for a moment, he grabbed the small pouch on his hip. First off, I'll prepare a place to sleep. A massive object was pulled out from that tiny pouch, forming a full tent. Aaron gasped in astonishment, a treasure. Eileen was equally overwhelmed, thinking to herself, a high-tier treasure like this, how could a barbarian possess it? Ketil looked at the two calmly, you mean this? I worked hard doing quests, so I received it. Hearing these words, both Aaron and Eileen were horrified. He continued adding, however, there's only one tent, so the two of you will have to share it. What do you think? Eileen suddenly whispered to Aaron. Ketil immediately reassured them, I'm fine with it. After all, I'm used to sleeping outdoors. He thought back to himself, compared to digging through glaciers to sleep on the snow plateau, this is absolute paradise. I can handle keeping watch by myself as well. Back on the snow plateau, there was a time I had to stay awake for a whole month straight because monsters were hunting me. Ketil thought to himself with immense satisfaction, either way, this is way too easy. He reassured the two of them, you two can sleep peacefully, I'll handle everything else. Eileen spoke up with a bit of concern, it's alright, sir. You don't have to shoulder so much on your own. We'll take turns keeping watch. Ketil didn't refuse upon hearing that, whatever works for me. The two answered in unison, we're fine with it too. Seeing their determination, he had no choice but to oblige, if you insist, then so be it. Internally, Ketil felt a bit disappointed, I was planning to use this chance to gain her trust. What a shame. Meanwhile, Aaron and Eileen remained completely on guard, who knows what he might do while we're asleep. Dawn broke to welcome a new day. Inside Ketil's tent, a thoroughly miserable scene was unfolding. Eileen's bloodshot eyes glared wide open, having not slept a single wink. I'm seriously going to die. She looked over at the corner next to them, and so did Mr. Aaron. When Eileen pulled back the curtain to look outside, her stomach rumbled loudly. She was starving. A kind voice spoke up. Are you hungry? Makes sense, you haven't had a proper meal yet. Wait a moment. Eileen looked over, startled. Yes, sir. Ketil looked at her. I'll cook for you. A tantalizing sizzling sound echoed through the air. Ketil chopped up the seasonings, cheerfully cooking away. Seeing the scene before her made Eileen widen her eyes in surprise. She watched as he skillfully stirred and fried, thinking to herself, a barbarian who actually knows how to cook. Both Aaron and Eileen were so hungry their mouths were watering. He asked him longingly, have you ever learned how to cook before? Ketil glanced over and replied calmly, it's just a hobby. He recalled when he first transmigrated, the people on the snow plateau didn't cook at all, they only knew how to fill their empty stomachs with the meat and blood of the monsters they hunted. As for me, I cooked using the rest of those monsters. The ingredients on the snow plateau were extremely toxic and dangerous, so there were times I almost died. But in the end, after countless trials and errors, I managed to cook perfect meals. I researched cooking in a place where even starting a fire was difficult, like the snow plateau. There is nowhere I cannot cook. Ketil thought to himself smugly, as expected, this too is way too easy. A moment later, he held out a plate of noodles in his hands. Here, it's done. Looking at the glistening, fragrant plate of noodles before them, the two of them seemed hypnotized. Eileen suddenly snapped out of it. She lowered her head dejectedly, no need, sir. I'm fine, I just don't really like greasy food. Eileen pulled a piece of dried meat out of her pouch. I have this already. Seeing this, Aaron gave a dry cough as well. Me too. Ketil stared at the two of them with wide eyes. Is that so? You prefer dried meat? He leaned down, took a bite of the noodles, and said, "That's a shame then, I guess I'll just have to eat it all by myself." Watching Ketil eat with relish, Eileen held her dried meat and thought longingly, "I want to eat it so badly. But food made by a barbarian can't be trusted, how could I possibly eat it?" On the third night of the journey, Eileen drew her cold feet in. She curled up, trembling in extreme discomfort. Aaron looked at her worsening condition with concern. "Princess, are you all right?" Aaron thought anxiously. 3 days have passed, and we've been walking on this arduous journey without a single decent meal or drink. He lowered his head, secretly heartbroken. For someone who grew up surrounded by love and pampering like her, enduring this must be nearly impossible. "I should have paid more attention." Eileen gently turned to him, reassuringly, "Aaron, I'm fine." "I'm sorry for making you worry." Aaron replied softly, "It's all right." She smiled again and asked, "How about you, Aaron? Are you okay? You kept watch in my place as well, you must be exhausted." Aaron patted her hand soothingly and said, "I am fine." He offered a reassuring smile as well. "Old people don't sleep much to begin with anyway." Eileen nodded sincerely, "Thank you." A moment after Eileen fell asleep, Aaron thought to himself briefly, "She is truly pitiable." He sat attentively, keeping watch over her. Aaron thought with firm resolve, "I must protect her, even if it costs me my life." A few hours later outside the tent, right beside the campfire, several fragrant dishes were roasting. Ketil stood by the hearth, gently flipping a piece of beef on the grill. Nearby, Aaron and Eileen sat gnawing on dry rations, drooling with craving. The two of them stared fixedly at his grill. A moment later, the sound of Eileen's stomach rumbling snapped Aaron back to reality. Overcome with embarrassment, she quickly stood up. Eileen lowered her head and spoke hesitantly, "I'm going to step away for a moment." Ketil turned to her and asked out of curiosity, "To use the bathroom?" Eileen snapped back softly and scolding, "How impolite." He caught himself and replied, "My apologies." Eileen turned away, still a bit fearful. "It's all right, sir." She thought to herself in confusion, "What was that? Did I just get an apology from a barbarian?" After that, Eileen spoke in a hushed voice before hurriedly turning to walk into the forest behind them. Aaron watched her leave, feeling a bit worried. "Your Highness." Beside him, Ketil suddenly spoke up, "I know you two don't trust me." He continued, "But I am your bodyguard." As he flipped the meat, Ketil added, "I hope you two can trust me just a little. I'm human too, so my feelings get hurt as well." Hearing this, Aaron was slightly stunned, then muttered with a guilty conscience, "Is that so?" Ketil turned back to Aaron and handed him the freshly grilled plate of meat. "Here, take it, it's venison. Do you want some?" Aaron looked at the plate of meat, hesitating briefly, but his eyes lit up in amazement. Meanwhile, Eileen was quietly weeping beside a stream. The crystal-clear stream sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. Eileen took in the beautiful scenery before her while nibbling on dry rations, sniffling as she ate. She sighed softly, "I'm so hungry. My feet hurt so much." She quickly wiped her tears away and told herself, "No. I must endure. Aaron must be having an even harder time than I am." A moment later, when Eileen returned, she froze in horror. Nearby, Aaron and Ketil were leisurely enjoying the food. The atmosphere between the two of them seemed surprisingly harmonious. Just as Aaron was eating, he suddenly stopped. Eileen called out softly, "Aaron." Hearing her, Aaron looked up in panic, instantly dropping the piece of meat he was eating. He stood up abruptly, "Princess. This is a misunderstanding." Ketil looked at his reaction in slight surprise, then stole a glance up at Eileen in front of him, thinking to himself, "Princess, huh?" Eileen clenched her fists tightly, fuming with anger. "What on earth do you mean? It's not what it looks like." She recalled what Aaron had once said, "Be cautious of the barbarian and let's protect each other." "We promised as much." Aaron stammered, trying to explain, "It's not like that." Then he spoke softly, "Actually, he doesn't seem to be someone dangerous enough to warrant such extreme vigilance." Eileen asked in disbelief, "You're saying that now?" Ketil quickly cut in to interject, "I hope you two can calm down." Only then did Eileen snap back in fear, turning toward him. Ketil questioned them lightly, "Refusing to eat the food I cooked, was it for that reason? And intentionally taking turns to keep watch, that was probably out of distrust, right?" Hearing this, both of their faces turned pale. "We messed up." Eileen stammered flusteredly, "It's not like that." Seeing the terrified expressions on their faces, Ketil pondered silently, "How should I handle this situation? This world harbors heavy prejudice against barbarians. Of course, since I'm a barbarian from the Snow Plateau, I don't know the exact details. Perhaps the barbarians outside the Snow Plateau have done plenty of despicable things. If I say I'm not a barbarian now, no one will believe me anyway." Then Ketil came up with an idea and smirked softly, "This is it." He quickly spoke up, You two have misunderstanding something. Eileen and Aaron looked at Keatle in confusion. He gave a soft smile and said earnestly, I am not a barbarian. Keatle explained softly, to be precise, I was born a barbarian. He continued, but I wasn't raised as one. Upon hearing this, Eileen and Aaron instantly froze in place. Both of them wore bewildered expressions, staring at him blankly. Keatle quickly made up a story. Just a week after I was born, my tribe was wiped out. Afterwards, an adventurer picked me up, and I grew up under his care. He felt a slight pang of guilt, thinking, of course I just made that story up, but it doesn't matter. Sometimes a lie, depending on the circumstances, can be an effective remedy. Keatle said softly, so even though I'm a barbarian, I grew up as a civilized person. He continued, of course I know it's hard to believe, but I sincerely propose this. I hope you two understand that I'm just like you, there's no difference. He thought to himself, it's all lies. Keatle looked at the flustered expressions of the two before him, thinking, but look at that, isn't a look of pity for me plainly visible in their eyes now? Eileen faltered slightly and said, so that's what happened. She felt a tinge of regret recalling how, out of fear of the label barbarian, she had rejected the goodwill and food he offered. Even so, Eileen felt a surge of guilt, thinking, this person still cares for and respects us. Perhaps his entire life, simply for being a barbarian, he had to endure countless prejudices and discrimination. She then bowed her head and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Keatle. To be honest, up until just now, I couldn't bring myself to trust you. Keatle responded quickly, it's fine, I completely understand. He chuckled quietly to himself, thinking joyfully, success. Meanwhile, Eileen thought remorsefully, to think I doubted someone like this. I feel truly ashamed. Keatle reached his hand out gently and said in a friendly manner, well then, I'll be relying on you from now on. Eileen was slightly caught off guard, pardon? Keatle continued to smile at her. Eileen looked back at him blankly for a moment before smiling and replying, yes. Nearby, someone was observing Keatle's group through a magic screen. What's this? That person was the master of the magic tower, a disguised lich. He muttered to himself out of curiosity, they suddenly seemed so friendly with each other. The lich mumbled softly, I am observing through the eye of perception, but unfortunately, I can't hear their voices. Resting his chin on his hand, he said to himself, but he really is as strange as Cain said. The lich fell into deep thought. What on earth exists on that snowy plateau for a barbarian like that to exist? He asked himself in disbelief, how strange. How does he look even more civilized than the ordinary barbarians outside the plateau? The lich continued watching Keatle's group, thinking to himself, let's wait a bit longer. He stepped forward gently toward them, intending to draw closer to take a look. At that exact moment, Keatle suddenly turned around with sharp alertness toward where the lich was standing. Seeing this, the lich panicked in shock. Did we just make eye contact? Noticing Keatle's alert stance, Eileen asked, Mr. Keatle, what's wrong? Keatle lowered his voice and replied, someone is here. Eileen gasped in fear, what? Keatle said to her softly, wait here for a moment. I'll head toward the forest ahead real quick. I'll be right back. Keatle lightly pushed off his feet, gathering power behind his stride. In a flash, he shot into the forest. The sound of howling wind echoed through the forest as something sped past at high speeds. Keatle swiftly rushed toward where the lich stood. The lich widened his eyes in horror. What? No way! The lich hurriedly cast magic to try to stop Keatle. In that split second, a massive explosion erupted at the spot where the two were standing. As the explosion cleared, the lich looked at the scene before him in sheer terror, utterly unable to believe it. He thought in panic, clearly, in that split second, I erected a barrier. The lich thought in disbelief, a barrier capable of withstanding a shot from a divine crossbow, was completely useless? At the exact same time, Keatle had already grabbed hold of the lich. He warned him in a stern tone, you'd better not do anything stupid. Glaring down at the lich beneath him, Keatle said softly, if there's even the slightest suspicious movement, I'll snap your neck instantly. Panic-stricken, the lich blurted out, I deeply admire you. Confused, Keatle looked down at the person on the ground silently and asked back, me? The lich replied, yes. A few minutes later, Keatle hauled the lich up by the collar and asked, what's your name? He hurriedly made up a random name, it's Patrick. Eileen and Aaron looked at the sight of Keatle dangling the lich in front of them, slightly speechless. On the side, the lich wept inwardly in humiliation. Cain, were you in this kind of situation too? A moment later, Eileen asked worriedly, Mr. Keatle, who is this person? Keatle replied softly, a stalker who was tailing us, but suddenly claims to admire me. Eileen felt a bit skeptical and asked again, pardon? What does that mean? The lich suddenly spoke up, literally that. He put on a serious expression and said, "Ever since ancient times, I've always wanted to become a strong adventurer." Filled with admiration, the Lich praised, "To me, Mr. Keetle, who assisted the heresy inspector in defeating the demon, is my goal and my idol." The Lich thought to himself in fear, "I'll just make up random lies for now. Either way, the original goal was to get close to him, so this counts as half a success." Keetle asked unexpectedly, "So that's why you followed me?" The Lich scratched his head and replied sheepishly, "Yes, because I admired you so much, Mr. Keetle, I unconsciously did so." Keetle pondered for a moment, then said, "Even so, I can't just let you go." He thought cautiously, "There's still no solid proof that this guy is harmless." Right after, Keetle suddenly remembered something, and said with excitement, "Doing it like this will work." The Lich turned pale with fear, asking himself in a hush, "Do what?" One of the world's most brilliant mages, the leader of the magic tower, was currently inhabiting the body of a homunculus, a lich disguised as a commoner. To approach and observe Keetle, he had prepared a fake identity under the name Patrick. The Lich turned pale, looking at the length of rope before him in utter bewilderment. Keetle grabbed the end of the rope and pulled it tight. Flashing a bright smile, he said to him, "All right, this should do it." Aaron and Eileen watched the scene, utterly helpless. Time to set off then. At this point, the Lich was still in deep shock, completely speechless. Just like that, Keetle dragged him along as they hit the road. Eileen stole a glance at the Lich, her eyes filled with a touch of wariness. He let out a sigh and thought to himself, "This is the first time I've ever ended up in a predicament like this." But the Lich quickly looked up at Keetle, his eyes brimming with calculation. "Regardless, I'm right beside him to observe now. Now I understand what that guy Kane was talking about. A speed far beyond the bounds of perception, and raw strength capable of shattering magic itself. He was both fast and powerful. At this point, even inside the body of a homunculus, I can still easily handle superhuman levels. If so, then..." He looked up, his gaze dripping with murderous intent. Staring at Keetle's back, the Lich formed a suspicion. Could he actually be at the hero rank? Suddenly, a voice spoke up beside him, "Mr. Keetle, I have something to say." It was Eileen who spoke up. She looked at him tentatively. Keetle turned his head, slightly surprised as he spoke. "You're finally willing to talk?" Eileen was taken aback by his question. "Yes." "Could it be that you already knew something?" Hearing this, Keetle replied that they had intentionally set off at night to avoid prying eyes, and even took detours to stay off the main roads. He crossed his arms, looking at her with a casual air. "The fact that you two were hiding something was way too easy to spot." Eileen froze, stammering hesitantly, Is that so?" In the end, Keetle reassured her, "Well, I get it. It must be hard to trust someone you just met for the first time like me." Eileen lowered her head, speaking with difficulty. Grasping the hem of her shirt, she addressed her silence up to this point. "I am truly sorry. If you don't mind, I will tell you everything right now." Eileen didn't dare look up, saying nervously, "If, after hearing the story, you feel you can no longer continue this quest, please feel free to say so." Keetle abruptly interrupted her, "Hold on." Looking off to the side, he knitted his brows and said, "Uninvited guests have arrived." Eileen was startled. "Pardon?" She looked in the direction Keetle was gazing. Eileen deduced warily, "Could it be?" A pair of armored legs stepped out from the forest, followed by men clad in iron armor approaching them. Keetle turned to Aaron and Eileen, saying, "Looks like they're here for you guys." Hearing this, her face turned pale as she cried out in horror, "It can't be." Eileen uttered the name in shock, "Rokento." The squad of soldiers bowed respectfully. The leader spoke up carefully, "Commander of the Azure Green Knights, Rokento Edenheimer, greets the princess of the Lutian kingdom, Eileen Mavrochi Lutian." Hearing this, Patrick, the Lich, thought to himself, "The kingdom of Lutian." Rokento approached them. He presented a request. "Princess, not knowing where you were, we had to search everywhere for a long time. Please come with me now. His Majesty has been extremely worried about you." Hearing these words, Eileen stared with wide, terrified eyes. Rokento turned to Keetle, "You look like a mercenary. The person you are escorting is the princess of our Lutian kingdom." Crossing his arms, Keetle widened his eyes and asked him, "Then why is the princess out here?" Rokento immediately explained, "The princess ran away from home not too long ago." He turned to look at Aaron, even taking her loyal attendant along. "At any rate, mercenary, this is our matter from here on out." Eileen suddenly cut in, "No." Rokento asked her in confusion, "Princess?" Eileen's face darkened. "Who are you?" He knitted his brows in complete bewilderment. "What do you mean by that, Your Highness?" Eileen clenched her fists tightly, speaking coldly, "You." She stared straight at Rokento, asking in an ice-cold tone, "Who on earth are you?" He stammered in response, "I am Rukento of the kingdom's Azure Green Knights." Before he could even finish, Eileen screamed out in fury, "Don't make me laugh. I don't know you. I know Rukento Edenheimer, but you are not Rukento. You lot broke into the palace before anyone knew it, and you're impersonating my friends and family." She recalled their strange demeanor even though their physical appearances were identical. Eileen's heart welled up with deep resentment as she yelled, "What on earth are you creatures? Where on earth are my parents and everyone else?" Hearing her words, the Lich grew slightly intrigued. He surreptitiously used magic to probe them. A streak of red magic passed through Rukento and looped back. After checking, the Lich was surprised, thinking to himself, "He's a human, though." Eileen kept her head lowered. "You monsters." Gritting her teeth tightly, she voiced her thoughts, "You must want to devour me alive to usurp our entire kingdom, don't you?" Eileen looked up, her eyes wide as she shouted furiously, "But I will never let you have your way. Just you wait." Aaron looked at her with deep heartache and added, "I will avenge everyone who has disappeared." Hearing this, Rukento remained silent for a moment. He suddenly let out a helpless sigh. Rukento didn't address her words, turning instead to Ketil. "Did you hear that? The princess is suffering from delusions." Hearing that, Eileen shot back, "What? I'm delusional? Don't talk nonsense." He calmly explained to her, "Please think about this logically. Claiming that everyone except the princess has suddenly turned strange. Do you really think that's possible?" Eileen stammered back hesitatingly, "That's..." He didn't let her speak any further. "The princess needs to be treated as soon as possible." Rukento extended his hand to her, saying, "Now." His footsteps didn't halt for a second. "Princess, please stop this and come with us." Eileen looked in terror at Rukento, who was slowly closing in. Squeezing her eyes shut, she prayed internally, "No. It can't end like this. Please, somebody save me." At that moment, Ketil calmly spoke up, asking, "What do you think you're doing?" He stepped forward, shielding Eileen. Rukento blared and ordered Ketil, "Get out of the way." Smirking, Ketil replied to him, "I'm afraid I can't do that." Eileen looked in astonishment at the back shielding her. Rukento lowered his head slightly, saying without a shred of leniency, "If you won't step aside, then I'll have no choice but to use force." He lowered his head slightly, saying without a shred of leniency, "If you won't step aside, then I'll have no choice but to use force." With that, Rukento instantly charged toward him. The moment the distance between them closed, Ketil grabbed his head with one hand. With a single exertion of strength, he slammed Rukento straight into the ground. The knights in the squad watched the scene in shock, yelling out, "Commander!" They shouted at him angrily, "What do you think you're doing?" Ketil immediately reasoned that their side had attacked first, and that his job was to eliminate any enemies who dared approach his clients. Rukento struggled back to his feet. "The princess is ill. Do you actually believe all her delusional words are real?" Contrary to his expectations, Ketil merely replied nonchalantly, "You're saying some pretty weird things. Isn't it obvious for a mercenary to believe their client's words?" Eileen's eyes widened in utter disbelief, never expecting Ketil to actually trust her. Rukento's face darkened upon hearing this, and he said furiously, "All of you have gone completely mad." Ketil smirked faintly, "Well, that remains to be seen." Having said that, he turned around and called out, "Eileen." Though confused, she still answered with uncertainty, "Yes?" Ketil glanced at her and said, "These guys appeared without a single trace or sign." She asked back in bewilderment, "What do you mean?" Without hesitation, he exposed Rukento. To put it simply, these guys popped out of thin air. Hearing these words, Eileen turned pale. Overwhelmed by shock, she thought, "What?" Seeing the current situation, the Lich was also suspicious. "Indeed," Ketil continued voicing his suspicions, "how on earth did you guys suddenly appear right here?" Rukento's group's faces darkened completely, not uttering a single word. Raising his head, Rukento replied firmly, "Does that even matter? We came here to find the princess, yet you keep nitpicking over strange details." Seeing Rukento's stubbornness, Ketil said, "Looks like you have no intention of answering, huh? In that case, I will escort her to the kingdom of Danian." Seeing Ketil standing up for her like this, Eileen pursed her lips and thought, not a single person. She recalled everyone's reactions, not a single person had ever believed her words, feeling how bleak the situation was. Rukento drew the sword at his waist, secretly signaling the other soldiers, talking any further is useless. Ketil stepped forward, not forgetting to remind them, "You guys step back a little." Eileen said to him worriedly, "Mr. Ketil, please be careful, they are the strongest knight order in our kingdom." Rukento's entire unit didn't hesitate, coldly commanding them to draw their swords. Ketil smirked in amusement, "Interesting." The Lich evaluated them with his crimson eyes, "Second tier. all of them can manipulate mystery energy. Furthermore, he looked toward Rukento, and that guy, is he first tier? Rukento gave the order, take out that barbarian. Feel free to kill him. Instantly, several soldiers moved as one. They surged toward a single target, Ketil himself. As 5 of them closed in simultaneously, Ketil stood calmly in place. Then, with a single punch, the soldier on the right was knocked flying, groaning in pain. The soldier on the left met the exact same fate against Ketil's physical damage. Raising his fist high, he assumed a stance, preparing to unleash his power. A series of 3 soldiers were knocked off their feet by Ketil's rapid combo punches. In the end, the entire encirclement was easily wiped out by Ketil. Raising his head, he grumbled with slight annoyance, as expected, getting ganked by a mob is pretty annoying. Seeing this, Rukento didn't give up at all. He pressed on with his forces, don't stop. Attack simultaneously. The soldiers obeyed and shouted back, yes. Another wave of attackers closed in on Ketil. Using both hands, he grabbed 2 soldiers by their heads at once and flung them away. Not stopping there, Ketil casually used them as battering rams to knock back the remaining soldiers. And so, another wave of attack ended in an overwhelming victory. Unable to hold back any longer, Rukento finally charged toward this monster. He roared with deep resentment, die. Seeing the blade closing in on Ketil, Eileen screamed in anxiety, dangerous. But the sight before her eyes made her freeze in her tracks. Ketil used his solid set of teeth to clamp down and block Rukento's sword path. Rukento stared with wide, astonished eyes, watching his sword snap completely in half right before him. As he was knocked backward, he thought, blocked, with his teeth? Ketil clenched his fists, still want to keep going? Before him, all the soldiers were sprawling on the ground. Rukento struggled to get up, saying with great difficulty, everyone, retreat. Hearing this command, the men lying on the ground vanished as if by magic. A voice called out to Ketil, Mr. Ketil? Eileen stepped closer anxiously and asked, are you alright? Ketil immediately replied, I'm not injured, no need to worry. He turned to Eileen, I will fulfill the request as promised. However, I want to hear the full story from start to finish. Clenching her fists, she looked at Ketil and nodded, of course. I will tell you everything that happened. Aura is the essence of mystery. It easily shreds steel and even cuts through magic. In other words, there is no way to break aura using mundane physical matter. Yet, despite biting into aura like that with his teeth, there wasn't even a single scratch on him. The Lich scrutinized Ketil intensely with a critical gaze. A body capable of enduring mystery itself. Could his body itself be a mystery? Once everything was settled, the group sat gathered around a campfire. He spoke up and asked, so, how did it all happen? The 2 of them fell silent for a moment. Then Aaron began recounting the story. Our kingdom was replaced by something else. By the time the princess and I realized that truth, the kingdom had already fallen. Ketil interjected, so that's why you 2 fled? Aaron replied, if we had stayed, the princess and I would have been replaced as well. This distortion began about a year ago. Hearing this, Ketil was slightly startled, thinking to himself, what? A year ago? Is it a coincidence or what? Come to think of it, Aquaz said the exact same thing. He recalled her words, it seems the spirit realm, which was supposed to remain sealed, is affecting this world. The dungeon spawn cycles have become abnormal, and countless evil entities have been gradually appearing in space since a year ago. He continued pondering, I didn't pay much attention back then. But the fact that it also started a year ago. By the way, that guy also said some strange words. That strange guy I met on my last mission. I thought it was just the desperate thrashing of someone on the verge of vanishing, but could it be that it wasn't? Aaron interrupted his train of thought, I don't know where it all started. When the princess and I sensed something amiss and asked the mages and mystics to investigate, not a single one could find the cause. On the contrary, they themselves were replaced. Ketil thought for a few seconds, then turned and asked, how did you 2 realize it? Aaron explained, it's hard to describe precisely, but the atmosphere where they gathered was vastly different. For instance, even though they spoke and acted normally, I still felt an unbearable sense of alienation. Ketil questioned, just purely a feeling? Aaron answered, at first, when I heard the princess say it, I didn't believe it either. But then incomprehensible things started happening. My job was managing and overseeing the servants in the royal castle. Among them was a timid, easily frightened child named Kathy. If the servants told ghost stories at night, she would be so scared she couldn't sleep and would yawn constantly at work. That kind of child. I found that reaction quite amusing, so I occasionally teased her with ghost stories. But at some point, Kathy stopped reacting to ghost stories altogether. At first, I didn't think much of it. Perhaps growing up made her lose her fear of ghost stories. But the real problem happened after that. Kathy's job was taking care of the statues in the royal castle. Since statues are usually large and heavy, Kathy often worried about carelessly getting crushed to death. Then one day, an accident actually happened. A statue toppled over toward Kathy. But Lady Luck smiled on her, and Kathy wasn't seriously injured. Still, it was a close call that could have cost her life. Yet Kathy didn't feel scared or horrified about nearly dying. She was only worried about being punished. That was the moment I realized it. The Kathy standing before me was not the Kathy I knew. A timid, fearful child had somehow stopped fearing death. Her behavior didn't change, she still smiled and talked as usual, but I could no longer view that child as Kathy. After that, I discreetly probed other people in the castle a few times, but most of them had transformed just like Kathy. Keetle cut him off. So that's why you fled? Aaron replied, because I feared I would end up like them too. Keetle pressed further, then why must you go to the kingdom of Danian? If you need protection, other places could fulfill that just fine. Clenching her fists tightly, Eileen spoke up from the side, because only the kingdom of Danian can perform the Declaration of Humanity. Keetle was deeply puzzled by this Declaration of Humanity. What's that? She explained, a very long time ago, legend has it that humanity lived alongside other races, but there was a man who wanted to create a purely human kingdom. That man sought out a nameless deity and expressed his wish. The deity granted him the power to discern who was human and who was not. Afterwards, that man founded a kingdom. Keetle picked up her story, and that kingdom is the current kingdom of Danian. She nodded in confirmation. Yes, exactly. Those who carry the bloodline of the Danian kingdom can perform the Declaration of Humanity. This left Keetle thoroughly intrigued. There's actually such a thing. He thought to himself, truly a world that never gets boring. Then he remarked aloud, so you two plan to use that power to find proof? That's a pretty good idea. She asked anxiously, is Mr. Keetle all right with this? He smiled and replied, nothing has changed. I will still continue escorting you as promised. Touched deeply by his words, she stammered, thank you so much. Once this matter is resolved, I will grant you anything you wish for. Anything, he warmly replied, all right, I'll be looking forward to it. Hearing her words, Aaron was slightly startled, thinking to himself, Princess. A quiet hush settled around the flickering campfire after those words. Then suddenly, a voice spoke up, Mr. Keetle, do you believe her story? The voice drew his attention. Glancing over at Patrick beside him, Keetle pondered for a few seconds before offering his verdict, I'm not certain. However, it is possible. Patrick shared his thoughts, the Azure Green Knights are human. You, who fought them firsthand, surely understand this better than anyone. Seeing that Patrick had noticed the same thing, Keetle turned and replied, I think so too. Patrick hesitated for a few seconds before voicing a warning, Mr. Keetle, you are setting yourself against an entire nation. His words caused Keetle to reflect briefly on what he had done. Patrick continued, even if her words are true, that's still a major problem, because they will try to kill anyone who learns this truth. Are you really accepting this contract just to fulfill an agreement? Following his own train of thought, Keetle turned after a few seconds and replied, that's part of it. Then he stood up and explained, but above all, missing out on such an interesting story. Wouldn't that be a huge pity? Saying this, his eyes opened wide, staring directly at Patrick, who felt a surge of fear, thinking to himself, what are you talking about, you barbarian? Is this entire situation just a game to you? Keetle's voice carried a hint of madness. Does there need to be anything else? Patrick questioned him again, did you really accept this task just to keep your promise? Keetle paused in thought for a few seconds, then replied, you could say that. He stood up, but more importantly, missing out on such an intriguing story, wouldn't that be such a shame? His cryptic words filled Patrick with unease. What on earth are you talking about, you barbarian? Is this entire situation merely entertainment to you? He asked again, then do you really need any other reason? Keetle replied, a replacement entity existing without anyone knowing. Truly extraordinary. This is going to be fun. Patrick analyzed this mindset. Is this way of thinking also characteristic of the barbarians from the Snow Plateau? I really want to research that body. I want to dissect Keetle's existence piece by piece to understand its principles. The story shifted to the next day as the group continued their journey. Walking behind, Patrick kept pondering, an existence that acts purely on personal whim? There are a dozen things I want to investigate, but I have to endure for now. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person who admires Ketil. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an arrow shot straight toward their group. Ketil remained calm, completely unfazed by the sudden threat. A loud shout echoed through the air. In an instant, Ketil caught the arrow effortlessly. This completely stunned Eileen and Aaron. Ketil smiled. Guerrilla tactics this time? Quite a decent strategy, honestly. Immediately, numerous soldiers charged out from the forest edge, attacking him from behind. Ketil glanced back, his voice turns cold, but it's still far from a perfect solution. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his hand lightly, sending 3 soldiers flying backward. Countless cracks spider-webbed across their armor plates. The sheer force of the impact was so overwhelming that one soldier couldn't hold it in and coughed up blood. The 3 of them dropped to the ground like ripe fruit. Turning around, they attempted to flee. Cough. Retreat for now. This monster. Ketil looked in their direction and let out a tired sigh. Eileen stepped forward to praise him. Amazing. They weren't weaklings by any means. Her praise piqued his interest slightly. Huh? Is that so? Staring at him, she asked in wonder, but why did you spare their lives? If you did that out of consideration for us. Ketil cut her off. It wasn't really for you guys. His decisive answer made her feel a bit embarrassed. Ah. I see. Ketil glanced back at the swords they had left at the scene. I just have a few things I need to confirm. A moment later, 3 more soldiers rushed out. One of them roared, "Hand over the princess, you barbarian!" Their relentless attacks started to annoy Ketil. Do you guys ever get tired of marching over here? The soldier yelled loudly, "Damn barbarian, hand over the princess right now!" Without answering, Ketil darted forward and grabbed the soldier tightly by the neck, making his whole body tremble violently. In just a few seconds, he easily dispatched all 3 soldiers. This armor is the exact one I shattered a few hours ago. His firm statement left Eileen confused. What? Ketil explained, I vividly remember the scratch on this armor. Every single detail matches. Truly interesting. With that, he tossed the soldier onto the ground. The 3 soldiers retreated once again, turning back into the forest. Seeing this repetitive behavior, Eileen worriedly asked, "Wait, what does this mean?" He replied, "It's not simply that they received resupplies. Rather, those shattered armors and swords were completely restored to their original state." Ketil posed a question, "Can magic achieve something like that too?" Aaron answered, "It can. But it would require a massive amount of equipment and take at least a full day." Ketil began analyzing the recent events. This armor was smashed by me 5 hours ago, so it can't be that method. He thought to himself, I've vaguely figured it out by now. Once they are pushed back beyond a certain distance, their presence completely vanishes, and then they reappear again. It's almost as if they are being reset. Now only the final confirmation step remains. Sure enough, they returned once more. "Hand over the princess, you barbarian." Ketil observed them for a moment, then turned and called Eileen. Understanding what he meant, she nodded in agreement. Immediately, Ketil drew his weapon, preparing to engage them. Just seconds later, his weapon was drenched in fresh blood. Looking at the soldier lying on the ground, Ketil began his analysis. Since they have a human appearance, it feels a bit uncomfortable, but doing this makes things certain. Let's see if my hypothesis is correct. The scene shifted to the afternoon as they continued moving through the forest. Eileen was overcome by an indescribable feeling. Noticing this, Ketil turned and asked, "Was he an acquaintance of yours?" His sudden question startled her. Lowering her gaze softly, she replied, "Yes, he was. Whenever I passed by, I used to see him practicing. I know he isn't the person I once knew, but to witness an acquaintance die right before my eyes." Before she could finish her sentence, the soldier's voice rang out once more, "Halt right there. Hand over the princess, you barbarian." Their sudden reappearance startled the entire group into turning around. Aaron could only stare with his mouth agape. Eileen couldn't believe her eyes. That person clearly. Ketil smiled with intense amusement. "Just as I thought." The scene shifted to nightfall. They halted their journey, lighting a campfire to rest. Sitting around the fire, Eileen muttered, "He clearly died." Ketil confirmed, "He certainly did." Thinking back to the sight of those soldiers made Eileen tremble all over. What on earth have we been living with? After a few seconds of silence, he began to explain. Aaron once said that Kathy didn't seem afraid of death at all, even when she was getting crushed under that statue. I had my suspicions too. So that's why, huh? Because they're immortal? He scooped a bowl of soup and handed it to the princess. Whatever they are, they're definitely not human. Then he looked over at her and asked nonchalantly, "Do you have any guesses about what they really are?" She took the bowl of soup and replied, "I'm not sure. At the very least, this is beyond anything I know." Coming back from the dead, that's not how living beings work. But if there's any possibility at all, it has to be, she stated firmly, it's the existence of the demon realm. A new term that left him feeling a bit puzzled inside. He asked back in confusion, the demon realm? She nodded in confirmation. That's right. It's a place beyond human comprehension, a twisted place. If they are entities from there, then all of this makes complete sense. At that moment, he recalled a system window that had suddenly popped up in front of him. Quest number 785, escort the target to the Denayan kingdom. The corner of his mouth curved up slightly. Is this why these quests keep popping up? Do they only appear when it involves the demon realm? But her words were immediately refuted by Aaron, who was standing nearby. That's impossible, Your Highness. I've told you before. Entities from the demon realm can never step out into the outside world. This made him even more curious. What do you mean by that? He explained, literally. Not a single entity from the demon realm has ever stepped outside, ever since it was formed a long time ago. He understood his point. So it's a deduction based on experience and history, huh? Eileen continued, but Aaron, as you can see, the world is becoming very strange almost everywhere. He agreed with that. That is true indeed. He interrupted the two of them. They started twisting about a year ago, right? Did that incident affect the demon realm too? Looking at the princess's slightly solemn attitude made him realize the situation. As expected, that's highly likely. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Entities of the demon realm, so those things are spilling out into the outside world? This isn't good at all. Patrick observed him and evaluated. You're the one who isn't good. And so, a long night passed. The next day, those three soldiers returned once again to confront them. You barbarian, hand over the princess right now. Seeing them blocking the path again, the corner of his mouth turned up slightly. At it again, are we? The result this time was just like every other time. They were all beaten within an inch of their lives. Including this time, they had already died 3 times. And every single time, they came back completely unscratched. From behind, Eileen marveled, they truly are disgusting monsters. He grew somewhat interested now. At this point, I'm actually getting curious about their goal. The princess chimed in, they definitely want to swallow our kingdom whole to quietly expand their power. They plan to use that place as a stepping stone to conquer the entire continent. Contrary to her thoughts, he immediately denied it. Not necessarily. I don't think it's that simple. If their real goal was to swallow the kingdom, they could have just killed you. As he spoke, he casually waved his hand, knocking away a few arrows flying toward them. They wouldn't need to go through all this trouble to capture you like this. Over the past year, they've had countless opportunities to kill you. Besides, they don't attack at night, just like humans who need to rest when night falls. On top of that, this hit-and-run tactic makes no sense either. What reason do immortal monsters have to split up and attack? They could just rush us all at once from the start, and if they die, they just respawn. They don't act like beasts. Their words and actions don't cross human boundaries at all. It's almost as if they truly believe they're human. Which was why he said, I have a great idea. Watching the idea he was executing caused the princess's eyes to widen. The soldier, after respawning this time, was tied up with rope by him. He roared furiously, You! Untie me right now. His shouts attracted everyone's attention. He clapped his hands excitedly. Come on, let's try having a chat. Facing off against each other without even knowing what the opponent wants? What a real shame that is. Watching his actions made Patrick sigh heavily. This guy has completely lost his mind. Aaron asked in confusion. What on earth are you doing? He explained, I told you. Let's just have a heart-to-heart talk. Are you insane? Aaron shouted. You're asking me to talk to those monsters? Seeing himself being called a monster made the soldier look deeply saddened. What are you talking about, Lord Aaron? He explained, I'm human. You know exactly who I am, don't you? I'm not a monster. A dense demonic aura emanated from him and reached them. Eileen screamed in terror, Shut your mouth. You disgusting monster. Don't you dare imitate him. You've died and come back to life right in front of my eyes so many times. And now you expect me to believe you're human? He continued to explain, that doesn't matter. We're not monsters. We're human. You're just misunderstanding, princess. She immediately shot down those words. Don't treat me like I'm crazy. Your plot, do you think I don't know what it is? You devoured my father and mother, and now you want to turn me into a monster too, right? You're planning to replace everyone and conquer this continent, aren't you? He kept struggling. No, that's not it at all. You will stay just as you are forever, princess. Eileen's voice dropped low. then what's the point of all this? He continued, I don't really know all the details either, but one thing's for sure, both of you must return to the kingdom. This time, she turned her back decisively. Enough. Talking to them any further is useless. They're just parroting nonsense that makes no sense. As expected, you can't communicate with monsters. Then her eyes suddenly fixed straight on him, who was watching her without looking away for even a second. She asked, puzzled, is something wrong, Lord Keetle? So that's how it is. He let out a sigh. Now this is getting interesting. Eileen, do you really think you're human? The somewhat absurd question made her gasp in shock. Huh? Isn't that obvious? A flash of mana glinted in his eyes. Is that so? She explained, are you thinking that I've been turned into one of them too? Is that it? A surge of warm blood suddenly erupted, causing Eileen's eyes to widen in shock. In that split second, her gaze dropped down to where the wound was spurting. It was coming right from her own chest. Because right at that moment, Keetle had thrust his hand straight through her chest. Witnessing this left Eileen completely unable to process her emotions. She gasped out in terror, what? A voice then echoed inside the princess's head, Princess Eileen. The continuous calls caused her eyes to snap open suddenly, awakening with a start inside the tent. She was panting heavily, drenched in cold sweat. And the person calling her was none other than Aaron. He asked anxiously, have you come to, Your Highness? She glanced around the room, bewildered. Aaron, where is? Her gaze suddenly froze as if she had just remembered something. She looked out at her chest. Wait, just a moment ago, Looking down, she realized her body didn't have a single wound on it. Keetle's voice came from outside. Oh, you're awake? He slowly stepped into the tent, his cold gaze locked onto her. This made her feel a bit uneasy and fearful. She started explaining, what on earth is going on? Clearly, Lord Keetle. He confirmed it as well. Yes, I did do that. You clearly suffered a fatal wound that would have killed any normal human being, and here is the result right before our eyes. Unable to accept this reality, Eileen's face turned pale and ash-gray. What? So what are you trying to say right now? He explained, exactly what you just heard. Right now, you've been restored as if nothing ever happened, just like those nights. Furthermore, while you were unconscious, I also confirmed that Aaron is in the exact same state. Her entire body trembled violently as she tried to keep her composure. No, that can't be. Then does that mean I'm... He observed her for a long moment, then turned and left the tent. Outside, seeing him step out, Patrick asked curiously, how is Lady Eileen? He replied, intact, just as expected, though mentally, she seems to be quite a mess. He continued, how long have you known about this? About her being the exact same kind of existence as them? He closed his eyes to think, retracing everything back to when it started. Let's see. After thinking for a few seconds, he spoke up, right from the very beginning. Those words left Patrick frozen in disbelief. He continued to explain, when I first met the two of you, I felt a very strange yet familiar presence. At first, I wasn't sure what that presence actually was, but when I saw those knights chasing you, I became absolutely certain of one thing. Patrick thought to himself, a presence? Even though I couldn't sense anything even with my observation eye. Is there some kind of connection between entities of the demon realm? He began to analyze. The suspicious points weren't just that either. In the beginning, Eileen refused the food I offered her. From what I remember, she only ate a single palm-sized piece of jerky over the course of 3 full days. Yet she kept up a forced march under conditions that would exhaust even able-bodied young men. A princess raised in luxury at the royal capital could never have endured that solely through willpower. Seeing how meticulously he observed everything, Patrick evaluated in his mind. He even observed tiny details like that? The more I look at him, the harder it is to believe he's just a barbarian. As the two of them were talking, the princess stepped out of the tent and called his name, Lord Keetle. She made a proposal. Let's keep moving. Toward the Danaan kingdom. The corner of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Looks like you've somewhat sorted out your thoughts, huh? But before leaving, you should reveal yourself now. As soon as his words fell, the princess also looked deep into the forest. In an open clearing, a subtle ripple began to form. A voice echoed. I clearly didn't sense any trace of magic at all. Sparks of mana began to appear in the air. His voice continued, could it be pure instinct? A hazy figure gradually materialized. After a few seconds, an elderly wizard appeared. He replied, instinct, you say? The sudden appearance of this person caused both the princess and Patrick to turn their gazes toward him. He grunted softly in his mind, so it's invisibility magic, huh? He introduced himself, I am Adamant Lagesh, a member of the Polychrome Gem School and the Archmage of the Lutian Kingdom. I came here to talk, he asked back in confusion. To talk? You didn't come here to fight? His voice remained calm. Perhaps that won't be necessary, because it seems you've already explained everything clearly to the princess. He reached his hand forward. Now, stubborn princess, please return to the kingdom. If the princess steps into another nation, it will trigger a diplomatic crisis. The nature of this request caused her to pause in silence for a few seconds before replying. What point is there to any of that now? She clenched her fists tightly in anger. I'm nothing more than a monster imitating Eileen. He asked in confusion. A monster? It's true that we have changed compared to before, but that doesn't mean I am no longer myself. I am still Adamant Lagesh, the Archmage of the Lutean Kingdom. If anything has changed, it's just that everything has become more perfect, and you are still the princess of the Lutean Kingdom, and she is the one who will become our future queen, growing even more perfect than she is now. The ship of Theseus. The people of Athens cherished and preserved the hero Theseus's ship far into the future. As the ship's wooden planks rotted over time, they would remove the old ones and replace them with sturdier new planks. Could one still call it Theseus's ship then? Those thoughts kept turning over in his mind. The current kingdom of Lutean was a giant ship of Theseus. Then the old man stepped toward the two of them. He continued his invitation. Please return, your highness. The place where you belong is the kingdom of Lutean and nowhere else. Eileen stammered. Just as she was about to answer, he stepped up from behind. What's the plan, Eileen? If you don't want to, I'll drive him away. Seeing him casually but into his business made the old man a bit annoyed. Move aside, Barbarian. But as you can see, your highness, we are of the same kin. What reason does a human have to stand in our way? He replied. So what? I don't give a damn what you guys are. I'm stopping you simply to protect the person who hired me. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Her voice became strained. But I am not Eileen. I'm just. He immediately interrupted her. No. To me, you are Eileen. I don't know anything about the old Eileen. The person who hired me, the person who has journeyed alongside me until now. The person I want to protect is the current Eileen. He turned back to look at her and smiled. What do you want to do, Eileen? These words acted as an encouragement that moved Eileen deeply. Her voice faltered. Her eyes narrowed slightly, filled with determination. Then she spoke firmly. I don't want to go back. Getting the exact answer he wanted brought him amusement, letting out a chuckle. Then he turned back. My employer has spoken. This left the old man somewhat helpless, letting out a sigh. After that, his expression shifted. So it has come to this after all. He turned to look at the two behind him. Patrick, I'm leaving them to you. He then left the three of them behind and stepped toward the mage. His voice was filled with anger. Does this situation amuse you, Barbarian? He replied with a smile. Honestly, it's pretty fun. He thought to himself, just a glance is enough to tell he's a formidable mage. Let's see what magic tricks you're going to pull out. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled mana to shield his body. You will regret standing in my way, Barbarian. He began chanting some magical incantation. Sparks of mana gathered from all directions into his palm. He kept on chanting, but completely unaware, he had already rushed forward with a clenched fist. This terrifying speed frightened the old man, his eyes widening in horror. The powerful impact caused blood to splatter everywhere. He tightened his fist, amused. The best way to deal with a mage is to finish them off before they can finish chanting. But then the bloodstains on his hand turned into specks of dust, flying off to converge at a single point in front of him. He understood what was happening, as expected. Finishes with normal attacks don't kill them, huh? He had taken precautions beforehand, luckily using his mana to regenerate his body. But he couldn't hide his shock. What the hell is this? What just happened? A speed so fast I couldn't even react? He praised. Limitless regeneration capacity? As soon as his words fell, the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. He turned around to look, and instantly, countless boulders sprouted from the ground, surrounding him from all four sides. He let out a surprised sound, amused. You can pull off tricks like this too? Without a moment's hesitation, Adamant used his mana to slam two massive boulders together. Right after, he threw a heavy punch forward, summoning more magic. From the ground, vines began reaching upward, wrapping around the boulders, holding him tight. He growled out a scream, turned to ashes. He added another spell, a fireball, intending to turn him into roasted pork. The massive blaze raged furiously, making the onlookers outside extremely worried. Eileen gasped in fear. Lord Keetle. Patrick observed the situation, thinking in his mind, he's spamming spells, consuming massive amounts of mana. Could it be that even his mana resets to its original state? A mage with infinite mana? If this news gets out, it will definitely cause a massive shockwave. But he picked the wrong opponent. because inside, with just a single simple punch, he easily shattered his attack. This left the mage somewhat dazed. Instantly, he closed in from behind. Patrick's thoughts continued. That guy is a monster that defies all logic. His voice grew excited. Mages can actually be this strong? This really is interesting. He turned his head back in terror. The moment he turned around, he took his punch head-on, completely crushing his face. His body vanished into thin air once more. The bloodstains on his hand dissolved into the void again. This is... The mage resurrected once more. He gasped in terror. You monster? What on earth are you? He replied with a smile. I'm just an ordinary barbarian. His voice turned serious. Stop messing around. Saying that, his entire body slowly floated up into the air. Fine, the probing ends here. From now on, I will use my full power to send you on your way. Seeing him hovering in the air, he grew thoroughly intrigued. Now this is something to look forward to. He asked back in confusion, did you really only take this mission to fulfill a contract? He paused thoughtfully for a few seconds, then replied, you could say that. Then he stood up. But more importantly, an interesting story like this, wouldn't it be a huge waste to miss out on it? These cryptic words of his made Patrick worry inside. What on earth are you talking about, you barbarian? Was this entire situation just a form of entertainment to you? He asked back, so what else do I need? He replied, an unknown replacement existence. Truly special indeed. This is going to be fun. He analyzed these things. Was that train of thought also characteristic of the barbarians from the snowy highlands? I really want to research that body. I want to dissect Ketel's existence piece by piece to fully understand its principles. Moving on to the next day, the group continued their journey. Walking behind, he continued to think, an entity from three sides that acts purely on its own whims, huh? There are dozens of things I want to figure out, but I have to endure for now. Right now, I'm just an ordinary guy admiring Ketel. Even so, out of nowhere, an arrow came flying straight at their group. He remained calm, not startled by the situation at all. Then a loud shout echoed through the air. Instantly, he caught it beforehand with supreme ease. This left Eileen and Aaron thoroughly astonished. He smiled, guerrilla tactics this time? Clearly not a bad strategy. Instantly, countless soldiers rushed out from the edge of the forest to attack him from behind. He turned his head, his voice cold. But that's hardly a perfect solution either. Without a moment's hesitation, he lightly flicked his hand, and the three soldiers were instantly blown backward. Countless cracks appeared on their armor. The force of the impact was so overwhelming that one of them couldn't take it and coughed up blood. Then the three of them dropped to the ground like ripe fruit. Afterward, they turned around to run. Cough, cough, let's fall back for now. This monster. He looked in their direction and let out a disappointed sigh. Eileen came over and praised, incredible. It's not like those guys were weak. Hearing this compliment made him somewhat interested. Huh? Is that so? She stared at him now, asking in confusion, but why did you spare their lives? If you did that out of consideration for us, then. He cut her off immediately. It wasn't really for you guys. This blunt answer made her feel a bit embarrassed. Ah. I see. Then he glanced back at the swords they left behind at the scene. It's just that I have a few things I need to double-check. A moment later, three more soldiers rushed out, one of them screaming, hand over the princess, you barbarian. Their endless popping up annoyed him a bit. They just keep coming without getting tired. Huh? The soldier roared, you damn barbarian, let the princess go, quick. He didn't answer them, instantly rushing forward to grab the soldier by the neck, making his entire body tremble violently. In just a few seconds, he easily wiped out all three soldiers. This armor is the one I broke a few hours ago. This statement of his left Eileen a bit confused. What? He explained, I still remember the scratches on that armor clearly. They're identical down to every detail. Truly fascinating. Then he tossed the soldier to the ground. The three of them gathered again, turning to retreat back into the forest. This repeating cycle made Eileen anxious. Wait, what does that mean? He replied, it's not simply that they're being resupplied. Rather, the armor and swords that were smashed to pieces have been restored completely intact. He posed a question, can magic do something like that too? Aaron replied, it's possible. But it would require a massive amount of equipment and take at least a full day. He began analyzing the situation that had just unfolded again. That armor was smashed by me 5 hours ago, so it's probably not through that method. He thought to himself, by now, I've vaguely figured it out. After being pushed back by me, once they reach a certain distance, their presence completely vanishes, and then they reappear again. It's as if they're being reset. Now there's only the final verification step left. Sure enough, they returned once more. Hand over the princess, you barbarian. He observed them for a moment, then turned back to call Eileen. She understood what he was trying to say and gave a subtle nod in agreement. Instantly, he drew his weapon, preparing to face them. Just a few seconds later, his weapon was stained red with fresh blood. Looking at the soldier lying on the ground, he began to analyze. They do have human forms after all, so it's a bit uncomfortable, isn't it? But doing this will make things certain. Let me see if my theory is correct first. Scene shift to the afternoon. They continued moving through the forest. Eileen was carrying an indescribable feeling at this moment. Seeing this, he turned to ask, "An acquaintance of yours?" His sudden question startled her, then her gaze cast downward slightly as she replied, "Yes, that's right. Occasionally when I passed by, I'd see him practicing. I know he isn't the person I used to know anymore, but having to watch an acquaintance die right before my eyes." Just as he said this, his voice rang out once again, "Stop right there. Hand over the princess, you barbarian." Their appearance made the whole group turn around in shock. Aaron could only stand there, mouth agape. Eileen couldn't believe her eyes. "That guy is clearly." He smirked with amusement, "Just as I thought." The scene shifted to nighttime. They pulled over, lit a campfire, and started to rest. Sitting around the fire, Eileen muttered, "He was dead for sure, though." He affirmed, "That's true." Thinking back to the image of those soldiers made Eileen tremble all over. "What on earth have we been living with all this time?" He took a few seconds before beginning to explain. Aaron once said that even when crushed by the statue, Kathy didn't feel any fear of death at all. I was suspicious too. So that's the reason, because they're immortal? He scooped a bowl of soup and handed it to the princess. "Whatever they are, they're definitely not human." Then he looked at her and asked nonchalantly, "Do you have any guesses as to what they actually are?" She took the bowl of soup and replied, "I'm not sure. At least, this goes beyond my knowledge. Returning from the dead, that isn't life. But if there's any possibility, it has to be," she asserted, "it's the existence of the phantom realm." A new term left him feeling a bit puzzled inside. He asked in confusion, "The phantom realm?" She nodded in confirmation, "That's right. It's a place beyond human comprehension. It's a twisted place. If they are entities from there, then this makes total sense." At this moment, he recalled a system window suddenly popping up in front of him. Quest number 785. Escort the target to the Denayan kingdom. The corner of his mouth twitched into a subtle smile. Is this why these quests pop up? Do they only appear when it involves the phantom realm? But her words were immediately dismissed by Aaron beside her. "That's impossible, princess. I told you before. Entities of the phantom realm cannot possibly step foot into the outside world." This confused him even more. "What do you mean by that?" He explained, "Literally. Entities of the phantom realm have never stepped outside, not even once, ever since it was formed a long time ago." He understood his point too. "Ah, a deduction based on experience and history, huh?" Eileen continued, "But Aaron, as you can see, the world is almost turning extremely strange." He agreed with that. "That is indeed true." He interrupted the two of them. "They are distortions that started a year ago." Did that announcement affect the phantom realm too? Looking at the princess's somewhat sorrowful attitude helped him realize the issue. As expected, that's very likely the case. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Entities of the phantom realm, huh? So those things are spilling out into the outside world? This isn't good at all." Patrick observed him and evaluated, "You're the one who isn't okay." And so a long night passed. The next day, those three soldiers returned once again to confront them. "You barbarian, give the princess back right now." Seeing them blocking their path again, the corner of his mouth curled up. "Back for more?" The outcome this time was just like every other time. They were beaten black and blue. Counting this time, they've already died 3 times. Yet every single time, they returned completely unscathed. In the back, Eileen exclaimed, "What disgusting monsters." He felt a bit intrigued now. "At this point, I'm starting to get curious about their objective." The princess added, "They definitely want to swallow our kingdom to quietly expand their power. They plan to turn that place into a stepping stone to conquer the entire continent." Contrary to her thoughts, he immediately denied it. "Not necessarily. I don't think it's that simple. If their real goal was to swallow the kingdom, they'd just kill you and be done with it." As he spoke, he waved his hand, knocking away a few incoming arrows. "They wouldn't go through all this trouble just to capture you like this. Over the past year, they've had countless opportunities to kill you. Besides, they don't attack at night, just like humans need to rest when night falls. Not only that, this hit-and-run tactic makes no sense either. Why would those immortal monsters split up to attack? They could just charge all at once from the start. If they die, they just respawn. They don't act like beasts. Their words and actions don't exceed human limits at all. It's as if they truly believe they are human." So he said, "I have a really great idea. Witnessing the idea he was putting into action made the princess's eyes widen. After reviving this time, the soldier was tied up by him with rope. He yelled angrily, "Hey you, unbind me right now." His shouts attracted everyone's attention. He clapped excitedly, "Now, let's try talking." Clashing with each other without even knowing what the opponent wants? What a shame. Seeing his action made Patrick shake his head in exhaustion. This guy is seriously crazy. Aaron asked in confusion, What on earth are you doing? He explained, "I already told you. Let's have a heart-to-heart chat." "Are you insane?" Aaron shouted, "You're telling me to talk to those monsters?" Hearing himself being called a monster made the soldier extremely sad. "What are you talking about, Lord Aaron?" He explained, "I'm human. You know exactly who I am, don't you? I'm not a monster." The thick demonic energy emanating from him reached them, causing Eileen to scream in terror, "Shut your mouths, you disgusting monsters. Don't you dare imitate him anymore. You've died and come back to life right in front of my eyes so many times. And now you expect me to believe you're human?" He kept explaining, "That doesn't matter. We aren't monsters. We are humans. You're just misunderstanding, princess." She instantly rejected those words. "Don't treat me like I'm crazy. Your scheme, do you think I don't know? You devoured my father and mother, and in the end, turned me into a monster too, didn't you? You intend to replace everyone to conquer this continent, don't you?" He was still struggling. "No, that's not it. You will always stay as you are, princess." Eileen's voice dropped low. "Then what's the point of that?" He continued, "I don't really know about that part, but one thing is for sure, both of you must return to the kingdom." This time, she decisively turned around. "Enough. Talking any further is useless. They just parrot incomprehensible nonsense. As expected, communicating with monsters is impossible." Then her gaze suddenly locked onto him, who was observing her without looking away for a single second. She asked in confusion, "Is something wrong, Lord Keetle? So it really is like that?" He let out a sigh. "Now this gets interesting. Eileen, do you really think you're human?" The somewhat foolish question made her gasp in shock. "Huh? Isn't that obvious?" His eyes flickered with a trace of mana. "Is that so?" She explained, "Are you thinking that I've been turned into one of them? Is that it?" A sudden surge of warm blood gushed out, making Eileen's eyes widen. In that split second, her eyes darted down to where the wound was spurting blood. It was right from her chest. Because at this moment, Keetle had plunged his hand straight through her chest. Witnessing this left Eileen unable to process her own emotions. She cried out in terror, "What?" A voice resounded inside the princess's head, "Princess Eileen." The continuous calling caused her eyes to snap open suddenly. She woke up abruptly inside the tent. She was panting heavily, drenched in cold sweat. And the person calling her was none other than Aaron. He asked anxiously, "Are you awake, Your Highness?" She scanned her eyes around, confused. "Aaron, this is..." Her gaze suddenly froze as if remembering something. She looked down at her chest. "Wait, just a moment ago, Looking down, she realized her body didn't have a single wound on it. Keetle's voice came from outside. "Oh, you're awake?" He slowly walked into the tent, his cold gaze fixed firmly on her. This made her feel somewhat uneasy and frightened. She started explaining, "What on earth is going on?" Lord Keetle clearly. He confirmed, "Yes, I did do that. You clearly suffered a fatal wound that would have definitely killed a normal human, and the result is right before our eyes." Unable to believe this reality, Eileen's face turned pale. "What? So what are you saying right now?" He explained, "Just as you heard. Right now, you've been restored as if nothing ever happened, just like those nights. Furthermore, while you were unconscious, I also confirmed that Aaron is in the exact same state." Her whole body trembled uncontrollably as she tried to keep her cool. "No, that's impossible." "Then does that mean I've..." He observed her for a long moment, then turned around and left the tent. Outside, seeing him step out, Patrick asked curiously, "How is Lady Eileen?" He replied, "Intact, as expected. Of course, her mind seems to be in complete chaos." He continued, "Since when did you know about this? About her being the same kind of entity as them?" He closed his eyes to think, retracing when it all started. "Let's see." After taking a few seconds to think, he spoke, "From the very beginning." These words left Patrick frozen, unable to believe his ears. He continued explaining, "When I first met the two of you, I sensed a very strange yet familiar aura. At first, I wasn't sure what that aura actually was, but when I saw those knights chasing you, I became 100% sure of one thing." Patrick thought to himself, "An aura? Even though I couldn't sense it using my observation eyes?" Is there some kind of connection between entities of the Phantom Realm? He began analyzing. The suspicious points didn't stop there. At first, Eileen refused the food I offered. From what I recall, she only ate a single piece of dried meat the size of a palm over 3 whole days. And she kept up a forced march in conditions that would exhaust even grown men. A princess raised in luxury at the royal capital could never endure those circumstances on mental willpower alone. Seeing how meticulously he observed everything, Patrick evaluated internally. He even paid attention to tiny details like that. The more I look, the harder it is to believe he's just a barbarian. While the two of them were talking, the princess stepped out from inside the tent and called his name, Lord Keatle. She made a proposal. Let's keep moving toward the Denian kingdom. The corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Looks like you've somewhat sorted out your thoughts, huh? But before leaving, you should reveal yourself now. Right as his words ended, the princess also looked deep into the forest. In a clearing, a slight distortion began to appear. A voice echoed. I clearly didn't sense any trace of magic. Sparks of mana began appearing in the air. His voice continued. Could it be pure intuition? A blurry silhouette gradually emerged. After a few seconds, an elderly mage appeared. He replied, Intuition, you say? The sudden appearance of this person drew the gazes of both the princess and Patrick. He thought to himself in surprise, so it's invisibility magic. He introduced himself, I am Adamant Lagesh, a member of the Polychrome Orb School and the Supreme Archmage of the Lutian Kingdom. I came here to talk. He asked back in confusion, talk? Didn't you come here to fight? His voice remained calm. Perhaps there's no need for us to do that, because it seems you've already explained everything clearly to the princess. He reached his hand forward. Now, stubborn princess, please return to the kingdom. If the princess crosses into another country, it will spark a diplomatic issue. The weight of this offer caused her to pause in deep thought for a few seconds before replying. What meaning does any of that have anymore? She clenched her fists in anger. I'm just a monster imitating Eileen too. He asked in confusion, a monster? It's true that we've changed compared to before, but that doesn't mean I'm not myself anymore. I am still Adamant Lagesh, the Supreme Archmage of the Lutian Kingdom. If anything changed, it's just, everything became more perfect. And you are still the princess of the Lutian Kingdom, and the one who will become our future queen, becoming even more perfect than now. The ship of Theseus. The people of Athens treasured and preserved the ship of the hero Theseus for generations to come. As the planks of the ship gradually rotted with time, they would remove the old planks and replace them with sturdier new ones. Could one still call it the ship of Theseus then? Those thoughts kept circling in his head. The current Lutian kingdom is precisely a giant ship of Theseus. Afterwards, the old man walked toward the two of them. He continued to urge, Please return, princess. The Lutian kingdom is the only place where you belong. Eileen stammered, I. Just as she was about to answer, he stepped forward from behind. What's the plan, Eileen? If you don't want to go, I'll chase him away. Seeing him randomly interfere in his business made the old man a bit furious. Step aside, barbarian. But as you can see, we are of the same kind. Why would someone like you try to stop us? He shot back, so what? I don't give a damn what you guys are. I'm stopping you simply to protect my employer. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Her voice faltered. But I'm not Eileen. He immediately cut her off. No. To me, you are Eileen. I don't know what the past Eileen was like. The one who hired me, the one who accompanied me all this way until now. The person I want to protect is the current Eileen. He turned back to look at her with a smile. What do you want to do, Eileen? These words acted as an encouragement that deeply moved Eileen. Her voice hesitated. Her eyes narrowed slightly, filled with determination. Then she spoke firmly, I don't want to go back. Getting the answer he wanted made him chuckle with amusement, grunting softly. Then he turned around. My employer has spoken. This left the old man somewhat helpless, letting out a sigh. Then his expression shifted. So it comes to this after all. He turned back to the two behind him. Patrick, I'm leaving them in your hands. Then he left the three of them behind and walked toward the mage. His voice rang out in anger. This situation seems to amuse you, barbarian? He replied with a smile. Honestly, it's pretty fun. He thought to himself, he's clearly a formidable mage just by the looks of him. Let's see what kind of magic trick you're going to pull off. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled mana to protect his body. You will regret standing in my way, barbarian. He began chanting some magical incantations. Sparks of mana gathered from all directions into his palm as he continued chanting. But completely unbeknownst to him, he had already charged forward with a clenched fist. This terrifying speed made the old man gasp in fear, his eyes widening. The violent impact sent blood splattering everywhere. He clenched his fist, enjoying himself. The first rule of dealing with mages is to finish them off before they can finish chanting. But then the bloodstains on his hand turned into dust particles, flying away to converge at a single point in front of him. He understood what was happening, just as I thought. Finishing them off with normal means won't kill them, huh? He had taken precautions in advance, so he managed to use mana to reconstruct his body. But he couldn't help being shocked. What on earth is this? What just happened? Was that speed too fast to react to? A velocity beyond reaction time? He praised, limitless regeneration capacity? As soon as his words fell, the ground beneath his feet vibrated slightly. He turned to look, and instantly, from all four sides, countless boulders sprouted from the ground, trapping him from every direction. He let out a soft exclamation of intrigue. You can pull off tricks like this too? Adamant didn't hesitate for a moment, channeling his mana to slam the two giant boulders together violently. Right after, he thrust his arm forward forcefully, summoning more magic. From beneath the ground, vines began reaching upward, wrapping around the boulder, holding him tight. He yelled in a harsh voice, "Turn to ashes." He followed up with another spell, a fireball, intending to turn him into roasted pork. A massive fire raged, making those outside extremely anxious. Eileen cried out in fear, "Lord Keatle." Patrick observed the situation, thinking to himself, he's unleashing a spree of high-tier magic, consuming a massive amount of mana. Could it be that even his mana restores to its initial state? A mage with infinite mana? If this news gets out, it will definitely cause a massive uproar. But he picked the wrong opponent, because with a single simple punch from the inside, he easily shattered his attack. This left the mage stunned. Instantly, he closed the distance from behind. Patrick's thoughts continued, that guy is a monster beyond standard logic. His voice grew excited, mages are actually this strong? Now that's interesting. He turned his head back in terror. The moment he turned around, he caught his punch right to the face, turning it into a bloody pulp. His body dissolved into smoke once again. The blood trails lingering on his hand dissolved into nothingness once more. This is... The mage regenerated yet again. He exclaimed in terror, "You monster! What on earth are you?" He smiled and replied, "I'm just an ordinary barbarian." His voice turned deadly serious, "Stop messing around." With that, his entire body gradually lifted off the ground into midair. "Fine, the warm-up ends here. From now on, I'm going all out to send you off." Seeing him hovering in midair, he was thrilled. Now this is something to look forward to. As Adamant Lagesh fiercely cast his spell, the wind blew wildly, sweeping leaves straight up into the sky. Below, Patrick set up a defensive barrier to protect Eileen, Aaron, and one of the soldiers. Keatle looked up in astonishment, thinking to himself that an experienced mage could even summon natural disasters. Facing the whistling vortex of wind created by Adamant Lagesh, he told himself that this kind of magic was truly impressive. Then he smiled brightly and expressed his gratitude, saying that thanks to him, he got to witness something so interesting. Keatle raised his foot and stomped hard onto the ground. The ground exploded as mana roared, tearing the earth apart, sending a shockwave surging straight toward Adamant Lagesh. He crossed his arms to block the attack. Under the blinding glare of the mana, Adamant Lagesh's pupils shrank in terror. A moment later, white smoke spread everywhere. Eileen slumped to the ground in fear, despite being shielded by Patrick. Patrick frowned in surprise, thinking he couldn't sense a trace of magical energy at all, and wondered if that destruction was caused purely by Keatle's stomp. On the other side, Adamant Lagesh coughed violently, unable to believe that his magic was defeated by a barbarian like him. He grit his teeth and declared that it was absolutely impossible. But before he could react, Keatle charged forward. Adamant Lagesh's eyes widened in horror, right as Keatle delivered a devastating blow. Amidst the red dust, Keatle opened his eyes in suspicion. Adamant Lagesh admitted that he was very strong, but still insisted that he could not be defeated. Keatle admitted that was true and that conventional methods wouldn't be enough. Looking at the tattered piece of cloth in his palm, he pondered his next move before asking, "What about this?" Adamant Lagesh showed clear confusion and irritation at the question. Suddenly, Keatle squeezed the cloth tight. A surge of mana exploded around him, sending a shockwave radiating in all directions. A surge of mana exploded around him, sending a shockwave radiating in all directions, leaving him utterly stunned. Adamant Lagesh stared in horror as Keatle said he understood, then held out the powder and asked if that was his true nature. In a fit of rage, Adamant Lagesh roared that Keatle would pay for this. Meanwhile, Keatle calmly asked if he wanted to continue, while warning that from now on, he was prepared to put his life on the line too. Adamant Lagesh broke out in a cold sweat. He went silent as his body slowly dissolved into red sand. In a fury, he declared that Ketil would pay before completely vanishing. Ketil silently stared at the remaining dust particles. The next day, Ketil set out alongside the bound soldier, Eileen, and Aaron. Aaron followed behind with a visibly anxious look on his face. Ketil wondered with curiosity if everything had truly ended like this. When they arrived at the city gates of the Danaan kingdom, Patrick said this was as far as he would go with them, since stepping into a foreign country would be inconvenient for him. Ketil understood and apologized, but Patrick reassured him that he had anticipated it from the start and that traveling together had been interesting enough. Ketil said he was glad to hear that and hoped they would meet again. Patrick replied that they certainly would, and that it wouldn't be long. Ketil stood watching Patrick's departing figure for a long time. Eileen and Aaron also watched with a hint of regret. Afterward, inside the city, a soldier shouted at Ketil to stop, warning that this was the border of the Danaan kingdom and commanding him to step back. Ketil wasn't surprised, thinking that this was just a normal reaction. But before he could respond, Eileen stepped forward and demanded the gates be opened. She introduced herself with an air of authority, declaring herself to be the eldest princess of the Lutian kingdom, Eileen Mavrosai, and that she had come to meet King Barbosa Dinayan. The soldier was stunned upon hearing that. Inside the palace, Ketil lay comfortably on a large bed, thinking that thanks to Eileen, he was unexpectedly granted a guest room. He commented that it wasn't bad and that he had completed the quest. A system notification popped up, declaring quest number 758 complete, and that the reward would be distributed. Ketil seriously wondered what the reward would be, since he couldn't recall ever receiving a reward directly before. Right at that moment, there was a knock at the door. Eileen walked in wearing luxurious attire, and asked if he was free. A moment later, as the two sat opposite each other, Ketil asked how things were going. Eileen lowered her head sadly and said she had decided to request an audience with King Barbosa tomorrow, and once that happened, everything would be over. Ketil thought it over and replied that perhaps it was only just the beginning. Eileen admitted that might be true, then hesitatingly called his name. She asked if he knew what had taken over their kingdom. Ketil replied that he had his own suspicions. Finally, with a look of clear anxiety on her face, Eileen asked him to tell her exactly what had happened to their kingdom and what she herself had become. Ketil reached out his hand and revealed what was sitting in his palm. When Eileen saw it, she asked with doubt what it was. Ketil explained that this was the true form of the things that had replaced her people. Hearing that, Eileen broke out in a cold sweat, saying in horror that she had never seen anything like it. Ketil continued, saying he had used force to compress them together, and normally they were so small they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. His words left Eileen lost in thought. Seeing her like that, Ketil wondered if she understood. He thought that even though this was a fantasy world, it still adhered to a strict medieval setting. He doubted that in an era without microscopes, they had any concept of the microscopic world. Suddenly, Ketil was surprised when Eileen said she understood. She closed her eyes and explained that mana and aura couldn't be seen with the naked eye either, but when concentrated, they could be seen, and she assumed this was a similar concept. Hearing that, Ketil was astonished, realizing she had grasped the core concept. He thought that this world didn't operate on science, but on magic. Eileen lowered her head anxiously, continuing to speak hesitantly. Ketil told her to imagine that her entire existence from head to toe had been converted into a collection of those tiny particles, from heart to brain, from bone to blood. Eileen grew increasingly terrified. She hugged her arms tightly, trembling and stammering out of fear, as if being swallowed by darkness. Noticing her state, Ketil asked if she was okay, snapping Eileen back to her senses. She apologized nervously. Ketil reassured her that he understood, and that this wasn't a pleasant thought. Observing the pile of glowing powder, Eileen asked if these particles were dangerous. Ketil calmly replied that they were fine. Their functions were currently paused, and they seemed to shatter when facing strong physical force. He suggested calling them nanos for simplicity's sake. Each nano was an independent entity. Not a single living organism, but countless entities gathered together to form a human shape. That was why they didn't die even if their bodies were damaged, just like water doesn't die when a lake is slashed with a sword. This made Eileen uneasy, and she asked if that meant they were immortal. Ketil calmly replied that you could put it that way, and perhaps that was why they had no concept of death. Suddenly, Eileen blurted out that something didn't make sense, because unlike them, she was afraid of death. She reasoned that if Ketil's words were true, she shouldn't be able to comprehend death either. Ketil admitted that her argument was very logical. After a moment of silence, he concluded that she might be a mutation. His words left Eileen stunned and breaking out in a sweat. Time passed, and sunlight shone onto the magnificent castle. Ketil lay relaxing on the bed with his legs crossed. He wondered if they were talking to the king right about now. He closed his eyes, thinking about the king. A ruler of a fantasy world was said to receive mystical power from the gods. He was curious about what that person would be like and wanted to meet him. Right at that moment, there was a knock at the door, and someone walked in. Ketil looked over in surprise as the man called him a barbarian, and announced that His Majesty wanted to see him. The man introduced himself as the Sword of Denian. Maximus looked at Ketil with an unfriendly glare. A moment later, Maximus led Ketil away, warning him that even though His Majesty had granted permission, he should still show basic respect, to preserve his own life. Ketil smiled and replied that he would keep that in mind. A short while later, Maximus announced that he had brought the barbarian before His Majesty. The man seated on the throne ordered him to enter. When Ketil stepped into the grand hall, the sight before him made his eyes widen in astonishment. Elene was present, standing before the king. The king of the Denian kingdom, Barbossa Denian, asked if he was the barbarian who had escorted Princess Elene. Ketil bowed politely and said it was a pleasure to meet him, introducing himself as Ketil the Barbarian. His words shocked Maximus, and even the king froze for a moment, before quickly regaining his composure. Barbossa commented that just as Elene had said, Ketil was quite different from ordinary barbarians. Ketil smiled casually and replied that he had heard that many times, while thinking to himself that the barbarians here were no different from those in the White Wasteland. Right then, something caught his attention. He looked curiously at the person wearing a red and black cloak standing beside the king and called out loudly, "Patrick." Elene was surprised while Lick flinched. The king introduced him as the tower master and manager of the Great Magic Tower. Ketil pointed out that Patrick was once a citizen of the Barcan domain and asked why he was being introduced differently now. Lick hurriedly bowed, insisting that he was the tower master and had never heard the name Patrick, asserting that Ketil had mistaken him for someone else. Inside, Lick panicked, wondering how on earth Ketil knew. While Lick broke out in a cold sweat, Ketil looked on with a confused expression before finally bowing his head in apology, saying he must have been mistaken. Lick forced a smile and said it was fine, secretly thinking that Ketil was just testing him. He reasoned that the puppets he controlled differed not only in appearance, but even their mana patterns and personalities were completely distinct. There was no way Ketil could see through the truth with just a single glance. Even so, Lick kept his guard up while observing Ketil, thinking that even if he were an entity from the demon realm, he couldn't possibly see through such flawless magic. Meanwhile, Ketil noticed everyone averting their gazes, and concluded that he clearly didn't want to be exposed, so he decided to drop it. Ketil turned to Elene and asked how the declaration regarding humanity was coming along. She responded hesitantly. Right at that moment, a voice echoed throughout the grand hall, declaring that they were human. Barbossa solemnly stated that their ancestors believed that if a person considers themselves human, then they are indeed human. He affirmed that Elene, Aaron, and the knight she had captured were all clearly human. Hearing this, Elene lowered her head in silence. Observing her, Ketil thought to himself that even though she used to call herself a monster, in the end, she truly wanted to be human. He said he felt relieved and asked why he had been summoned. Barbossa looked at him for a moment, then said that Elene had told him about the entities Ketil called Nano. He quietly acknowledged it, adding that although this was a tragedy, she had lost a close friend and their child because of them. Lick stood nearby in silence. Barbossa explained that the Tower Master was currently sealing them, but it was only temporary, and if things continued like this, the entire continent would sooner or later be replaced by them. Finally, Barbossa stated his purpose clearly. He heard that Ketil knew how to destroy them. Hearing that, Ketil replied nonchalantly that he understood, then raised his head to look at the king with a probing gaze. With a faint smile and cold eyes, he concluded that the king's true goal was conquest. At the same time, a system notification popped up, declaring quest number 786, respond to the entity from the demon realm. Not long after, the soldier was brought in and forced to kneel anxiously in the middle of the hall. Barbossa sat on his throne, looking down at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Below, Ketil, Aaron, and Elene stood in a line, watching. He said he had tried many methods, but this prisoner refused to reveal his true form. Since Ketil had come into direct contact with them, perhaps he would succeed. Ketil glanced at him, then shifted his gaze to the bound soldier. Lick reassured him that he didn't need to worry about safety because he had set up a complete isolation barrier. Hearing that, Elene looked at the soldier with suspicious eyes. Suddenly, the soldier cried out in panic, asking why they were doing this to him and insisting that he was human. Ketil closed his eyes, letting out a weary sigh. Then he looked straight into the soldier's eyes, wondering what the best way to handle this was. His eyes suddenly turned purple. That should be enough, he thought to himself. At that very moment, a massive dark shadow with demonic eyes appeared in front of the soldier. He immediately rolled his eyes back in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Ketil thought to himself that for a creature that had never known death, he would show him the true horror of it. Witnessing this scene, Barbossa bolted up from his throne in shock, asking what on earth he was. The terrifying pressure emanating from Ketil left Aaron and Eileen stunned. Lick forced an awkward smile, his pupils shrinking, secretly astonished that his killing intent alone was already that powerful. Meanwhile, the soldier was being crushed under Ketil's momentum, weeping in desperation. Lick observed and thought that they were only feeling a small fraction of the killing intent directed at the soldier. He didn't dare imagine the pressure the prisoner was currently enduring. The soldier's eyes rolled back, his body seemingly melting under the pressure. He screamed in terror. In midair, sparkling rays of light mixed with red sand particles appeared. Seeing this, Ketil thought to himself, "It's finally happening." Right at that moment, the soldier transformed into a black and red energy creature with glowing eyes. Ketil watched with amusement as the creature finally revealed its true form. The red demonic entity facing him roared, asking what the meaning of this was. Eileen stood frozen, trying to keep her cool as she realized this was undoubtedly the true form of Nano. Ketil calmly greeted the entity, saying it was a pleasure to meet it, and asked if they could talk. Barbossa stood stunned. Maximus frowned in surprise, while Lick silently observed everything. The entity scoffed at the idea of talking, but then agreed, and asked why Aaron and Eileen were rejecting them. Eileen immediately lost her temper, snapping back, "Are you kidding me? The reason is obvious. You devoured and slaughtered humans." The entity replied that it didn't understand. They were merely making humans perfect, so why did it cause such outrage? Hearing that, Ketil realized the situation and concluded that this was how the entity perceived the issue. He asked why it wanted Eileen to return, wanting to understand why she was rejecting them. The entity replied that it had no reason to answer him. Ketil advised it not to be like that, explaining that humans never act without reason, and depending on its answer, Eileen might choose to go with them. The entity looked at him. Ketil continued to explain that even though it wanted Eileen, under the current circumstances, she clearly wouldn't go. But if it explained in detail, she might change her mind. Hearing that, the entity finally explained that their goal was replication. Their numbers were very small, so they needed to replicate to increase their count. To replicate efficiently, the more individuals gathered together, the better. Aaron and Eileen frowned as it continued, saying that for some reason, the two of them were rejecting the call, which meant an error had occurred. Ketil crossed his arms and asked what they intended to do once their numbers increased. The entity hesitated for a moment, then declared that they would grant perfection to this imperfect world. Ketil smirked, understanding that meant they intended to replace everyone. The entity bluntly admitted there was no reason to refuse and insisted that the two of them must also merge with them to help the world. Ketil turned to Eileen and asked what she thought. Eileen lowered her head in deep thought before giving her answer. She glared at him sharply, thought for a moment, and then firmly declared that she refused. She had no intention of joining creatures like that. This enraged the entity, accusing Ketil of tricking it. Ketil denied it, asserting that he had never deceived it. In its fury, the entity threatened to devour them all. It suddenly launched a beam of red and black energy toward Ketil, but it was blocked by an invisible barrier, leaving it bewildered. Lick taunted calmly, saying they hadn't come unprepared. Realizing the situation, the entity cursed them in anger. Lick snapped his fingers and declared, "Enough." A blue cube appeared in his hand, then expanded and trapped the entity inside. He said he had gathered enough necessary information, and they would continue the rest in his laboratory. As he retrieved the cube, Barbossa said anxiously that if these creatures were left to act freely, something irreversible might happen. He asked Ketil if he could destroy them. Ketil replied without hesitation that it wouldn't be a problem and asked if they should set off right away. However, he commented that the location was quite far, so even if they left now, it would still take time. He glanced at Lick. Lick reassured him not to worry, as he would assist. Lick told everyone to move closer, he would use teleportation to take them there. Ketil asked in surprise if he could do that too. Lick bowed slightly, saying he had already intended to go with them anyway, as measures were needed to prevent the enemy from escaping. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Wait." Ketil's eyes widened in surprise as Eileen stepped forward, wringing her hands, and begged to come alone. Aaron hurriedly objected, but she spoke firmly, saying she had to know. Barbossa frowned in worry as she explained that she wanted to find out whether, when facing death, she would lose her sense of self like those creatures. Aaron listened with an uneasy expression as she declared that she needed to know if they were truly different. and whether she could still remain herself. Her determination made both Ketil and Lick stare at her intently. Breaking the silence, Lick said he had no reason to stop her. Ketil agreed casually. Eileen was surprised and hopeful, asking if they were serious. Suddenly, Aaron shouted that if the princess went, he would go too. Lick created a magical orb and warned him not to act recklessly. A jade light reflected in Eileen's eyes, startling her. A moment later, a magic circle appeared beneath the feet of the four, astonishing Ketil. Some time later, Aaron supported Eileen as she slowly opened her eyes. While Ketil looked around in shock, Lick cheerfully led them along a path in midair, signaling that it was time. Stopping before the grand gates of the Lutian royal castle, he asked if they were ready to begin. Before stepping in, Ketil carefully double-checked by asking if they were truly sure. He worried that such a commotion would attract a lot of attention. Lick simply shrugged and confidently reassured him not to worry. He would erect a barrier around the castle to block both sight and sound. Hearing that, Ketil's eyes lit up. He gasped in surprise, unable to believe it was possible, inwardly admiring how truly miraculous magic was. Meanwhile, Lick focused deeply, narrowing his eyes in preparation to cast his spell. The very next moment, a crimson light emitted from deep within his eyes, and he calmly announced that it was done. Ketil, who was excited just a moment ago, now stood frozen, asking in confusion if Lick had actually done anything. Seeing his clueless expression, Lick explained that he had covered the entire castle area with a barrier. Not even an ant could leave without his permission. A large-scale spell like that took him only a fraction of a second. Hearing the reassurance, Ketil could only praise that it was truly impressive. Lick's majestic presence reminded him of a true tower master. He thought to himself that this was the true power of a heroic mage. Thinking of that, the corner of Ketil's mouth curved slightly upward. He admitted to himself that he really never grew bored of this world. Ketil slowly stepped forward and declared with great expectation that there were no more issues. At this point, Lick asked curiously what he intended to do. Staring at the massive sealed gate before him, Ketil loudly suggested that since they were visiting someone else's home, they should start by knocking on the door. His words made Eileen hesitantly ask what he meant. But before anyone could say another word, Ketil instantly activated his magic, channeling all his pressure into his legs, causing deep cracks to appear on the ground beneath him. The next moment, he charged forward at terrifying speed, making Princess Eileen scream in panic. Right after, only the sound of roaring wind remained in the air as Ketil rushed straight toward the giant castle gates ahead. As he charged, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Knock! Knock!" raising his fist high with a ferocious, bloodthirsty gaze. The moment Ketil's fist made contact, a terrifying explosion echoed. The massive force sent the castle guards along with stone debris from the walls flying into the sky. Looking at the destruction he caused, Ketil smiled in satisfaction and offered a half-hearted apology. The horrifying scene caused everyone else to turn pale, each cursing that crazy barbarian in their hearts. As the dust from Ketil's horrific punch settled, the castle gates had completely vanished. The ground was littered with guards' corpses and debris, most notably a giant trench stretching from the gate deep into the courtyard. Facing the chaos before him, Ketil merely tightened his fist silently. On the other side, an unseen gaze was observing the entire scene. Suddenly, Adamant Lagesh roared in fury, asserting that everything was ridiculous and accusing Ketil of being completely insane for daring to do such a thing. Recognizing him, Ketil greeted him cheerfully, "Adamant, nice to see you again." However, before he could finish his sentence, Adamant roared in anger. Powerful magic gathered around his staff, but before the attack could be cast, Ketil smiled meaningfully and said, "What a pity." With just a snap of his fingers, he sealed Adamant Lagesh, plunging him into absolute horror. Even though Ketil was still smiling, his voice turned cold as he warned that he hadn't come to see him today. The moment his words ended, a terrifying explosion rang out. Adamant took the full hit, flung backward as blood sprayed into the air. Within seconds, his entire body was burned to ashes. The soldiers who survived the horrifying shockwave stared in absolute horror. Facing the opposite direction, Ketil spoke slowly as if addressing someone invisible, warning that they had better show themselves soon. Right then, the ground began emanating terrifying heat, and stone fragments floated up into the air. Even the corpses of the soldiers who had survived slowly dissolved into red smoke, causing one of them to scream in desperation. Not far away, Lick observed everything in silence. Sensing the distortion in the surrounding space, he warned that it was finally revealing its true form. The entire castle was slowly dissolving into a crimson stream. Lick muttered in doubt that this was indeed the entity from the demon realm that had replaced the entire castle. He wondered what on earth it actually was. Surprisingly, neither Eileen nor Aaron seemed affected by the red smoke. This made Lick think to himself whether the princess and Aaron were safe because they didn't react to the collective consciousness. He finally concluded that the princess's fears hadn't come true. And just as Keetle had hoped, they seemed different from the rest. He added that if they weren't different, both she and Aaron would have already become a part of that thing. The moment Nano appeared, it angrily asked Keetle how he dared interfere with what it called their mercy. Completely unfazed, Keetle just laughed out loud and said that mercy was certainly an interesting interpretation. Completely unfazed, Keetle just laughed out loud and said that mercy was certainly an interesting interpretation. They only wanted to respect humanity's free will and grant them freedom. They had shown mercy so that humans could live exactly as they desired. Hearing that, Keetle gradually understood its true intention, but he remained calm and asked what that meant anyway. He openly declared that now only a monster remained, disguised as a dead person. Keetle's fearless words left Nano speechless with rage, its fists trembling in fury. After a long moment of composing itself, it challenged him, swearing to erase his existence from this world. Instead of being afraid, Keetle replied coldly that it might be a little tough. Right at that moment, countless drills filled with dark energy emerged from the shadows. Nano roared at him to die and lunged to attack. The moment the eye in the center of its body lit up, countless blades shot toward Keetle. Through the thick smoke, a white blur darted out at terrifying speed. It was Keetle, who had dodged the attack effortlessly with a simple sidestep. Seeing him completely unharmed, Nano froze in shock for a moment before instantly lunging at him again. Unlike Nano's reckless charge, Keetle calmly lowered his stance, focusing his magical power into his left arm. Less than 3 seconds later, Nano launched a second attack, unleashing a dense barrage of drills that filled the space before them. Keetle's eyes widened as he carefully tracked the trajectory of each drill. The moment he pinpointed Nano's location, he decisively threw a devastating punch straight at it, catching the creature completely off guard. The punch flew at the speed of an arrow, even though it only grazed the left side of Nano's body. Keetle remarked with regret that he had missed by a bit. After barely surviving the attack, Nano could only glare at him with hatred. Despite expending a massive amount of energy in its previous attack, Keetle was still completely unscathed, prompting Nano to curse him as a monster. Keetle tilted his head up and mocked that such words sounded ironic coming from a literal monster. Without a shred of self-awareness, Nano continued to spew hatred, calling him a hideous creature and declaring that for the sake of the world, he must be destroyed. It swore to tear him to pieces. As Keetle observed the entire process of Nano's transformation, he couldn't take his eyes off it. Instead of fear, he cheered with excitement, calling it Phase 2. After completing its transformation, Nano frantically charged straight at Keetle and launched an attack. Keetle dodged perfectly by sliding to the side, causing Nano's claws to slam hard into the dry, hard ground. Regaining its composure, Nano slowly scanned its eyes around to search for its target. The moment it spotted Keetle, it stomped its foot hard, spun around, leaped high into the air, and then brutally kicked Keetle away. Keetle was thrown into the cliff behind him, dazed for a moment, spun around, leaped high into the air, and then brutally kicked Keetle away. The moment he raised his head, Nano had closed the distance, appearing right in front of him just inches away. Nano swung its sharp claws, tearing through the air. A crescent-shaped blade converted from its icy claws nearly grazed Keetle. Luckily, he dodged in time. Even though he was pushed onto the defensive, Keetle kept his eyes glued to his opponent as if analyzing something. A strange sound rang out, and something slowly crawled out from Nano's waist. Before Keetle could catch his breath, Nano decisively shot a long, sharp blade straight toward him. Piercing through the air at terrifying speed, it slammed directly into Keetle's abdomen and sent him flying backward. A thunderous explosion echoed as the attack blasted Keetle through multiple layers of rock and dirt, kicking up dust everywhere. But the very next moment, Keetle stomped his foot onto the ground to bring himself to a halt. Refusing to let up, Nano immediately charged again, surrounding Keetle from all directions. Sensing something strange, Keetle quickly turned toward the source of the sound. By now, Nano had finished casting its spell. The giant head of a monster opened its jaws wide and lunged forward. Vicious fangs clamped down, swallowing Keetle's large frame whole. Witnessing the horrifying sight, Eileen screamed in fear that Lord Keetle had been swallowed. Meanwhile, Lick just stood off to the side, quietly assessing the battle, commenting that the creature's power and speed were at least at a superhuman level, and its ability to shapeshift at will made it an extremely difficult opponent to handle. He even admitted that what surprised him more was the Barbarian facing such a monster without relying on any deep power or magic. Though the battle seemed like it would end easily, Keetle just smirked from inside the beast and praised Nano for having plenty of moves, nodding along that it looked quite interesting. The moment he finished speaking, he released his power. In less than 3 seconds, Ketil tore the monster's head open and burst straight out. He calmly adjusted his clothes as if nothing had happened, which clearly annoyed Nano. Nano scanned around for its target, only to discover that Ketil had vanished. The very next moment, Ketil abruptly appeared behind it, turned around, and raised his fist high. Before Nano could even realize the movement, Ketil's fist struck straight into its jaw with terrifying force. Taking the full blow, Nano collapsed painfully to the ground, speechless. The violent impact sent crystal fragments covering its body flying in all directions. They dissolved into smoke and vanished into the air before even touching the ground. Nano struggled to stand up, forcing itself to keep fighting. Seeing its miserable state, Ketil asked mockingly, "Is that all?" Instead of answering right away, Nano observed him silently for a moment, then roared that it seemed it would have to use its full power to destroy Ketil, even if it meant sacrificing most of itself to erase him from this world. Watching Nano desperately expend its last drop of mana, Ketil nonchalantly wondered if this was merely a final finishing blow, or if this was truly all an entity from the demon realm could do. He even thought to himself that compared to the White Wasteland, this thing was nothing. Nano roared like thunder and unleashed its ultimate technique with terrifying momentum. Completely unfazed, Ketil remarked again that the match was actually quite interesting. Right as he finished speaking, the axe in his hand traced a massive slash through the air. The two attacks surged toward each other and collided in midair, creating a violent explosion that shook the entire surrounding space. As the final layer of thick smoke dissipated, only Ketil's majestic figure remained, standing firm. The sight plunged Princess Eileen into absolute horror. She could only stare at him in fear. Even Lick, a holy mage, was deeply shaken by what he had witnessed. The final remnant of Nano weakly muttered that Ketil should not exist in this world, and along with those final words, its body completely vanished. Right after, a new system notification appeared, quest number 786 complete. The reward would be distributed. Lick stepped closer to Ketil and remarked coldly that he had indeed caused quite a mess. Ketil turned back to look at him, slightly surprised. Glancing around the now silent scene, Eileen hesitantly asked if everything was finally over. Ketil nodded, replying that it seemed so. Worried, Lick gently asked if he was alright. Ketil smiled confidently, replying that he was completely fine, and then asked back if Lick was fine. Since his barrier seemed to have been shattered at the very end, he sighed in relief and admitted that the barrier had indeed been destroyed. Inside, he smiled bitterly, thinking that his magic had been shattered by a single axe strike. Setting aside polite banter, he announced that although the shockwave had spread, he had temporarily handled the situation. Ketil asked with curious surprise how he had managed that. Lick calmly explained that everyone in the royal capital of Lutian had been put to sleep. Hearing that, both the princess and the royal butler were stunned. The next moment, Ketil's eyes sparkled with admiration and enthusiasm as he declared that Lick was truly amazing. However, inside, Lick felt complicated, thinking that a compliment coming from Ketil sounded rather ridiculous. Turning back, Lick reminded everyone that even though things had temporarily ended, cleaning up the aftermath would be a massive headache, and suggested they should head back first. Suddenly, Ketil leaned close to Lick's ear and whispered, "Wait a moment." Lick flinched and asked in panic what was going on. Ketil pointed at the remaining slime, the substance left behind after Nano's real body vanished, and eagerly asked if he could take it. After speaking, he put on the cutest face he could to beg, leaving Lick helpless as he told him to do whatever he wanted. Barbosa Denayan clutched his head and sighed wearily, saying he had a pounding headache. A moment later, he heard someone beside him remark that he seemed to have a severe headache. Recognizing the person standing before him, Barbosa Denayan quickly cleared his throat. He immediately greeted the Tower Master and admitted that everything had turned into a complete disaster. He explained tiredly that despite explaining so much, the citizens still refused to accept the truth. According to him, the nobles were not only applying political pressure but also framing him as a murderer. Lick calmly crossed his arms and remarked that such a reaction was inevitable. He said no one would easily accept that the entire royal palace had been replaced by creatures from the demon realm. Changing the subject, Lick asked about the girl's condition. Barbosa Denayan hesitated for a moment before clarifying that Lick was talking about Eileen. He explained that she looked better than expected. Even after being persuaded and threatened by the remaining Lane nobles, she still maintained incredible composure. He emphasized that she was both the last surviving member of the royal bloodline and an entity from the demon realm. Barbosa Denayan sighed in admiration, remarking that although she must be deeply conflicted herself, she possessed an unexpectedly strong will. Hearing that, Lick speculated that a lot must have happened to her, or perhaps something was supporting her from within. He lowered his gaze and whispered softly that it was indeed very strange. Barbosa Denayan caught Lick's words and asked what he was implying. Lick looked away and replied that he was talking about the entities from the demon realm. Barbosa blinked and repeated the phrase, then suddenly remembered someone, and wondered just how strong that barbarian was. An immediate silence fell after the question. Lick looked away with an awkward expression, stayed silent for a moment, and then whispered about the concept of strength. Finally, he admitted that even he couldn't fathom the limits of that man's power. Meanwhile, outside in the garden, Eileen lowered her head and hesitantly asked Ketil if he was already planning to leave. Ketil smiled and explained that he knew someone in the Denayan kingdom and intended to go meet them. Eileen nodded quietly, then suddenly apologized sincerely. She confessed that although she had promised to grant him any reward he wanted, she currently had nothing to give in return. Ketil looked at her in surprise for a moment, then suggested setting the reward aside for now. Eileen raised her head with a blank look, asking what he meant. Ketil cheerfully explained that he heard the Ludian kingdom was in chaos, but since the royal bloodline still remained, the situation would stabilize sooner or later. He would accept his reward at that time. Eileen tried to object in confusion, but Ketil cut her off immediately, reminding her that he had once told her he didn't view her as a monster. His words caused Eileen's eyes to widen in astonishment. She remained silent for a long time, finally understanding his heartfelt intention, and smiled warmly and happily. She swore on her honor as Eileen Mavrosi that one day she would repay this kindness. Seeing her like this, Ketil also smiled with satisfaction. A moment later, Ketil received a token that looked like an official seal. He looked at it suspiciously and asked what it was. It was the king's identification seal. He said he had simply chosen this as a reward for Ketil's request. Barbosa Denayan added that thanks to the seal, Ketil could enter almost anywhere except special locations like the imperial capital or the church's holy sanctuary. Since Ketil intended to travel the world, Barbosa believed it would be extremely useful to him. Hearing that, Ketil's face instantly lit up, and he enthusiastically thanked Barbosa, inwardly overjoyed that this item would make his journey through the fantasy world much easier. Afterward, Ketil departed, quickly captivated by the surrounding scenery. He repeatedly praised the impressive sights, then cheerfully commented that the capital of the Denayan kingdom was much larger and cleaner than the Barkan domain where he used to stay. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind, telling him to stop. Ketil quickly turned around. He saw a guard approaching aggressively, demanding to know who he was and ordering him to declare his identity. Ketil stood frozen, confused by what was happening. Meanwhile, the two guards maintained extremely stern expressions. After a moment of silence, Ketil thought to himself that under these circumstances, there was no other choice. He confidently produced his identification seal. The seal emitted a blinding light, stunning the two guards. The two guards immediately bowed their heads and apologized anxiously. Ketil excitedly took a deep breath and remarked that the effect was truly impressive. As he continued walking, he wondered where the place he was looking for might be. In another location, someone slammed the table in anger, concluding that the other party was basically saying they had no money to pay their debt. The person sitting opposite confidently admitted that was correct. The first party helplessly said that this meant they currently couldn't pay their debt. Mylina of the Akasha family sternly asked why he was acting so arrogant under these circumstances. The head of the High Noble Diabolos family crossed his arms and arrogantly declared that he was the head of the High Noble Diabolos family and would absolutely not become pathetic over a few coins. Mylina narrowed her eyes in annoyance. She coldly pointed out that the High Noble Diabolos family was on the brink of collapse precisely because of those few coins. Hearing that, the head of the High Noble Diabolos family immediately flew into a rage, accusing her of disrespect. Refusing to back down, Mylina sharply retorted that she was the one who should be saying that. She bluntly criticized the Diabolos family, explaining that because they couldn't afford the expenses of their continuous banquets, they had borrowed a large sum from her, yet he threw all that money straight into gambling and betting. She further asked if it was true that he had beaten and driven away the servants who tried to stop him, questioning whether such behavior was fitting for the head of the High Noble Diabolos family. The head of the High Noble Diabolos family roared in fury, demanding to know how she dared insult him. Mylina calmly replied that insults were reserved only for those with enough honor left to be humiliated. Her words left the man stunned and speechless. Mylina then presented the debt contract and firmly declared that he had exactly 1 month left. She warned that if he failed to pay the debt within that time, he would have to surrender not only the lands and assets of the Diabolos family, but also his very title. She concluded with a cold piece of advice that he should be careful so that fate would not come to pass. In response, the head of the High Noble Diabolos family could only bow his head in fear. Hearing that, the head of the High Noble Diabolos family immediately protested, asking if she truly believed such tyranny would be tolerated. At that exact moment, guards rushed in and restrained his arms. He turned around in terror, unable to believe what was happening. Realizing he had been subdued, he no longer dared say another word. Mylina of the Akasha family calmly stated that she was merely giving advance notice of legal procedures according to the laws of the Denayan kingdom. She added that if anyone was being tyrannical, it was him for refusing to pay his debt. The head of the high noble Diabolos family stood frozen, accepting it. Afterward, she turned around and gave a subtle nod to the soldiers. The soldiers understood and acted accordingly. As the head of the high noble Diabolos family was dragged away by the soldiers, he screamed frantically, asking if they were really not going to release him. In sheer outrage, he roared that the rumors about Mylina Akasha losing her honor due to her obsession with money were indeed true. He added that there must be a reason why she abandoned her parents, siblings, and even the subordinates who had journeyed through the demon realm with her. Hearing those words, Mylina Akasha's expression darkened. The door slammed shut behind them, leaving her alone in the room. A voice suddenly rang out, calling, "My lady," and asking if she was all right. A servant cautiously peeked through the door with a worried look. Mylina Akasha lowered her eyes slightly, and replied wearisomely that she was fine. The servant sheepishly reported that the next task was to inspect the mansion being held as collateral, about a 20-minute walk away. Mylina Akasha quickly decided to proceed with the inspection immediately and ordered them to set off. From early morning until sunset, time passed peacefully. Outside a large mansion, Keetle stood admiring the view before him, nodding along that this was indeed the place he was looking for. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He proudly placed both hands on his hips and commented that it was truly grand, and it seemed she had indeed succeeded. Suddenly, a loud, panicked voice shouted from behind, demanding to know who he was. A stern guard ordered him to leave immediately, declaring that this was the domain of the Akasha family, not a place for a barbarian like him. Those words left Keetle stunned for a moment before he calmly replied that he was in the right place because he was an invited guest, leaving the guard even more confused as he asked who had invited him. Keetle stated directly that Mylina Akasha had invited him, and told him to drop by whenever he was free. The guard froze at the response and asked back in disbelief. Pointing at Keetle furiously, he roared that it was ridiculous and asked why on earth the Iron Maiden Mylina would ever invite a barbarian. Keetle repeated the title Iron Maiden in confusion. Thinking back to Mylina Akasha's face, he thought to himself that she didn't seem like that to him at all. He then placed something into the guard's hand and explained that she had given it to him and told him to visit. Seeing the item in his hand, the guard froze. The stone emitted a sparkling light, causing the guard's expression to turn serious and contemplative. A moment later, the guard suddenly burst out laughing, nodding along that Keetle had presented the object with such confidence he had thought it was something important. He then became strangely enthusiastic, loudly announcing that a distinguished guest had arrived and ordering everyone to clear the way. Meanwhile, Mylina Akasha was sitting quietly in her room. A soldier knocked on the door and entered, reporting that a guest had arrived. The sound of her pen gliding across the paper never stopped. She replied coldly that she didn't recall having an appointment with anyone today. The guard grew even more flustered and hesitantly tried to explain, but she quickly cut him off and told him they would have to wait until tomorrow. The guard stammered as he tried to object, but Mylina Akasha became annoyed. She asked if her words were difficult to understand. Terrified, the guard immediately bowed his head, saying he understood and would tell the guest to wait until tomorrow. Saying so, he hurriedly closed the door and left in fear. Mylina Akasha set her pen down, and sighed wearily. After leaving, the guard bowed his head in apology and explained to Keetle that he would have to wait until tomorrow, cautiously adding that only the basement room was currently vacant. Keetle replied calmly that it was no problem at all. Looking around with a look of admiration, he commented that the basement was quite nice too. Deep down, Keetle thought this room looked like a place used for secret meetings, and he even wondered if there were any hidden rooms. Time passed, and night finally fell. A glass of wine sat on the table. As Mylina Akasha bowed her head sorrowfully, muttering to herself that being abandoned by both her family and her subordinates wasn't entirely wrong. Eventually, dawn emerged, and a fully prepared Mylina Akasha walked down the hallway accompanied by her servant. The guards stood at attention. Even her wet nurse looked tense. Suddenly remembering something, Mylina Akasha asked if anyone had come yesterday and whether it was a debtor. The guard replied cautiously that it wasn't a debtor, but a barbarian. Hearing that, Mylina Akasha's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She whipped around in utter confusion and asked what he had just said. her entire expression betraying her disbelief. Her footsteps quickly turned into a rushed hurry, as she muttered to herself that it couldn't possibly be him. This reaction terrified the guard, who called out to her with a look of concern. Without hesitation, Mylina Akasha pushed the door open and rushed inside. Her eyes opened wide in sheer astonishment. Ketil leisurely turned his head to look at her. He offered a simple greeting and cheerfully exclaimed, "Mylina." Ketil wore a warm smile, saying it was nice to see her again. Mylina Akasha looked at him in shock and called out Ketil's name in disbelief. Immediately after, she bowed deeply to apologize to Ketil, saying she couldn't believe she had dared put him in such a shabby room. Ketil smiled faintly and replied that the room was completely fine, though he added that it would be even better if there were a secret room, gently touching the adjacent wall as he spoke, which left Mylina Akasha flustered as she apologized again. A short while later, they moved to the drawing room, and Ketil remarked that this place was much better. Beside them, the servant looked visibly anxious. Mylina Akasha cautiously bowed her head to apologize once more, but Ketil smiled and told her not to mind it. Hearing that, Mylina Akasha let out a sigh of relief and remarked that it had indeed been a very long time since they last met. Ketil cheerfully agreed, wondering how many years it had been. Mylina Akasha immediately replied that she thought it had been 5 years. Ketil closed his eyes and thought that since it had been that long, time truly flew by. Mylina Akasha's eyes lit up as she asked if the issue Ketil had once mentioned, the reason he couldn't leave, had been resolved smoothly. Ketil explained that it had been settled perfectly, allowing him to escape that terrible place, while Mylina Akasha happily replied that she was very glad everything was fine with him. The protagonist also praised how successful she had become. He suddenly mentioned that while down in the basement, he had overheard the guards briefly telling the story of how the caravan from that year had achieved massive success and rebuilt her family in an instant. Mylina Akasha lowered her head bashfully and replied that it was all thanks to Ketil, for without his help back then, she would have never made it across the snowfield. Ketil smiled and nodded, replying that she was the one who had risked her life to face the trial, so she deserved the reward. However, Ketil's expression suddenly turned serious, as he asked if the butler had been replaced, staring intently at the servant standing behind her. Before glancing at the sorrowful Mylina Akasha beside him, commenting that he wasn't the old man he had seen back in the snowfield. Mylina Akasha's face darkened, and she softly replied that he had left to serve other members of the family. Ketil understood immediately and commented that there seemed to be personal circumstances involved. Mylina Akasha admitted regretfully that it was due to her own shortcomings. She added that more importantly, things had been so chaotic that she hadn't had the chance to welcome him properly. She placed her hand over her chest solemnly. Mylina Akasha officially reintroduced herself as Mylina Akasha, the 22nd head of the Akasha family. She stood up, bowed respectfully, and declared that she would warmly welcome Ketil, the benefactor of both herself and her family, as her distinguished guest. With a polite smile, she welcomed him once more. Afterward, Ketil was led to another guest room, where a plate of washed grapes sat on the table. Ketil picked up a grape to eat and looked around the room while chewing, commenting that it was truly luxurious. He raised his head and remarked that while it wasn't as grand as the rooms in the royal palace, it was still splendid, and sometimes a place like this wasn't bad at all. Suddenly, there was a noise, and Ketil raised his head slightly in surprise, wondering what it was. It turned out to be Mylina Akasha poking her head through the door, calling softly, "Ketil," and asking if she was interrupting his rest. Ketil smiled reassuringly, saying it was fine and asking what she needed. Mylina Akasha brought out a bottle of liquor, and bashfully asked if it would be alright to have a little drink. A moment later, Mylina Akasha blushed and let out a sigh. She then lowered her head and confessed that, more importantly, she hadn't known he enjoyed drinking. Ketil thought about his military unit and laughed, replying that he was used to it. He also added that he hadn't known she liked liquor. And hearing that, Mylina Akasha went silent for a moment. Lowering her gaze, she admitted that rather than liking it, she drank to help her sleep. Looking at the empty bottles scattered across the table, Ketil remarked that she seemed to have a lot on her mind. Mylina Akasha fell silent with an awkward expression. A moment later, she finally asked if Ketil knew what she had done after leaving the snowfield. And Ketil calmly replied that he only knew she had made various investments and entered the business world. Mylina Akasha explained that she had succeeded with the caravan crossing the white snowfield. And just as Ketil had predicted, she had seized true power. Using that power, she tried various different investments. And fortunately, most of the caravans were successful, helping her quickly amass a massive fortune. However, her voice trailed off as she admitted that those caravans carried extremely high risks, and a single mistake would have been enough to bring the family crashing down in an instant. Mylina Akasha explained that she began thinking of lower-risk investment methods, ultimately concluding that money trading was the best path. Thanks to that, her family achieved massive success. But her relatives abandoned her one by one, accusing her of being blinded by money and forsaking her honor, leaving her abandoned by everyone. She sorrowfully admitted that she had been convinced those choices were for the good of the family, and asked if all those decisions were truly wrong. At this point, Keatle denied it, saying he didn't think so. He asked in confusion why it would be wrong when she was merely lending to those in need and keeping them safe. He also explained that he had heard she was authorized by the kingdom, so there was absolutely no problem with it. Privately, Keatle reflected on the concept of finance, thinking that for this era, he could understand why she was treated that way, even though in modern times it was completely normal. Mylina Akasha asked in surprise if he genuinely thought so and didn't consider it dirty work. Keatle calmly affirmed that of course he didn't, explaining that she hadn't broken any laws, so there was no reason to call it dirty. On the contrary, he added that one could even say she had greatly elevated the family's reputation by accumulating such a vast fortune. Mylina Akasha blushed, feeling bashful as she softly called Keatle's name. As she recalled that moment, a servant was attempting to leave. At that time, she had desperately told the servant to wait, crying as she asked why even he was abandoning her. However, the servant apologized and admitted he thought it would be too difficult to continue serving her. Tears fell into her wine glass, as Mylina Akasha sorrowfully muttered that now she understood, and perhaps she hadn't been wrong after all. She cried tears of happiness, confessing that over the past 5 years, Keatle was the first person to ever say such words to her. Meanwhile, outside in the quiet hallway, a maid was pacing back and forth anxiously. Earlier, Mylina Akasha had told her not to disturb them because she had important matters to discuss with her guest today. Even so, the maid remained uneasy, thinking that although her master had ordered not to be disturbed tonight, she truly doubted whether her master clearly understood her own position. She felt that a noble lady bringing a barbarian into the mansion was bad enough, but now they were staying together so late into the night. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed down the hallway, causing the maid to run over, push the door open, and rush inside calling for her master. Inside the room, Mylina Akasha was sobbing, insisting that she had done everything for the good of the family. She complained that those people couldn't even pay back their debts, yet they still talked about honor. How truly shameless. Keatle smiled in agreement, remarking that they were indeed shameless, though inside he felt a bit impatient, wondering how much longer he would have to listen. Mylina Akasha became even more irritated, yelling that that was right, and continued muttering that there was another person who acted the same way. Outside the room, the maid witnessed the entire conversation. She quietly backed away and softly closed the door, leaving the two inside. She inwardly told herself to forget everything she had seen today. The next day, Mylina Akasha raised her head and cheerfully greeted her guest, addressing the man seated opposite her as Grand Sword's master, Sir Maximus, with an extremely sincere attitude. However, Maximus responded without a shred of warmth, saying there was no need for such formalities since he was visiting informally today. Still wearing a smile, Mylina said she understood, but inside she was astonished, wondering what had brought him here. As she observed the stern aura surrounding Maximus, an answer began to form in her mind. She realized that the Sword of Denian, the Grandmaster himself, had come to visit their family. She couldn't comprehend why a superhuman who had surpassed the limits of mortality would visit them. After giving her a moment to process the information, Maximus began by asking if a barbarian had come here. Mylina was slightly surprised, cautiously confirming that he had. As she nervously wrung the hem of her skirt, she wondered if he knew Keatle, fearing he had come to drive him away because he was a barbarian. After a moment of silence, his eyes turned sharp as he ordered her to treat the barbarian well, that it was an order from the emperor. Mylina was terrified, only able to ask what he meant. After composing herself, she carefully asked for the reason. However, Maximus firmly apologized, saying he could reveal nothing other than that it was the emperor's command. Although slightly disappointed, Mylina replied that she understood. Then, Maximus suddenly pointed to himself and commented that he didn't demand free favors and that she could use his name. The bold offer caused Mylina to unconsciously raise her voice as she asked if he was truly allowing her to use Sir Maximus's name. Maximus waved his hand confidently, saying he roughly understood the current situation and asked if those foolish nobles were causing her trouble. Getting right to the point, Mylina bashfully admitted that they indeed were, realizing he had already grasped the situation. Maximus then painted a bright prospect for her, asserting in a tone that allowed no argument that if she mentioned his name, even those fools would have to shut their mouths. Mylina was stunned and could only manage a forced smile. On the outside, she kept a pleasant expression, but inside, she was screaming in confusion, wondering what on earth that man had done. Elsewhere, Keatle stood frozen by the window as he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. The newcomer respectfully addressed him as Sir Keatle, drawing his attention. He instinctively turned around and replied with an inquiring "Huh?" Realizing who had arrived, he carefully asked if it was Mylina and what she wanted. Before getting to the main point, Mylina cautiously confirmed whether he had once mentioned being a mercenary, and Keatle answered bluntly, yes. Her next question caught him slightly off guard as she asked what kind of work he actually did. Even so, Keatle tried to choose his words carefully and explained that it was mercenary work, such as escorting people. As he spoke, vivid memories flooded his mind, from smashing someone's domain to pieces to exterminating notorious villains. But when explaining his past to Mylina, he condensed it all into a vague sentence about patrolling villages. The most prominent impression as he described his work was his beaming expression when he added that he had also spent time punching all sorts of things. Mylina politely replied that she understood, but inside, she fell into a deep misunderstanding. She was convinced there was no way a grand swordsmaster would personally come over such a trivial matter. Annoyed by her own speculation, she decided to drop it, feeling it best not to pry further. Quickly shaking off her disappointment, she cheerfully explained that she was merely curious. Since that was settled, she offered to give him a tour and asked if there was anything he wanted to see. Keatle responded slowly, as if thinking it through, repeating that he was considering what he wanted to see. A moment later, he curiously asked if her family was involved in various types of businesses. Although she didn't fully grasp his intent, Mylina admitted they were a merchant family. That was all Keatle needed to hear before giving his answer. Not long after, the two arrived at the Akasha Trading Company. Amidst the bustling scene of people coming and going, Mylina proudly introduced it as their trading company. As a thoughtful guide, she explained that even commoners could borrow or deposit money there. Although not everyone qualified, Keatle listened with great interest and could only let out an exclamation of admiration. In reality, he was thinking that the basic structure was no different from a modern bank. Above all, what interested him most was the sight of customers entering and leaving the building. He found it fascinating to watch people dressed in medieval attire and thought the place was a perfect blend of modern and fantasy. Mylina Akasha interrupted Keatle's train of thought by asking what he thought. Without hesitation, Keatle gave a thumbs up and said it was quite interesting. The peculiar description left Mylina wondering if that could truly be considered interesting. Brushing aside her remaining doubts, Mylina led him to another location. As soon as they stepped through the door, Keatle exclaimed excitedly that it was an armory. Mylina proudly explained that weapons trading was what had saved the Akasha family, and afterward, they focused heavily on manufacturing and selling weapons. She added that this place stored some of their most special equipment. However, Keatle's attention was drawn elsewhere at that moment. After staring at a sword displayed on a rack for a long time, he carefully asked if he could try holding it for a moment, and Mylina immediately granted permission, telling him to make himself at home. Unable to contain himself any longer, Keatle firmly grabbed the hilt of the sword. He lifted it off the rack and swung it leisurely. Unexpectedly, flames suddenly burst forth at the tip of the blade. The small flame quickly spread across the entire sword. Mylina remarked that it was an enchanted sword. The very word enchanted shocked Keatle. He repeated that it was enchanted and looked at the burning flame with intense emotion. Thinking that this was real enchantment, the feeling moved him to tears as he thought the word sounded truly captivating. Seeing his reaction, Mylina kindly asked if he wanted the sword. And Keatle looked at her with sparkling eyes, asking if she was serious. Instead of answering right away, Mylina smiled and said that more importantly, there was something she wanted to ask him. Looking at the burning sword in his hand, she bashfully asked if it was hot. Keatle stood frozen for a few seconds before awkwardly replying that he was fine. Now calmer, he admitted he wasn't sure if he should accept such a valuable item. Mylina casually reassured him it was fine and confessed that the weapon was completely impractical. She explained that she had hired an alchemist to create a fire sword, but the flames had spread to the hilt, making it unusable. Recalling previous efforts to salvage the weapon, Mylina said she had complained to the alchemist, but the person merely stared blankly, and asked if she had ever requested a safety mechanism. Out of everything she said, the word alchemist caught Keatle's attention. He asked in surprise if alchemists really existed. Mylina admitted with a slight look of annoyance that they did, and explained that the family had hired one for a fortune, though she regretted it a bit, unaware that those words had opened up a new possibility in Keatle's mind. Thinking that an alchemist sounded extremely interesting, he he asked what the person was like. Though slightly startled, Mylina politely replied that the person's personality was quite strange, but their skills were unmatched. She went on to explain that this was the very alchemist who had turned someone with absolutely no knowledge of deep power into a superhuman-level warrior. The revelation shocked Ketil to the point where alarm was visible on his face, and he immediately asked if that was true. Mylina replied without hesitation that it was, though this was a story known only to insiders. She tried to recall the details and explained that the Empire had once issued a notice searching for superhuman-level warriors to serve them. Her voice turned more serious as she pointed out that such warriors didn't just appear naturally. Even the kingdom only had one or two, and they received special treatment, so they had no reason to join the Empire. In her view, that notice was essentially meaningless. However, she continued, one day an alchemist appeared. According to her, that person could create a superhuman-level warrior in exchange for a favor. After a dramatic pause, she explained that normally the person would have been dismissed as a lunatic, but perhaps out of sudden interest, the emperor ordered her to turn his own son into a superhuman. The absurd idea made Ketil furrow his brow as he asked if the emperor had truly put his son on the lab table. Mylina nodded immediately and confirmed that he had, adding that in just 1 year, the prince became a superhuman. The corners of Ketil's mouth unconsciously curved up as anticipation began to flood his mind. He kept thinking about the alchemist who had turned someone without deep power into a superhuman-level warrior. Finally, he turned to Mylina and said he had a request, and she quickly replied that he could ask for anything. Though flustered, Ketil requested to meet the alchemist she had just mentioned. After a few seconds of trying to process the request, Mylina's only reaction was a blank expression and an inquiring huh? The scene shifted to a beautiful house hidden deep in the forest. The owner of the house was carefully stirring a large, steaming pot. Despite being focused on her work, her sharp ears caught the sound of someone approaching. The alchemist immediately turned around and commented that she could feel something extraordinary about this person. Ketil and Mylina Akasha finally found the wooden house hidden among countless trees. After a few seconds of silence, Ketil cautiously expressed his doubt by asking if she really lived in the forest. Mylina Akasha suppressed a sigh and explained that the owner of the place said living here was very comfortable, even if traveling back and forth became inconvenient whenever she had to move. Having spoken, she stepped forward and knocked on the wooden door. The owner of the house cautiously asked aloud who was there. Mylina Akasha immediately replied in a familiar voice that it was her, Archimes. Hearing the familiar voice, Archimes instantly relaxed and invited her in. Given permission, Mylina Akasha leisurely pushed open the wooden door, which was never locked. The first thing she saw was the beautiful alchemist Archimes waving in greeting. Archimes then mentioned that she was out of clothes and asked if Mylina could get her a few new sets. Before Mylina Akasha could say anything, she was asked for a favor and rendered temporarily speechless. She asked if she hadn't already given clothes to the alchemist previously. Archimes scratched her head bashfully and honestly explained that chemical splashes had ruined them all. At this point, Mylina Akasha looked closer, growing more flustered the more she looked, commenting that even so, those clothes looked like rags. Archimes yawned until her eyes were teary from being scolded, but she stubbornly defended herself, saying it was fine since she lived here alone. Not wanting to continue that topic, she shifted gears and asked what business her employer had here, adding that she had already completed the previous request. Right. As soon as the subject was brought up, Mylina Akasha flared up again and repeated the word right in a clearly annoyed voice. She then began a lengthy murmur, reminding Archimes that she had requested a shield that could repel everything. Archimes kept a completely calm expression, arguing that she had indeed done exactly that. She explained that she had even ensured the hilt of the shield wouldn't repel anything, just as requested. Although Mylina Akasha desperately wanted to teach this annoying alchemist a lesson, she could only reply bitterly that the result was a cursed item. Once someone grabbed it, they couldn't let go. With that shocking revelation still hanging in the air, the atmosphere between the two women turned tense. However, operating on a different wavelength from normal people, Archimes immediately tried to defend herself, pointing out that Mylina had never specified anything about being able to let go. Midway through her defense, Archimes realized Mylina Akasha looked like she was about to explode. She immediately panicked, apologizing repeatedly and insisting she was just joking. Under heavy pressure from her employer, Archimes finally confessed the truth. She admitted she had stayed up all night, was extremely exhausted, and had made a misadjustment. Wanting to completely douse Mylina's anger, she emphasized that she truly hadn't done it on purpose. Mylina Akasha hadn't intended to make things hard for the only alchemist she had in the first place. So, she let out a long sigh and let her anger dissipate. She told Archimedes she knew it wasn't intentional and only asked her to be more careful next time. Archimedes, not expecting to be forgiven so easily, cheerfully promised to remember. After a few rounds of bickering, Archimedes finally remembered the presence of the third person and asked who had come with Mylina. Mylina approached and commented that he was standing right outside the door, wasn't he? While Mylina Akasha was still stunned by that terrifying sharp sense, Archimedes suddenly came up with a reason and asked if Mylina had hired a new bodyguard. Deep down, Mylina Akasha couldn't stop the rising anxiety. She wondered how Archimedes could feel Ketil's presence and suspected if it was an elf's intuition, as she hadn't intended to hide him in the first place. She cautiously explained that Archimedes was quite a unique person and she thought the meeting might come as a surprise. Archimedes was completely unfazed, reacting instead with suspicious interest and asking what made him so special. Then, to Mylina Akasha's astonishment, Archimedes suddenly clutched her stomach and burst into loud laughter. After having her laugh out, she wiped away her tears and explained that she had met many strong people before. She insisted that no matter how strong he was, there was nothing to worry about. Archimedes continued to chatter away without noticing the growing awkwardness on Mylina Akasha's face. She even commented that Mylina worrying she might be surprised was what was actually surprising. Deciding that action was more convincing than words, Mylina Akasha turned toward the door and announced loudly that according to Archimedes there was nothing to worry about, and called for Sir Ketil. Ketil didn't answer immediately. Instead, he merely cleared his throat softly and replied with a ha. He intentionally opened the door just a crack to reveal part of his face, speaking in a dark, gloomy voice that sounded as if it came from the depths of hell. He politely asked if he could come in now. Just moments ago, Archimedes was boasting with confidence. However, upon hearing that simple question, all color drained from her face. Ketil didn't let the host escape, coldly greeting her back, introducing himself as Ketil, and saying it was nice to meet her. He even stepped closer before deliberately emphasizing his name. Archimedes, who was trembling uncontrollably at that moment, could only utter a series of meaningless sounds. Taking advantage of the situation, Ketil continued, saying he had heard a lot about Archimedes's reputation from Mylina. However, before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly stiffened. Perplexed, he turned to Mylina Akasha and asked if this was truly the person they were looking for. Without waiting for him to finish his question, Mylina immediately confirmed that it was. An awkward silence filled the room as the two guests stared at the host who had fainted from sheer terror. When Archimedes regained consciousness, she was too embarrassed to raise her head. She admitted that after talking so confidently earlier, this situation was extremely humiliating. Ketil kindly tried to ease her embarrassment, reassuring her that such things happen. Not wanting to dwell on the matter, Archimedes quickly asked if they wanted to see her. Ketil enthusiastically confirmed and explained that he was interested in alchemy, then asked if Archimedes would be willing to teach him. Caught off guard, Archimedes instinctively repeated the word alchemy in disbelief. Even Mylina, who had been listening quietly until then, asked if Sir Ketil truly wanted to learn alchemy. Despite their surprise, Ketil firmly confirmed that he did, adding that it was merely one of the things he wanted to learn. Naturally, he kept his true reason to himself. He thought that although he was interested in alchemy because it might lead to understanding deep power, it was also a genuine fantasy art, and he couldn't miss this opportunity. Determined, he inwardly swore that he would learn alchemy and eventually awaken his deep power. With that thought, he asked if someone who hadn't awakened deep power couldn't learn alchemy. Archimedes immediately refuted that assumption and explained that it wasn't the case. Fearing Ketil might misunderstand, Archimedes carefully explained further that swordsmanship and magic draw and control mystical energy from within the body. To avoid confusion about her profession, she added that alchemy, on the other hand, borrows and controls mystical energy from external sources. As she spoke, she pinched a small sphere between two fingers and commented that there were many vessels containing mystical energy in the world. The moment she finished speaking, she flicked the sphere toward the hearth. The dancing flames inside immediately froze solid. Witnessing the sight, Ketil's eyes sparkled with excitement. He exclaimed in awe and was inwardly astonished that Archimedes had frozen the fire itself. Taking the opportunity to regain a bit of face, Archimedes proudly explained that it was a technique using a catalyst and that she hadn't used mana at all, and was about to ask if he was impressed, when Ketil suddenly grabbed both her hands and enthusiastically declared that Archimedes' skill was truly incredible, leaving Archimedes flustered and stammering from his overreaction. Ketil, ignoring her discomfort, continued his praise, saying that achieving such a result with mere raw materials was practically a miracle and that he was deeply impressed. Basking in the shower of compliments, Archimedes began to feel quite proud, though she still cautiously asked if Ketil was being sincere. Ketil confirmed immediately and declared that this was precisely the kind of skill he was looking for. At that moment, Archimedes felt as if she were walking on air, rejoicing inside that such a terrifying existence was praising and admiring her. Her ears twitched repeatedly as she inwardly hoped to hear more praise for both herself and her alchemy. Regrettably, Ketil lacked mind-reading abilities and instead returned to his original purpose, politely asking Archimedes to teach him alchemy. Now much more open to him, Archimedes agreed without hesitation, saying it was quite easy. Mylina then interrupted the conversation and expressed her gratitude that Archimedes had accepted Sir Ketil's request, to which Archimedes responded with a confused "yeah," only for Mylina to remind her that the catalyst she had casually used for that little performance was the very thing she had just spent a fortune to retrieve for her. Unable to dispute that point, Archimedes could only offer an awkward, flustered smile to brush it off. While the two were busy settling the debt, Ketil calmly organized his thoughts, thinking to himself that he hadn't expected the alchemist to be an elf. His mind drifted to his previous encounters with elves, and he remembered that they had always been particularly afraid of him, making him wonder if he looked especially terrifying to them. Meanwhile, Archimedes couldn't endure Mylina's criticism any longer and reluctantly apologized once more. Observing Archimedes' fairly easygoing behavior, Ketil felt reassured, concluding that even elves seemed to stop being afraid of him once they got used to his presence. As the visit came to an end, Ketil confirmed that he would return tomorrow to begin learning alchemy. Despite still having a fairly large lump on her head, Archimedes cheerfully saw them off and replied that she would see them tomorrow. After the two guests vanished from sight, Archimedes immediately slammed the door shut and leaned against it for a long time. Though appearing calm on the outside, inside she was struggling fiercely, screaming in her mind and wondering what she had done. Her thoughts echoed Ketil's compliments about how wonderful and skillful she was. She clutched her head in frustration, blaming herself for being fooled by his sweet words and insisting she should have been sharp enough to refuse. Even so, she quickly found excuses to justify her decision, concluding above all that Ketil was not a true barbarian. Recalling Ketil's aura, Archimedes reaffirmed her belief that because Mylina was human, she couldn't feel it, but Ketil's fundamental nature was essentially distorted. Still, she remained bewildered, unable to understand why an existence like Ketil would want to learn alchemy. Midway through her train of thought, she abruptly brushed aside her worries, convincing herself that someone like Ketil would never take alchemy seriously and would surely get bored and give up quickly. After reinforcing that belief, Archimedes inwardly asked herself one final, uneasy question about whether that assumption was truly correct. A few days later, Archimedes began instructing Ketil in alchemy, starting by brewing a certain solution in a large pot. Archimedes' expression grew tense as she muttered, "Good. If we just let it cool down gradually like this, it will rise." Ketil's gaze was more focused than ever. Finally, a golden sphere suddenly emerged from inside the pot. Unable to contain his excited shout, he declared that he had succeeded. Overjoyed, he even turned to high-five the person beside him to celebrate the achievement, saying that he had done it and calling Archimedes' name in celebration, while Archimedes joined in the mood and congratulated him, saying it was amazing. Unable to contain his excited shout, he declared that he had succeeded. Realizing that despite her careful planning, reality clearly contradicted her expectations, she inwardly admitted that she had never expected him to learn this much in just 3 days, especially since she had intentionally taught him in the most boring, difficult, and complex way possible. While Ketil was joyfully celebrating, Archimedes remained flustered and bewildered, wondering if a barbarian could truly be this intelligent. Meanwhile, Ketil, indifferent to her complex emotions, stayed focused on the object in his hand. Reflecting deeply, he thought to himself that he had never been a barbarian in the first place. As he continued to stare at the small sphere he had created, he grew increasingly moved, realizing this was his very first alchemical product, and that he had finally achieved a magical result he had previously only dared to dream of in a fantasy world. Thinking this, Ketil suddenly turned to Archimedes and expressed his gratitude, saying he was thankful to her. Archimedes, startled by his sincerity, waved her hands repeatedly in denial, insisting it was nothing. However, she then honestly admitted that she hadn't expected him to learn so quickly, and that halfway through, she had become unusually enthusiastic, ultimately teaching him more seriously than usual. Ketil acknowledged this, and without waiting for much of a response, he moved on to another matter, saying there was still something else he wanted to learn. Archimedes, still full of enthusiasm, confidently told him she would teach him anything. However, her smile froze when he asked if she could teach him how to awaken mystical energy. Archimedes bashfully clasped her fingers together and explained that teaching the method itself wasn't difficult, but the real issue lay in the required materials. Ketil immediately asked what those materials were, prompting her to explain further that high-tier catalysts containing mystical energy were needed, and that even the Empire would take a full year to collect such materials. Hearing this, Ketil deduced that this must have been the reason it took a year to turn the prince into a superhuman. Archimedes, still caught up in her excitement, accidentally revealed more than intended, insisting that the story had been distorted and that a genius like her would never spend an entire year struggling with such a thing. Archimedes, still caught up in her excitement, accidentally revealed more than intended, insisting that the story had been distorted and that a genius like her would never spend an entire year struggling with such a thing. He handed her the bag he was carrying, explaining that he thought it might be used as materials and wanted her to take a look. The moment he opened the bag, the contents inside emitted a blinding light that nearly dazzled everyone. Carefully holding those objects, Archimedes remarked in astonishment that it was surprising he possessed such a treasure. She then immediately asked him where he had gotten it, saying it was nearly equivalent to a philosopher's stone. Ketil, unfazed, calmly clarified that he remembered the philosopher's stone as something that could transform into any material. Archimedes, her professional passion surging, pleaded with him to tell her where he had obtained it. However, Ketil coldly replied that he couldn't reveal it. Archimedes bashfully tried to rationalize his refusal, saying it made sense since such a precious item couldn't be disclosed so easily. But Ketil interrupted, denying that was the reason, and as scattered memories surfaced in his mind, he said with an indifferent voice that he had used them all up, and that it was now very difficult to create more. Hearing this, Archimedes fell silent, staring in horror at the glowing materials in her hands, completely lost for words. Eventually, Ketil left the lesson, feeling quite satisfied with the outcome. As he walked, he continued to ponder his own question of whether he could awaken mystical energy right away. Moments earlier, Archimedes had enthusiastically told him that the amount he had was more than enough, although she had carefully added that she was still lacking a few other materials and suggested he ask Mylina. It turned out that Archimedes herself felt somewhat uneasy about facing issues related to her capital, thinking that if she asked, Mylina would definitely not listen. So, she passed this responsibility on to Ketil, who nevertheless felt little pressure, thinking that everything was progressing smoothly. In his excitement, he even imagined a bright future ahead, believing that with this, he would soon awaken mystical energy. However, reality quickly revealed that something was actually burning. A raging fire was glowing brightly, illuminating Ketil's face. The flames seemed to have a mind of their own, dancing along the windows and rooftops, turning the entire building into a giant torch despite the panicked shouts of the surrounding people that there was a fire. Ketil took a moment to find someone familiar and asked what was happening. Mylina Akasha immediately greeted him respectfully, addressing him as Sir Ketil, before explaining that someone had set fire to the warehouse. And unfortunately, that was where the timber was stored. Ketil saw an unexpected opportunity in this troublesome situation and decided to act immediately, saying he understood and telling everyone to step back. Mylina Akasha reacted in confusion, but Ketil had no intention of hiding his plan and explained that he would try to extinguish the fire using alchemy. Once he said that, he quickly pulled out a treasure he had created in class. He held it for a moment, then activated it and threw it high into the air. As the sphere stabilized above his head, he concentrated his strength into his right arm. As the sphere fell toward his fist, it resonated with the power he was building up, and he directed that force toward the fire ahead. Those nearby were affected by the shockwave, covering their faces and screaming in panic, unable to comprehend what was happening. Even Mylina Akasha didn't escape the strong gust of wind sweeping across her face. Having completed his action, Ketil proudly asked Mylina how it was, declaring that the fire was out and that this was the true power of alchemy, asking if it wasn't amazing. Mylina, still stunned that the sky had cleared up so quickly, could only respond in a disorganized, hesitant manner. After a few seconds to regain her composure, she began to remark that what she had just witnessed looked less like alchemy and more like something else. But before she could finish her sentence, Ketil interrupted her. He suddenly changed the subject, saying the arsonist was still nearby and that he would be right back. Right after saying so, he vanished from Mylina Akasha's sight, leaving behind a cloud of dust. He moved at extreme speed, rushing in one direction as if pursuing something. Mylina remained standing dazed in place, her hair disheveled after enduring 2 waves of shockwaves. Meanwhile, Ketil quickly made the fleeing arsonist aware of his presence. When the man realized Ketil was behind him, he was terrified and wondered how Ketil had discovered his position. The arsonist even doubted how someone who looked so foolish could track him without using magic. Despite his confusion, he still acted arrogantly, believing that before his great magic, Ketil was merely a helpless human. As Ketil charged forward, he noticed something unusual, and carefully observed his surroundings before realizing that fog had covered the area. He hesitated and concluded that it was most likely magical fog. His gaze then locked onto the arsonist, who was standing confidently on a tree branch, where he declared that his magic not only obstructed vision but also disrupted the senses. Ketil, however, remained calm and said that if that was the case, there was an alchemical method suited for this situation. He immediately pulled out another item and crushed it without hesitation before his opponent could react. The arsonist noticed Ketil's movement and asked what he was doing, but before receiving an answer, Ketil slammed his fist powerfully into the ground. With just one mighty strike, the ground beneath split open, and shattered rocks flew everywhere. The shockwave left the arsonist even more dizzy, and he realized that Ketil was dispersing the fog. However, he had no time to think as he tried to shield himself from the fierce wind pressure. Once he readjusted, he tried to taunt Ketil mockingly, declaring that this alone wouldn't be enough to stop him, and that he would cast an even stronger fog spell. However, he failed to realize that Ketil had already moved behind him. Meanwhile, Mylina Akasha was anxiously waiting when she suddenly heard her name being called. When she turned around, she saw Ketil returning while carrying the captured arsonist. Ketil said he had caught the arsonist, while Mylina reacted in surprise and confusion, trying to understand what had just happened. Ketil then credited Archimedes, smiling brightly as he declared that without learning alchemy, he wouldn't have been able to catch the culprit, thereby acknowledging his teacher's contribution. After the fire, everyone quickly returned to the main mansion. As Ketil stood staring blankly, someone called his name. As soon as he recognized the familiar figure, he asked Mylina what had happened to that mage. Mylina Akasha let out a tired sigh before explaining that after the interrogation, they learned he had been hired by a noble who held a grudge against her. Curious, Ketil asked if it was true that the noble harbored hatred, as memories of the nobleman's aggressive behavior surfaced. Mylina Akasha admitted that it was true. She explained that the noble had borrowed money but hadn't paid it back, adding that both the mage and the noble would have to pay for their crimes. Having said that, she suddenly lifted the skirt of her dress and bowed formally before Ketil, expressing that without him, they would have never caught the culprit, and sincerely thanking him. Ketil enthusiastically brushed off the credit, saying he was just glad to finally have an opportunity to use the alchemy he had learned, while Mylina Akasha curiously repeated the word alchemy. But before she could respond, Ketil remembered the real reason he had come and said there was one more favor he wanted to ask. Mylina Akasha readily agreed and encouraged him to make his request. When Archimedes saw what Ketil brought back, she couldn't hold back a shout, saying she had guessed correctly that Mylina would agree to Ketil's request, but she hadn't expected her to provide such a high-quality catalyst. Growing increasingly excited, she complained that no matter how much she had begged in the past, Mylina had never given her anything of that caliber. Painfully recalling what Mylina usually said whenever she begged for materials, she remembered the answer being that it was because she only used them to play pranks on others. Even in her imagination, that response left her speechless, leading her to protest that Mylina was treating people very unfairly. Ketil ignored that exchange and instead asked Archimedes if all the preparations were complete. Archimedes quickly regained her composure, and enthusiastically declared that everything was more than ready, suggesting they start right away. Ketil was so excited that his face flushed red. Before long, he took off his shirt and sat in the center of the magic circle. Standing outside the circle with a book in her hands, Archimedes said she would briefly explain the method. She first drew Ketil's attention to the stones, explaining that they would crush them into powder to create the magic circle and use the catalyst to alter their properties. She then explained in detail that those altered properties would deposit into Ketil's body and create a pathway to mystical energy. After finishing her explanation, Archimedes warned that the feeling of the mystical energy pathway forming in his body would be quite strange, and asked if Ketil could endure it. Ketil tilted his head and confidently replied that of course he could, adding that he was really looking forward to it. Even so, Archimedes continued to issue further warnings, explaining that if the alchemy succeeded properly, Ketil would no longer need those remaining particles, and implicitly suggested that she hoped to use the rest. Before she could finish speaking, Ketil interrupted, saying Archimedes could use whatever was left however she wanted. Archimedes was so moved that her cheeks turned bright red. Barely able to contain her excitement, she asked if Ketil was truly being sincere. Ketil firmly reassured her that he was and urged her to start quickly. Without further hesitation, Archimedes agreed and declared the ritual begun. Even so, Archimedes couldn't suppress the surging emotions in her heart. She thought to herself that when they first met, she had even fainted from Ketil's monster-like aura. But after spending a few days together, she felt she understood him a bit better. As the image of Ketil's muscular physique appeared in her mind, Archimedes inwardly admitted that while she couldn't say Ketil wasn't intimidating, his desire to become stronger was no different from any ordinary barbarian. That thought brought a subtle smile to her face, leading her to conclude that looking at it that way, Ketil might even seem a little cute. Still keeping that soft smile, Archimedes softly called Ketil's name. Those thoughts only bolstered her resolve. And she inwardly swore that no matter what, she would make this alchemy a success. Setting her personal feelings aside, Archimedes immediately adopted a solemn tone and summoned the catalysts, calling forth the formless, meaningless catalysts into a clear shape. Spiritual power surged from her hands as she hummed softly, allowing the invisible existences without wills of their own to listen. Focusing all her power onto Ketil's back, she declared that he would become their master. As each stone began to glow with her magical power, Archimedes transitioned to the next spell and commanded them to move according to her will. Afterwards, Archimedes shifted her focus to the flickering candles and hummed to make them move once more, and alter their shape and structure according to their master's will to become a vessel. Ketil remained completely immersed, seemingly unaware of anything except Archimedes' voice echoing in his ears. At that moment, a massive burst of power granted by Archimedes exploded around Ketil. It coursed through his entire body, causing even his hair to blow wildly. Sensing the powerful transformation taking place within his body, Ketil suddenly opened his eyes. Outside, all the candles had gone out, leaving behind only thin wisps of smoke, and the stones surrounding the magic circle had lost their original color and cracked. Meanwhile, Archimedes herself had collapsed to the side, completely exhausted. After taking a few seconds to regulate her breathing, Archimedes finally raised her head and weakly asked if it had succeeded. When Ketil remained silent, Archimedes called his name again. Only after a long silence did Ketil finally exhale a deep breath, then suddenly sat up and burst into happy laughter. Every cell in his body seemed to be celebrating as he realized he could feel a completely new sensation he had never experienced before. Though the answer was already clear, he couldn't help wondering if this was what true mystical energy felt like. Observing his reaction, Archimedes finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile that judging by Ketil's reaction, the ritual seemed to have succeeded. Overwhelmed by emotion, Ketil suddenly rushed forward and lifted Archimedes high into the air, declaring that it had definitely succeeded. The sudden movement caused Archimedes to freeze completely in shock, but as soon as she realized how awkward their posture was, her face flushed red and she screamed for Ketil to wait. Ketil, however, paid no mind to propriety and continued to hold her up high while enthusiastically thanking her, insisting that it was all thanks to her. No matter how sincerely Ketil thanked her, Archimedes could only stammer and demand that he put her down. When that moment finally passed, Archimedes seriously asked Ketil how he felt and whether he sensed any instability. Ketil clenched his fists and replied firmly that he felt nothing wrong and that the ritual seemed to have succeeded perfectly. Hearing this, Archimedes expressed relief, admitting she had been a bit worried, and Ketil immediately asked if that meant he could use deep power. At this point, Archimedes raised a finger and instructed him to focus his mind inward and check the power within his body. Ketil nodded obediently and decided to try. The moment he closed both eyes, a massive green aura quickly enveloped his entire body. However, just a moment later, he slightly furrowed his brow and remarked that something was strange, calling Archimedes' name. Not understanding the situation, she asked what was wrong. Ketil slowly lowered his hands and hesitantly explained that he could clearly feel the power in his body. However, after thinking for a moment, he admitted that every time he tried to draw the power out, it immediately dissipated, and asked what they should do. The moment Archimedes heard this, she cried out in absolute horror, unable to believe what she had just heard. Setting their situation aside for a moment, the scene shifted to the city gate, where two guards stood watch with high vigilance. Suddenly, one of them muttered something incomprehensible, as both of their eyes locked onto a glowing figure approaching from the distance around a mysterious traveler. Several bronze pillars spun rapidly like windmills. The younger guard couldn't help exclaiming that the figure looked familiar, before the older guard completed his thought, asserting without a shadow of a doubt that it was the wandering merchant. As the wandering merchant approached, he politely asked if they could open the gate, and the younger guard immediately agreed, hastily saying he would open it right away. Although pleased with the response, the wandering merchant unexpectedly proposed that they make a deal first. The older guard cautiously pointed to himself and nervously volunteered to go first. Instantly catching his drift, the wandering merchant interrupted and simply asked what he wanted. He then confidently declared that he possessed everything they could possibly desire and told the guard to just name it. As the vortex around him expanded, he added that as long as they paid the right price, he could get them anything they requested. The wandering merchant was a mysterious existence who roamed across the entire world. One day, he suddenly appeared in the human realm, selling rare items and granting humans their deepest, most secret desires. In return, he demanded money or something of immense value, perhaps even their very souls. And now, the wandering merchant had arrived in the kingdom of Danayan. Mylina turned to Ketil and said that the wandering merchant had finally come to the kingdom. Asking what he thought, she offered to buy him whatever he wanted since she was deeply indebted to him. Ketil nodded, thinking silently to himself that his research into awakening his inner power still hadn't made any progress. If this merchant truly granted wishes, he figured it wouldn't hurt to give it a shot. They quickly reached the merchant's location, and Ketil remarked in surprise that so this was the man they called the wandering merchant. Ketil observed the mysterious figure who was busy granting wishes. Holding a pouch of gold in his hands, a young man spoke up, begging the wandering merchant to grant him a weapon capable of cutting through anything. The wandering merchant replied that it wasn't enough, explaining that its mere monetary value simply wasn't sufficient. The young man was stunned, but the merchant activated his magic, saying that a weapon capable of cutting through absolutely everything was fundamentally impossible. A small rift opened directly above their heads. The tiny crack glowed brightly as a sword began to emerge from it. The merchant added that while a blade that could cut through everything was impossible, a weapon that could cut through many things was entirely feasible. The young man stared at the sword in absolute awe. Taking his money, the merchant asked if that was enough and told him to take it. Looking at the coins floating in midair, the young man agreed that it was perfect and thanked him for the sword. The merchant then called for the next person, and a young boy stepped forward. The boy cried out desperately that he wanted medicine for his mother, promising to give anything in exchange. The wandering merchant observed the boy closely before quietly demanding his sense of taste. The boy stood there in confusion, so the merchant repeated his request, telling the child to sacrifice his sense of taste. Only then would he receive the medicine. Overjoyed, the boy readily accepted. The wandering merchant began to activate his magic, announcing that he would take his sense of taste right now. A purple aura completely engulfed the boy, and the merchant confirmed that he had received his payment. The boy suddenly realized that his tongue truly couldn't taste anything anymore. Handing over the medicine, the merchant said that this was the remedy he wanted. The child thanked him from the bottom of his heart, happy that he could finally save his mother, even if it cost him his sense of taste. Observing the whole scene, Ketil remarked that this merchant truly sold just about everything. Mylina explained that was why most nations allowed the wandering merchant to visit, even though some places still chased him away for being too suspicious. Ketil found it fascinating that people could pay with things other than money and wondered if one could just keep trading indefinitely. Mylina pointed out that if someone deliberately sent others to trade in their place, he would know immediately, though at the very least, you could still have someone hold a spot in line for you. This triggered a memory for Ketil. He recalled a conversation with Archimedes, who had told him that his inner power was lacking. Surprised, Ketil had asked what she meant, and she replied quite literally. She explained that normally it would be impossible, but because his physical stats were so ridiculously high, he didn't possess enough inner power to balance it out. When Ketil asked if the missing power could be replenished, she replied that it wasn't completely impossible. She suggested that a catalyst like a dragon's heart could be used, before apologizing to Ketil and promising to find another way. Returning to the present, Ketil silently wondered if the wandering merchant could get his hands on a dragon's heart. Mylina asked if he had decided what he wanted to buy. Satisfied with the idea, he replied that he had, but remarked that the line was pretty long and would take a while. Mylina had already thought ahead, telling him not to worry because as soon as she heard the news, she had ordered her subordinates to hold a spot in line for him. Ketil praised her for being so thoughtful. A moment later, the wandering merchant looked surprised, asking Ketil who he was and why he was there. He said that because in his eyes, Ketil was a man who needed nothing at all. Ketil responded with a questioning asking what he meant by that and explaining that he came because he wanted to trade too. The wandering merchant asked suspiciously if Ketil really wanted to trade with him, and Ketil confirmed that he did. Crossing his arms, the merchant looked at him with skeptical eyes, asking if he actually needed anything. Ketil asked if there was a problem. After thinking for a few seconds, the merchant said there was no problem and asked what he wanted. Ketil stated his desire directly, saying that he wanted to get a dragon's heart. Both Mylina and the wandering merchant were completely stunned by his request. Looking at Ketil, Mylina was secretly horrified, wondering if he really wanted a dragon's heart, the core of a legendary beast that even the Empire had failed to hunt down. Ketil asked if it was possible. The merchant replied that it was possible, but the price was simply not enough. Mylina quickly interrupted, asking what if she paid with money. The merchant replied that it still wasn't enough, leaving Mylina shocked when he added that even her entire fortune wouldn't cut it. Mylina then apologized to Ketil for being unable to help him, but Ketil reassured her that if the price wasn't enough, then there was nothing they could do. The wandering merchant kept staring at Ketil, and after a moment of silence, said that he would make him an offer. Ketil turned to look at him, and the merchant explained that if he accepted the offer and succeeded, he could receive the dragon's heart. Delighted by the news, Ketil stepped closer and declared that it sounded fine to him and he had no reason to refuse. The merchant nodded, telling him to return after he finished his work for the day. As the merchant walked away, Mylana turned to Ketil, worriedly asking if this was really alright, noting that an offer rewarded with a dragon's heart was definitely no ordinary request. Ketil reassured her that if it wasn't ordinary, then that was precisely what he wanted, adding that he hoped it would be an interesting offer. The wandering merchant continued his work, handing items to the townspeople in exchange for payment while Ketil stood right beside him. Finally, the merchant announced that today's work was finished. In a rather exhausted tone, the merchant reminded Ketil that while he had told him to wait, that didn't mean he had to stand right next to him watching all day long. Ketil apologized, admitting that he was simply fascinated. The merchant sighed, said it was fine, and suggested they proceed to the trade. Right after that, he opened a teleportation portal, telling Ketil to step through first. Ketil readily agreed, and walked straight through without a shred of hesitation. On the other side, it appeared to be nighttime, surrounded by barren hills, making Ketil wonder where on earth he was. Not long after, another teleportation portal appeared above him, and several other people fell out of it. 4 people stepped through: an old mage, a woman, a young boy, and a mercenary. Counting Ketil, there were 5 people in total. They looked at each other in confusion, and the mercenary wearing an eye patch spoke up, wondering why he wasn't the only one there. Ketil silently wondered if the wandering merchant had brought these people here as well. Suddenly, the wandering merchant appeared hovering above their heads, declaring that everyone had arrived and announcing that from now on, he needed them to hunt a dragon. Playing the role of a merciless capitalist, the wandering merchant openly proclaimed that from that moment on, he needed them to hunt a dragon. Before the merchant could finish his sentence, Bloodedge raised his head and interrupted, asking if that meant they had to defeat a dragon together as a team. Those words sent an intense jolt of shock through Ketil. As the thought of hunting a dragon alongside a party blended with the image of a dragon itself, he grew so excited that his face flushed red. He remarked that this looked like it was going to be his first truly exciting adventure in quite a long time. Not wanting to waste any time, Ketil suggested that they introduce themselves first. Even though the others didn't seem particularly enthusiastic, he still introduced himself as Ketil the Barbarian and said he looked forward to working with everyone. Bloodedge went next with a brief introduction, saying he was Bloodedge, the mercenary king and an S-rank mercenary. Without any hesitation, Ketil nonchalantly revealed that he was merely a C-rank mercenary. The unexpected revelation caused Bloodedge's normally indifferent voice to falter as he awkwardly replied that he understood. Before Bloodedge could think any further, Ketil enthusiastically rushed over to greet him, cheerfully saying it was great to meet a fellow mercenary. Little did Bloodedge know, deep down he was silently pitying Ketil, thinking that with the barbarian's crude personality, ranking up in the mercenary world must be ridiculously hard. Before Bloodedge could think any further, Ketil enthusiastically rushed over to greet him, cheerfully saying it was great to meet a fellow mercenary. Little did Bloodedge know, deep down he was silently pitying Ketil, thinking that with the barbarian's crude personality, ranking up in the mercenary world must be ridiculously hard. Ketil immediately shifted his attention to her and blurted out that she belonged to the same order as Aqua. Unable to hide her surprise, Serafina asked if he really knew Aqua. In a proud tone, Ketil confidently replied that he and Aqua were very close friends. Though Serafina remained deeply skeptical, she could only repeat in disbelief that they were friends. At this point, Spellweaver, the shadow scholar of the magic tower, stroked his chin and remarked that Ketil was quite an interesting fellow before introducing himself as Spellweaver of the magic tower. Ketil immediately displayed his surprising knowledge once more, saying that Spellweaver must be the Tower Master's disciple. Startled, Spellweaver quickly asked if Ketil knew the Tower Master as well. Since the memories popping into Ketil's head involved rather violent events, he deliberately downplayed it, saying that they had even gone for a walk together recently. Spellweaver broke into a cold sweat and quietly muttered in disbelief, wondering if Ketil had truly gone for a walk with the Tower Master. The 3 people who had just had their connections exposed subconsciously looked at each other, silently sharing the exact same question. What kind of guy was this barbarian, anyway? Finally, Bloodedge broke the awkward silence by saying that they all came here for similar reasons. He explained that his objective was to slay the dragon and claim the title of Dragon Slayer. Hearing that resolute declaration, Ketil instinctively let out a short gasp of surprise. Before he could react further, Seraphina smiled gracefully behind her hand and agreed, explaining that defeating a dragon would also elevate her order's reputation. Not to be outdone, Spellweaver added that he wanted to find out whether the magic he had spent his entire life researching was effective, even against a dragon possessing overwhelming power. Ketil rejoiced internally, realizing that it seemed he was the only one interested in taking the dragon's heart. Even so, he hid his true goal and merely remarked that his reason was similar to theirs. Spellweaver then shifted his attention to the young boy who was still standing quietly in the back and remarked that everyone else looked strong enough to challenge a dragon, but questioned why the boy was part of the group. Brought up by Spellweaver, everyone's attention naturally shifted toward Ian. Left with no choice, Ian nervously introduced himself, stammering that his name was Ian. Having learned nothing from his previous misunderstanding with Ketil, Bloodedge judged Ian by his cover and remarked that he looked like an ordinary boy, asking why someone like him was brought into a team like this. Although Seraphina shared the same suspicion, her maternal instinct led her to take a more thoughtful stance. She said that no one knew the reason, but since it was the wandering merchant's decision, they had no choice but to protect Ian and bring him along. Already annoyed, Spellweaver complained that he really couldn't understand that merchant at all. While everyone else expressed their opinions, Ketil alone remained silent, carefully observing Ian from head to toe. Not wanting to waste any more time, Bloodedge finally signaled for everyone to move, suggesting they head toward the mountain where the dragon lived. Everyone's gaze subconsciously turned toward the overlapping mountain range that appeared and disappeared in the darkness. Now that they had a clear destination, the group pressed forward at a fast pace. Before long, Ian was drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Ketil paid no mind to Ian's condition and instead asked the person beside him if the dragon was somewhere on that mountain. Bloodedge immediately confirmed that it was, explaining that according to the wandering merchant, the dragon's nest, or rather, its lair, should be at the peak of the mountain. It was unclear whether he spoke from personal experience or simply believed the wandering merchant's information. Regardless, the explanation alone was enough to make Ketil nod enthusiastically in understanding. Noticing Ketil's excitement, Bloodedge added that since it was a dragon, it was bound to possess a massive treasure hoard, remarking that Ketil had every reason to look forward to it. The moment he finished speaking, the cliffside beside them suddenly exploded. Bloodedge instinctively looked toward the source of the commotion and blurted out asking what had happened. Before anyone could answer, all other sounds were drowned out by the thundering crash of a gigantic hand slamming onto the ground. A massive stone giant, as huge as a mountain, blocked their path and rigidly announced that enemies had been detected. After sweeping its spotlight-like eyes back and forth, it declared that it would eliminate the intruders. After a brief shock at the sudden turn of events, Ketil excitedly asked if this creature was a golem. Bloodedge, far less optimistic, explained that it was a guardian created by the dragon to destroy intruders. As a veteran member of the team, Spellweaver immediately instructed Ketil to leave protecting the boy to him. Ketil accepted the role without hesitation, saying he understood. Seraphina was equally proactive, stepping forward to face the guardian. She declared that she would draw its attention while the mercenary king and the mage attacked, and without waiting for anyone to acknowledge her, immediately began chanting a prayer, asking the sun god to grant blessings upon his servant. As soon as the spell concluded, Seraphina's entire body was enveloped in radiant golden armor. Sensing the impending threat, the stone giant instantly swung its arm, directing a devastating punch straight at Seraphina while she was channeling her divine power. However, its massive fist was blocked by a brilliant golden shield. For the first time, clear confusion appeared on the stone giant's expressionless face. Standing behind the shield, Seraphina planted her feet firmly into the ground to solidify her stance. Even so, she didn't forget to signal her teammates to seize the opportunity and attack right away. Bloodedge reacted instantly, darting toward Seraphina. His true target, however, lay behind her. Using the giant's outstretched arm as a bridge, he propelled himself even farther, until he closed the distance and confronted the stone giant head-on. Unwilling to waste such a perfect opportunity, Bloodedge immediately unleashed a strike at the exposed spot in front of him. His sword emitted a massive wave of power that swept directly toward the giant's seemingly fragile upper body. The result, however, was not what he had expected. A look of doubt appeared on his face as he realized his slash had only left a shallow scratch on the giant's body. Unable to hide his disappointment, he remarked that this thing was ridiculously tough. After landing beside his teammate, Bloodedge asked if they simply had to keep attacking until it shattered into pieces. Despite the disappointing outcome of the opening attack, Spellweaver remained completely calm. He said he would pinpoint the guardian's weakness, before quickly pulling out his staff and beginning to chant a spell, summoning the green shadow of the freezing dawn. The magic he summoned wrapped around the stone giant and then converged into a single point as he called upon it to lead the way forward. Before the guardian could understand what it was facing, the spell concentrated its power at the center of its body. Locking his gaze onto the giant's glowing chest, Bloodedge realized that was precisely the creature's weakness. Returning to his familiar smirk, he thanked Spellweaver for pointing it out. Despite his arrogant nature, Spellweaver modestly brushed off the thanks, saying it was nothing. The three of them then immediately coordinated their attack, launching an all-out assault at the giant's chest, which they now believed to be its weak point. Observing from the sidelines, Keetle silently admired the sight, thinking that seeing a team work together and use tactics to defeat a monster was precisely the kind of wonderful fantasy scene he had always imagined. Although he praised their teamwork, he also found a convenient excuse to stay out of the battle, reasoning that they seemed to be struggling a bit, but if he stepped in, everything would end too quickly, so he might as well watch a little longer. As the battle reached its climax, Ian became so absorbed that he forgot his fear and exclaimed in awe at how amazing they were and whether humans could really be that strong. To Ian's surprise, however, Keetle casually remarked that from his perspective, Ian actually looked stronger than all of them. Ian's eyes widened the moment those words exposed him. Sweat began to bead on his face, and even though his mouth was open, for several moments not a single word could come out. After a long silence, Ian finally regained his voice and asked Keetle what he meant, insisting there was no way he could be stronger than them. Uninterested in arguing, Keetle casually replied that if Ian insisted on that, he would just leave it at that. Saying so, he turned his attention back to the battle, completely unaware of the awkward look on Ian's face. Ian's gaze gradually sharpened, as the presence that had long been hidden beneath a naive facade slowly began to awaken.